All right, brothers, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived.
The most efficient original mob farm tower on the entire net right now, 8.1 million.
Start. The instant Xia Yunqian pulled the lever, a string of electronic sound effects burst from the livestream and the broadcast was abruptly cut off. The youth stared up at the classroom ceiling as non-existent tears streamed down his face.
Damn it, Jige ruined me. How could you just crash like that? It wasn't easy finally getting a few big spenders to buy captain ranks.
The earnings from this stream would have been enough for me to coast through my entire college life. My record, my mob farm tower. Indeed, Xia Yunqian had been reborn, but there was a small problem with this rebirth. Other people who are reborn always go back to their childhood, then max out their studies, max out their business skills, stack up their luck, buy a lottery ticket to get their first pot of gold and snowball their way to the pinnacle of life. Along the way they pick up a childhood sweetheart, a top-tier campus belle, and so on. He, however, was currently standing all alone at the back of the classroom. To get rich. The teacher was shouting the classic Minecraft slogan. To get rich. The classmates shouted along with him. Xia Yunqian reluctantly opened his mouth. Only now did he finally understand what had happened. This world had undergone certain changes. 6 years ago the game My World suddenly appeared.
Every year on June 9th all students sit for a theoretical examination.
On June 11th everyone who is 18 years old can enter the game My World for 5 days. Anyone who has reached 18 can go, and there is no requirement to be a student. During these 5 days players must mine, develop, build, slay the dragon, and so forth.
After the 5 days end, the MC main god evaluates each player based on their in-game data.
If a player dies within these 5 days they can never again enter My World. Of course, if they die later on they also lose the qualification to enter. The technological trajectory of this world had diverged significantly from his previous life, and the reason lay in the appearance of My World. Some of the items from My World could be brought back into reality. Among them the most important was the Nether Star. However, Nether Stars were not so easily brought back. Items from My World transported into reality possessed only 1/64 of their quantity. In other words, only when you had 64 Nether Stars in-game would you gain a single one in the real world. All other items followed this same conversion ratio. Yet during the 5 days of the college entrance exam this ratio became 1-to-1. To prevent people from grinding Nether Stars day and night, the MC main god implemented various strange restrictions. For instance, each person could bring out only one of each item from the game per day. Even if you possessed 128 Nether Stars you could still only bring one out, the rest would have to wait until the next day. Because of this limitation, Nether Star production was extremely low and their market price hovered at about 5,000 yuan apiece. Not everything from MC could be brought out, but ores and certain rare items posed no problem. Because of the ability to transport ores, the entire world began strategizing how to conquer My World. As a result, the present college entrance examination was entirely focused on My World. The goal was to ensure that students survived in the game, then developed within My World, and ultimately transported in-game resources back into reality. Some still pursued the basic academic disciplines, but they were only a minority. Remember, only after securing your own safety should you fight the dragon or the wither. Even if you can't defeat them, it doesn't matter, staying alive is your primary objective. The teacher continued to lecture eloquently on the podium while Xia Yunqian, caught dozing off, had been ordered to stand at the back.
Xia Yunqian had no interest at all in what the teacher was saying. He cared only about whether his redstone automation could still be activated.
String farm plus fishery equals an endless supply of emeralds. Emeralds plus various types of villagers equal instant graduation.
Then once the dragon is slain you can start everything up on the spot.
It's just, will this whole setup still work in this world?
Although there are videos online showing iron farms and mob farms,
I truly haven't seen any proof of a string farm.
Hopefully that mechanic still exists.
Without a string farm, redstone automation will start up much more slowly. He paid no attention whatsoever to the teacher's classic formula of chopping wood, mining, enchanting, and slaying the dragon. As a ruthless redstone player, Xia Yunqian naturally believed everything should begin with exploiting villagers.
Alright, that's all for today's lesson. Class dismissed. With the teacher's departure, the classroom once more grew noisy.
Returning to his seat by the door in the back row, Xia Yunqian collapsed onto the desk and immediately fell asleep.
Hey old Xia, still sleeping? Class is over already, aren't you going to boot up? The one chattering incessantly at Xia Yunqian was his deskmate Li Xuexian.
He was a chatterbox, truly irritating, and in his previous life Xia Yunqian had already despaired of him. There was no helping it with someone fooling around beside you. How could you possibly study? The surrounding environment was equally terrible. Some were glued to their phones, some were busy with their romances.
Xia Yunqian didn't really care what they did, their hobbies didn't affect him.
The problem was they intended to drag him into it all. So in the latter half of senior year, Xia Yunqian had been having a miserable time. For the sake of his classmates' feelings he had been too embarrassed to speak up, but now. I'm a college student after all. Why should I care so much about you? If I can't afford to offend you I can at least avoid you. Xia Yunqian quietly made his way to the homeroom teacher's office. Teacher Zhang, I'd like to change seats. Teacher Zhang looked up a bit impatient. After all, the seats had all been chosen by the students themselves according to their usual grades. Although Xia Yunqian's grades were decent, he had foolishly chosen the back row. That spot was just too tempting. It made grabbing lunch faster and it was perfect for sleeping in class. Now, however, Xia Yunqian planned to find another place to continue sleeping. Seeing signs of impatience on the homeroom teacher's face and sensing an impending outburst, Xia Yunqian hurriedly said, "Look, isn't there still a seat beside the podium? How about I move there?" Indeed, Xia Yunqian had set his sights on the position of left and right guardian. That spot allowed him to grab lunch even faster and was right next to the water dispenser. He would have priority for hot water, and the computer desk on the podium blocked the view of that seat so thoroughly that in the teacher's absence the patrolling discipline directors would never notice someone sleeping there. In the past, Xia Yunqian had thought that being so close to the teacher was a bad thing. Only now did he realize, damn, it was practically a king's throne. At this moment the homeroom teacher's furrowed brows relaxed into a kindly smile. All right. Next period is my class. After I finish I'll have you switch." In the homeroom teacher's eyes, volunteering to sit there meant Xia Yunqian wanted to study hard. For such studious children the homeroom teacher was more than happy to oblige. Of course, Xia Yunqian had his own calculations. Although the game accounted for 80% of the total score in the college entrance exam, he still couldn't completely neglect his theoretical grades. And Xia Yunqian just so happened to need some serious cramming. Teachers were resources. If you had questions you could ask them on the spot. Just like villagers, they were there to be thoroughly exploited. The dismissal bell rang as usual. Teacher Zhang packed up his things and was about to leave the podium. Xia Yunqian, after the next evening's self-study class, move your desk here by yourself and stop stirring up trouble. Most of the classmates took the homeroom teacher's decision in stride. The guardian seats at the sides were frequently reassigned, but this was the first time someone like Xia Yunqian, whose grades were in the upper middle range, had been sent there. Damn, Lao Xia, what happened to you? The homeroom teachers being this harsh. Li Shuaishan asked Xia Yunqian in puzzlement. Xia Yunqian simply waved his hand indicating he had nothing to say. The evening self-study passed as usual and Xia Yunqian arrived at the coveted guardian seat. 17 days left. I need to hurry, but it shouldn't be much of a problem. Boarders had one more period of evening self-study than day students, so Xia Yunqian was still in the classroom studying hard. Of course, he was not the only boarder. There were 7 boys and 3 girls. Xia Yunqian took out past exam papers and reference materials. All basic common sense questions. It looks like this won't be difficult at all. Construction of a nether portal. The pickaxe with the highest mining efficiency. Crafting recipe of the blast furnace. At a single glance all the questions seemed impossibly simple to Xia Yunqian. The only slightly challenging redstone circuit questions were child's play for someone like Xia Yunqian, who had obsessively studied technical builds. For him, understanding them took no more than a single glance. Hey Xia Yunqian, what are you doing over here? Buried in his books, Xia Yunqian turned his head. A girl was lying on her desk, tilting her head and staring at him as she asked the question. Li Siyua was the top student in the class. Rumor had it she had once ranked 29th in the province in a redstone competition. She had long hovered steadily within the top 10 of the grade, a true unquestioned prodigy. In Xia Yunqian's memory, in his previous life this girl's grades had also been outstanding. He simply had no idea why she later failed to get into the school she had dreamed of. In response to the girl's questions, Xia Yunqian still answered politely. I annoyed the homeroom teacher. He cares about me a lot, so he switched me to the seat, hoping I'll buckle down and work hard in these last few days. Li Siyua gave a soft "oh" in reply. Then quietly began reviewing her notes as well. When Xia Yunqian turned back around, he had to admit the girl's looks were truly striking. She was well known throughout the school, yet for most boys in their adolescence, compared to a pretty face, they cared even more about a girl's figure. Li Siyua was petite and slender, about 1.57 m, with a modest, almost flat chest coupled with her aura as a top student. She did not actually have many admirers. In this world, high school academics were relatively simple. There were no tortuous derivatives or conic sections, no sliding blocks or small spheres in physics. For ordinary high schoolers it might even be a little too easy, but for Xia Yunqian it was just right. After breezing through a few test papers, he stood up and went to get a cup of hot water. When he sat back down, he happened to catch sight of the girl's troubled, contemplative expression. Methods for killing the warden essay, question 25 points. Sipping his water, Xia Yunqian glanced at her test paper. She had written roughly 5 methods, but in his judgment they would not earn a perfect score. Don't even bother with that thing.
If you don't have several totems, don't think about raiding an ancient city. The rewards aren't even that great, it's better to just raise a few villagers.
Li Siyue lifted her head, her cute face filled with obvious confusion.
But there's mending in there.
That enchanted book is crucial, without it the equipment consumption is terrifying.
Setting his cup down, Xia Yunqian sat back in his chair. But what if villagers, once they're locked into a profession, can also offer mending him?
Li Siyue stared at him as though he were an idiot. When villagers become librarians, they can refresh enchanted books, but they never roll mending.
That's just common sense. Now it was Xia Yunqian's turn to fall silent. So they've adjusted villager balance.
He muttered to himself.
Do you know that the enchanted books villagers roll depend on the biome they're in?
Li Siyue nodded. Then do you know that swamp villagers, once they reach the highest profession level as librarians, are guaranteed to offer mending?
Li Siyue tilted her head, clearly puzzled. But there aren't any villagers in swamps.
How are you supposed to get enchanted books there?
She fired back the question.
Xia Yunqian took out a chart he had just made from his bag. It listed all the villager enchanted book trades currently published online.
Of course, Xia Yunqian had added many notes of his own.
For instance, he had included that swamp villagers, once their profession reached the highest level, would always offer mending. Just transport villagers to the swamp and let them breed, then you'll get swamp villagers, won't you? For him it was the most ordinary thing in the world. But to Li Siyue it was as if she had seen a ghost.
There's a way to play like that too. But what if the swamp is really far away? And swamps aren't exactly easy to find.
Li Siyue was like a curious child. Each answer spawned several new questions. Xia Yunqian had no choice but to continue explaining to her. Cartographers have a chance to sell maps to witch huts.
That way you can locate swamp biomes. Then using nether transportation you can reach your destination quickly. You know nether transport, right? I don't even need to.
Before he could finish, Xia Yunqian caught sight of the blank look on the girl's face. For many things the leap from 0 to 1 is the hardest. Plenty of people know the nether and the overworld scale at a 1:8 ratio, yet never think to use the nether for fast travel. But once someone offers that piece of knowledge, nether transportation and high-speed nether routes will spring up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Xia Yunqian carefully explained to Li Siyue how to use nether transportation and all the situations in which it could be applied. He scribbled diagrams and notes across the scrap paper on her desk. Although their exchange was purely academic, from an outsider's perspective the two of them, faces almost touching, looked far too intimate.
The special torment reserved for boarders' extra evening self-study finally ended, and Xia Yunqian hastily packed up, ready to return to the dorm.
Li Siyue seemed reluctant for it to end. It was her first time hearing so many novel ideas. She did not know whether they were all true, but what Xia Yunqian had told her could indeed solve many problems and greatly save time and resources. Back at the dorm, Xia Yunqian made instant noodles after moving to the guardian seat. Having priority access to hot water was a given.
Hey Xia Yunqian, leave some hot water for me. My noodles won't soften otherwise.
Qianlan ran up to him pleading for hot water. In the dorm, whoever had tissues or hot water was king. Xia Yunqian handed Qianlan his own thermos and Qianlan rushed back to rescue his noodles.
By the way, did you move there just for Li Siyue? During evening self-study your faces were practically touching. Slurping a mouthful of noodles, Xia Yunqian replied, of course not, it was just normal academic discussion. Qianlan couldn't help but laugh.
She's never dropped out of the top 10 and she's still discussing academics with you.
It's fine if you secretly like her.
I prefer big curves, but I respect your passion for flat ones. Since that night, Li Siyue has become increasingly interested in Xia Yunqian. She gradually noticed that the boy in front of her seemed to be quite out of place in his surroundings. He appeared a bit more naive, yet his perspective was broader.
Xia Yunqian also learned a lot about this world from Li Siyue.
The main god occasionally releases various versions of my world's instances, and there is even news about the Twilight Forest. However, to Xia Yunqian this is just a different integration package with both good and bad elements inside. However, there are time constraints, and items that can be brought back to the real world also follow a 641 limit.
Right now Xia Yunqian couldn't care less about these, focusing instead on doing well in the college entrance examination. Hey Xia Yunqian, the exam admission card has been issued. Which exam room are you in? Li Siyue asked, holding the newly issued admission card and examining the photo on it.
Indeed, still quite ugly.
Xia Yunqian sighed.
He didn't understand why, no matter how beautiful a girl was, her appearance would drop several levels when it came to ID photos. Clearly in Xia Yunqian's eyes, Li Siyue was so cute, so endearing.
Room 17, it's on the way with you.
Although they were just having a normal conversation, any special behavior in the classroom would be exaggerated.
Old Xia, you're doing well. I was wondering why you suddenly came here. Did you deliberately make a mistake to get the old teacher to bother you and then moved you to this position? That way you can openly date Li Siyue, right?
Since Xia Yunqian was often asked questions while fetching water, he was used to it.
But Xia Yunqian just smiled and let them guess.
The homeroom teacher seemed to sense something was off with the college entrance examination coming up. Nothing could go wrong. So even if this was part of their play, the old teacher could only endure it. At least on the surface, Xia Yunqian was still very serious. The college entrance examination starts with theory before moving on to practical aspects of my world. This is to prevent students from dying in the game, leading to mental breakdowns causing them to skip the remaining exams. Although dying in the game would cut them off from my world forever, they could still pursue other subjects, as foundational subjects like physics and mathematics still existed.
Every year many students retake these exams.
On June 9th, the examination officially began, and Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue headed towards their respective exam rooms.
Compared to Li Siyu's nervousness, Xia Yunqian felt more excitement.
After all having gone through the college entrance examination once, the naive college student felt no fear.
The first exam was Chinese, which undeniably holds the top position among subjects aside from university. The requirements for Chinese in this world are not high. Although there are some classical texts, overall it is relatively easy. After finishing the exam, Xia Yunqian happened to run into Li Siyue as they both walked out of the classroom. "Are your family coming to pick you up?" Xia Yunqian suddenly asked.
Outside the school it was a sea of people, all parents concerned about their children's exams.
Li Siyue shook her head.
Just then a greasy middle-aged man suddenly rushed out of the chaotic crowd.
"Xiao Luo over here, it's me, Dad."
Come on Xiao Luo, here's 10000 yuan for you. Consider it a reward from Dad for your college entrance exam."
The man pulled out an envelope that was stuffed full.
"I don't have any other requests, I just hope that after the exam you'll come back to see me. After all, we're father and daughter, why are you like this?"
"What's wrong? Are you not listening to Dad?
Is it wrong for Dad to give you a reward for your exam?"
"I don't have any demands, I just hope you can come back to see me after the exam. It's only right for a father and daughter to do so. Why are you acting like this?"
There were many people outside the exam room, and due to the commotion many turned to look at Li Siyue and Xia Yunqian. Li Siyue hid behind Xia Yunqian, gently tugging at his shirt. She wanted to escape from this place. Xia Yunqian also noticed that something was off with Li Siyue, who would create such mental distress for a child during their college entrance exam.
"Hey uncle, who are you? You must have recognized the wrong person. My classmate's last name isn't Luo.
Even though my classmate Li Siyue is outstanding and beautiful, many people wish they could have such a daughter."
"But uncle, aren't you just causing a scene?"
The man in front frowned and withdrew the outstretched envelope.
"Who are you? Do I need your permission to speak to my daughter?"
He then walked towards Xia Yunqian, who was unafraid and stood his ground, joking that there were so many people present, who was afraid of whom.
However, Li Siyue kept tugging at Xia Yunqian's sleeve, wanting to leave quickly. "Be good, take the money and come with me.
You spend all day not studying, what are you doing with this man?
Also, you don't want your mother's treatment to fall behind, do you?"
The man stepped closer to Xia Yunqian and whispered to Li Siyue.
Of course Xia Yunqian heard this too.
Li Siyue trembled, crying out in despair, what happened to her?
Wasn't she fine just a few days ago?
The man smiled without speaking, simply extending the envelope once again. Li Siyue's eyes filled with tears, seeming like they would burst forth at any moment.
Not a body.
Xia Yunqian finally understood why Li Siyue had performed poorly during the college entrance exam in her past life.
It seemed to be due to family issues.
That place can only hold for 7 days. If the money isn't paid in 7 days, it'll be goodbye. The man said to Li Siyue with a smug tone.
No, I agree to your terms. The girl finally couldn't withstand the pressure any longer and tears fell uncontrollably. This was someone else's family matter. Logically, Xia Yunqian shouldn't get involved.
However, after spending these days together, Xia Yunqian felt himself being constantly drawn in by the girl's charm, as she kept asking him about things related to my world. Most of the things she asked about were items that could be brought back to the real world and were quite valuable. It seemed that there had been some changes in her family. Uncle, don't scare her like this, it'll make people think you're trying to deceive a little girl. The man had been unhappy with Xia Yunqian for a while and was about to forcibly separate him from Li Siyue.
Hey, what are you doing?
A loud voice came from behind. It was the homeroom teacher. Indeed, Xia Yunqian had immediately called his teacher on WeChat after spotting the man.
The teacher picked up and kept asking what was wrong, but Xia Yunqian was caught up in the noise and couldn't get a word in.
The homeroom teacher sensed something was off and quickly went to find them on their way to the exam.
Just in time, he spotted the two of them.
Seeing the homeroom teacher approach, the man shot a fierce glare at Xia Yunqian and then left.
Li Siyue, are you okay?
Who was that person?
Tell the teacher and I will help you resolve it. Xia Yunqian knew he couldn't handle it alone, so he needed the teacher's help.
Although the girl had always been very stubborn, she eventually revealed the truth under the teacher's persuasion.
Her parents had divorced when she was very young.
Afterward, her father had never taken care of her. It was her mother who raised her. As a result, she changed her name to take her mother's surname.
However, the good times didn't last.
During Li Siyue's senior year, her mother was diagnosed with a serious illness, though Li Siyue didn't specify what it was. It was known to be costly, and the two of them couldn't afford it. Originally based on the girl's excellent academic performance, things would have gone smoothly once the college entrance exam results were out. However, her biological father found her, seeing her excellent grades, wanting to profit from her. Of course, her mother would not agree, but trouble struck at that moment.
Li Siyue's mother suddenly became severely ill and urgently needed money.
Li Siyue, being young and unsure how to handle it, couldn't find relatives to borrow money from, so she planned to compromise with her biological father. Xia Yunqian was relieved. He called the teacher in time.
"Teacher, help Siyue out. She can pay you back slowly after the exam." "You don't need to say that. Just focus on your exams. I've been in this school for many years as your homeroom teacher. Covering some medical expenses is not a problem.
I'll go help her mother pay the money. You take good care of her and ensure nothing else goes wrong."
The teacher left according to the address Li Siyue provided, and Xia Yunqian took Li Siyue back to the classroom.
"Let's go. This money isn't much. 2 nether stars will do the trick.
Think about it. The first item brought out has a 1-1 ratio.
So at the very least there should be a dragon egg, a nether star, and many other things. Even the shulker shell is not a problem. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Time is too short now. After the college entrance exam is over, I'll take you to play Midworld. You'll have so many nether stars you could cry."
"Do you remember the automated farms I told you about before? Trust me, it's all achievable. Just focus on resting now. After the college entrance exam, everything will be alright."
Although Xia Yunqian's words were rough, constantly mentioning money, it must be said that they were effective. Li Siyue was originally very smart, but the sudden changes made it difficult for her to make the right decision in time. After sorting everything out, the girl realized that once the college entrance exam was over, the future would be bright.
"Let's go. I'll treat you to a bowl of noodles.
It's almost time for the official exam of my world." In the examination hall, the atmosphere for this final test is particularly oppressive and everyone is tense in anticipation. Equipping a good set of gear and attacking the withering will yield rewards. 2 kills a day could result in a salary of over 5,000 for the month.
Moreover, there are other benefits, and after obtaining the sword one might even encounter more than 2 in a day.
It is no exaggeration to say that those qualified in my world are from entirely different realms compared to those who are not. Of course, while everyone is qualified to enter the game, the future is long and no one knows if they will suddenly perish in the game.
Then one returns to the ordinary family of common people.
June 11th at 10 a.m. is the time when everyone over 18 can enter the game. After that, you can come and go from the game at any time provided your game character has not died.
Of course, entering the game is not something that can be done casually.
In the examination hall, the invigilator opened each exquisite box and took out the badges inside. He explained in detail the purpose of the badge as per the invigilator's requirements.
The badge is not too small, about the size of half a palm, with a lower realm star embedded in it.
Naturally, there are definitely more than one lower realm star.
With this badge you can enter the game.
The badges for college entrance examination students are uniformly issued by the examination center.
Non-examinees can take their ID cards to the police station to receive one for free.
Xia Yunqian picked up the badge on the table and examined it closely. It was exquisite and well-crafted. At that moment of contact with the badge, Xia Yunqian suddenly understood how to use it. At 10 a.m. with the thought, Xia Yunqian's form in the real world became blurry, appearing as merely a wisp of shadow. Meanwhile, light continuously flowed from the badge into the shadow. Using the badge consumes energy known as lower realm spirit. This energy serves 2 purposes: allowing players to enter the game and maintaining the existence of the physical body, for one cannot simply go without food or drink. Naturally, lower realm spirit must be purchased, and its name suggests that it is synthesized with lower realm stars. In the once silent classroom, the atmosphere grew even quieter. Only the sound of the invigilator's breathing and heartbeat could be heard. In the game, Xia Yunqian looked at her own body. With a thought, she seamlessly switched between first, second, and third-person perspectives. Jumping and sneaking felt effortless, just like in her previous life, playing my world perhaps even easier. Then let's find a village first. The F3 key from the original game is also usable, and even pie charts can appear in Xia Yunqian's view. With this official mod, finding a village is incredibly easy. Villages have a special entity, a bell. By checking if the bell respawns in different chunks, one can locate the village.
Xia Yunqian's initial seed was a patch of acacia forest. Following the F3 data, it wasn't long before she found an acacia forest village.
Xia Yunqian skillfully looted the chests and the blacksmith's shop in the village.
Blacksmith's shop? How can it be called a blacksmith shop without iron?
After lamenting the poverty of the chests in the village, Xia Yunqian gathered all the beds in the village. She dug up the houses and crafted some wooden tools, then mined some stone to make a stone axe.
Let's kill a white zombie first. Using a conventional method, she easily killed an iron golem and obtained 5 iron ingots. Her luck was quite good. Next came the iron axe and iron shovel. After preparing some basic tools, she said, now let's exploit the villagers. Without enough villagers, how can one exploit them? However, the conventional villager breeding is time-consuming and laborious with low efficiency and minimal effect. Therefore, Xia Yunqian chose a multifunctional villager breeding setup that combines trading, breeding, and iron farming. Just make a trapdoor, dig a 3x3 pit, and then create a basic iron farm. Xia Yunqian concentrated all the villagers' beds together so they would come to sleep in that spot at night. Of course, once inside they wouldn't be able to come out. Then Xia Yunqian made a small hole on one side to collect the little villagers. On the other side she dug a pit for the basic iron farm. Since iron golems naturally spawn near villagers, all that was needed was one zombie to attract the iron golem's attention and let the golem fall into the pit to be dealt with. This iron farm is quite inefficient, only yielding about 240 iron per hour. But that's sufficient for the early game. As night fell, Xia Yunqian ran around killing a few spiders and led a zombie to the pit using her physical body. She trapped it with a boat, constructing a roof over it, thus completing a multifunctional villager breeding setup. After finishing these tasks, Xia Yunqian successfully ran back to sleep on the bed, which was of course outdoors. When day broke, she took some bread to feed the villagers, totaling 8 villagers. 4 little villagers could breed in a single day. There's not enough bread, let's dig up some hay blocks to help the villagers clear the weeds, as this is the right thing to do. During this time she collected some iron dropped by the white zombie to make a few hoppers for automatic collection. She also crafted a few work blocks. Not far away there was a nether portal ruin. The early game start was quite decent. Eastwards 2 buckets of water. Xia Yunqian began to build a string farm. This device is particularly simple and has a very high output. The first inventor of such a string farm is truly a genius. Activating the lever, the string farm functioned without issue. Since quartz was not yet available, she could not mass-produce rails. Xia Yunqian resorted to the most primitive method of transporting villagers by boat to the established trading hall. Each villager had a single block room, unable to move at all. They could only be thoroughly exploited by the player. Placing work blocks in front of the villagers would bind them to professions, while a barrel would bind a villager to the fisherman profession. If a villager is unsatisfied with the items they trade after binding to a profession, the work block can be dug up and replaced to allow them to bind again. Of course, after trading, the villagers will lock in their profession and be unable to change it. Fishermen have a chance to trade string for emeralds. 3 attempts and still nothing. If it doesn't appear this time, you might as well die. As a capitalist, Xia Yunqian broke no nonsense. If you refused to work, countless villagers would gladly take your place. Fortunately, on the 4th excavation, after removing the wooden barrel and refreshing the villager's profession, the lapis lazuli trade line finally appeared. Now that's more like it. Xia Yunqian then exchanged his backpack brimming with string, produced by his string farming machine, for lapis lazuli with villagers. Each villager could trade only 16 lapis lazuli per session, but they restocked twice daily, meaning another round of trades became available at 1 o'clock in the afternoon in game time. 16 per villager per day. Still insufficient. I shall exploit them ruthlessly. Following the same method, Xia Yunqian escorted 4 additional villagers to the village trading post and confined them in luxurious private chambers. Once their professions were bound, trading commenced and lapis lazuli production became fully industrialized. Moreover, Xia Yunqian specifically assigned a farmer profession villager to trade bread. He traded string farmed via his string machine with fishermen for lapis lazuli, then traded lapis lazuli with farmers for bread, which he fed to villagers to accelerate breeding. The newly bred villagers were immediately brought back to the trading post, assigned professions, and put to work generation after generation without end. Yet beyond stable lapis lazuli trade, other resources demanded equal attention. By assigning villagers to the brewer profession at the brewing stand, he unlocked trades for redstone, lapis lazuli, and ender pearls. Toolsmiths offered pickaxes and other tools. To acquire diamond tools, however, required sustained trading until the villager reached expert-level reputation, a trivial feat for Xia Yunqian, who had long achieved lapis lazuli sovereignty. Efficiency I, durability I. Durability 2. Efficiency 2. Enough, I command you all to perish. Xia Yunqian maintained 3 toolsmiths, yet every diamond pickaxe they offered bore wretched enchantments. Without hesitation he executed them all, and replaced them with fresh villagers, repeating the cycle until the desired enchantments manifested. Though these villagers were unscrupulous merchants, one eventually yielded a diamond axe with efficiency 3. In early game would remain scarce, harvested almost exclusively by hand. Efficiency 3. Fortune 2. This set is barely serviceable for the upcoming dungeon, just you 2 will suffice. After dispatching countless villagers, Xia Yunqian finally assembled a suit of diamond tools bearing superior enchantments. 2 Fortune 2 anvils yield Fortune 3, combined that with efficiency 3 and were set. Pity, no unbreaking. No matter. We'll gamble enchantments later.
Meanwhile, he also acquired a diamond pickaxe with silk touch. Though villagers priced diamond gear exorbitantly, lapis lazuli had become for Xia Yunqian little more than digits on a ledger. When supplies dwindled, he simply activated his string machine and exploited fishermen further. With tools, secured armor was next. Too few blast furnaces. Never mind, I'll just cull a few more villagers. Blast furnaces required smooth stone and cobblestone must be smelted twice. Without a furnace array, Xia Yunqian's smelting remained rudimentary and inefficient. He hastily constructed 2 blast furnaces for immediate use. Curse of binding. Curse of binding. Still curse of binding. You dare sell diamond gear for diamonds alone and bind it with curses. Even iron gear bears curse of binding. As always, underperforming villagers were eliminated and fresh ones recruited, reprofessioned, and forced to refresh inventory until ideal gear emerged. Refuse and others will gladly comply. You now dwell in my village, so labor accordingly. The ruthless visage of capitalism stood revealed. At last, through relentless negotiation with villagers, Xia Yunqian completed a full set of iron armor enchanted with Protection 3. Such compromises were unavoidable. This world's Minecraft had undergone villager balancing adjustments. Post-adjustment direct lapis 40 Amandermore trades were disabled. Acquiring diamond gear now required supplementary diamonds. Xia Yunqian settled for a superbly enchanted iron set, worn for now as a pragmatic substitute. Thus, on the very first day of gameplay, Xia Yunqian attained sovereign abundance: lapis lazuli, redstone, lapis lazuli, iron ingots, food and experience, all effortlessly secured. Yet he had not descended into a single mine shaft, not once. Had the villager balance patch never existed, he could have farmed gear endlessly. With full diamond armor, tools and weapons readily attainable, the patch forced him underground, seeking biomes conducive to optimal enchantment books. Later, villagers could be transported to favorable biomes for breeding enchanted books, but for now the iron railway machine remained idle. The Ender Dragon unslain, Elytra unrecovered. His industrial infrastructure was not merely incomplete, it was in ruins. Still, such setbacks mattered little. Few players possessed enchanted diamond tools or enchanted iron armor on day 1. Having packed his inventory and armed himself with timber and tools, Xia Yunqian descended into the mines. Large caverns abound underground. Dig straight down first. If a cave appears, follow it. If none, deploy the classic fishbone mining pattern. At Y51, finding no caverns, Xia Yunqian resorted to the fishbone method. After nearly 2 real-world hours, he finally broke through into a cavern. At last, a proper cave. 2 hours of fishbone mining yielded little, scant reward for immense labor. Even with a Fortune 3 pickaxe, he harvested only 15 diamonds. Once inside caverns, progress accelerated dramatically. Within 3 real-world hours, he had forged a complete diamond set. 27 diamonds remained surplus. Diamonds served their purpose, and no more. Valuable only in early-game gear and enchanting tables, they held less utility than iron in Xia Yunqian's eyes. In late-game, electrified industry iron formed the structural backbone of nearly every machine and building, whereas diamonds beyond early enchantments and tools faded into obsolescence. Thus, Xia Yunqian deemed mining solely for diamonds profoundly irrational. In earlier versions, villagers and anvils enabled self-sufficiency, but now enchanting depended entirely on enchanting tables. Having gathered sufficient diamonds, he erected his base directly above the shaft. Why preserve an exit route? Preposterous. Xia Yunqian would never descend underground again. All subsequent materials could be mass-produced except diamonds and copper ore. Diamonds were plentiful. Copper was a telescope truly necessary. Ancient debris posed complications, but if mined at all, it would be in the nether. The overworld's caverns. He would never return. With diamond armor complete, enchanting began, though enchanting itself proved maddening. Mysticism cannot override fate, spending cannot cure bad luck, but I possess endurance. Even if it demands several grueling hours, I shall grind until divine tier gear stands complete. Enchanting was vital, yet before that Xia Yunqian descended into the nether to mine quartz and gold crafting detectors and powered rails, thereby enabling rail farming. The rail farm mechanism was astonishingly simple, requiring fewer than 10 blocks. Xia Yunqian assembled it swiftly from memory. Piston detector redstone rail farm effortless. A single-core rail farm yielded over 2 stacks per minute, nearly 9,000 rails per hour. And this was merely a basic single-core design. Such output was utterly extraordinary given its simplicity. Moreover, it generated all types of rails, granting true on-site rail autonomy. With an endless supply of rails, transporting villagers became trivial. Xia Yunqian led a villager to the village trading post and assigned it the librarian profession. Though I dislike your enchanted books, your bookshelves are invaluable. Without an automated sugarcane farm, books could only be obtained by trading with villagers for bookshelves, then breaking them to retrieve the books. Those books were then used for enchanting. The enchanting table stood adjacent to the trading post. Whenever experience ran low, he simply traded with villagers, ensuring an uninterrupted stream of enchanted gear.
Indeed, sheer dedication could rival even the luckiest of players.
After 3 relentless hours of enchanting, Xia Yunqian completed a full set of diamond armor protection, 4 unbreaking, 3 and potent secondary enchantments.
His bow achieved Flame Eye Power 2 Unbreaking 3 Infinity and fully optimized Strength V.
His sword bore Sharpness V Unbreaking 3, Looting 3 and Sweeping Edge 3.
Once his legendary gear was complete, it was time to confront the Ender Dragon. Thanks to his Looting 3 diamond sword, he quickly amassed enough blaze rods.
He combined them with Ender Pearls, acquired through trades with clerics, to craft Eyes of Ender. Then, fortified by golden carrots, the finest food available from villagers, and clad in his mythic diamond armor, he marched resolutely toward the end.
Guided by Eyes of Ender, Xia Yunqian descended into the depths wielding a pickaxe enchanted with Efficiency V.
Soon he reached a stronghold and effortlessly located the end portal using the ever-reliable pie chart. There he activated a nether portal. Since the location lay far from any village, establishing nether-based transit had become imperative. Though defeating the Ender Dragon would have been straightforward, he opted for the simplest method: bed explosion. Divine armor was meant to awe the Ender Dragon. Divine blades proclaimed one's mastery.
Yet when an easier path existed, why not take it? The Ender Dragon fell. Its egg remained, set aside as a trophy. Locating the end gateway, Xia Yunqian chose the most direct approach: teleportation via Ender Pearls.
Why not use trapdoors?
Simply too tedious to craft. Now comes the arduous part: finding the end city.
It usually generates along northeast-southwest ridges in the End's highlands, so we'll navigate slowly, hurling Ender Pearls one by one.
2 elytra will suffice, even though End city chests overflow with riches.
Most items are readily available elsewhere, but elytra are indispensable.
Shulkers too must be hunted diligently, their pearls are equally vital.
In his past life, locating the End city had been agonizing, especially during his early inexperienced days.
While navigating via Ender Pearls, he'd accidentally fallen into the void, shattering his resolve. All the painstakingly crafted gear gone in an instant.
With no choice, he tearfully invoked creative mode compensation, quoting his own words, "I'm merely reclaiming what was already mine."
Yet once activated, the game lost all meaning. That save file was abandoned shortly thereafter.
It wasn't until he began playing in hardcore mode, facing genuine peril, that he finally grasped the game's profound allure.
Day 1 in the real world concluded.
Xia Yunqian had slain the Ender Dragon, secured 2 elytra, and gathered a modest number of shulker boxes.
Only now, after Dragonfall and elytra acquisition, did the true journey of industrial generation begin. Surveying his current infrastructure, Xia Yunqian felt deep dissatisfaction.
This hardly qualifies as industry, the sole exception being that single-core rail farm. His first act upon returning to the overworld was to dismantle the entire village. I bear 3 sins: failing to eradicate zombie villagers, razing the village, and enclosing its inhabitants. Unquestionably, his high-tier gear amplified efficiency dramatically. The village was reduced to rubble in mere moments.
Now let us construct the stone farm. Stone farms varied widely. On a magmasource variants yielded hundreds of thousands of stones. Multisource versions produced tens of thousands.
With the nether at his disposal, magma was abundant, so he selected a 20 magmasource design capable of 70,000 stones per hour. This output sufficed well into the late game, and crucially, the design remained elegantly simple: minimal materials, bare ground construction, yet astonishingly robust performance.
Its reliability was further enhanced. Prune leaves, add water, assemble and duplicated redstone circuitry and clockwork, then pull the lever, activate the system. Boom, clatter, splash, bang. It exploded. Wait, what? A thorough inspection revealed flaws, and swift corrections followed.
Though partial structural damage occurred, the core framework remained intact.
After all, what is industrial generation without the thrill of controlled detonation? He refined the TN duplication segment, pulled the lever, and reactivated the system. Boom, clatter, splash, ha. Exploded again.
Damn it, this design worked flawlessly in my prior world.
Why does everything malfunction here? Could it be that TNT duplication no longer functions in this world? Re-examining the structure, he found misaligned TNT charges and incomplete redstone wiring. This time, no mistakes. Lever pulled. System activated. Boom, clatter, splash, bang. Boom, clatter, splash, bang. Boom, clatter, splash, bang. Stone tumbled endlessly down the water channel, cascading through hoppers into waiting chests. Xia Yunqian exhaled, a long-held breath finally released. Stone farm operational. Truly, the genius behind TNT duplication was unparalleled. Without it, industrial generation would be unthinkable. For generation-focused players, TNT duplication was paramount, hence why in his past life even veteran builders dared not modify its core mechanics.
A single misstep would collapse the entire industrial ecosystem, rendering the game unplayable. With stone flowing steadily, broader industrial expansion commenced, beginning with a complete overhaul of the rail farm. A mere 300 rails per yield was an unforgivable disgrace within Xia Yunqian's industrial paradigm.
Single zombie 14-core dual-dimensional rail farm, 6,400 rails per hour. This represented the pinnacle of rail farming efficiency he knew.
In theory, stacking could scale infinitely, but he had never tested such extremes firsthand. Potential instability remained uncertain, so prudence dictated reverting to proven methodology. Still, the required materials and technical precision were formidable. Construction demanded considerable time, but the resulting yield was staggering, sufficient iron to sustain the needs of an entire small server community. The iron farm is not difficult to build, it is the villagers and zombies who are persecuted that present the challenge. With 14 cores, each core housing 3 villagers, all being constructed in the sky.
After all, the underground space is limited. To pursue ultimate efficiency, one must refresh, execute, and collect. Each step enhances the process. To save monster spawn limits, iron golems must disappear immediately after spawning. Though they are immune to fall damage, executing them in hell saves the spawn limits in the overworld. Therefore, iron golems must be teleported away as soon as they spawn, and after execution in hell their drops are transported back to the overworld. This dramatically increases efficiency, although it requires a substantial amount of obsidian to build the portals. It is estimated to need more than 6 sets, but merely having the portals is not enough, they must be spaced appropriately or the iron golems may not be teleported. Xia Yunqian's solution is to simply and aggressively increase the number of portals and cut them into smaller sections. This not only reduces the required amount of obsidian but also improves teleportation efficiency. It's a win-win situation. Thus Xia Yunqian arrived in the end and began working on the Ender Dragon pillars. With an efficiency 5 durability 3 diamond pickaxe, he mined obsidian like it was a buffet. Yet even with an efficiency 5 pickaxe, mining obsidian remains a torturous task. Should I first make an obsidian farm? But if I do, I might end up building a wither skeleton farm in the process. And then I could also make a wither execution device while I'm at it. Once the execution device is done, I can build an obsidian farm, but if I'm making an obsidian farm, shouldn't I also make a sand farm? But collecting and categorizing requires iron, and I haven't even set up the shulker farm yet. Moving things around is quite troublesome. After much deliberation, forget it, I'll just mine obsidian for now, take it slow and steady. Unlike Xia Yunqian's, these others' worlds are not so smooth. Exam hall. After the first day, only 80% of the candidates remain. With a crack, another badge shatters and yet another student is carried away by the teacher. My world is harsh, with high rewards accompanied by immense risks. The risk is that 3 years of hard work in high school could turn to nothing. You either repeat the year to focus on foundational subjects or you muddle through college with poor exam results. Of course, self-study in college still holds hope, but that is only for a few. Thus some students choose not to engage with my world from the start and instead focus on foundational subjects. After all, everyone has the opportunity to enter the game after turning 18, it's just the college paths that differ. Yet regardless of who it is, once you enter my world, no one can claim absolute certainty. At 18, your youthful arrogance leads you to be quickly killed by zombies. At 28, your maturity and steadiness result in a quick death from falling. At 38, having experienced hardships, you soon perish in lava. Life in the real world is a one-time affair, and so is life in the game. In some respects, my world is an extremely fair game. You cannot bring real-world items into the game, and family cannot provide material assistance. Everything must be accomplished by oneself. In the game, Xia Yunqian finally mined enough obsidian and began constructing a 14-core iron farm. Framework portals cutting execution, each aspect is quite troublesome. Arriving in hell, Xia Yunqian disassembled the portals and built upward, reaching the 125th layer. Let's use a boat, it has a higher margin for error. Above the bedrock layer of hell, it remains as silent as ever. He built a portal which serves as the gateway back to the village. He determined the overworld position of his iron farm by dividing the coordinates by 8. Due to the special retrieval mechanism of the portals, improper coordinates could easily lead to mixing up the portals. Overworld retrieval is 128 blocks while hell retrieval is 16 blocks. For convenience, Xia Yunqian crudely built the iron farm just outside the village's 128 block limit. After all, once he obtains elytra, it won't take long to cover the 128 blocks. However, he currently lacks gunpowder, so the fireworks issue remains unresolved. But once the iron farm is completed, the subsequent automation devices can be prioritized. After completing the execution device in hell, Xia Yunqian returned to the overworld to begin cutting portals. Naturally, he first confirmed the coordinates of the portal where the drops would be collected. This multi-portal device is prone to mix-ups, so the coordinates must be precise. However, fortunately, Xia Yunqian's iron farm encountered no major issues. Before mastering portal cutting techniques, increasing teleportation efficiency typically relied on boat absorption methods. But now with simple portal cutting, boat absorption is no longer as appealing. Finally, it's almost finished. It should be close to the 3rd day in the real world. I need to speed up.
At the very least I need to set up both the Wither Skeleton farm and the Shulker farm. For now I won't pursue the million mob towers, that's too torturous and would take at least a week or two to complete. Once the iron farm is built it will be time to bring in the two unfortunate victims. Thanks to the iron farm, Xia Yunqian is completely stocked on rails. Many villagers have already gathered in the breeding pit of the multifunctional trading post. Xia Yunqian pulls the lever and the dispenser launches minecarts to transport the villagers to the designated spots in the iron farm. With 14 cores, each core housing 3 villagers, that amounts to 42 villagers. Wait, are there only so few villagers? Did they slack off and not have children? Xia Yunqian looks at the empty glass house. The previously bred villagers have been used up in just a few moments. Seeing this, Xia Yunqian picks up the bread once more. Hurry up and breed, don't stop for a moment. He tosses the bread to the villagers in the breeding camp and pairs of villagers emerge with love hearts. It's unclear who is paired with whom. One by one the little villagers tumble to the ground then scatter into the luxurious glass breeding house below, where they will become new laborers once they grow up. However, it takes time for villagers to grow up. Taking advantage of the moment, Xia Yunqian raises a few cartographers to exchange for a jungle map. The map modifications are truly complicated, but it does have its benefits. At least I can collect maps from all biomes. The swamp isn't particularly far, but I still opt for hell transportation. By precisely calculating the coordinates of the swamp in the overworld, he then converts them to hell coordinates. He arrives at the bedrock layer above hell. Xia Yunqian inserts torches while making his way to the designated coordinates. Once there, he begins constructing the portal. Swamp biomes precise. Back at the bedrock layer of hell, Xia Yunqian takes out the rails and begins laying them down, establishing a highway connecting the swamp to the village. From here things become simple. First he gets the villagers into the iron farm, then finds a zombie, attracting it to the railway line and transporting it to the designated position with a minecart. The 14-core dual-dimensional iron farm producing 6,400 units per hour is finally complete. After the iron golem farm, what's next? A mob grinder tower. A tree farm. A phantom membrane farm. Let's build a nether portal loader first. In Minecraft, machines cease functioning when no player is nearby. Thus a mechanism is required to keep farms, such as iron golem or sand generators, loaded and operational around the clock. Essentially it acts as an automated sentinel, ensuring continuous operation in the player's absence. Yet it cannot be applied to mob towers, as mobs only spawn within a spherical radius of 128 blocks centered on the player. The nether portal loader itself does not generate mobs. Nevertheless, it remains indispensable for sustaining the iron golem farm. The loader operates by perpetually shuttling minecarts through the portal. Upon entering the nether, each cart is instantly incinerated by ignited netherrack, converting it into loot. The resulting items are then carried back through the portal into a launcher in the overworld. This launcher is wired to a clock circuit, continuously ejecting minecarts. Thus carts depart and return, completing the nether portal loader. Having constructed an exceptionally high-yield iron golem farm, Xia Yunqian remained unsatisfied. Truly impoverished now, lacking everything. I need inexhaustible quartz, boundless redstone, and that accursed ever-essential wood. I can no longer endure this barren existence. Time to build a mob tower. Xia Yunqian had several options: the blaze spawner tower, highly efficient for experience farming, and later essential for wither skeleton farms, yet useless at this early stage. The piglin tower, though extraordinarily lucrative and easily scalable, offered little utility for his current needs. The wither skeleton tower yielded valuable bone meal and wither skeleton skulls, excellent resources, but belonged strictly to the late game, not an immediate priority. Hence Xia Yunqian opted for the versatile swamp triple function mob tower, capable of harvesting slimeballs, gunpowder, and bone meal simultaneously. A paragon of cost efficiency. He swiftly traversed the nether highway to the swamp biome and incidentally brought 2 villagers along to breed. Swamp villagers wear distinctive green hats, but their emergence is probabilistic, never guaranteed. 2 villagers, 3 beds, now reproduce. Xia Yunqian tossed bread to the villagers and watched unblinking as they forged bonds of procreation. TCH. Ordinary villagers. Fine, eliminate them. Thus a villager who had stood on this world for less than 30 seconds perished beneath Xia Yunqian's blade. Villager breeding operates on a cooldown timer, though Xia Yunqian fervently wished they could spawn offspring ceaselessly day and night. While awaiting cooldown, he began constructing the swamp triple function mob tower. Though stone is limitless, its aesthetic is abysmal. Iron blocks instead. Pristine iron blocks gleamed elegantly, though their higher hardness demanded slightly more mining time. 3 in-game days later. Xia Yunqian finally welcomed his long-awaited green-hatted swamp villager. Excellent, finally arrived. Grow quickly now, a prime spot awaits you at the villager trading post. Constructing the swamp triple function mob tower was conceptually simple, but for Xia Yunqian it proved grueling. Wood depleted again, must harvest more trees. Sand running low, back to the shoreline to dig. No furnace array, smelting drags unbearably. Inventory full again, why so few ender chests? And so after countless circuits across the landscape, the triple-function mob tower was finally complete. 3 chunks wide 2-tiered structure, paired with a water clock. Magma blocks ensure swift dispatch. Efficiency remains satisfactory. Efficiency could be further enhanced using a chunk loader door, but that demands a fake player mod since mobs won't spawn in the overworld while the player resides solely in the nether. This limitation drastically increases demand for multidimensional automation solutions. Lacking a fake player mod isn't catastrophic if someone simply enters my world and idles in the overworld. Alternatively, I could descend to the nether to dispatch and collect, but current Minecraft mechanics prohibit such seamless cross-dimension control. The iron golem farm functions across dimensions because villagers replace the player in triggering iron golem spawns, thus yielding ingots without requiring overworld presence. As for the single-dimension swamp mob tower, it'll have to suffice, for now. He pulled the lever, the water clock activated, periodically channeling newly spawned mobs from the platform down into the waiting magma blocks. Burnt corpses dropped loot collected by hopper minecarts shuttling beneath. These carts transported items to designated storage points. Xia Yunqian had even implemented sorting systems, preventing chaotic clutter from overwhelming the output. Yet suddenly a critical flaw surfaced. Mob spawning requires my physical presence, no player, no spawns. This was dire. In the real world, only 5 days remained, equivalent to a minimum of 300 and up to 600 in-game days. That figure sounded imposing, yet building the World Devourer alone had consumed 2 full days. Not precisely 48 hours, but still an immense investment. Strategic recalibration is imperative. Thus Xia Yunqian commenced construction of a tree farm in the swamp. Originally planned for the village, time constraints forced him to prioritize concurrent operation of multiple systems. As the tree farm rose in the swamp, the mob tower continued running uninterrupted. Had he stationed himself at the optimal spawn point and employed both a chunk loader door and fake player mod for dual dimension spawning, this triple function tower would achieve over 20,000 efficiency units. That would yield 10 or more mobs per second. But due to the spatial separation between the tree farm and the designated spawn zone, and lacking the chunk loader door, the actual efficiency diminished substantially. This compromise was unavoidable, yet even so hourly output still reached 8,000 units. Once the tree farm matured, the requisite mob drops should be fully secured. Constructing the tree farm proved straightforward. TNT duplication, overhead sapling growth below. Damn it, every time I build one of these I must salute the genius who pioneered TNT duplication. How did anyone conceive such a revolutionary mechanism? TNT duplication in Minecraft is akin to the invention of the computer in human history. The semi-automatic blast growth tree farm required manual bone meal application to accelerate growth. Fully automatic variants existed, but demanded excessive time investment. Moreover, for Xia Yunqian's present stage, full automation would yield egregious overcapacity. 2 hours later, the blast growth tree farm stood complete, and Xia Yunqian returned to inspect the swamp triple function mob tower. Output remains robust, bone meal and gunpowder are now plentiful. With the tree farm finished, wood harvesting commenced. Xia Yunqian held birch saplings in one hand, bone meal in the other. Each planted sapling instantly matured under its catalytic dust. Mature trees were immediately shattered by overhead TNT blasts. Debris cascaded via water channels into designated collection chests. Ideally, a detector rail would activate the TNT duplicator only upon sapling maturity. But that method proved inefficient, so Xia Yunqian set the duplicator to run continuously. Saplings once grown were obliterated instantly, eliminating activation latency and saving precious time. If asked what the most powerful enchantment in MC is, Xia Yunqian would answer without hesitation: experience repair. With this enchantment, any experience gained will automatically convert into durability for equipment. Thus a fully equipped divine set can be used indefinitely, greatly reducing the costs of enchantments and materials. Experience repair cannot be obtained through regular enchanting. Previously, experience repair could only be found in the ancient city. Of course, it could also be obtained from librarians, but enchanting books are inherently a gamble. So although villager balancing adjustments bound villager enchanting books to specific biomes, it is no longer possible to stay in one village until graduation as before. However, this revised setting has made obtaining experience repair much easier. One only needs to bring 2 villagers to the swamp and breed them, allowing the swamp villagers to grow up and bind to a librarian. Once their levels are maxed out, one can definitely obtain the enchanting book for experience repair. With hell transportation and iron rail farms, this is hardly a problem. Xia Yunqian looked at the green-hatted villagers before him, feeling quite satisfied. Since villagers can only restock twice a day in the game, Xia Yunqian, while grinding monsters, also managed to duplicate the enchanting book for experience repair multiple times. With a single strike of the anvil, the full set of experience repair, the equipment can finally be considered complete.
The most basic items in the early game have finally been sorted out. Now the only missing enchanting book is swiftness, but that requires going to the ancient city. After much thought, Xia Yunqian decided to give up on it as it is not as essential as experience repair. If it's not there, so be it. Currently Xia Yunqian has a 6,400 output iron farm, a 9,000 output iron rail farm, and a 20,000 output monster tower. With a 7,000 output tree farm and a fully equipped villager trading post, the next step is to build an enderman farm. The inventory in the game is completely insufficient for survival players. The shulker box adequately addresses this pain point. A single shulker box can hold an additional 27 items, allowing players to carry more items when their inventory is full. The enderman farm requires a lot of scaffolding, which in turn requires bamboo. First, let's head to the jungle. Luckily, I went to the jungle while searching for the swamp earlier, so I can save a trip now. By the way, I'll breed the villagers that I originally brought to the jungle again. The durability enchanting books sold by jungle villagers are still quite good. Upon arriving at the designated jungle biome coordinates, Xia Yunqian quickly traveled through the hell transportation. After reaching the specified location, he passed through the nether portal back to the overworld. The jungle biome still looks familiar. Upon arriving in the jungle, Xia Yunqian's primary task was to find bamboo. With Elytron fireworks, traveling was a breeze and he quickly found a bamboo forest. One bamboo was enough to dig by hand, but Xia Yunqian chose to set up an automatic bamboo farm. He arrived at the swamp's composite monster tower. How about starting with a sugar cane farm? Digging sugar cane by hand is a real hassle every time. Capitalists are greedy. Even with a steady supply of ores, Xia Yunqian aims to automate all survival resources. The sugar cane farm is also essential. However, conventional honey block sugar cane farms can easily fail because in Minecraft distant chunks unload, which can lead to damage in redstone machines. Thus Xia Yunqian plans to use the older version of the daylight sensor sugar cane farm. Although it's quite basic and low-tech, having too much sugar cane is a waste. It's a pity that without a cow grandpa crafting station I still have to manually break these items. Without mods the difficulty is already high. Building something takes time and effort, but I've heard that it can be purchased from the official side. It seems they have added convenient features through mods in the game. I'll look into it after the college entrance examination. Without quick placing projection and Tinker, survival is truly torturous. When the device activates and a steady stream of items appears, it is indeed satisfying, but only those who have gone through the building process understand how painful it can be. After quickly setting up the sugar cane farm, Xia Yunqian began to construct the bamboo farm. This contraption is simple. Dispensers shoot bone meal to accelerate bamboo growth, and once it reaches a certain height it gets broken. The dropped items flow into a designated chest via water streams. This contraption doesn't even warrant a nether portal loader. It won't be needed for long anyway. A short run is sufficient. In survival mode, death is quite rare. Having stayed in the village from the beginning, I hardly ever went mining. By the time I need to fight the Ender Dragon I would already be fully equipped, but even so it's still not enough. I still have a golden carrot in my left hand. This won't do, it lowers my status. The Totem of Undying needs to be prioritized. For the Totem of Undying, Xia Yunqian plans to set up an attack tower. However, before setting up the attack tower, Xia Yunqian first needs to assemble the sand generator and furnace array. Initially I should have set up the furnace array after the iron and stone farms. But I've somehow delayed it until now, which shouldn't have happened. The furnace array is relatively simple. Xia Yunqian plans to build a 128 furnace array. The furnace array consists of 2 parts fuel and furnaces. There are many ways to obtain fuel, but Xia Yunqian chose the straightforward carpet generator. This requires coral fans, but Xia Yunqian is fortunate that there is a warm ocean near the jungle. There are also non-stick non-fan carpet generators, but without coral fans wouldn't I be left with nothing? Next comes the furnaces with 128 furnaces and a stone generator. This amount of cobblestone is just a small case. Additionally, a large number of hoppers are needed, but that's not an issue. The furnace array is quickly completed and Xia Yunqian equipped it with a hopper minecart. After placing items into the hopper minecart, it will evenly distribute the items into the furnaces. After the furnaces finish smelting, the items will flow into hoppers and be stored in chests. A 128 furnace array allows for the simultaneous smelting of 128 items, which is straightforward and effective. After the furnace array, the next step is glass, as many buildings require glass. However, obtaining sand can be quite troublesome. Capitalists are like this. Even with a diamond shovel with efficiency 5 they are still unsatisfied. In the village I brewed a few potions of invisibility and prepared some supplies. Holding the few remaining shulker boxes in my backpack, I packed scaffolding rails and minecarts. Quickly traveling through the nether transportation to the end portal. Inside the end fortress I cut through some cobwebs and made my way to the end portal. First let's build the sand generator. The original sand generator is a bug, but it's a very useful bug. Xia Yunqian first used mushrooms to break through the end portal. Of course, the piston speed method is also viable.
However, one must be careful of the position to avoid accidentally breaking the portal.
The next steps are simple pistons, sticky pistons and redstone circuits to create a clock.
Place the sand. The overall structure isn't complicated, but this device is extremely prone to bugs. However, who knows how it will behave in this world?
Perhaps the MC deity will graciously tolerate these issues.
The sand generator still requires the miraculous nether portal loader. After setting everything up, Xia Yunqian went to the end platform to collect resources. On the third day in real time, the sand generator is finally complete. The shulker has a mechanism that allows it to replicate when struck. Xia Yunqian drank the invisibility potion and removed his equipment to avoid being constantly hit by the shulkers.
He easily found a shulker in the end city.
He loaded it onto a luxurious single-person minecart.
Great, the victim is found. Let's set up the farm first. Ideally, he would have built it directly on the end outer island if there was a dummy model.
But given the current circumstances, alas, it's better to transport it back to the main world.
He laid down a towering railway and finally transported the shulker back to the main world.
Currently, this shulker farm is considered the second most difficult construction in Xia Yunqian's world. Even the Wither Killer and the 3 unknown mob tower are less troublesome than this farm.
A large amount of scaffolding shulkers will automatically teleport upwards on the scaffolding. After reaching the top, they will be pulled into the minecart and then squeezed into a single block space.
The execution device is relatively simple.
The troublesome part is the generation and cycle of the shulkers. Place ender pearls in front of the snow golems to generate endermites. The snow golems will attract the hostility of the endermites and start attacking. The hostility causes the shulkers to open their boxes. Shulkers from afar will also attack the snow golems. Of course, since they are in a straight line, the shulkers will first hit another shulker. When shulkers are in an open state and attacked by their kind, they will replicate.
After replicating above the scaffolding, they will continuously teleport upwards according to their unique detection mechanism. To ensure the shulkers placed in front of the iron door are killed, a detection device and a cycling device are needed. The detection device will be an armor stand and the cycling device will still use minecarts.
After spending half a day, Xia Yunqian finally completed this shulker farm.
Without any mods, building it by hand was indeed time-consuming. But it was worth it. Xia Yunqian's shulker farm has an efficiency of 1080, which means 9 boxes per minute.
This efficiency isn't high, but it's sufficient. Let's get started.
Xia Yunqian pulled the lever and the snow golems detected the endermites in front and began attacking.
The shulkers opened their boxes and were hit multiple times by the shulkers behind. Okay, the shulkers are starting to replicate. Next, I just need to idle for a few minutes. He took 200 shulker shells and combined them into a few shulker boxes, filling them with some sand.
My diamond armor is about to wear out. It's time to upgrade to alloy armor. With the sand and gunpowder, he naturally had to go to the nether to blast for ancient debris. After preparing 5 stacks of TNT, Xia Yunqian arrived in the nether.
Damn it, I forgot to leave a path down below.
Indeed, since the nether transportation is above the bedrock layer, to get down below he had to find a new location in the overworld to place a nether portal. But that was too much trouble.
Let's simply break some bedrock.
A super simple piston TNT bedrock breaking machine requiring only fast hand speed.
Okay, find a spot to blast for ancient debris. Xia Yunqian chose a barren area in the nether where debris is generally more abundant. 1, 2, 3. Xia Yunqian first dug out a pathway, then placed TNT at intervals. He lit it and the sound of explosions echoed.
Xia Yunqian began searching for ancient debris along the huge tunnel he had blasted.
1, 2, 1. So few.
He was quite dissatisfied after obtaining only 9 ancient debris on his first run.
Changing direction, he continued to blast. Come on man, 2 stacks of TNT only gave 15.
Finally, with 3 stacks of TNT, Tisk 48 is barely enough. Diamond armor, 2 weapons, 2 pickaxes, an axe, and hey, there's some left over.
Of course, having ancient debris alone isn't enough. He also needed to mine some gold to craft nether alloy ingots.
Then he could upgrade his alloy equipment.
Upgrading alloy equipment requires upgrade templates, which can only be obtained from bastions.
This isn't a big issue, but the key is that the templates are one-time use.
Xia Yunqian suddenly realized something was off. Oh no, I actually forgot about the insufficient templates issue.
Although templates are consumed quickly, they can also be replicated with 7 diamonds.
But the problem is Xia Yunqian barely has any diamonds. What to do? Should I keep mining?
I don't want to do that. I'm already in mid-game. How can I keep mining?
Let me think about how I solved this before.
Xia Yunqian recalled his past experiences in mid-game and suddenly realized, damn, I built my triphase bomber very early before. Every time I blasted I could get quite a few diamonds, but since I was in a hurry here I didn't have time to set up the triphase bomber. With no choice, Xia Yunqian took an upgrade template from the bastion and stealthily returned to the mine to dig for diamonds.
This must be the last time I go mining. Fortunately, mining diamonds with a fortune 3 pickaxe is still quite easy. Wrapped in debris, I guess I'm finally using the alloy armor. Next it's time to face the wither, but before that I need to gather some totems of undying. Xia Yunqian arrived at the beach near the pillager outpost and brought a villager from the village. One villager per bed and workstation. From now on you'll each have your own village. He simply built an attack tower over the sea, which was relatively easy. With the shulker boxes, Xia Yunqian also created a 2D speed packing machine. The packing machine, as the name suggests, is used to pack items into shulker boxes. This way in the future he can take items out box by box, which is much more convenient. Xia Yunqian returned to the pillager outpost. He killed a pillager with a banner and obtained the Bad Omen buff. Back at the attack tower it could finally operate normally. Its efficiency is about 6,500. Although it's more than 10 times less efficient than top-tier attack towers given the time constraints, it's sufficient. In addition to totems of undying, it can also provide a steady supply of gunpowder, emeralds and redstone. Xia Yunqian began to feel dissatisfied with the villager trading. Constantly trading back and forth is troublesome. Villagers can only trade twice a day, making their efficiency completely inferior to the attack tower. After obtaining a box of totems of undying, Xia Yunqian went to the nether fortress. With a fully equipped nether alloy sword he can take down a wither skeleton in one hit. Although it's a looting 3 sword, the drop rate is only 5. Wither skeletons can appear in groups of 1 to 5. Xia Yunqian raised his sword to strike. No problem, just need to spawn 1, 2, 3. An hour later, looking at the 3 wither skeleton skulls in his hands, Xia Yunqian shed tears of joy. With the wither skeleton skulls he can finally proceed with the last step. Just right, there's only 1 day left in real time. As long as he hurries up just a bit faster. A qualified survival gamer cannot approach playing games with a conventional mindset. The way of profit is to multiply resources, turning 1 unit into 2, an endless cycle of abundance. Having obtained 3 wither skulls, Xia Yunqian certainly couldn't settle for just defeating 1 nether star. Upon arriving in the end, he easily transformed the obsidian platform into a wither spawning machine. Wither, you shall work diligently for me. Once I have constructed the small black tower, I will assign you a new role. The principle of the wither spawning machine is simple. Items trigger the end portal, causing the obsidian platform to refresh. When the wither explodes, it destroys obsidian, so all that's needed is to place a snow golem to continually attract the wither's aggro. Keeping the wither exploding will generate a steady supply of obsidian. Of course, generating obsidian cannot be restricted to just that. Xia Yunqian also activated a sand generator, utilizing both for efficient time management. After finishing the wither spawning machine, it was time for the small black tower. He built a massive platform above the end portal using iron blocks. What can I say, having an abundance of iron is quite extravagant. Next it was quite simple, he just needed to use ender pearls to teleport repeatedly until an endermite spawned. He named the endermite to prevent it from disappearing. Endermen would be aggroed by the endermite and fall from great heights. They would crash down to low health and be killed by the wither, dropping wither roses. With enough wither roses he could start constructing a wither skeleton farm. Brother Wither, I will never forget your great kindness, but I still need a beacon, you understand, right? With a swift swing of his netherite sword, the wither transformed into a nether star, continuing to shine. Xia Yunqian did not plan to create a ghetto version of the wither skeleton farm, as this would surely be needed in the future. So he decided to go for efficiency. There are still 19 hours left, that should be enough. Xia Yunqian traveled to the nether and set up an 8x speed railway machine. Then he manually crafted a 3-phase bombarder. Let's make this broken terrain even more broken. After emptying the nether fortress, Xia Yunqian began laying down the tracks. Before laying the tracks, he also created a pseudo-peaceful setup in the nether. He surrounded the blaze spawner with glass. After waiting for nearly 300 blazes to spawn, Xia Yunqian returned to the ruins of the nether fortress to begin laying tracks. Because the spawning limit in the nether had been filled by the blazes, no mobs appeared while he was laying down tracks. Yet the absence of mobs only meant less external disturbance. The workload remained immense. Covering a circular area of several hundred blocks with tracks was no small task. Nevertheless, it had to be done. As long as he covered all areas where mobs weren't needed with tracks, the spawning efficiency would increase. The principle is simple: areas that would have spawned other mobs can only contribute efficiency to the spots Xia Yunqian has laid down. However, with wither roses planted in the designated spots, only wither skeletons could spawn. Thus the efficiency that would have been used for other mobs was entirely redirected to the wither skeletons, enhancing the farm's productivity. Yet laying down tracks was an excruciating task that took Xia Yunqian 10 hours. At this point the game day had reached 391 days if this were his previous game save. By 391 days he should have dealt with the World Eater, but now he hadn't even solved the beacon problem. It was truly disappointing. After completing the tracks, it was time to set up the farm. He constructed a 3-layer farm using the blocks and dirt from the nether fortress. He transported a few piglins to the farm.
The piglins would attract the wither skeleton's aggro, causing them to fall and take damage. Then he simply needed to strike with his sword.
The drops were still collected using packing machines since obtaining shulker boxes. Xia Yunqian had never used chests for collection again.
Everything was collected in packed boxes. This wither skeleton farm was also designed with space for a portal slice. Although there were no dummy mods now, there would surely be ones that could serve as slaves in the future. Xia Yunqian was determined to have a dual-dimensional wither skeleton farm, but for now he would have to settle for a single-dimensional one. This wither skeleton farm had an astonishing efficiency of 750. What are the probabilities?
Not counting other drops, just wither skeleton heads yield 750 per hour, which translates to 12.5 heads per minute. With countless wither skeleton heads he could finally enter the last stage.
Xia Yunqian went to the Soul Sand Valley in the Nether to collect 12 boxes of soul sand. He returned to the overworld to grab 4 boxes of wither skeleton heads.
He returned to the end once more. Manually chopping the wither is a torturous task.
How torturous? I need to deal 10 or more hits to take one down.
So Xia Yunqian chose to completely destroy the Ender Dragon's obsidian pit.
Previously he had only destroyed 2 while transporting shulkers.
Now after dealing with the wither it was time to tackle the Ender Dragon's lair.
He broke a few obsidian blocks at the edge of the pit and constructed a simple soul sand conveyor using pistons. He installed the wither skeleton head shooting mechanism, and thus a fully automated wither killing machine was completed.
Come on, let's start it up.
Xia Yunqian pulled the lever and the soul sand was transported continuously while withers spawned relentlessly. The generated withers got stuck in the obsidian cracks. Once there were more than 24 withers it would cause entity cramming, allowing him to dispatch them in bulk. Approximately 2 nether stars were produced every second. This is satisfactory. With this killing machine nether stars will never be in short supply again. In 5 days of high school examination, Xia Yunqian set up a 14-core iron generator, a sand generator, a railway machine, a 3 unknown composite spawning tower, an assault tower, a villagers trading post, a set of 128 furnaces, a wither obsidian machine, a wither rose farm, a wither skeleton farm, a shulker farm, a semi-automatic tree blasting farm, and a wither killing machine.
He had achieved near total automation in survival. However, there were still a few critical issues unresolved. Until now, Xia Yunqian's method of obtaining quartz was still by hand mining, and he had to steal gold ingots from piglins.
One could only say it was a disgrace among disgraces. Yet with no mods to assist accomplishing all these tasks had already consumed all of Xia Yunqian's energy. Though his body wouldn't tire in the game, facing these tedious machines continuously would wear down his spirit and mind. The finished machines are indeed beautiful and desirable, but the process of manually crafting them is torture upon torture. The ultimate goal of survival gaming is to blow up a void and then create a million-level spawning tower. In my previous life I had projection rapid placement and various wheelchair mods which took me nearly a month. The glow of the badge gradually dimmed and the spirit of the lower realm could no longer sustain the game. Xia Yunqian's consciousness returned to reality and the classroom remained the same, only the invigilating teacher had changed quite a bit.
5 days of continuous invigilation is quite torturous for the teachers as well.
Someone remarked that during the college entrance examination the pain was not only felt by the students but also by the invigilating teachers. Now with 5 consecutive days of invigilation, switching shifts day and night, just thinking about it feels despairing.
Looking around, only 24 out of the original 40 students remained in the examination room. How cruel.
Even in his past life, Xia Yunqian often had to restart when playing on extreme mode. Not to mention these students who had no specific understanding of his world. The invigilating teacher approached to check each student's badge, taking out a special device to scan the badges. Although he was unclear about the principle behind it, this device could score based on the conditions of the player's worlds. This score would be converted to the college entrance examination results at an 80 rate. The remaining 20 would naturally come from the theoretical examination. As Xia Yunqian walked out of the examination room, he felt the whole world brighten up.
So this is the spirit of the lower realm, indeed quite extraordinary. Each student who successfully survived for 5 days could receive a day's spirit of the lower realm upon exiting the examination room. Xia Yunqian held it above his forehead. It was a small round ball wrapped in a transparent plastic bag. In the sunlight it displayed a faint blue-white color. He took it out of the plastic bag and brought it close to his badge. The small ball gradually disappeared and the badge regained its glow. On his way, Xia Yunqian returned to the school dormitory alone, packing his things in preparation to go home in 2 days. With the college entrance examination over, there was nothing left to linger on. Everything here would eventually be forgotten. The bonds of high school classmates would also slowly dissipate with the passage of time. Since there was no need to grade papers, the results would be available very soon. The results would be released in just 2 days and everyone would gather in the classroom to check their scores. Unfortunately, checking the results also required the spirit of the lower realm, which was costly. Generally speaking, ordinary families could hardly afford it. Of course, students focusing on fundamental subjects could still check their scores online as in the past. In the dormitory it was already empty after the college entrance examination. Those who wanted to play did so, those who wanted to go crazy did so, and those who wanted to do certain things did them. Xia Yunqian took out his phone and browsed Bilibili. Videos related to his world were categorized in the study section. Xia Yunqian looked at the videos above and thought honestly having such understanding is already quite good. Hell transportation and villager trading were operations that most people were aware of. However, they only knew about them and did not utilize them efficiently. Most people chose to open a road in the lower realm for hell transportation. Xia Yunqian, however, utilized the bedrock layer. There was an essential difference between the two. The amount of engineering alone was not even on the same scale. There were also tutorials for discount machines at the villager trading post. However, Xia Yunqian had never used those with a line brush machine. Emeralds were never in short supply. There were also monster spawning towers. Indeed, there were quite a few tutorials, but they all had some flaws. Either the efficiency was insufficient or the construction was unreasonable. Of course, there were definitely good advanced designs, but those were not accessible to ordinary people. Xia Yunqian planned to catch up on some anime when suddenly a voice call popped up. "Hey, have you gone home yet?" A gentle voice came from the other end of the line, to which Xia Yunqian replied, "Not yet, I'm still in the dormitory." The other party seemed a bit hesitant, stuttering a bit as they said, "Can you come over and keep me company? I want to return the money to teacher Zhang." The girl was very polite towards her teacher, unlike Xia Yunqian, who casually referred to the teacher as old class. "Okay, where are you? I'll come find you." Since he thought he had nothing to do anyway, Xia Yunqian also wanted to take the opportunity to see the exchange process for the spirit of the lower realm. "No need, I'm in the dormitory, we can just walk together to the school gate. You don't have to wait for me." Xia Yunqian found this very reasonable, quickly tidying up before leaving the dormitory. At the school gate, the girl had changed out of her usual school uniform and was instead wearing a white knee-length skirt. Because the sun was rather harsh, the girl also wore a white hat, but the hat was a bit large and she had to tilt it a little to see clearly in front. Xia Yunqian's outfit was rather casual: black shorts and a white short-sleeve shirt. The classic black and white combination. When the girl saw him, she lifted her hat slightly. "You're here. Let's go. Should we buy something for teacher Zhang?" Li Siyu's face was beaming with joy, seemingly having performed well in the game. "No need, we can go empty-handed. As long as you're fine, she'll be very happy." Xia Yunqian thought that was sufficient. After all, the teacher wouldn't care about these things. Li Siyu pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with Xia Yunqian's reasoning. "Let's bring her some fruit. It's not nice to go empty-handed when visiting someone's home." Xia Yunqian couldn't refuse her, so he accompanied Li Siyu to the supermarket and bought some apples. The most boring fruit. By the way, how did you do in the exam?" "I completed the basics and then just kept hanging around for decay. I killed 9 of them." To be honest, in Xia Yunqian's eyes 9 was nothing. If he wanted to, improving the efficiency of the killing decay machine to 9 per second would not be a problem. However, since Li Siyu had done it all manually, having this number was already very impressive. "I didn't go to the ancient city. I got experience repair by relying on the swamp villagers, which saved a lot of time. Also, that iron rail brush machine of yours is really useful. How did you discover it?" "But I can't make the line brush machine. I don't know why." Xia Yunqian had no idea why the line brush machine was originally a product of a bug involving location learning, block learning, and learning the sequence. Xia Yunqian himself couldn't figure it out either. He could only follow his instincts to build it, and if it was wrong he would change direction and try a few more times. If that didn't work, he would try a different location. He would always manage to figure it out. However, even without the line brush machine it wasn't a big deal. There was still the wooden starting method and the sugarcane starting method. Though not as convenient as the line brush machine, it could still be started. Without the line brush machine, how do you start? Do you rely on chopping trees? Li Siyue lifted the brim of her hat, looking at Xia Yunqian. "Not at all. I made a super large sugarcane field relying on sugarcane to start. However, it was a bit troublesome. It took me over 8 hours on the first day to get it done." Xia Yunqian recalled his own electric start. Finding a village and setting up a line brush machine, it started directly. It took no more than 20 minutes. Indeed, those who invented the line brush machine were truly geniuses. Knock, knock, knock. Li Siyue rang the doorbell. "Coming." The voice of the homeroom teacher came from inside, and in the blink of an eye the door opened. Li Siyue handed the boring apple in her hand to the teacher. "Oh, just coming is enough. No need to bring these. Come in, you don't need to take off your shoes, just step inside." Of course, Li Siyue and Xia Yunqian still put on shoe covers, as it wouldn't be nice to trouble someone to clean the house. "How did you do on the exam?" "Li Siyue, I've been watching you. There shouldn't be any problems. As for you, I thought you had truly repented and were going to study hard, but you quickly got involved with someone else. For Li Siyue, you really put in the effort, huh?"
The homeroom teacher said half-jokingly since the exams were over it was none of his business whether the students dated or not. Moreover, in the teacher's eyes, Xia Yunqian was specifically there to support Li Siyue. Hey teacher, you shouldn't speak carelessly this time for the college entrance examination. Don't say anything about 985. Hu Cheng and Nanda are also no problem. Wow, if you really have that level, I'll talk to the principal and get you set up. Let the younger students admire this academic deity who sped through in half a month. Xia Yunqian didn't mind the old teacher's jokes, and Li Siyue took the opportunity to explain her purpose to the homeroom teacher. No rush, you two should prepare your choices well. Once the results come out, you'll need to fill in your preferences immediately. In the next couple of days, focus on sorting out your choices first. The money can wait, let's handle this matter first. I've saved quite a bit over the years, you know. No matter how much Li Siyue insisted, the old teacher ignored her and insisted on waiting until Li Siyue was accepted into university before discussing it. Li Siyue could only give up. By the way, old teacher, do you know about modules? Xia Yunqian suddenly remembered this matter and asked the homeroom teacher. Modules. Yes, I know about them. Why are you asking about that? Modules are very expensive. The cheapest ones cost at least 10,000 yuan. Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue were shocked by the price. They had thought it wouldn't be cheap, but they never expected it to be this expensive. What about quick placement and projection? Do you know about those? The homeroom teacher looked at Xia Yunqian with a puzzled expression. Do you even know what you're talking about? Quick placement and projection. The two together cost over 2 million. Even if you sold me, you still couldn't afford them. Moreover, those things aren't circulating in the market, only top-tier schools have them. Those studying architecture and redstone have a high demand for these two modules. You should think of something more practical. 5,000 a day, 50,000 in 10 days, 500,000 in 100 days. I'd need over a year to obtain both modules. The old teacher waved his hand in front of Xia Yunqian. Hey, wake up, who gets 1 nether star a day? You wouldn't even finish with 64 wither swords. Xia Yunqian was too lazy to explain to the old teacher and pulled Li Siyue up, preparing to leave. Both of their homes were quite far from the school, so the two planned to continue staying at school for the next few days. Got a phone. Xia Yunqian suddenly received a call while playing on her phone. Is it a private number? Hello. Xia Yunqian greeted after answering. The other side quickly responded. Hello, is this Xia Yunqian? The other side seemed to be adjusting their tone, slightly suppressing their emotions as they continued. I'm from the admissions office of Huqing University. Your college entrance examination scores have been released for some subjects. Your total score may meet our admission requirements. But we're not sure yet. It's best if you could sign a contract with us. This way, even if your final total score doesn't reach our cutoff, we will still admit you. What do you think? Since it was on speakerphone, Li Siyue also heard it and tugged at Xia Yunqian's sleeve, urging her to agree quickly. Xia Yunqian simply smiled slightly and made a shushing gesture to Li Siyue. Then she hung up the phone. Xia Yunqian, what are you doing? Huqing University, so many people want to get in but can't. Or are you saying that was a scam? Li Siyue seemed a bit angry at Xia Yunqian's attitude, her hat almost falling off. Xia Yunqian gently adjusted Li Siyue's hat. Wait a moment, let's see what Nande has to say. Sure enough, not 2 minutes after hanging up, another call came in. Hello. Then came the same script. I'm from the admissions office of Southern University. Your college entrance examination scores have been released for some subjects. Your total score may meet our admission requirements. The same script. Li Siyue stared blankly at Xia Yunqian, exclaiming, so it can be like this. Now it's Xia Yunqian's turn to shine. They can trick me, but I can't trick them. You don't need to say anything. The people from Huqing have already informed me of my score. I can go wherever I want. The major is no problem either. Now let's see what you can offer. Hearing that Huqing had contacted Xia Yunqian first, the Southern University representatives were a bit anxious and quickly said, classmate, don't rush. What conditions did Huqing give you? We'll negotiate to get you better ones. Xia Yunqian didn't respond, only casually said, you all say first, I'll compare what you give to Huqing's offer first. Well, Xia Yunqian, we just applied for you to have full tuition waiver, priority accommodation selection, 3,000 yuan monthly meal subsidy, and priority access to laboratories, plus various convenient privileges. How about it? Xia Yunqian listened and felt a bit bored. These were things that could easily be obtained. Then Xia Yunqian suddenly said, Huqing offered me modules. Upon hearing this, not only were the Southern University admissions staff surprised, but even Li Siyue was shocked. You really speak without thinking, huh? Li Siyue whispered to Xia Yunqian. The Southern University people paused, then another round of urgent shouting ensued. Classmate, don't rush, I'll consult our leader. Don't hang up the phone yet. After a while, a response came from the other side. Classmate, I've also applied for you to get the modules. Xia Yunqian quietly waited for the other party to speak. Classmate, we have secured a one-click organizing module for you which currently has a market price of 150000. This truly reflects our sincerity. Of course, if you choose this module, then your monthly meal allowance will decrease by 1000, leaving you with only 2000. The other conditions remain unchanged. What do you think?
Xia Yunqian pondered. The one-click organizing module was incredibly useful, arguably the most frequently used module. However, it was merely an organizing module.
In the late stages of survival technology, everything had already been categorized and equipped with packing machines.
The one-click organizing module could only be useful in the early stages. It was rarely needed later on.
Although it seemed presumptuous, Xia Yunqian still planned to give it a try.
What if I want a projection and rapid placement instead?
The other party fell silent and Xia Yunqian maintained the silence as well. After a long while, the other party finally spoke.
Classmate, our terms remain unchanged. If you wish to sign the contract, you can contact this number at any time. The one-click organizing module is the best we could secure for you. We cannot agree to the rapid placement and projection. Moreover, to be blunt, do you really think you qualify to demand we provide this module?
Your grades are excellent, but not to the point of being the top scorer.
Hearing this, Xia Yunqian hung up the phone.
Xia Yunqian, why not accept?
They are already offering good terms.
Xia still couldn't understand why Xia Yunqian was so insistent on projection and rapid placement. There was no way around it. The workload in the late stages of survival technology was no simple matter. The structure of the World Devourer was simple, yet its quantity was alarming. Without the help of modules, Xia Yunqian truly lacked confidence in manually crafting one in a short time. It was difficult to avoid mistakes when manually crafting such large machinery. Once mistakes occurred, the resourcing of materials, checking of devices, every task would leave one mentally and physically exhausted. In his past life, Xia Yunqian had manually crafted a tree farm without modules, revising it dozens of times. He didn't know how many errors had appeared with each small mistake requiring a complete check from start to finish. He never wanted to endure those torturous times again. While it was certainly possible to craft it by hand, why not use a better method when one was available?
Though she didn't understand, Xia still felt happy for Xia Yunqian. Good results in the college entrance exam were undeniably a benefit.
The two walked side by side toward the school, and at that moment Xiyu's phone rang.
Hello Xia, I am from the Hucking admissions office.
The same script, the same procedure, but unlike Xia Yunqian, the terms offered to Xia were significantly worse.
Of course, Xia did not immediately agree.
After all, delaying such matters is generally not a problem. Meanwhile, several universities had called Xia Yunqian. Yet without exception, every time Xia Yunqian mentioned projection and rapid placement, they fell silent.
Xia Yunqian and Xia sat in a small noodle shop. Xia Yunqian ordered a bowl of beef noodles while Xia chose a bowl of mixed sauce. How about choosing Nanda?
Their benefits are quite good. Other universities fall short in comparison. Xia said to Xia Yunqian, seemingly unconcerned about herself, more focused on Xia Yunqian's future. Xia Yunqian picked up the chili from the table and added another spoonful to his bowl.
Let's talk about it later. If it really doesn't work, you'll choose Nanda. By the way, where do you plan to go? Xia Yunqian asked Xia.
Maybe Nanda too. They said those benefits can be converted to cash and I could really use the money right now. Xia Yunqian nodded. He was aware of Xia's situation and it would be great to solve her family issues.
His phone rang again, and without expression Xia Yunqian chose to answer.
This time it was from Bayou University, but the familiar script was still there. Xia Yunqian felt a bit impatient, and after they finished speaking he still insisted on his demands for projection and rapid placement. However, unlike other universities, they did not immediately end the conversation. Instead, they asked, if we can provide these two modules, what can you bring us? Or rather, may I ask, on what basis do you believe you deserve these two modules? It was impolite. This was Xia Yunqian's first thought about the other side, but then he reconsidered.
Daring to make demands meant there was hope.
Whatever you need, whether it's redstone technology or survival development, I can achieve it all. This was no exaggeration from Xia Yunqian. Although he was a ruthless and exploitative survival gamer, he also had considerable knowledge and skills in other areas. In any case, dominating this world was not a big issue. It's not an exaggeration to say that if given enough time, Xia Yunqian could craft a machine that would surpass any creation. The statement that survival gamers are efficiency-oriented was no mere saying. The admissions office staff were taken aback. They had not expected a high school student to make such a commitment.
In our freshman year, we will have an 8-school league.
We need you to achieve a top 4 ranking in the league.
The league primarily focuses on survival construction and PvP. If you can make this promise, we will send someone to contact you to sign a contract immediately. I must state that we can only provide the projection module for now, but don't worry, we will supplement the rapid placement later on.
Of course, if you fail to meet the requirements, you will need to pay the corresponding price. You only need to pay the market price for the module, after which it will belong to you forever.
Xia Yunqian was incredibly tempted upon hearing this. A good module was something that even money couldn't buy. And now the worst case would merely mean spending some money. But before that, he could use it continuously. Just thinking about it felt like a great deal. All right, when do you have time? Let's meet face to face to discuss in detail.
Xia Yunqian's attitude did a complete 180. He was truly meeting with someone important. Li Siyue, seeing Xia Yunqian like this, said, "Congratulations, you found your ideal university." However, when she heard Xia Yunqian wanted to go to Baiyu University, a hint of melancholy flashed in Li Siyue's eyes.
Xia Yunqian looked at the girl's expression, unsure of what to say.
He wanted very much to tell the girl to come with him. He could help her with anything. But he was merely an outsider and had no right to decide such important matters in her life. Early the next morning, the admissions office of Baiyu University arrived at the 5th middle school where Xia Yunqian studied. After all, Baiyu University was in the main city, not too far from Xia Yunqian's district. Xia Yunqian carefully reviewed the contract. There were no issues, and they wouldn't go so far as to exploit a student.
By the way, could you tell me the specific score? I only know it's very high, but I'm unclear about the exact breakdown.
The admissions office teacher suddenly paused while packing up. He spoke, "There seems to be some issue with your score. Of course, I am not doubting your results. But it is about the composition of your scores.
The exam scores are composed of 6 dimensions: exploration, survival, construction, resources, combat, and placement. Your scores in exploration and construction are quite low, even below the average level for this college entrance exam. However, your scores in the other dimensions are all at a staggering first place." Li Siyue remained in the classroom. The dormitory air conditioning had been turned off, yet the classroom could stay cool. Xia Yunqian returned after signing the contract and found the girl slumped over the desk moodily playing with her phone. Her troubled expression added a touch of melancholy to her delicate features. When she saw Xia Yunqian return, she slid back into his place at her side. She steadied her emotions and smiling asked, "Have you signed the contract?" Xia Yunqian replied, By the way, I have something to give you."
Li Siyue produced a box from the desk. It was exquisite, clearly chosen with care. She opened it and withdrew its contents. "Tada, this is a wristlet crafted from a Qianying shell capable of storing about 300 cubic centimeters. It is basically like the Qianying box from my world. It can hold anything except living creatures. It is just rather small enough for a phone or other small items." Xia Yunqian watched the girl with a complicated expression. He had never imagined that he, a solitary homebody, would receive a gift from a girl. He could not deny that he had grown somewhat fond of Li Siyue. Xia Yunqian slipped the wristlet onto his left wrist. It was a little long, though it could be wrapped shorter. The color was the blue and white Xia Yunqian liked. After fastening it on, he waved his left hand casually a couple of times.
"I really like it, thank you." He truly liked it without any affectation. As long as you like it. I owe my results in part to you.
If I hadn't followed the villager trading route you suggested, I might still be down in the mines endlessly. I might even have died in a pit, who knows? Xia Yunqian's heart tightened as he looked at the girl. He drew a deep breath, took her hand and fixed his eyes on her. Li Siyue was startled by the sudden move and was about to speak, but Xia Yunqian hurried on.
"Siyue, come with me to Baiyu D. I'll sort out the money and the learning resources. Everything you want I will strive to give you, even a single moing long. I'll also craft a Tianji Tulong Pao for you."
Seeing the earnestness in the young man's eyes, Li Siyue felt she wanted to agree at once. "But my mother's medical bill is more than 10,000. Teacher Zhang fronted 200,000 for me. It's a large sum. I must repay him quickly." Xia Yunqian had not expected the homeroom teacher to go that far and felt a pang of guilt for his earlier impertinence.
"Once that is resolved, you will come with me to Baiyu De, right?"
Xia Yunqian looked at Li Siyue sincerely. To her, it truly made little difference where she studied. It was merely a question of support.
Nande had offered Li Siyue 100,000.
Although her scores met Kingnan's standard, she was probably only around the city's top 50.
She could not compare to the much higher results of students like Xia Yunqian. Given that Li Siyue was already quite satisfied with the offer. She did not possess Xia Yunqian's high-efficiency farming rig or an unending supply of Xiajia stars. Li Siyue watched him in silence and gave a small shy nod. Xia Yunqian understood Li Siyue's meaning. Her flushed cheeks spoke louder than any confession. He picked up his phone and called Baiyu Das admissions office. "Hello, is this someone from Baiyu admissions?"
"Yes, it's me, Xia Yunqian.
Where are you, still around?"
"Eating noodles."
"Oh, I have a prospect from Qingnan here, interested."
"Coming right away."
"Good, the usual place, I'll bring her over."
Li Siyue could hear Xia Yunqian's side of the call. They were both anxious, though the person on the other end sounded even more eager. When they heard Li Siyue was among the city's top 50, they immediately cried, "Boss, the bill."
No boss, settle this bowl first, it'll come back for another later. Come back in half an hour, 3 liang of mixed sauce noodles, 2 portions of sauce and add an egg. We're lucky today we managed to grab 2 prospects from Kingnan schools.
Only after he hung up and began to gather his things did Xia Yunqian realize something was amiss. His right hand was still holding Li Siyu's small hand tightly. He had been distracted by the admissions call and had not noticed. Now that he did, Xia Yunqian gently squeezed her hand, small and soft. Li Siyu's face grew even redder.
Let's pack up, we cannot keep the proctor waiting.
With that, Xia Yunqian came to his senses and released her hand.
Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue went to the academic office. It was unrealistic for students to sign such contracts alone.
Xia Yunqian sought help from the guidance director. Although he spent his days checking phones and enforcing discipline, his professional ability was unquestionable. He was perfectly capable of reviewing a student's contract. He also understood propriety. He read the contract without offering unsolicited advice. Though he hoped Xia Yunqian would choose Nanda, he respected Xia's decision. He examined the contract carefully for them. Old Zhang is keeping quiet, Tu Qingnan admits from the class, and he hasn't said a word. And both are top 50, we must treat him to a meal today. It must be said that Bayuda was quite favorable to locals. Because Li Siyue was also from Bayu, and with Xia Yunqian pleading at her side and the guidance director putting on a bit of a poor student who worked hard to get into a good university act. In short, with all those advantages, the admissions staff agreed to Li Siyue's request for 150000. Xia Yunqian's mod would have to wait a few days, but Li Siyue's could be settled immediately. Afterward, Li Siyue entrusted the guidance director to transfer the money to teacher Zhang. The remainder could be paid back slowly. With the matter resolved, what was left to do? Until his mod arrived, Xia Yunqian did not intend to return to gaming. The coming workload would only grow heavier. He did not want to develop cirrhosis at such a young age. Walking back to the classroom with Li Siyue, many 11th and 10th graders were still studying hard. This feeling is strange, playing my phone in front of the teacher and nothing happens.
Li Siyue murmured assent. The classroom remained as empty as ever, though tomorrow everyone would return.
But this return would be the last. After grades were checked, they would scatter to distant places and never meet again. Nothing planned for today, why not accompany me to the exchange? Xia Yunqian held a lower realm star in his hand, marveling at its presence in the real world for the first time. It felt slightly cool to the touch, smooth and warm like jade. However, it couldn't compare to the delicate touch of a girl's hand. There are many places across the country for exchanging MC items, mostly located near police stations for easier management. This item is somewhat similar to international gold prices, with strict adherence to the officially set rates for buybacks nationwide. Of course, some items may fluctuate due to market changes. However, the most stable price among them is that of the lower realm star, which hasn't changed in over a year.
Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue arrived at the trading post. He took out 2 gold blocks, 2 shulker boxes, and 1 lower realm star.
Naturally, there were many more items, but Xia Yunqian deemed their value too low to present. It's worth mentioning that the MC system is quite frustrating. If you take a gold block, you cannot take a gold ingot, and vice versa. That gold block felt somewhat heavy. While a gold block in the game is 1 cubic meter, it has been reduced to 14,096 of that in reality. The gold ingots are also scaled down by the same factor. But that's a good thing. If there were a 1 cubic gold block, it would be quite terrifying. However, after the transaction, Xia Yunqian realized he had taken a loss. Nowadays, gold is hardly worth anything. The reduced gold block still weighed about 9 jin, but its total value was only 450 yuan. The price of the shulker boxes, however, exceeded Xia Yunqian's expectations. 2 shulker boxes sold for 8,000. They were quite small, about the size of a palm. Yet these 2 small boxes were nearly worth as much as the lower realm star. This is understandable, as anything related to space typically does not come cheap.
By the way, boss, do you have any modules?
The boss, a middle-aged man appearing to be around 40 years old, seemed somewhat surprised by Xia Yunqian's question. It's rare for someone to come by modules right after finishing their college entrance exams.
Yes, if you can provide your exam admission ticket, we can give you a 20% discount. This discount will last until September 1st. The boss was straightforward, directly offering the discount.
Xia Yunqian opened the module list and saw that most were standard modules. There were no projections or quick placement options. In the end, Xia Yunqian spent 10,000 after the discount to purchase an apple skin module. Although it didn't provide any substantial upgrades, this module significantly optimized health, saturation, and hunger levels.
In MC, saturation and hunger are 2 different metrics. Hunger is represented by a normal color chicken leg, while saturation does not show any indication. After adding the apple skin module, holding food will display the saturation and hunger it can provide. It can also show the estimated health recovery. Saturation will turn into a highlighted chicken leg, allowing players to monitor it closely, helping them find the optimal timing to use food.
After all, saturation is not displayed, and only after saturation is depleted does hunger begin to decrease. This can easily lead to situations where during battles it appears that hunger is full. In reality, it's about to start depleting. So even though it has no practical use, having it does greatly enhance the gaming experience. Moreover, Xia Yunqian recalled that this module was also ranked among the top 5 in the MC module download list. Afterwards, Xia Yunqian engaged in a deeper conversation with the boss. Once they exited, both were quite happy. Li Siyue felt somewhat puzzled but continued to wander around the store by herself. The shop she traded in was not this one, but the items sold were mostly similar. Hey Xia Yunqian, what major are you planning to pursue? In MC there are also different majors. The conventional majors include architecture, redstone technology, combat studies, theoretical studies, module production, and lower realm star research. There are subdivisions within these fields, though not by much. Needless to say, I'm definitely going for redstone technology. Developing resources steadily is better than anything else. As a pure survival gamer, Xia Yunqian looked forward to the moment a million-level machine was activated. Unfortunately, back in his previous life, the 8 million monster spawning tower exploded when it was powered on. Such a regrettable loss. For that tower, the highest in the network, Xia Yunqian first used the World Eater to explode a vacant domain. However, before using the World Eater, he had to create an explosion-proof trench. This device can automatically lay down anvils, but digging still had to be done manually, and with the mod's help each trench took about 3 hours. The anvil machine was requested from Xia. One must say that she is truly talented with machines for breaking bedrock 3-speed anvil machines and shield tunneling machines.
Xia has various mechanical upgrades, and after modification their efficiency remains quite good.
Xia Yunqian learned a lot from her on his path of survival gaming. Next came the task of exploding the vacant domain. During this process he also had to deal with lava, obsidian, and other minerals. He made another bedrock breaking machine, cleaning up the bedrock at the bottom layer. However, he ran out of slime balls during the process and had to temporarily build a slime farm. The efficiency was roughly several 100,000, barely usable as it wasn't the most efficient option. After breaking the bedrock, he built a portal and used a magical door cutting machine to slice the portal into individual pieces. The cutting process had no modules to assist, he could only cut one door at a time. Since Xia Yunqian had few friends and couldn't even find a black slave, all the work had to be done slowly by himself. After nearly a month of back and forth, he finished the main world's device and returned to hell for processing and collection. At the end, he suddenly thought, could the efficiency of the 8 million multi-speed packing machine come through? He decided to skip that and just power it on directly. At the moment it was powered on, the nether portal erupted like it was coated with laxative. In a second, hundreds of monsters spewed forth, and simultaneously over 2,000 drops could be generated in just 1 second. With such massive efficiency, even the food dropped by zombies could suffice for a potato and carrot farm. Reproducing this monster spawning tower became Xia Yunqian's main quest. But it wasn't feasible at the moment. The preparatory work was far from complete. For now he needed to rely on the killing machine to gather more lower realm stars and acquire more modules. Li Siyu's choice was somewhat unexpected. She planned to pursue a PvP route. Xia Yunqian was curious why a girl would want to engage in combat. Li Siyu's answer was, since I don't have to worry about resources, I'll just focus on PvP. Xia Yunqian really liked this answer, especially fond of it. He liked it so much that he wanted to pull the girl into a tight embrace. But it wasn't the right time. The young girl was still quite shy, and if he acted rashly she would run away. Most students, after finishing their college entrance examination, continue to immerse themselves in the world of gaming. Some, however, choose to avoid the game altogether, fearing the death of their characters. First and foremost, they should secure a good score in the examination to enroll in a decent school. A character's death in the game can lead to a decline in one's evaluation in college. Though it won't result in expulsion, a change of major is inevitable. Meanwhile, Xia Yunqian feels exhausted. Come on, I've worked hard for so long, what's wrong with taking a break? Xia Yunqian chose to relax in place, but Li Siyue was different. She was still grinding in the game, occasionally stepping out to ask Xia Yunqian various questions. Yunqian, I still can't figure out how to cut the door. Yunqian, can I now access the Withering Rose farm? Xia Yunqian answered all of Li Siyue's questions effortlessly. However, upon hearing that Li Siyue wanted to set up the Withering Rose farm, Xia Yunqian immediately stopped her. It wasn't that she was forbidding Li Siyue, it was just that Xia Yunqian needed to ensure everything was foolproof first. The Withering Rose farm is manageable as long as it's built properly, there shouldn't be any issues. But the Withering Skeleton farm is a different story. The first concern is that many monsters will come to disrupt you while building in the nether. It is necessary to establish a pseudo-peace in the nether first. Once that is done, the next step is to construct the farm framework, fill it with roses, and transport the piglins. At the very start, Xia Yunqian instructed Li Siyue not to touch the piglins. It's sufficient to trade with villagers for ender pearls.
The reason is simple: the Piglin Bastion is undoubtedly a relatively dangerous place. Even if you're fully equipped with netherite gear, you could still be taken down by a few hits from piglins. Moreover, most of the piglins in the bastion are in groups. A single mistake could easily lead to a swift demise. Even Xia Yunqian didn't venture into the piglin bastion to gather piglins. Instead, she opted to temporarily set up a piglin spawning area above the bedrock layer. Although wearing gold armor can protect against regular piglin attacks, the piglin brutes will still attack players. Therefore, to ensure absolute safety, Xia Yunqian needed to ensure that Li Siyue had sufficient totems of undying before she could proceed to build the withering skeleton farm. While Li Siyue felt a bit disappointed, she wasn't unhappy. On the contrary, she was quite happy that Xia Yunqian thought so much for her. 2 days after the exam, everyone returned to the classroom to face the final judgment. Of course, for Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue there was not much to worry about. The contracts had all been signed within 2 days, and even the mods Xia Yunqian wanted had been shipped. As a rather lively guardian position, Xia Yunqian's place remained quite bustling. "Old Xia, how did you do on the exam?" "I managed to take down 2 nether stars, you know." Li Shuaishan joyfully recounted his glorious achievements during the college entrance examination. Indeed, it was impressive. Simply surviving 5 days was already quite remarkable, let alone being able to defeat the Wither and the Ender Dragon. "How about you? What were the results of your half-month cram session? Don't tell me you spent the whole time dating Li Siyue." Since the college entrance examination had concluded, everyone relaxed regarding such topics, allowing Li Shuaishan to speak loudly. Many people overheard. Many looked down on Xia Yunqian. During the usual monthly tests, he only performed at an above-average level. Before the exams, he specifically changed seats to disguise himself as a studious person. It came off as rather pretentious. However, Xia Yunqian felt innocent. He genuinely just wanted a more convenient spot for getting water and meals. As for meeting Li Siyue, that was indeed a delightful surprise. Li Shuaishan seemed to mock Xia Yunqian a bit, which Xia Yunqian understood. "You walked away from your desk partner for the teacher's open book exam and found a beautiful girl. Anyone would have some grievances, right?" Xia Yunqian, however, didn't mind and simply replied, "I did reasonably well. It should be enough to get into Bayou University." Though Bayou University is not the top-tier university nationwide, it is still considered an excellent university, the best in the Bayou region, ranked 8th nationwide. Having 1 or 2 students accepted from a class is quite impressive. Even the teachers could directly pop champagne. Wow, that's impressive. Good luck. Li Shuaishan's blessing was quite insincere, just like the rest of the classmates. Most students dismissed Xia Yunqian's claim. They genuinely did not believe that someone could get into a good university through half a month of cramming. Xia Yunqian felt helpless and waved his hand. At 10 o'clock, the homeroom teacher arrived punctually. "All right, everyone, quiet down. I know you're all very excited. I'm excited too, but we need to maintain some order. We can either go by seating arrangement or by student number, or I can call names. Any of those options work." "Let's see, I'll just call names. Whoever I call, come up." Of course, if you don't want everyone to know your score, you can choose to shield the projection screen. This way we can also protect everyone's privacy. Now let me see who the first person is. Or is there anyone who wants to volunteer? The room fell silent, but suddenly someone shouted Xia Yunqian's name. Soon the calls for Xia Yunqian grew louder. "Looks like my guardian is quite popular, so Xia Yunqian, you go first." The homeroom teacher smiled, but from Xia Yunqian's perspective the teacher looked a bit annoyed. "Oh teacher, don't blame me, I told you, you just didn't believe it." Xia Yunqian muttered to himself. It was easy to guess what happened. It was likely that the head teacher had heard from the director that both Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue performed excellently. Even Qingnan University came looking for students. Probably the director had a word with him, but the teacher was probably quite happy. Who wouldn't be delighted to have such an excellent student in their class? Moreover, there were 2 of them. Xia Yunqian walked up to the podium and the projector was not shielded, displaying everything clearly. He input each number based on the examination ticket. Upon clicking to check, the result was a bunch of asterisks with no specific score. However, there was a note above, "You were ranked in the top 10. At first the students were filled with confusion. "Xia Yunqian, did you miss the exam? Why is there no score?" Some even relished the idea of Xia Yunqian making a fool of himself. But as the chatter continued, it faded away. "Wait, did I see something? There's a note saying top 10. This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Only then did everyone realize, wow, the top 10 scores in the city are shielded. Was I the clown all along? Xia Yunqian's ranking was 3rd in Bayou, as confirmed by the admissions officer at Bayou University. "All right, everyone, don't get too excited. Xia Yunqian came to my office before the exam. He asked me to change his seat to a better one so he could cram effectively.
I thought about it and decided to leave this final guardian position for him.
See, this is persistence and effort, miracles in victory.
The homeroom teacher's speech was so long that Xia Yunqian could hardly listen anymore. What do you mean he specifically found me? He clearly applied for it himself.
Of course Xia Yunqian wouldn't expose the teacher's pretense at that moment. Let him boast however he likes.
Originally after Xia Yunqian it was supposed to be the next student's turn, but a different voice rang out in the classroom.
Xia Yunqian, do you know what your exact score is? Indeed, everyone started clamoring to see Xia Yunqian's score.
This is quite understandable. Who wouldn't want to take a closer look at the results of a student who ranked in the top 10 in the city during the college entrance examination?
To be fair, Xia Yunqian actually knew the breakdown of his score.
However, before that he raised his head to glance at the old teacher.
The homeroom teacher just smiled and didn't respond. Thinking there was nothing to lose, Xia Yunqian projected his score.
It was the admissions officer from Bayou University who had given him this data. The theoretical exam score was 128, which is relatively low. The key point is the scores in 6 dimensions: exploration, survival, architecture, resources, combat, and placement.
Exploration 62 points.
Very low indeed, it barely reached the average level. Normally one would expect a score above 80 in this dimension. However, it can be understood exploration assesses the places the player has traversed, the buildings and biomes they have explored. Xia Yunqian had merely stayed in a village until death without exploring ancient cities, temples, or encountering other biomes. Therefore he even felt that the MC deity had scored him too high.
Survival 91 points.
This score is quite high. Survival mainly assesses items used for living. Xia Yunqian was fully equipped with underworld alloy armor, a bunch of immortal totems, and top-tier food like golden carrots. Aside from a lack of golden apples, he had maximized all other resources that could aid survival. Architecture 41 points. This score is even lower. This type of architecture is different from what is found in the game. Only things like houses, statues, and wonders that relate to aesthetics would be counted as architecture.
The only things Xia Yunqian could consider as architecture were his bed and a pile of chests. Upon seeing this, the old teacher couldn't help but make a comment. You couldn't even score that much for building a matchbox.
Matchbox? What was that? Xia Yunqian had never built houses in survival mode, mostly living on an open bed and placing some chests. Even if he wanted to build a house, it would be at the expense of driving villagers out to live in their houses.
Resources 92 points. At this point, even the homeroom teacher was losing composure. What on earth have you done?
To think that the best previous score in this dimension was only 78 points. That was because he sacrificed scores in other dimensions to focus solely on resources.
Indeed, this score was rather outrageous, yet Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue found it reasonable. Swamp monster towers, dual core, dual-dimensional iron farms, single-dimensional wither skeleton farms, and dark towers. Sand farms 70000, stone farms, iron rail farms, and shulker farms, among others. These all satisfied Xia Yunqian's consumption of certain resources.
In terms of efficiency, they were certainly excellent.
But the outrageous part was still ahead. Combat 99 points. Everyone fell silent at this moment. Even the homeroom teacher could not comprehend why the score for combat could be so high.
You didn't poke a wither nest, did you?
Xia Yunqian nodded.
I did kill quite a few withers, but I didn't have a wither nest. I did have a wither skeleton nest though.
Silence, still silence. Xia Yunqian continued to display the next score. Placement 93 points.
Wait, how did you get such a low architecture score but such a high placement score? The old teacher couldn't help but speak up. He thought Xia Yunqian had completely ignored architecture, relying solely on other dimensions for points. But unexpectedly, Xia Yunqian's score in the placement dimension was also remarkable.
Placement is very different from architecture. Placement relates to the blocks Xia Yunqian placed.
As long as blocks were placed, it was fine. Architecture, on the other hand, is not as simple. You can't just pile up a mountain to get a good architectural score. Generally speaking, buildings with high placement scores also don't have poor architectural scores. But nobody expected the anomaly that was Xia Yunqian.
This isn't entirely surprising. Xia Yunqian also found it outrageous, but upon careful reflection it made some sense.
All his automated devices required the placement of thousands of blocks. Especially that wither skeleton farm, which almost drained Xia Yunqian's life force.
Xia Yunqian's total score was 606.
Although the full score was 750, generally speaking a score of 535 would be enough to enter King Nin's 2 schools. To achieve such a score while being far below average in 2 dimensions, he could still turn the tide with the other dimensions. One could truly call him a genius youth.
Shock or not, silence or not, the scores had to continue to be checked. Let's just rely on ourselves, we won't call names. Whoever wants to come up first can do so. If you want to turn off the projection, go ahead, it's no problem. Yet very few people volunteered to go up.
Still a few students, those who had ranked high in the past, did. However, after the appearance of the super boss that was Xia Yunqian, nobody felt particularly interested. Teacher, I'll go up. The one who spoke was Li Siyue. It must be said that the homeroom teacher treated Li Siyue and Xia Yunqian with entirely different attitudes. All right, quickly come up. Xia Yunqian, get up and make way for her. Since Xia Yunqian's protective position was next to the podium, it was inevitable that she would brush past him when going up. However, it really didn't cause any issues, she could easily get by. Xia Yunqian smiled helplessly and made way for Siyue. Li Siyue walked up to the podium, still entering her exam number as required. She clicked to query. Li Siyu's scores were not blocked and everyone first glanced at the total score. Total score 573. The theoretical score is 139. Look at how solid her theory is. Exploration 69. Survival 79. Architecture 60. Resources 75. Combat 78. Placement 73. Although Li Siyue had no score above 80, her ranking was 49th. Generally speaking, those ranked in the top 50 in the city would be highly sought after by various universities. Li Siyue happened to be in that position. The scoring system of the MC deity is quite ruthless. It is devoid of emotion and only looks at data. However, this also ensures that the results are fair, as the evaluation standards are the same with no external factors interfering. Under the influence of these two exceptional individuals, everyone had been in a good mood. Now, aside from Li Siyue, Xia Yunqian and the homeroom teacher, others were not happy. As the old teacher left the classroom, he wore a smile that never faded. In the office, those two students are just being absurd. I mean, one who ranked in the top 10 in the city was blocked and the other ranked 49th. And the result? Neither is going to Huaqing nor Nanda. They just want to stay in Bayou. No matter how we persuade them, it's useless. What a pity we can't use their stats to recruit anymore. The expressions on their faces were all too revealing. Hey old Zhang, how did you teach? The best student in your class before was only at bar dance level. How did two Qingnan students suddenly emerge? Let me tell you, old Zhang, you're not being straightforward. As colleagues, you blinked and took off. Although Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue didn't go to Qingnan, this wasn't entirely a bad thing for 5 Middle School. Staying local means that support from the main city of Bayou toward 5 Middle School will increase. This isn't just about cultivating talent. It's also about retaining talent. Every year, the top students from various provinces are usually snatched away by Qingnan. This leads to local universities only being able to pick up the scraps. It's important to note that although Xia Yunqian's score was not the highest this time, his scores in the other 4 dimensions carried more weight. Exploration and architecture inherently don't hold much value. They are skills that can be learned anytime if one desires. However, acquiring resources is not that simple. When all scores were checked aside from Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue, the best score was only 524. The scores exhibited a cliff-like distribution. Xia Yunqian, you're really that strong, managing to reach the top 10 city ranking in just half a month. After checking the scores, everyone continued to chat in the classroom, and naturally the most discussed were the top 2. Those who had originally mocked Xia Yunqian now felt as if they had a mouthful of cotton. They were uncomfortable and couldn't spit it out. After the results, only the choice of preferences remains, but this has nothing to do with Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue. The two of them live quite far apart. Xia Yunqian is from a small town and so is Li Siyue. However, the towns where they live are separated by an hour's drive. In any case, it is still relatively far. But there is one good thing: they both depart from the same bus station. Xia Yunqian packed up her things in the dormitory, bidding farewell to 3 years of youth. Li Siyue was already at the school gate. Although she was a girl, she was quicker at packing than Xia Yunqian. Let's go. Do you need me to help you with your things? Li Siyue shook her head and Xia Yunqian did not insist. The two of them dragged their suitcases together toward the bus station. At the West Station. It was morning and there were still relatively few trains. By the way, you don't have anything else to do during the summer break, right? Xia Yunqian asked Li Siyue. Li Siyue nodded. Seeing that Xia Yunqian was happy as long as she could be at home, that was enough. Isn't your house quite big? I might come visit you when I have time. Li Siyue sensed something off from Xia Yunqian's expression and subtly shifted her position. By the way, this is for you. Xia Yunqian pulled out a palm-sized box. It's a bit tight. Wait a moment. Feeling somewhat awkward, she struggled to open the box since it was a cover type. Without nails of her own, this led to a comical scene. I can't take it anymore. Seeing that she couldn't open it, Xia Yunqian took out the key from her backpack and made a decisive cut. Then with a twist of her hands, a blue and white flower was retrieved by Xia Yunqian. Don't mind the details, this is a twine flower. I found a skilled craftsman to make a twine flower using a star from the lower realms. This particular star was the first one Xia Yunqian had brought out of the game.
Why not give it a try?
Li Siyue took the twine flower and it felt very comfortable in her hand, smooth like beautiful jade.
How about you help me put it on?
Li Siyue thought for a moment and then handed the flower to Xia Yunqian.
Xia Yunqian didn't hesitate. How could she refuse helping a beautiful girl wear a headpiece?
The twine flower had a specially designed clip made from a unique fiber unlike metal which could hurt someone. The twine flower wasn't too large but it fit perfectly on Li Siyue's small head. The young girl's already exquisite features became even more captivating.
It looks really good. I want to keep looking at it.
As a devoted fan of the two-dimensional world, Xia Yunqian was too inexperienced when it came to expressing feelings. Thus she could only continually express her affection in other more indirect ways.
Fortunately, Li Siyue would respond to her. Then I won't take it off in the future. Make sure to look at me properly, okay? Beautiful moments are always fleeting. Trains come and people go.
Li Siyue boarded the bus home while Xia Yunqian stood outside gazing at her. The girl by the window waved her hand, her eyes full of reluctance.
But a brief farewell is for a better reunion.
Xia Yunqian also had her own matters to attend to. At the very least, those machines needed to be sorted out. Otherwise it would be hard to say what the situation would be like after school started. Once home, she flirted with Li Siyue on QQ, reassured her family that she was safe and talked about her college entrance exam results. Xia Yunqian was very fortunate that her family did not have high expectations for her grades. Throughout high school it had been a laid-back environment with no pressure on herself. Until Xia Yunqian called her mother to report her results. Her mother was playing mahjong on the other end.
Hello Xia Yunqian. What's up?
Wait 3 dots. The college entrance exam results are out.
Oh, how did you do?
I'm on the phone with my son, don't rush me.
The results are excellent, in the top 10 of the city. When will you come back?
Noon.
Okay, when you come back go to the market and buy a roast duck to celebrate.
Tell that vendor to add more spice and cook the rice well when you get back.
Me.
I'm eating at the tea house, don't worry about me, just take care of yourself.
Alright, I'm hanging up.
Hey Longqi, just wanna self-draw.
Xia Yunqian felt helpless listening to the mahjong sounds on the phone. Her family was enjoying their own lives as if she were an afterthought.
It was a case of the children will find their own fortunes, I just want to enjoy my blessings for now. But this was also quite good, there were few conflicts at home and Xia Yunqian lived comfortably. Before heading home she first went to pick up a package from the delivery service.
So this is projection. It feels pretty average.
The projection module was similar to an apple peel, just a cube that she brought close to her badge. With a flicker of light the module was bound. Xia Yunqian entered the game because she was accepted into a good university. Wuzhong directly covered the spirit from the lower realms for her for the following year.
The game also had a creative mode.
Creative mode was different from survival mode. There could only be one survival save and the seed was given by the MC god. It was completely random, but creative mode was different, one could choose their own seeds.
Xia Yunqian created a creative world and took out the blocks she needed.
Then an all-automatic tree-felling farm, 640 furnace groups and a world devourer along with a bedrock breaking machine. And various electricity generating machines. Let's get started.
The first issue Xia Yunqian needed to solve was the wiring problem of the packing machine.
The packing machine wasn't a very difficult device, but any area related to collection required a packing machine. Therefore Xia Yunqian directly set up conventional double-speed, quadruple-speed and 6-speed packing machines. There were even more efficient packing machines, but generally speaking these 3 were already sufficient. Even if they weren't enough, the quantity of packing machines could be stacked and the processing speed would always keep up.
The convenience of the projection module was not only that it made survival builds simpler. It could also accurately calculate the various materials needed.
This way she wouldn't have to return to retrieve materials if she forgot. Any such situations could really mess with one's mentality. However, all of this would never be seen again after today.
The powerful performance of the projection module would benefit every gamer.
Now Xia Yunqian had also created many simple machines in creative mode and tagged them for projection. Although they were simple, she wished to make them even simpler.
Triple-speed anvil machines and honey block farms. 3 days passed under Xia Yunqian's 12 hours of high-intensity grinding each day.
An all-automatic tree-felling farm, 640 furnace groups and various other random devices were all set up. The efficiency of creativity was fast, there were no monsters affecting it, no material limitations. All that was needed was to build. Only the world devourer and bedrock breaking machines were still not finished. That project was really too large and needed to be done slowly. After finishing all this, Xia Yunqian returned to reality and let out a long sigh of relief. She opened her phone to check her messages. The first thing that caught her eye was a QQ message from Li Siyue greeting her daily with good morning and good night. However, the message they exchanged most frequently was surprisingly, "Have you eaten?" Seeing Li Siyu's caring words made Xia Yunqian feel warm inside. Her mood for watching videos improved as well. How fierce are girls from the Sichuan-Chongqing region? What a ridiculous video title. As a local, how could I not know? It can't be generalized, right? At least my girlfriend is very gentle. Xia Yunqian casually commented a couple of times and left gracefully. There was no way having a girlfriend online elevated one's status. Suddenly a comment reply appeared in Xia Yunqian's message box. Kid, all the girls in the Sichuan-Chongqing region are gentle before marriage. Just think about your dad and mom. The avatar was of a middle-aged man and most of the videos were fishing related. Xia Yunqian thought for a moment and concluded that it shouldn't be the case. How could someone's personality change drastically after marriage? Li Siyue is different, you don't understand her. Of course you may not understand her right now, but perhaps in a while the truth will come to light. Xia Yunqian's current shortcomings in crafting are now quite minimal. However, there remains a serious issue: the speed of synthesis is too slow. Every time I craft something I have to take items out of the chest one by one at a slow pace. I initially thought this would be my life, constantly enduring this torment. But when Xia Yunqian found the detector in the creative world, he saw a familiar block. Isn't this my Grandpa Nyo? Grandpa Nyo, you're here, but why is it not in the survival world? Xia Yunqian remained undeterred, switching back to the survival world and synthesizing according to the recipe in his memory. Still not there. This won't do, Grandpa Nyo, how can I survive without you? The synthesis station, abbreviated as Grandpa Nyo's synthesis station, got its name because its appearance is very similar to Grandpa Nyo from the cartoon Big Ears 2-2. Its function is quite simple: just input the materials and it will automatically carry out the synthesis for you. This means that as long as the Shadow Shell farm is equipped with a complete synthesis station, it can directly output shadow boxes, thus saving the steps of crafting by oneself and further improving efficiency. But the question is, why is it available in creative mode but not in survival mode? With this thought, Xia Yunqian exited the game and took out his phone to make a call. Instructor, do you know about the synthesizer? Due to the unique situation between Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue, their instructor had already been assigned a lady named Gaokao. At 29 years old, she is still quite young. Xia Yunqian, why are you asking about that? It's an experimental item. The MC's main god hasn't officially added it yet. This world's Minecraft is also continually being updated. The MC's main god occasionally adds new items and fixes bugs from time to time. Instructor, is there any way to use that synthesis station in advance? My survival world has quite a high demand for it. Gao Xuanya pondered for a moment and said to Xia Yunqian, yes, although it's experimental content, our school's research institute has already developed it. It can already be used in module form in advance. I'll have them send it to you quickly, but please write a report for me after using it. Also include your usage experience and some methods. The people at the research institute can be quite peculiar. I can't hand in the report without giving them something. In short, the Grandpa Nyo synthesis station is secured and life visibly improved. Just how impressive is the Grandpa Nyo synthesizer? Xia Yunqian has a lot to say about this. It's quick, with a snap the items are synthesized. From now on I'll just take iron blocks and not familiar with iron ingots. I only need ready-made boxes. Although shadow shells are good, it's still not enough. Aside from this, Xia Yunqian also built a large synthesis station. It contains various high-demand redstone components like detectors and pistons. In the future, when needed, he can just place the boxed materials in the chest. Combined with a simple shadow box unloading machine, he can achieve the synthesis of items box by box. I must say the Grandpa Nyo synthesizer is indeed useful. In contrast to Xia Yunqian's frantic crafting with projections, Li Siyue has a much tougher time. The girl basically grinds in the survival world every day. In the evenings, she occasionally seeks Xia Yunqian for in-depth discussions. Each time Li Siyue returns to the survival world fully satisfied, continuing her grind. As for Xia Yunqian, he can only do sit-ups in place. The passage of time during holidays is different from that during school. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Aside from adding a few synthesis stations to the existing equipment, Xia Yunqian hardly moved anything. Most of the time he was busy building devices in creative mode, then working on projections. Of course, he still spends some time in the survival world to hang the wither skeleton heads. Once a week he uses each one for a week. Although he says that in reality just hanging for 2 hours is enough. A production of 750 is not top-notch, but it is definitely sufficient. He also took the time to upgrade the space of the wristband he gave to Li Siyue. After upgrading to a cubic meter of space, it was already able to hold a suitcase. However, this thing is really expensive, costing Xia Yunqian 150000 coins. If it weren't for the additional Shadow Shell farm as a supplement, he really couldn't support these expenses, relying solely on nether stars. At noon, Xia Yunqian tiredly went to the kitchen to grab a spatula to prepare a meal. His mother had returned to her hometown, leaving Xia Yunqian alone here. He had to solve the problem of meals by himself. Although Xia Yunqian had emphasized to his family many times that he had plenty of money and could still save them a lot, they still wouldn't allow Xia Yunqian to eat out every meal, saying it was to cultivate his cooking skills, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find a wife in the future. He took out the frozen hard meat.
"Sai, I forgot to thaw the meat again this morning."
Hot water with salt was the trick he relied on to save his life when the adults at home instructed him to take the meat out to thaw.
Surprisingly, he still relied on this trick now.
After washing the rice and putting it in the rice cooker to steam, Xia Yunqian sat at the table board scrolling through his phone.
If only someone could bring me a roast duck right now. Cutting and stir-frying meat is really a hassle.
Just as Xia Yunqian was radiating negativity, there was a knock at the door.
Xia Yunqian lethargically went to open the door.
As he walked, he said, "Coming." When he opened the door, the previously dreary atmosphere instantly brightened. He felt as if he had come back to life. No other reason his girlfriend had arrived. As he opened the door, a delicate girl appeared, smiling brightly while carrying a backpack. She was wearing the flower band Xia Yunqian had gifted her.
"Hey, did you miss me? I've basically resolved everything at home. I came over to find you." "No, I haven't eaten at all.
If it weren't for you, I would still be waiting for the meat to defrost before I could eat." Xia Yunqian had to admit that Li Siyu's arrival completely dispelled all his negative energy. But suddenly Xia Yunqian thought of something else.
"You don't have any weird things at your home, do you? Did you take out the trash in your room? The blanket seems to have turned into a lump."
"It should be fine, there shouldn't be a problem. I must say this meal is the most delicious one Xia Yunqian has had since returning home." The two of them ate quietly, occasionally glancing up at each other.
Seeing Xia Yunqian struggle to bite into a duck leg for quite some time, Li Siyue couldn't help but laugh.
"Slow down, why are you always in such a hurry when you eat?" Indeed, Xia Yunqian's eating speed was relatively fast, adhering to the principle of finishing quickly to play sooner.
Efficiency-oriented individuals are like that. After finishing the meal, what should they do next? Enjoy life.
At this time, Xia Yunqian should have gone straight to sleep, but Li Siyue couldn't let her do that. After coming such a long way, it would be a waste to just sleep.
Actually, sleeping seems okay too. Do you have any games you like to play?
Of course, excluding my world. Xia Yunqian really didn't want to spend this time grinding in my world. Li Siyue thought for a moment and shook her head. The girl had been very busy in high school, rarely having time to spare, let alone play games. It was hot outside and taking the girl out for a stroll was not feasible, so Xia Yunqian chose to catch up on anime with her.
"Then let's watch the new anime from July."
After thinking it over, Xia Yunqian still decided to take Li Siyue to watch anime. But what to watch? Xia Yunqian surely hoped for some pure love anime where they could gradually get closer and start enjoying each other's company.
Deciding on that, Xia Yunqian went to the dormitory and tidied up the room a bit. He certainly didn't want any strange items to be seen by Li Siyue.
"Siyue, come to my room to watch anime, my room is quite spacious." Li Siyue didn't really know what to do, she just wanted to give Xia Yunqian a surprise by spending time with him.
In the end, the two chose a standard isekai anime.
In the past, Xia Yunqian would have never touched something like this. But with Li Siyue around, that kind of romance anime was too overt.
However, this anime wasn't without its merits.
At least it was pure love.
"Siyue, sitting on the stool to watch is too tiring, let's go to the bed."
The girl found it a bit strange who just asked someone to get onto the bed. Li Siyue looked at Xia Yunqian, whose eyes were filled with sincerity, as if he genuinely just wanted to find a comfortable place. So Xia Yunqian moved another laptop to the bed and found two pillows for Li Siyue. With their waists supported, they continued to enjoy this rare pure love isekai anime. Of course, enjoying was not really on the agenda. Li Siyue was focused on the computer. Xia Yunqian watched Li Siyue and then quietly held her small hand. Although nothing happened on the bed, you could say they were indeed on the bed. Li Siyue noticed Xia Yunqian's actions, but instead of pulling away, she took the initiative to interlock her fingers with his. "Yay, it's really nice to be close to my wife," Xia Yunqian thought to himself. Originally, this was supposed to be a very pleasant afternoon, with Xia Yunqian getting closer and closer to Li Siyue. And indeed it was like that from the very start. Xia Yunqian held Li Siyue's hand, gradually sitting closer together. Then Xia Yunqian's hand began to wander, gently letting go of Li Siyue's small hand and wrapping it around her slender waist. However, there was still quite a height difference between Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue. The girl was 157 centimeters while the boy was 175 centimeters. So Xia Yunqian first rested his face on Li Siyue's shoulder, then leaned his neck forward to touch her delicate face. At first it felt quite nice, but after a while Xia Yunqian's neck became uncomfortable. So he simply decided to take bold action. He directly picked the girl up, letting her sit on his lap while he wrapped his arms around her waist. This way they could still be close. The girl cooperated and quietly stayed with the boy, enjoying this leisurely time together. Originally, this was supposed to be a very happy time. After finishing this anime, Xia Yunqian planned to find some high-quality pure love anime and naturally do what they both enjoyed. The developments were quite pleasant, with the girl blushing and cooperating well. Both were satisfied with the current moment. But then MC Hunger Games, the latest public battle royale event registration, has started. Xia Yunqian had no interest in this. He himself was not particularly fond of PvP. However, Li Siyue had already clicked on the advertisement. After Li Siyue scrolled through the event rules, she turned to Xia Yunqian, looking up at him. "Ah, Yun, will you accompany me to this event? It's organized by the Penguin organization, which has a high credibility, and there are decent rewards for those who rank in the top 10. Xia Yunqian definitely didn't want to go as an old pro in MC. He had long passed the age of fighting and killing. He just wanted to be close to Li Siyue, but seeing her made Xia Yunqian recall his own past self. Back then, without a computer, he could only rely on a console to play My World. But the console had no minigame servers or mod packs. He could only watch MC content creators online, hoping that one day he could play Bed Wars. He also wanted to build a portal to Heaven in the game. At that time, Heaven and Twilight were practically new forms of online scams, and Xia Yunqian fell for them several times. Later, he got a computer, had a legitimate version of My World and access to servers and resource packs. However, the hopes of his youth could never return. The girl now resembled the boy he once was, filled with interest in My World. Xia Yunqian had missed out on his childhood dreams back then. Now he had the ability to ensure that disappointment would not fall upon Li Siyue. Thus Xia Yunqian gently patted Li Siyue's head, meeting her expectant gaze. "Alright, let's go. I'll book the tickets right now." The event was for everyone, with extensive promotion, and there were already tens of thousands of registrants. Thus the officials chose to conduct preliminary rounds based on regions. In the end, those who advanced would go to Magic City for the final championship. The competition rewards were quite generous, with the first place receiving a 200,000 prize. The second place would receive 150,000 and the third place 100,000. The remaining 4th to 8th places would each get 100,000. Anyone who successfully advanced from the first round of preliminaries would get 300,000. The officials set up 3 tracks, singles, doubles and fours, with the prize money being the same. Of course, Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue chose the doubles track. The competition officially started on July 25th, which meant they had 5 days to prepare. The two chose the preliminary round in the Bayou region and discussed their travel plans after registering. "Let's buy tickets for tomorrow. We can go early and enjoy a few days in the main city." Li Siyue had no objections, but then asked, "What about tonight? Should I sleep in your parents' room?" Xia Yunqian really wanted to say they should sleep together, but he realized that might not be realistic. It was also not possible to let the girl sleep on the sofa, so "Why don't you sleep in my room and I'll take the sofa?" Xia Yunqian's parents' room was kept very clean and the bedding was well prepared. It was clear at a glance whether anyone had been in their room. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Xia Yunqian chose to make do on the sofa for one night. As it turned out, this was indeed a good choice. That night, Xia Yunqian lay on the sofa blowing the electric fan, unable to fall asleep no matter what. It was not just the heat, more than that there was a beautiful girl next door and he could only think about her. Li Siyue was having a tough time too. "It smells like a Yun. I feel like I'm going to break down." To put it bluntly, Li Siyue was still just an 18-year-old girl. Coming to her boyfriend's house alone was already pushing it, and now she was sleeping in his room on his bed. How could she possibly sleep? As the night deepened, suddenly the door to Xia Yunqian's room opened. Xia Yunqian quickly pretended to be asleep, trying not to make any noise. Li Siyue, holding a pillow, peeked around cautiously. She quietly crept over to Xia Yunqian, who was sleeping at the head of the bed. Yun, are you asleep?" Li Siyue's voice was soft, but Xia Yunqian still heard her. "What to do? Just continue pretending to be asleep." "Yun, I can't sleep. I'm getting up to keep watch." Xia Yunqian continued to pretend to be asleep while Li Siyue sat beside his head, not knowing what to think. "If I had known, I wouldn't have been shy. It would have been great to sleep together. But there's nothing I can do about it. Just coming here and getting attached to you, I really am so shy." Li Siyue sat on the sofa with the pillow she brought resting on her lap, her hands drawing circles on it. Xia Yunqian seemed to have discovered a clever point. It seemed that as long as he woke up, he could naturally carry Li Siyue back to his room. Then he could just lie down, and wouldn't that be perfect? Li Siyue didn't dislike him, she was just a bit shy. However, she couldn't sleep now. Under the influence of drowsiness and the various nighttime buffs, her shyness seemed to matter less. Moreover, she regretted not sleeping with him from the start. "Let's just do it, but how can I wake up reasonably?" Xia Yunqian opted for the blanket method. It is well known that even in the sweltering summer one must cover their stomach with something.
Xia Yunqian now had a small blanket covering his stomach. All it took was a slight movement of his hands and feet and hey, the fan blew. The small blanket Xia Yunqian was covering himself with naturally slid down. Li Siyue would definitely not ignore that. Feeling the vibrations of the sofa, he sensed Li Siyue getting up. Xia Yunqian quietly adjusted the position of his hand. When Li Siyue picked up the blanket to cover him again, Xia Yunqian slowly opened his eyes bleary-eyed and said, "Oh, it's Siyue. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Li Siyue didn't expect that Xia Yunqian would wake up just from her picking up the blanket. But she honestly replied, "I can't sleep." Xia Yunqian still pretended to be a bit disoriented. "Can't sleep? That's not good. Let me carry you back to the room. If you don't sleep now, you won't have the energy tomorrow." Without waiting for Li Siyue to refuse, he picked her up on his own. The girl was very light, probably around 90 pounds, which seemed a bit too skinny. However, 90 pounds was already a considerable weight for Xia Yunqian. Normally a person just waking up wouldn't have such strength. But Li Siyue didn't mind that all her attention was focused on being carried like a princess. With the girlfriend buff, Xia Yunqian felt incredibly steady. He usually struggled to carry a bucket of water, but now he was moving smoothly. The door to the room was not closed. After Xia Yunqian carried Li Siyue into the room, he mechanically pushed the door closed with his foot. The sound of the door closing echoed, and he gently placed Li Siyue on the bed before lying down himself. Aha, it worked. Xia Yunqian thought to himself. At this point, how could Li Siyue not understand what he was thinking? "You sly Yun, just pretending to be asleep. You should have just said you were awake." Upon hearing this, Xia Yunqian decided to stop pretending, getting up to cover both Li Siyue and himself with the air conditioning blanket. After all, the air conditioning in the room was set quite low, it wouldn't do to not cover up. Li Siyue didn't resist, allowing Xia Yunqian to arrange her. After covering them with the blanket, Li Siyue turned her back to Xia Yunqian, who then held her tightly. The girl was soft and fragrant. Xia Yunqian rubbed his head against Li Siyue's, feeling much more comfortable than sleeping outside. Of course, there was also some excitement. The girl felt the warmth of the embrace behind her, a fiery sensation flooding her body, bringing her a sense of security. Her whole body seemed to soften. The two nestled together, quickly fell into a deep sleep. The train tickets were for the afternoon, so Xia Yunqian didn't need to wake up early. With the softness of the bed, he was reluctant to get up early. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue. Xia Yunqian still held the girl tightly, but the embrace had shifted from behind to faceta face. But this was fine. Xia Yunqian could better admire the girl's sleeping face. At 10 a.m. the girl slowly began to wake up, moving like a little kitten in Xia Yunqian's arms. She let out a soft hum. Xia Yunqian watched as the girl in his arms gradually awoke. Suddenly he seemed to notice something amiss. Their romantic relationship seemed to have taken a strange turn. They had gotten together without improperly confessing. They hadn't even kissed yet. They were sharing the same bed. Did that mean they were about to cross the line before marriage? Thinking of this made Xia Yunqian feel a bit embarrassed. How could he treat the girl like that? Girls value their dignity, and even though the process wasn't explicitly stated, it shouldn't be overlooked. But Xia Yunqian, being a bit of a homebody, was also quite shy. However, Li Siyue hadn't fully woken up yet. "I've got a plan," he said, lifting himself slightly, leaning his mouth close to Li Siyue's ear. "Siyue, I like you. Be my girlfriend now and later be my wife." For someone whose consciousness was still fuzzy, whatever he said she would agree. Li Siyue naturally responded with an mm. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunqian felt delighted. "Then Siyue, we are already boyfriend and girlfriend now, right? We're already sharing the same bed." Li Siyue still replied with an mm. "Before cohabiting there's a process we haven't completed, let's go through it now." If Li Siyue just said again, Xia Yunqian would undoubtedly lean in to kiss her lips. But she said, "Okay, wait, let's sleep a bit more." Xia Yunqian was filled with confusion. This was not what he had imagined. The girl turned over, continuing to face away from Xia Yunqian. She leaned against him, curling up into a ball, making it easier for him to hold her. Xia Yunqian had no choice but to wait for Li Siyue to wake up before continuing the conversation. But just being able to hold the girl like this made him very satisfied. Li Siyue woke up, this time thoroughly awake. She turned to face Xia Yunqian, who was smiling at her. "Why are you smiling so happily?" Li Siyue asked, her voice still soft and sweet. Xia Yunqian pressed his forehead against hers. "Of course it's because you Siyue agreed to be with me." Saying this, he leaned in to kiss Li Siyue's red lips. To be honest, Xia Yunqian had previously been indifferent to the matter of kissing. In Xia Yunqian's eyes, kissing was merely the contact between mucous membranes and muscle tissues. But now he apologized for having spoken too loudly at that time. Kissing the girl, feeling the tenderness of her lips, his heart raced and dopamine surged in his brain. His entire body was in an extreme state of excitement.
If Xia Yunqian were to describe it, this feeling was akin to being the last one standing after all his teammates had perished in a game, taking on 5 enemies and winning. In fact, the pleasure was even greater than that. Li Siyue was unhappy, casting a resentful glance at Xia Yunqian across the dining table. Xia Yunqian knew he had gone a bit too far, having inexplicably taken away the girl's first kiss. Xia Yunqian looked like a foolish young boy. The girl pouted as she ate her noodles, occasionally emitting a hum of discontent. "Alright Siyue, it's my fault, I shouldn't have taken advantage of you secretly. From now on I'll cook, wash the dishes, sweep the floor, hand over my salary, and won't mess around." A series of smooth apologies. Whenever his parents quarreled, his father was always the first to admit his mistakes. Over time, Xia Yunqian learned how to actively apologize when a girl was angry. Apologizing while bowing is not shameful. It's well known that men from the Sichuan-Chongqing region are quite submissive. Upon hearing this, Li Siyu's mood improved slightly. However, she still said fiercely, "I want to book 2 rooms when we go to the main city. We'll stay separately." Even though Xia Yunqian had no desire to agree, he could only comply for now. Stabilizing the situation was the priority. They could discuss hotel arrangements on the high-speed train. In short, Li Siyu's mood improved a bit under Xia Yunqian's various active apologies. After finishing the meal, Xia Yunqian voluntarily went to wash the dishes. Although just yesterday Li Siyue was eager to help Xia Yunqian. After washing the dishes, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. They hadn't had breakfast, having stayed up too late the night before. Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue set off lightly, each carrying a bag. Apart from her sleep time, Li Siyue wore the floral headpiece that Xia Yunqian had given her, made from a star from the lower realm, which was of particularly high quality. It was resistant to dirt and dust. Xia Yunqian, on the other hand, wore the bracelet that Li Siyue had given him, which was made of excellent material and looked quite elegant. The two arrived at the station and boarded the bus heading to the city. After entering the city, they would take the high-speed train to the main city. Their shoulders brushed against each other, leaning on one another. "By the way, Siyue, what should we name our team? And what about our uniforms?" The skins in this game are determined by the player's clothing that day. Players in the game have different skins. The starting survival avatars resemble the players themselves. However, this can be changed in other settings. Li Siyue had no particular thoughts on this matter and entrusted the decision entirely to Xia Yunqian. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunqian was no longer sleepy and immediately took out 2 photos. "Look, I got the ice red tea." 2 photos of ice red tea outfits. One was of a traditional ice red tea outfit, while the other was of a blue ice red tea outfit. Li Siyue found the 2 photos amusing but turned to Xia Yunqian, who was excitedly introducing the photos. Li Siyue still chose to listen to Xia Yunqian. Let it be childish, as long as he likes it, that's enough. Li Siyue was gentle and kind towards Xia Yunqian, knowing that he rarely asked for items in the game despite their high yield. She only inquired about their origin and purpose. The girl was genuinely working hard to improve herself, blossoming under the radiant sunlight. Xia Yunqian decisively named their team Ice Red Tea. Attention. The team uniforms would be themed after Ice Red Tea. Naturally, Xia Yunqian's outfit would be the manly traditional Ice Red Tea jersey. Li Siyue's would be the blue jersey of manly Ice Red Tea. 1 yellow and 1 blue. It was quite humorous. He sent the images to a vendor for custom printing, expected to arrive in 2 days. After everything was sorted out, Xia Yunqian continued to wrap his arm around Li Siyue's slender waist, enjoying the fragrance of his girlfriend. The high-speed train station was crowded. Holidays are a great time for travel, and there were many high school graduates at the high-speed train station. They traveled in groups, both boys and girls. Once on board, Li Siyue looked around curiously at everything on the high-speed train, just like how Xia Yunqian felt during his first ride after finishing the college entrance exam. The seats on the high-speed train were slightly more spacious than those on the bus, but Xia Yunqian was not satisfied with the layout. Now that he had a girlfriend, there was an armrest between their seats, preventing them from getting close. The high-speed train rules dictated that males sit in F and females in D. If not, they would choose A, and if worse came to worse, settle for B in the aisle. Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue naturally sat in F and D, not wanting any third party to interrupt their sweet moment. The region they were in was northeast Sichuan, and it would take about an hour to reach the main city. Though the time wasn't long, they had to find some amusement. After pondering for a while, Xia Yunqian opened the game 3 Kingdoms Kill on his phone. After getting into the game, he often felt like he was missing a blanket while sleeping at night. Suddenly he thought that playing 3 Kingdoms Kill would define his life. As the saying goes, it's better to buy an account than to create one, and better to rent than to buy. However, Xia Yunqian would directly borrow an account, joking that he would never spend money on a dog card. Chao Wei loves beautiful wives. Dongwu has lovely Lolas, and Shuhan is all about bromance. The dog card was purely a shoe black. It was a pity that a certain Qilin Bao couldn't shoot his horse. It kept showing that it couldn't be selected. Starting a game of Army 8, the Lord chose Pizza Hut, and Xia Yunqian was a rebel, glancing at the impoverished generals. Quietly he pulled out the marked Guan Yu.
Look, you all are just here to mark and sell heads. Marked Guan Yu in position 8 mistakenly entering the underworld.
Not only was there the current Army 8 Emperor Pizza Hut but also the former Army 8 Emperor Du Yu. With a kind-hearted expression, the two treasures Shenguan and Xinguo along with Xin Zhao
mistakenly entering the underworld.
Xia Yunqian typed these words at the beginning and then consciously set it to auto. The game started normally and Pizza Hut crushed the loyalists, rebels and traitors with overwhelming force. Breathing in while drawing cards was essential. Due to the dark situation on the field, they didn't take the marked Guan Yu seriously. Under various AoE attacks, marked Guan Yu was left with just 2 health points. However, his hand was relatively healthy, holding 5 cards thanks to someone playing 2 grain cards. It was Xinguo's turn. Perceiving the subtle to understand the heart and mind of a person. A classic Erguo to 1 kill and 1 dodge. Xinguo disdainfully gave the card to marked Guan Yu and then charged towards Pizza Hut Yu. Of course, charging was futile. Now it was Guan Yu's turn. After eating a nurturing package, Guan Yu already had 9 cards. Playing a card from nowhere, marked Guan Yu had 10 cards. This was still with the nurturing package and during his turn, but Yu had already drawn 19 cards just by breathing. Guan Yu had a magical skill that allowed him to use red cards as kills. Kill Yu dodged. Just as everyone thought a new round of boss battles was about to begin, Guan Yu pulled out the Zhuge crossbow combined with a hand of red cards. Using red cards as kills. Kill dodge, kill wine, kill peach, kill dodge. I'll watch out for the details when preventing wine kills. Guan Yu launched another kill. Save me. Unexpectedly, Pizza Hut began to ask for peaches. Zhao Zilong of Changshan is here. With 2 red peaches, Yu was down to 2 health points. Under the Zhuge crossbow, the Army 8 Emperor resembled a broken wall. Another 2 kills. Pizza Hut once again asked for peaches. Controlling the dragon to swallow rivers, I will bring peace to the southeast and subdue Wuyi. The little emperor made a move and another peach was thrown. Xia Yunqian controlled marked Guan Yu to deliver the final kill using the red card kill skill. In the end, Pizza Hut met its doom in the northwest, leaving a legacy that shook Huaxia. Xia Yunqian proudly boasted about his glorious achievements to Li Siyue. Though Li Siyue didn't understand 3 Kingdoms kill, she understood Xia Yunqian. As expected of you, that's amazing. Let's take a break and have some snacks. Li Siyue fed Xia Yunqian some prepared beef cubes. It tastes quite good. Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue stepped off the high-speed train in despair, not because the journey had been tiring but because they had failed to book a hotel. Indeed, Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue had forgotten a crucial detail. The main city of Baiyu is a well-known tourist destination in the country, and during holidays it is packed with people. Ah Yun, what should we do? Li Siyue clung helplessly to Xia Yunqian's arm. This was Li Siyue's first time traveling far and she had no experience encountering such a situation. Was overwhelming. No rush, let me think. First we'll find a place to eat, then take a stroll and finally look for a hotel. Even if we can't find one, it's alright, as long as I'm here you won't have to sleep outside. It must be said that the gap between the main city and the counties is indeed significant. A bowl of 2 liang of mixed sauce costs 9 yuan in the counties, but here it's 13. The taste isn't even that classic. After a quick dinner, Xia Yunqian took Li Siyue onto a large bridge. To be honest, although Xia Yunqian was a local of Baiyu, he had never been to Baiyu before. Only the main city is considered Baiyu, elsewhere it's just called mountain clattering. Although he had never been to the main city, he had seen quite a bit online. He definitely wouldn't visit those popular spots, they are crowded beyond belief. So Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue chose to come to a bridge, gazing at the rushing river below while feeling the hot evening breeze. They needed to find a place with air conditioning. The hotels around the main city were almost full, but there were still some places available. Thus Xia Yunqian brought Li Siyue to an internet cafe. Yes, an internet cafe. Boss, we'd like to book a room for 2 for the night, preferably in a good environment. It's only 7 p.m. now. If you book until 6 a.m. tomorrow, it will cost a total of 60 yuan. By the way, you can get a discount coupon from the Lack of Virtue map app, which will help save some money. Xia Yunqian skillfully opened the app and searched for the name of the internet cafe. After placing the group order, he realized there were plenty of benefits for first-time users. Air conditioning, lighting, computers, and even private little rooms. Hehehe. Li Siyue didn't expect it could be like this. She thought they would have to spend the night in a park. To be honest, Xia Yunqian knew this method purely because of an incident that had occurred during his university days when the high-speed train had a minor delay. Due to heavy snow, the train was 2 hours late, causing the subway to close before he could reach his school, and his hotel was booked near the school. As a result, he couldn't go. Xia Yunqian dragged his suitcase through the northern city in confusion, eventually having a sudden thought. Aha, I found an internet cafe and booked a night for only 20 yuan. That was 1/8 the price of a hotel, way too cheap. Although he wouldn't sleep well, at least he wouldn't have to sleep outside. As a university student, staying up all night wasn't a big deal. But this time it was Li Siyue who suffered. She was out with her boyfriend and had to endure this hardship. However, Li Siyue didn't feel that way. Everything was a novelty for her. Originally, Li Siyue's world was a desolate one. The girl knew nothing. She had no direction, only following the structured path taught by her teachers. But after the college entrance examination without teachers, Li Siyue didn't know how to move forward. Just then Xia Yunqian appeared, his brilliance illuminating her world. Xia Yunqian was radiant, and just being with him made Li Siyue feel secure. The boy painted a different hue in the girl's world. Every stroke of color tugged at the heartstrings.
Li Siyue didn't consider staying overnight at the internet cafe with Xia Yunqian to be embarrassing.
As long as he was by her side, she felt completely satisfied.
What else can you do at an internet cafe besides playing games? Li Siyue would tell you my world.
Xia Yunqian had tried his best to discourage her from launching the game.
But no way, I still have a lot of progress to catch up on.
You've waited for me for so long, I have to catch up properly.
What do you mean by waiting so long?
Xia Yunqian's survival file had hardly changed, not for any other reason.
It was purely due to laziness.
What could he do? His girlfriend had already started the game by herself. He certainly couldn't join in. It would be a waste not to use the 3060 Ti computer.
Karabichio launch. Xia Yunqian naturally opened a shooting game featuring anime girls.
It was indeed a shooting game with beautiful girls, and the paper figures were real, not some shooting game his friends liked. Down below, Pow Pow let them witness our fiery combination skills. In a distant land there was an organization called Obai whose members were exceptionally cruel. In the game down below domain.
Forgive Pow Pow, Fei crush them.
It was like the feeling of being ambushed in the canyon after being hard controlled by Donghuang Zhangliang, with 3 Hulks taking turns to unleash their ultimate moves in a chaotic battle. It was like Chong'er seeing the despair after De Bao's ancient ingot knife attack. Their tactics were extremely cruel. Dude, we deployed 5 ultimates and lost 4 of them. We didn't win this fight. What's the probability? Initiating the attack, advantageous position, the opposing carry position, dying first, and we lost the battle.
Boss Lu pulled out his Zhangba and locked onto Hongyi to break through the fog.
In short, they lost despite having absolute advantages, which was incredibly difficult to bear. Every time Xia Yunqian experienced such a moment of vulnerability, he would recall the words from Cat Cat, once you charge into Karabichio, the money cannot be refunded.
It must be said this game is thriving. Hongwen broke through the defense, opened the microphone and surrendered the account. He was still so skilled it made me cry.
What should they do now? What should they play?
They certainly couldn't sleep.
Xia Yunqian thought for a moment and decided to launch Steam.
Although people often said that logging into Steam at an internet cafe was reckless, Xia Yunqian didn't care. He was joking. His library was practically a garbage bin. Last used on July 18th with a total playtime of 29 hours. Tisk, I forgot about this.
Xia Yunqian suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly started operating in his library, renaming, changing backgrounds and hiding items.
What?
You have a friend and I also have a friend. All these first-person shooting games are managed by him and I had no idea.
Feeling a bit bored, Xia Yunqian opened a gal game featuring a vampire princess.
It was a serious game, not a big deal. Xia Yunqian recalled that he had bought it for over 10 yuan when it first released. However, it had been backstabbed after half a month.
After finishing 2 storylines, Xia Yunqian felt a bit tired.
He turned off the computer lights and collapsed onto the gaming chair, embodying the spirit of youth. In the morning, Xia Yunqian woke up from the pain in his neck after having slept in the gaming chair for half the night. It was unrealistic to expect his neck to feel good.
Are you awake? Let's eat. I bought you some buns, though they are a bit cold. I'll go heat them up in the internet cafe's microwave.
Li Siyue had played Minecraft all night thanks to the nether spirit. The fatigue from the game didn't transfer to reality, so she was still quite energetic.
Considering that Xia Yunqian might not wake up in time, Li Siyue went to help him extend his internet fee and bought him some breakfast.
It was now 10 a.m. and all the breakfast shops had already closed. Xia Yunqian was moved to the point of tears while eating the buns that Li Siyue bought for him.
He reminisced about the days spent alone in an internet cafe, desperately thirsty in the middle of the night. Next door, a fierce game session was underway. He had woken up early to catch the subway only to find there was nothing to eat when he arrived at school. And now a kawaii girl was by his side having prepared breakfast for him. She truly made him want to cry. Staying overnight in an internet cafe was not a sustainable option, but fortunately Li Siyue had already booked a room for them that morning. Tonight he wouldn't have to continue wandering. I booked a room with 2 beds, one for each of us. The environment is quite nice with a private bathroom and the online reviews are decent.
Xia Yunqian simply nodded without caring too much about the details. He only cared that he would be in the same room as Li Siyue. As long as they shared a room, there would be a way to manage sleeping arrangements. If all else fails, he could always tell Xia that he was afraid of sleeping alone at night. A penny saved is a penny earned.
During the day, Xia Yunqian took Li Siyue around the main city for some fun.
Both of them felt curious about this city that was both familiar and strange.
However, their joyful holiday was bound to be interrupted by someone. Hey, hello. Teacher Gao, what's up? Is someone from the Research Institute rushing you?
Isn't this sort of thing not urgent?
Alright, I'm playing in the main city. I'll send it to you later, probably in the afternoon.
Li Siyue looked at Xia Yunqian curiously, one arm linked with him while she munched on a candied hawthorn.
What's the matter? Is it important?
Xia Yunqian pinched Li Siyue's little face.
Not important, nothing is more important than our date. Although Xia Yunqian said this, Li Siyue still felt uneasy. It must be the instructor looking for you.
You should finish it quickly and reply to him.
We still have plenty of time.
Xia Yunqian, however, remained nonchalant.
No awards, no rush, the instructor is just my assistant. I can send it to him this afternoon. Having said that, Li Siyue didn't mind anymore.
The two continued to wander around the main city, and it must be said that being exam candidates allowed them to enjoy quite a few discounts while shopping.
He wondered why he hadn't thought of going out to have fun after the exams back then. Oh right, he was caught up in learning to drive after the exams, and he didn't even have a girlfriend.
During lunch, Xia Yunqian took the opportunity to send his insights about the synthesis station to the instructor.
However, insights. There weren't really any.
Xia Yunqian merely sent over the large synthesis station he had set up in his survival archive along with the monster spawning towers matching synthesis station. There was no way around it. Although Grandpa Nyo's synthesis station was impressive, it was only useful for survival players and those managing large amounts of resources. For everyone else, they might not necessarily find it appealing. To put it plainly, it was just a workstation that could keep working for you. But you needed to provide materials, set it up, and handle packaging and shipping.
For small-scale synthesis, it wasn't as convenient as doing it manually, but once it involved large-scale synthesis.
For instance, if you needed to synthesize tens of thousands of slime blocks or pistons, it could be overwhelming to do it manually.
Without a quick synthesis module, Grandpa Nyo's synthesis station could stand up to the task. Grandpa Nyo's synthesizer also had a fatal flaw. It had a limit on synthesis time and could only synthesize one item at a time, unlike players who could synthesize a batch at once. But it worked 247 without breaks, so what more could one ask for? He finished writing the report and sent it to the instructor using WPS. The instructor quickly sent an OK emoji.
It felt familiar.
In the following days, the two enjoyed their time eating and having fun.
Until the day before the competition began.
That night, Xia Yunqian shamelessly climbed onto Li Siyue's bed. The reason?
The air conditioning was too cold. Wasn't she cold?
I'm cold.
I'm afraid of the dark.
I can't sleep in an unfamiliar environment.
He could come up with plenty of excuses. Just kidding, the girl was merely shy, and Sundara, she didn't dislike him.
As long as he could be a bit shameless about it. Do you know much about this Hunger Games?
We should aim to avoid being eliminated in the first round. Xia Yunqian had never considered winning. He was merely proficient in survival and redstone circuits and knew a few minor tricks. However, the Hunger Games had nothing to do with his area of expertise. It primarily revolved around PvP, with resources entirely reliant on stealing, and development depended purely on luck.
Moreover, this competition had many elites from universities, social figures, and players skilled in PvP.
Xia Yunqian thought about surviving 2 rounds. That would be enough. The preliminary rounds consisted of 4 rounds in total, with 16 players and 8 teams in each round. The Bayou competition area had 12 qualification spots, not many, and the competition was fierce.
Xia Yunqian was quite laid back. If he couldn't win, then so be it.
His main goal was to accompany Li Siyue. Along the way, they could enjoy their time together as a couple. It wasn't that Xia Yunqian didn't want to try hard, he simply felt it was impossible. After spending so much time in survival games, he had become somewhat obsessed. When heading out to fight, he would definitely be fully equipped with top-tier gear and totems. In the later stages, he might even directly construct a heavenly dragon-slaying cannon to take down dragons instantaneously. The only thing to be cautious of was killing white zombies in the villages at the start. Aside from that, Xia Yunqian had hardly ever participated in PvP. What could he do? He would just try his best. That night, Xia Yunqian was quite pleased, wearing his oversized iced red t-shirt. To prevent any mishaps, Xia Yunqian specially ordered a custom short-sleeved shirt from a merchant. After all, wearing a tank top outside would expose his armpits. That would be quite impolite, but with a short-sleeved shirt he had no such worries.
Man, what can I say? He felt nothing but joy. Li Siyue remained calm, though she was also wearing a refreshing iced red t-shirt.
She didn't quite understand but respected it.
Afterwards, Xia Yunqian changed back into his pajamas and lay down on the bed. Li Siyue went to the bathroom to take a shower first, and upon returning she changed into yellow and white pajamas.
The girl sat on the edge of the bed scrolling through her phone while Xia Yunqian took out a hairdryer to dry her hair. Li Siyue's hair was still quite long, even tied up in a high ponytail it reached her waist. The sound of the hairdryer filled the air as Xia Yunqian gently played with her silky hair. A sense of tranquility enveloped them. It was already quite late, but the girl was still excited about the competition tomorrow. Xia Yunqian understood her feelings, but he was truly exhausted. The position where he originally held Siyue gradually transformed into him lying in her embrace. The balance of offense and defense had shifted. Li Siyue tightly held Xia Yunqian's head, providing warmth to him while also feeling reassured. At dawn, Xia Yunqian was still lost in the warmth of the girl's embrace. However, the girl refused to let the boy sleep in, and they both washed their faces and brushed their teeth. Afterward, the girl tied her hair neatly. It must be said that the coolness combined with her flowing hair was somewhat abstract, and Xia Yunqian couldn't help but chuckle. Li Siyue looked at Xia Yunqian's yellow-iced red t-shirt and smiled sweetly. Xia Yunqian tightened the straps of his bag, packing everything that needed to be packed inside, leaving only a backpack to carry. When asked why he didn't pack his bag, he explained that this way felt safer. Li Siyue didn't understand, but after wrapping up her flower garland, she left with Xia Yunqian, heading towards the officially booked competition venue.
Wow, what an ugly stadium.
They ended up at a stadium. Indeed, it is often rented out when there are no major sports events. The only good thing is that it's indoors and air-conditioned. Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue found their designated area, submitted their identification, and took their seats. Then, after the administrator rambled on with a bunch of meaningless topics, the competition officially began.
Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue took out the cube they received upon entry.
After merging it with their own badge, they would receive a new seed upon entering the game. This seed is the competition seed. The two entered the competition seed as standard Hunger Games mode. 16 players started in scattered positions with a pile of boxes in the middle along with an enchanting table and a workbench. Li Siyue and Xia Yunqian's roles attracted a lot of attention. Their team name was also the focus of the arena. Many people were surrounding them, constantly observing their movements.
What could Xia Yunqian do? He could only say something. What can I say?
As soon as Xia Yunqian uttered this phrase in the game, the other players passionately responded. The game began and everyone was teleported to the platforms surrounding the central circle.
Xia Yunqian looked around and found that Siyue was not beside him.
Instead, she was assigned to the farthest position from him. Although they started far apart, there were advantages to it. At least they wouldn't end up at the same box, making it easier to gather starting resources.
Siyue, after grabbing the items at the start, let's head east together.
The two positioned themselves, one to the south and the other to the north, with the east being a forest with uneven terrain. As the countdown ended, Xia Yunqian quickly maneuvered his character towards the central box. Upon opening it, he watched as the food potions and weapons inside disappeared at a visible pace. Xia Yunqian hurriedly grabbed what he could, but ultimately ended up with just a stone sword and some bread.
I'm getting old, I can't win the grabs anymore. Siyue, how's it going on your side?
It's worth mentioning that in this game teammates can communicate via voice, likely due to some official mods. Li Siyue finished grabbing her items and joined Xia Yunqian to the east. As she ran, she said, "I did alright, I got an iron pair of pants, a sharp wooden sword, a bow and some food." You could say that youth has its advantages, as her speed was impressive.
However, starting resources do not determine everything.
After reuniting, they began searching for boxes in the forest. In the game, players are not allowed to destroy blocks. Resources can only be obtained from boxes.
Additionally, the attack cooldown was disabled in the game.
This means that every attack from a player is damage done after charging.
Siyue, there's a lone little yellow-haired guy ahead, let's take him out.
The game only had him alone, either his teammate was eliminated or they had gotten separated.
In any case, it was 2 against 1, giving them the advantage.
The little yellow-haired guy had average gear, leather and chain, while Li Siyue had a half set of iron armor.
The outcome was certain. The two easily took him down.
He was so poor he hardly had any food. In the blink of an eye, only 9 players remained in the game. The pace was exceptionally fast. Battles could end in about 15 minutes. The two continued to scavenge boxes.
Let's go Siyue and grab an airdrop. The Hunger Games also featured airdrops appearing in the form of ender chests.
All players received a notification. Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue arrived at the airdrop location only to find 2 players already engaged in a fight. One of them had a full set of iron armor while the other had a half set.
Xia Yunqian hid to the side, ready to sneakily grab the airdrop, while Li Siyue proactively moved forward to draw fire.
The player in full iron armor sensed danger when he saw Li Siyue join the fray and hurriedly ran to the side to heal.
Li Siyue took over the battle and managed to secure a kill.
Just as she was sorting through the gear, the player who had originally left came back to seek revenge.
He had fully healed and seemed intent on avenging his kill. However, after Li Siyue picked up the gear of the fallen player, she had also donned a full set of iron armor, and the two began to exchange blows without fear. The battle intensified and many others began to join the fray. Xia Yunqian quietly slipped to the location where the airdrop was about to land. Time's up. The airdrop boxes refreshed. There were a total of 8 airdrop boxes. Xia Yunqian hurriedly opened a box and grabbed an enchanted iron sword before immediately closing it and attacking the player who was also trying to grab the box. Although Xia Yunqian's gear was poor, just a pair of iron pants that Siyue had given him, he had the advantage in weaponry and took advantage of the opponent's distraction while opening the box. Xia Yunqian came in with 3 swift slashes. The enemy felt the pain and, forgetting about the airdrop, quickly closed the box and prepared to flee. Xia Yunqian drew his bow and began shooting, further lowering the opponent's health. In the Hunger Games, the snowball only gets larger. Xia Yunqian alone claimed most of the airdrop boxes, acquiring diamond armor, a diamond helmet, healing potions, food, and various other items. Xia Yunqian was now in a position to initiate an attack. He arrived at the battlefield where Siyue was engaged, where 6 players remained, 2 of whom were relentlessly pursuing Li Siyue. Li Siyue turned and shot an arrow, creating distance, then took out some food to eat as she continued making her way towards Xia Yunqian. Xia Yunqian tossed a splash potion of healing towards Li Siyue. As Xia Yunqian got closer, it was their turn to start the chase. He raised his iron sword and advanced. Seeing Xia Yunqian's gear, the opponent knew they couldn't win and began to mimic Li Siyue, shooting arrows while fleeing. Seeing that he couldn't catch up to them, Xia Yunqian began organizing his resources in place. He divided some diamond armor with Li Siyue and took her iron shoes. The shoes were comfortable and didn't pinch his feet. They also exchanged food and potions. For now, their gear was among the best. But that wasn't enough. The snowball effect needed to crush the enemies completely. Li Siyue and Xia Yunqian returned to where they had initially looted boxes. They took out a lapis lazuli to enchant their diamond armor with protection eye. This made their advantage even more apparent. Without a doubt, the two claimed victory in the first game with overwhelming force. Xia Yunqian celebrated their victory by crouching repeatedly in the game while wearing his iced tea robe. This was a good start. Everything went smoothly. However, it was only the first round. After resting for half an hour, the players who progressed to the next round continued to compete in groups, and Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue were assigned to Group 9. This time the two weren't so lucky. At the start, Xia Yunqian was still completely broke and Li Siyue wasn't much better off. Because their skins were too eye-catching, they were continuously hunted. First, Xia Yunqian was taken down by a skilled archer as he exited the central circle. Shortly after, Li Siyue was also eliminated by a snowball expert during a close combat. Their Hunger Games ended here. However, Li Siyue was still quite happy. Everything here was a new and exciting experience. Xia Yunqian was also glad to accompany her. Just as the two were preparing to head back home, a voice called out, "Hey! Is this Xia Yunqian? You're right in the main city. Please come to the school first. Preparations for the 8th school tournament are about to begin, so you need to come to the school. There are some things to distribute to you." At Bayou University's main campus, Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue entered this unfamiliar school, each taking a shared electric bike. Just kidding, I'm already a university student. How could I ride a bicycle? Shared electric bikes are so convenient. Since both of their data had been registered long ago, the school's access system was a smooth green light. Riding their bikes, they followed the map to find the instructor's office. Room 302. Li Siyue politely knocked on the door before opening it and walked towards a female teacher by the window. "Hello, Teacher Gao. I am Li Siyue." Li Siyue greeted politely, and Gao Xuanya was quite pleased with this petite girl. Well-mannered and looking very obedient. She immediately brought 2 chairs for them. "Please sit down. The main reason I called you here is to discuss the specific details of the 8th School League. Let me first show you the map." Gao Xuanya took out a tablet displaying a large map of the game world. It was divided into 8 distinct biomes by color: grassland, tropical, savanna, jungle, forest, coniferous forest, snowfield, desert, and swamp. We have the priority to select these biomes this time. We also need to prepare for the competition in advance. You are one of the candidates for the temporary overall coordinator of this competition, so we need you to outline the process ahead of time. Specifically, how the competition will develop, how to build, and how to engage in combat after the protective walls disappear. All these need to be planned in advance, and of course there are a few other students also participating in the election for the overall coordinator. They also need to provide a specific operational process, and our academic affairs department will review your reports. This will help determine the final overall coordinator, and they have already begun preparing. Among them there is 1 candidate from the Architecture Institute, 3 from the Combat Institute, and 3 from our Redstone Technology Institute, including you. Other institutes have no candidates, and I have already contacted the other 2 students.
They have already started drafting plans at school and you are basically the only one who hasn't gotten started yet. Gao Laoshi said this with a hint of frustration. Clearly she had already discussed this with Xia Yunqian on QQ, but Xia Yunqian had been indifferent. If they hadn't happened to come to the main city, who knows how long it would take for Xia Yunqian to submit the report. Xia Yunqian felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this Gao Laoshi had indeed contacted her several times on QQ.
However, Xia Yunqian thought there was still time and didn't pay attention, getting caught up in sweet moments with Li Siyue instead. Xia Yunqian hadn't told Li Siyue about this matter, knowing that if she did she wouldn't be able to enjoy herself freely. She had to finish this on her own. By the way, is there a time limit for the plan? Gao Laoshi flipped through the messages in the group on her phone. It's best to have it ready within 5 days. The school needs to review and determine the feasibility of the plan, which takes time. We also need to configure some corresponding modules for you and some practical simulations. Time is tight. Xia Yunqian nodded.
By the way, is it convenient to ask what biomes they selected?
Gao Xuanya hesitated but still didn't say anything.
Although I do hope you become the overall coordinator, since I'm your instructor. The school emphasizes fairness and impartiality. I also feel embarrassed to go against that, so I cannot tell you. Xia Yunqian nodded, not pressing further. She then asked about some specific matters before leaving with Li Siyue. On their way to their respective dorms, the dorms had already been assigned when they signed the contract. For this multiplayer survival competition, food was important in the early stages, while redstone would be crucial later. Due to regional limitations, initial resources became especially important: trees, food, minerals, and some rare items.
Xia Yunqian's choice was simple. It was still his favorite swamp. The swamp biome, aside from lacking villages, could be said to outclass all other biomes in many aspects.
There was an abundance of food in trees, and most importantly, swamps allowed for the construction of monster spawning towers for all species. This was crucial for survival in the later stages. Therefore, Xia Yunqian did not hesitate to choose the swamp as his starting point. After that, he focused on drafting some detailed reports. Writing up the report wasn't enough. Xia Yunqian also included the required funding modules and technical demands. It took about 3 days, and overall it was relatively quick. Li Siyue had also been busy these past few days helping Xia Yunqian run back and forth between instructors, and she even wrote an application for the Research Institute. It must be said that although the people at the Research Institute had bad temperaments, their efficiency was still very high. They quickly helped Xia Yunqian optimize the layout of the villager trading post and various farms. When asked why the Research Institute people were willing to help Xia Yunqian optimize, the answer was simple. After all, everyone in the Redstone Technology Institute was Xia Yunqian's fan. They were constantly pestering Xia Yunqian on QQ, begging him to share some technology so they could help optimize. They were actually trying to get some good redstone technology from Xia Yunqian.
The students in the Research Institute weren't lacking in skill. They could also create efficient farms and high-efficiency monster spawning towers.
But the key point was that they were unaware of some characteristics related to Minecraft.
For instance, tree farms.
Before the TNT duplication technique, tree farms were always somewhat useless. In some sense, it was even better to take an efficiency 5 axe and chop down jungle wood from above.
However, ever since Xia Yunqian informed the Research Institute about the TNT duplication technique, the entire research department was in a frenzy. Countless papers flooded in and various research applications were sent to the school's administration department.
The administration staff was nearly overwhelmed with work. Yet the people in the Research Institute were still unsatisfied, pestering Xia Yunqian daily for this and that. Of course, those fans knew how to act like fans. When they asked Xia Yunqian for new technology, they were nothing short of courteous. They managed to obtain many hard-to-get modules and gifted them to Xia Yunqian. These included optimizations for game experience like minimaps and crafting tables. However, Xia Yunqian remained indifferent, only seeking them out when necessary. But to be fair, the group of hard-working players in the Research Institute was indeed quite useful. Xia Yunqian had a clear direction for the upcoming competition, mainly focusing on the villager trading post.
You say the swamp biome doesn't generate villages and has no villagers. Please, zombie villagers are still villagers.
Then, according to the number of participants, determine the quantity of various villagers. This was an extremely massive calculation, and if Xia Yunqian were to do it alone, he would drive himself crazy. Fortunately, the people in the Research Institute worked tirelessly, running simulations overnight to help him. They planned the number of various villager professions as well as determined when villagers would bind to professions and when they would trade. This timing was also crucial. In the early stages, villagers were scarce and each one was a precious asset.
No waste allowed.
The Research Institute helped Xia Yunqian plan the timing for villager usage, when to start trading once the villager count reached a certain number, and when to place them in the iron farm. All these arrangements were made clear along with the scales for various farms and monster spawning towers. Xia Yunqian dumped all of this on the Research Institute for them to help calculate. It must be said, having a group of fans did make things convenient. When Xia Yunqian presented the project proposal to the instructor adjusted his glasses in disbelief.
Is this for real? It's half a book thick.
Most of them have only a few sheets of paper and you come in with half a book.
A project proposal is meant to be as detailed as possible.
Xia Yunqian not only included specific matters, personnel arrangements and schedules but also various parameters for the farms. He even conducted a feasibility analysis with the Research Institute. While others were still pondering the steps to take and how to leverage advantages, Xia Yunqian had already executed a dimensionality reduction strike from start to finish. There was no other choice. After all, he was a seasoned veteran with 2 years of university experience. He could clearly distinguish what was important and what was not. In the evening, the school collected all the reports and gathered everyone in a small conference room. They began the presentations in the order the reports were submitted. The first presenter was a top student from a small county from an educationally underdeveloped area, likely ranking 100 places lower than Xia Yunqian. He was a boy, albeit a bit shy, and struggled to express himself in such a setting. The judges silently gave him a low score. In this competition, each school had 30 participants and a leader directing 30 people cannot be hesitant.
Many people do not understand the worth of ancient generals.
1,000 troops are easy to obtain, but a general is hard to find. Commanding the actions of tens of thousands and deciding their lives and deaths, the consequences of every command are unfathomable.
Thus, the position of a general is not something just anyone can handle.
Some people can't even stand firm in front of thousands below them, let alone command. This student was not only stuttering but also had issues with his report. He chose the plain terrain system, and when the teacher asked what the next step was after solving the food problem, his answer was to mine and build a base. If one had to argue, that response was somewhat correct, but it was too vague and lacked detail. In terms of specifics, he didn't just fail to do well, he had fundamentally done nothing. Nevertheless, the teacher politely waited for him to finish before inviting him to step down. The next presenter was a girl from the architecture department.
When she took the stage, everyone was taken aback. Not to mention, in this male-dominated environment where the average height is 1.73 meters, she stood at 1.80. She was slightly taller than Xia Yunqian.
He suspected she had come from the north. This girl was not only beautiful with a sweet voice but also spoke confidently, much better than the previous boy. However, she made a fatal mistake. She overemphasized the construction of the base. She chose the jungle terrain system and designed a plan to turn the jungle into an elven castle. To that end, she even created conceptual diagrams. Clearly, this was contrary to the requirements of the competition. The school wanted victory to eliminate the opposing team. It is worth mentioning that this competition has 2 rules. The first 22 hours are designated for free development. In the subsequent 8 hours, boundary walls disappear and PvP begins. Moreover, each school will have a base plot. Thus, the conditions for victory are divided into 2 types. One is to destroy the opponent's base plot, which would immediately result in the death of all their members.
The second is to eliminate all opponents. Both methods are options for improving one's ranking.
Yet this tall girl's goal was to create a fine building, which obviously did not align with the school's requirements. But to save the student's face, the school posed a small question.
What about the materials for constructing the fortress? Will you dig everything by hand?
This truly caught the girl off guard. She hadn't considered that much. She believed that coming up with a plan was enough and then someone would execute it. Everyone introduced themselves when taking the stage, but Xia Yunqian was lost in thought at first and did not pay attention. Later, as this girl stepped down, he suddenly felt she looked familiar. So he asked Ciu, what is this girl's name? Ciu shot him an annoyed glare. Jian Yutong, her architecture project even made it to the newspaper.
Xia Yunqian responded with an O and went back to his daydreaming.
The following students took turns presenting, yet none managed to provide a satisfactory answer to the teachers. However, although the number of students was small, there were bound to be some experts.
Good evening, leaders. My name is Xing'an, and next I will introduce my plan for the 8-school competition. I have chosen the plains for my terrain. The advantages of this terrain have already been mentioned by several classmates, so I won't elaborate further. What I want to address are the aspects that my classmates did not mention, namely the maritime resources of the plains. The plains are connected to a warm water sea area, which is the only one among all competition systems. Therefore, we can leverage the sea area to trade with other opponents in the early stages, achieving rapid development at the outset. During the competition, players can trade at the borders where systems connect in a designated area that allows trading but prohibits crossing. Other places are blocked by bedrock walls. In the mid-game, we will establish a series of farms such as slime farms and sugarcane farms, etc. Additionally, we will actively explore the nether, and my chosen method is to use TNT to bomb the ruins. We will also build a pigment tower to continuously provide gold for crafting golden apples. This will play a crucial role in the final battle.
In the later stages we will focus on the redstone area, researching large bombing devices like TNT flying machines to strike the enemy's structures from the air. For our base plot I have chosen a combination of obsidian wood, dirt and a mix of lava and water. We will set up an alarm system that immediately alerts players and activates traps if anyone enters. I believe this can effectively prevent the enemies from mining our base plot. Additionally, I will provide some supplementary information on the sources of various materials and the construction methods for different machines. This student truly had some skills, proposing to monopolize the market and accelerate development by utilizing his ocean advantages, clearly having researched the competition thoroughly.
In the eyes of ordinary students he was already a genius, even though many knew of the existence of various farms.
Knowing is one thing, but executing it is another matter. The teacher awarded this student a high score despite a few flaws. However, the merits outweighed the faults. This plan was indeed feasible and capable of establishing an advantage early on.
Now it was Xia Yunqian's turn to take the stage. Since his proposal was submitted last, he should go on last. However, going last had its disadvantages, as the teachers and leaders were likely fatigued and lacking in spirit. But Xia Yunqian did not care. In the face of absolute strength, everything else was trivial. Good afternoon, teachers and leaders. I am Xia Yunqian from Bayou Qianzhou. Xia Yunqian mounted the stage while Li Siyue came up as well to boot his computer for him. For clarity in his presentation, Xia had used artificial intelligence to produce a PPT. He assumed everyone knew how to operate it, but he alone did. It undeniably drew attention. The teachers refocused on Xia Yunqian. My current biome is the Jiaozi biome. Food and timber need not be mentioned. Compared with the other biomes, they are relatively abundant. The crucial reason for choosing Jiaozi is that in a swamp one can construct mob spawning towers for every species. As Xia spoke, Li Siyue flicked through the slides. The projection displayed monster types and their specific drops. At the outset I will clear and tidy the terrain above the swamp, he continued. Simultaneously I will construct the first mob tower. This tower will not chase exotic drops or rare mob types. Only one mob is required, the zombie villager. The spawn chance for a zombie villager is 5%. This probability is actually acceptable. One need only build several spawn platforms. Having 2 zombie villagers, one cures them into ordinary villagers and lets them breed. Once there are enough villagers, he establishes a villager trading hall and an iron farm. Li Siyue assisted by displaying photographs of the villager trading hall and the iron farm. All of these images had been captured using mods within Xia Yunqian's saved game. Xia paused briefly and a teacher seized that moment to raise a question. How do you propose to obtain the large quantity of emeralds required for villager trading? Everyone acknowledged the superiority of villager trading, but emeralds remained a critical bottleneck. Without resolving that, the plan would falter. Xia signaled Li Siyue and she advanced the slide to a designated page. 3 bold letters appeared: string farm. Li Siyue played a video. Blocky figures pulled a lever as string poured forth continuously. Then another lever was pulled. This was a 16-core string farm, frighteningly efficient. She then demonstrated the villager trade process: simple trades of string for emeralds with fishermen and emeralds exchanged with other professions for food, ores, tools and more. I consulted the Research Institute to calculate the required numbers of each villager profession, Xia explained. Details are shown in the chart. The breakdown read: priest 48, fisherman 60, farmer 22. With the villager trading hall established, the next priority is the iron farm. Of course, Xia also had a rudimentary iron farm to cover early iron needs. I selected a 36-core dual-dimension iron farm with an efficiency rating of 18000. This iron farm can be used through to the end of the competition. Its yield is sufficient to support later industrial demands for hoppers, pistons and other iron components. Next comes equipment. Villagers can trade for various diamond tools, he said. But diamond armor and weapons alone are inadequate. My choice is to trade with adversaries offering iron slime balls, gunpowder and similar commodities. Early on, constructing a slime farm is relatively difficult, but in the swamp that obstacle disappears. Thus, with skillful management we could even monopolize the slime ball supply. If opponents begin to build their own slime farms, we will undercut prices so that their investment and returns no longer align. Naturally, our development pace will remain far ahead of other schools. Trading is not indispensable, he conceded. After securing a full set of diamond gear, the next step is enchantment. Experience can be procured via villager trades and lapis lazuli as well. Bookshelves are obtained through the librarians. As Xia spoke, Li Siyue advanced the slides, offering the teachers a tangible grasp of his plan. Once the early stages are settled, we turn to the end, the focus there being shulker shell farms and elytra acquisition. Xia had no intention of building a wither obsidian farm at the start. With many hands available, it was simpler to hand out efficiency v diamond picks and have them excavate. Obsidian would need to be reclaimed later. Pigment towers and mob towers demand substantial obsidian. A sand farming machine remained necessary. Later it could be repurposed into an anvil iron production unit. With the various farms perfected, the next step was large-scale destructive devices. Foremost among them were the 3-phase bomber and the world devourer.
There was a minor problem: such devices are easily intercepted.
However, one can place an anti-interception TNT bomber ahead of the World Devourer. That device cannot rely on TNT duplication and therefore requires a fair amount of raw materials.
Yet in the face of large-scale farms, that cost becomes trivial. Xia stood on stage with his strategic plan and a frugal PPT. Though modest in presentation, it conveyed the essentials lucidly. Some of the later more elaborate devices were glossed over because explaining them would be cumbersome. After all, Xia could not very well demonstrate an orbital dragon-slaying cannon live on stage.
When he finished, thunderous applause rose from the audience, unlike the tentative clapping from before.
These leaders were genuinely taken by Xia Yunqian's talent.
By contrast, Xia's appearance struck like a crushing blow. The effect was undeniable. Just as everyone prepared to conclude, a few unfriendly voices surfaced.
"Xia, your plan is excellent overall," one voice began. "But it hinges on having zombie villagers.
What if you are unlucky and cannot spawn them, then what?"
Xia turned toward the middle-aged professor with a conspicuous bald patch who had spoken up. Though Xia had explained it many times already, he answered patiently, "Teacherly, the chance of a zombie villager spawn is 5%. That is not negligible.
With a rudimentary spawn platform, it is easy to obtain."
The bald patch professor remained unsatisfied, seemingly intent on finding fault. "No, I still believe it is too risky to leave startup success to chance.
I deem this plan unacceptable.
By comparison, Yi's proposal is steadier. By harnessing ocean resources, early development would be faster."
Xia nearly laughed inwardly. He could not conceive of anything outpacing a villager trading hall for rapid growth. A single village could support multitudes. Anyone seeking rapid early advancement would consider a villager trading hall.
Xia chose not to spar further with the professor, though he perceived the petty calculations behind each leader's disposition. "At university, counselors chiefly hope you will take care of your health. They seldom intervene over failed courses, leave requests, or late nights out. Counselors concern themselves only with whether you survive the 4 years. If they disregard even their own counselor, then these so-called leaders are of no consequence.
What does a superior title matter?
Could they bypass the counselor and trouble him directly?" Xia watched as the man continued to mouth off. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Xia shot back, "What power do you actually wield, old man? You drone on day after day. I've even handed you your meals and you begrudge taking a bite. You'd cling to that rotten foot and gnaw on it forever, would you?" The Mediterranean instructor was also unconvinced, insisting on demonstrating his authority, asking how a student dared to speak to him like that.
"Let's not talk about the distant. Can you even create those devices you mentioned?
What if some rare materials are unavailable? What will you do if others from different schools refuse to trade with you?" Xia Yunqian really wanted to laugh. Some people managed to develop just from starting with an empty island, let alone Xia Yunqian, who possessed an entire swamp. "I really don't know what is between your 2 ears. How could you not understand what the PPT says?
A wandering merchant's farm, can't you see it?" As she spoke, Xia Yunqian took the mouse from Li Siyu's hand and switched the PPT to the wandering merchants section. It clearly listed various exchange items from the wandering merchant, including the coral fan that Xia Yunqian needed. "Oh, by the way, you probably don't even know what a wandering merchant is, only that you need 2 leashes for the alpaca. Just right to tie up your useless head." Xia Yunqian's boldness in speaking to him wasn't just a matter of impulse. Within the school, the group from the research institute had the most authority. They even had the power to directly provide Xia Yunqian with modules bypassing the school. This was also why Xia Yunqian was able to obtain the projection during the summer vacation. Thus the conference was ostensibly a collective discussion. In reality, regardless of the final outcome, the management of the research institute would intervene to ensure Xia Yunqian was selected. After all, the funding modules were in the hands of the research institute. They naturally could decide on the plan for this competition. Xia Yunqian was merely going through the motions here, presenting the plan to them to alleviate concerns. To avoid constant accusations that Xia Yunqian was not taking things seriously. Unexpectedly, he encountered this issue. It was clear that this Mediterranean instructor held a significant position in the school. It was likely that Xing'an had some connection with him. The middle-aged Mediterranean could hardly endure such insults, pointing at Xia Yunqian's nose and beginning to retaliate. Surrounding teachers were urging him to calm down, while some teachers advised Xia Yunqian to apologize. However, Xia Yunqian was unfazed. Even the principal had to speak on Xia Yunqian's behalf. This was because the Research Institute had already published many quality papers based on the various characteristics Xia Yunqian provided. The new discoveries submitted for publication could bring more funding and honor to the school. The principal would be more than happy to support Xia Yunqian. Just the TNT replication alone was enough for Xia Yunqian to leave a mark in history. It was just that Xia Yunqian enjoyed being laid back and very few people knew about it. The people from the Research Institute had not widely publicized it lest other schools come to poach Xia Yunqian. At that time there would truly be nowhere to cry.
Bashi University had been operating at full capacity throughout the summer, and the TNT replication created half of the MC industrial system, which was no exaggeration.
The people from the Research Institute were still researching the application of TNT replication. One can imagine how important Xia Yunqian truly was.
Thus Xia Yunqian was not afraid of these teachers and leaders at all. After all, he had the support of those sycophants from the Research Institute behind him.
If he was unhappy, he would just confront them directly, fearing nothing.
After cursing the Mediterranean instructor, Xia Yunqian dropped a line. "If you want this plan, take it, if not, get lost."
Then he left with Li Siyue. The students and teachers present were all shocked by Xia Yunqian's behavior.
The person involved was so furious that his face turned red.
He thought this report would proceed as usual and that after submission the Research Institute would approve it directly.
So he unhesitatingly sought trouble with Xia Yunqian, but things were destined not to go his way.
The Research Institute was closely monitoring the name Xia Yunqian.
After the meeting was adjourned, Xing'an walked out of the conference room and encountered several tall boys.
"Xing'an, is everything okay? This teacher you found should be reliable, right?"
Xing'an nodded confidently.
"Don't worry, he is a direct subordinate of the Research Institute. The research generally does not concern this matter. As long as my uncle submits it, it will definitely be stable."
"That's great, Xing'an, we can join the competition with you."
Competition members are selected by the overall supervisor. Of course, the overall supervisor only has 15 slots, the rest are determined by the school.
However, these 15 slots can make a significant difference. For instance, some rich second-generation individuals want to gain some exposure. This competition is truly the most famous national competition. One could say it is the most popular competition apart from the college entrance examination. Many people are eager to secure a spot in the competition.
Xia Yunqian did not care about any of this, he only cared about when his module would arrive. To be honest, he was quite grateful to the Research Institute. After all, without them knowing so much would be useless.
Not everyone would give Xia Yunqian opportunities, at least apart from Bashi University. No one had ever given Xia Yunqian a chance.
Xia Yunqian returned to his luxurious single dormitory. The room is 45 square meters, fully furnished, and you can even buy groceries and cook here. Xia Yunqian quite liked this high-end dormitory. Although it was called a dormitory, it actually resembled a small apartment.
Li Siyu's should be similar to his. After all, they were both students capable of attending Qingnan. The treatment must certainly differ from those who just passed the regular admission.
To be honest, after living here for a few days, Xia Yunqian no longer wanted to return to his hometown.
He just called his family to send over his notebook and some other items. In the last month of this summer vacation, Xia Yunqian needed to accelerate. The people from the Research Institute brought the rapid placement module to Xia Yunqian, arriving a month earlier than scheduled.
However, before that there was something more important: going out to eat with Siyue.
As Xia Yunqian walked downstairs, the scene felt extremely surreal. The girl was wearing a skirt, donning a sun hat, and sitting in front of the electric scooter.
Xia Yunqian naturally sat on the back seat.
"Li Shifu, take me to the 3 meals." Li Siyue shot Xia Yunqian a glare, annoyed, and rode off on the small electric scooter. It must be said that the newly bought electric scooter was quite fast.
"Did you have any issues with what you said to the teacher earlier?"
Li Siyue was quite concerned about Xia Yunqian's college life ahead. After all, it was 4 years.
Xia Yunqian turned off his phone and wrapped his arms around Li Siyu's slender waist.
"Don't worry, no one will cause me trouble. If worst comes to worst, I'll drop out and let you support me." Seeing Xia Yunqian still so laid back, Li Siyue felt reassured, but still shyly said, "It tickles, it's uncomfortable."
Due to his height, Xia Yunqian usually held Li Siyue closer to his chest.
However, since they were on the scooter, the seating arrangement had the front seat higher than the back. Therefore, Xia Yunqian was holding Li Siyue at her waist. In truth, there wasn't much difference. Li Siyue was rather flat and the width was basically the same. If one had to say, was holding her at her waist a bit softer.
Was Li Siyue a tad more bashful?
"Uncle 3, this isn't what we agreed upon." Any Xing'an glared furiously at the balding professor before him, his resentment simmering on the verge of eruption.
"Don't rush, I'm working on it."
In the past, the researchers at the institute were solely focused on their studies, indifferent to administrative matters. And my applications used to be approved instantly, just sign and submit, but this time inexplicably mine was withheld.
Meanwhile, other professors' applications sailed through, and the balding professor stroked his non-existent hair, baffled.
And could it be that our request was simply too ambitious?
Perhaps, Xing'an replied.
And I recall you requested 2 projectors, and no fewer than 4 rapid placement modules.
And plus countless miscellaneous modules, the total approaches 200.
Why was this competition so crucial? And because participating institutions allocated specialized modules to their students. Modules, after all, were coveted assets. Just qualifying for the contest promised a substantial haul of high-tier modules. Xia Yunqian requested far less, only 3 rapid placement modules, and no projectors at all.
Ni's entire list barely exceeded 80 modules, yet paired with an exceptionally refined design. Uncle 3. I truly can't beat him. Xia slumped dispirited. His inferiority was stark, undeniable. Don't despair. If the institute proves uncooperative, there's still the university administration. And I'll personally secure a spot for you among their quota. Xing'an's face lit up. And then how many spots can you secure? Uncle 3 and the balding Professor knew Xing'an maintained certain discreet arrangements with others. His contacts spanned both genders, but he cared little for such distinctions. What mattered was the cut he could extract. In prior years he'd routinely siphoned a considerable portion of the module funding allocated to students. To students he claimed the institute had exhausted every effort, what remained was all they could offer. And to the institute he insisted students had already scaled back demands. Further reductions would jeopardize competitive standing. Clearly he'd long feasted at both ends, growing plump and complacent. And this time, however, the feast eluded him. He couldn't fathom Xia Yunqian's unexpected influence. In his memory, even the chancellor's own child would struggle to command such sway. And he had no idea that those who spent their days merely extracting resources from the institute never bothered to track its scholarly progress. Had he checked the university's official website over the past few days, or reviewed the papers published during summer break, they would have discovered that Xia Yunqian's name appeared in nearly every one. Sometimes as advisor, sometimes as materials contributor. And most readers focus solely on content. Names, after all, were often assumed to be honorary placements by influential elders. The final roster was swiftly confirmed, not arbitrarily but through a small-scale competition organized by the university at Xia Yunqian's behest. He needed laborers, unrelenting, tireless workers capable of 30-hour shifts. And Xia Yunqian's assessment wasn't trivial, yet neither was it insurmountable. He sought talent across 3 domains: architecture, PvP combat, and redstone engineering. And architects weren't drawn exclusively from the architecture school, instead all first-year undergraduates were invited to compete. Xia Yunqian instructed faculty to disseminate the announcement across freshman chat groups. And some freshmen already charting academic trajectories eagerly pursued competitions, and others endured summer driving school lectures, and yet others seized the moment, igniting the drumbeat of liberation. Though the notice reached only freshman groups, registrations poured in. And for architecture, Xia Yunqian's evaluation was refreshingly straightforward, raw speed. Projectors were shared, everyone watched the same feed. And so Xia Yunqian presented a 640 furnace array and timed contestants on who could assemble it fastest. The 640 furnace array, though seemingly simple, a mere items melting setup, hinged entirely on logistics, the design of rail networks. Multiple hopper carts departed simultaneously, racing to deliver smeltable items into furnaces within minimal time. And even the rail infrastructure alone demanded considerable scale. Add item collection systems and fuel replenishment mechanisms, and while the furnace array was beginner-friendly, it concealed subtle complexities demanding meticulous attention. Carpet dispensers, redstone fuel sensors, packing machines, sorting logic, and Xia Yunqian himself building entirely by hand required approximately 2.5 hours. With projectors he could have that time to just 2.5 hours. And redstone evaluation proved trickier. Xia Yunqian lacked a clear framework. He instead provided them with a magma block-powered stone generator, outputting 300,000 units per bucket, and challenged them to modify it, either exceed its efficiency using identical materials nor match its output while reducing material input. Or surpass its output while reducing material input. And remarkably, fresh high school graduates grasped TNT duplication with astonishing speed. PvP testing was direct, full enchanted gear free-for-all and unknown duels, nth victor earned the slot. Yet mastery in PvP alone was insufficient. Every candidate faced a final universal test: item transportation. And from min-industrial stages onward, logistics grew increasingly burdensome. Though Ender Pearls enabled swift transit, deploying them felt like wielding a scalpel to split mountains. And Xia Yunqian opted instead for his trusted allies, the Elytra-clad couriers. Elytra and firework rockets, transportation reduced to silent, seamless motion. And the trials commenced, and indeed youth proved remarkably efficient. With projectors available, but no rapid placement modules, contestants built manually. Yet one student completed the 640 furnace array in just 3.5 hours, a feat Xia Yunqian himself achieved in only 2.5 hours using rapid placement. Naturally, completing a single array was insufficient if stamina faltered, mid-process failure loomed. And thus the 640 furnace array was followed by a straightforward stacked piglin tower, simpler yet brutally taxing on endurance. After 15 grueling hours of architectural exertion, 3 students successfully constructed the 640 furnace array, an 800,000 piglin tower, a shulker farm, and a 36-core iron farm. Having never played multiplayer survival before, Xia Yunqian lacked intuition for iron demand. Yet the institute calculated precise requirements, mapping his architectural blueprint against temporal resource allocation to arrive at the optimal 36-core configuration.
Xia Yunqian himself had never built a 36-core farm, but its underlying principle mirrored his 16-core design exactly, requiring only additional vertical layering. However, he had temporarily shelved the door-cutting technique, though undeniably brilliant. It generated excessive mob spawns utterly unnecessary for competition, rendering its output pure waste. Though regrettable, Xia Yunqian wrestled deeply with whether to implement the door-cutting mob farm. Yet after consultation with lab researchers, they unanimously advised against it, citing imminent patching by Mojang's lead developers. In truth, the institute had subtly misled Xia Yunqian. They wished the mob farm featured prominently in their research portfolio. Such exploits carried inherent risk, they might vanish overnight with a Mojang update. Yet one certainty remained: all techniques functioned flawlessly throughout the competition period. TNT duplication, however, would likely persist. Minecraft's industrial mechanics lagged significantly, and Mojang introduced the crafter precisely to catalyze industrial expansion. With TNT duplication now viable, robust industrial ecosystems could finally emerge, exactly the vision Mojang's lead developers championed. And they encouraged exploration, combat, construction, and inventive creation alike. They envisioned every player discovering purpose, shining brightly in their chosen domain. And not like some heartless capitalist holed up in a village from spawn until death. What more could one want with black slaves? Naturally, more black slaves. The testing progress of the Redstone technology group was slow, and many could not even comprehend Xia Yunqian's stone pressing machine template. Many people also experienced catastrophic failures. There were over 500 participants, which was quite a sizable number. Of course, there were some skilled hands among them. Zhang Wenhao, a tall individual from Shandong, took a swing at Xia Yunqian's 300000 efficiency stone pressing machine. It was optimized to a 200000 efficiency, but the required materials were reduced by 2/3. I must say, there is indeed something remarkable here. The variety of stone pressing machines is already overwhelming. There is no best, only the most suitable, and this 200000 output machine is sufficient for 30 people. The most demanded number for PvP was the highest because Xia Yunqian could essentially handle all the redstone technology on his own. Overall, Xia Yunqian required 18 for PvP, 7 for constructing black slaves, and 5 for redstone construction and maintenance. This number for PvP was certainly considered a large portion among all universities. The school assigned 10 people to Xia Yunqian, most of whom had contracts with the school and had to comply. Although they were outstanding in their college entrance exam scores and had signed contracts with the school, their actual abilities were just mediocre. Xia Yunqian placed them in the combat group. They would handle miscellaneous tasks in the early stage and engage in combat later, often acting as support where needed. Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue had quite a rich set of modules. Especially Li Siyue, whose modules exceeded Xia Yunqian's by quite a margin. What Xia Yunqian truly needed were projection and quick placement. The other modules were initially given to Li Siyue, and anything else needed could be requested from the Research Institute later. In the morning, Xia Yunqian continued to break through defenses. No way, dude, this can't be delivered, it's a guaranteed loss right from the start. Going solo gets you caught, that's hilarious, man. Watching the failure on the screen, Xia Yunqian felt a chill in his heart and flopped back onto his bed. Scrolling through his phone to relieve boredom, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Xia Yunqian put on his slippers and walked towards the door. Upon opening the door, he found a classmate, likely a junior. Senior, I'm from the Research Institute and I've been entrusted to deliver the modules needed for the competition. Oh, Xia Yunqian responded, taking the 2 boxes the other person was carrying. Damn, these are a bit heavy, Xia Yunqian thought to himself. He then unobtrusively placed them on the ground. Thanks, senior. The two exchanged blank stares. Is there anything else, senior? The tall boy seemed a bit shy, and after a moment he said, well, senior, didn't you promise to guide us on the million-level monster spawning tower? At this point, Xia Yunqian recalled that this was something he had previously promised to the Research Institute. That Yunqian is really not feasible, it's too expensive, and the item synthesis chart is genuinely too costly. You want 2 at once? Our Research Institute has limited funds and really can't afford it. That supercomputer you wanted has already drained us dry. It's only August, we need to save some money for the upcoming competition. Xia Yunqian patted the senior on the shoulder kindly. Zhang, senior, you can't say that. The supercomputer is for all of us to use together. You will need to use it for calculating efficiency and simulating device operations after all. Besides, I'll get the million-level monster spawning tower ready for you later. Once it's released, the entire world will tremble. Just think, the main contributor on the paper will be you, John Lei. That sounds amazing, senior, don't miss out on the big picture for the sake of small details. You know me, if I say I can do it, I definitely can. After the competition, we'll start working on the million-level monster spawning tower. The world's best, just thinking about it is thrilling.
At that time applying for funding from the Chongqing government will be a breeze, right?
In short, Jiang Lei was tempted and accepted the grand prospect Xia Yunqian painted. But Xia Yunqian had long forgotten about this. He hadn't even started on his million-level monster spawning tower yet, let alone have time to manage the research institute.
What to do then?
He could only continue to delay or come up with an even bigger prospect. Senior, I do remember the monster spawning tower, but think about it. The monster spawning tower requires the world devourer. Has the nullatency device been completed at the research institute? Has the layout design for the world devourer been finished? Have the 0T breaking bedrock machine and 3-phase breaking bedrock machine been prepared? We have to take it step by step. You should go back and inform Jiang Lei. We'll definitely get to it next time. After sending off the research student who came to run errands, Xia Yunqian bent down and heaved the boxes into the room.
Damn, this is really heavy. Let's see what's inside. Upon lifting the box, he was greeted by transparent cubes. These looked quite similar to the modules Xia Yunqian had worked with before. The combat group's modules were simply equipped, and Xia Yunqian planned to give each of them an apple skin for health display and a minimap. He would continue to divide based on need. It wouldn't take much in total. As for quick placement, that had to be contracted with the school. After all, it was simply too expensive. For a few students and a major competition, spending hundreds of thousands was truly unbearable.
Therefore, some particularly rare modules needed to be contracted with the school and later purchased at a certain discount. This discount was particularly significant, basically having the price. Xia Yunqian wouldn't force them to sign. Not everyone liked being in debt. According to the initial decision, selections would be made based on their performance during testing. The first question would be followed by the second, and if the earlier ones were not needed, only then would the later ones have the opportunity to contract. However, Xia Yunqian estimated that the top 2 in testing would definitely contract with the school. Good modules would not circulate on the market, and even if they did, the prices would not be cheap. Thus, while they still had to buy, this price was already quite reasonable. As for why it was the top 2, one was certainly reserved for his girlfriend. Just kidding. If I could get modules under certain conditions and I didn't, wouldn't I just be a blank slate? Xia Yunqian sent a message in the temporary competition group informing them that the modules had arrived and to come pick them up in a few days. This was still very important, and Xia Yunqian had to ensure that nothing went wrong. If someone took the modules sent by the school to sell, that would be a huge problem. Tomorrow morning from 1030 to 1100, and in the evening from 730 to 830. Come find me during these 2 time slots. Don't disturb me at other times. Even if you come, I may not be here, and even if I am, I may not open the door for you. The same times the day after tomorrow, these 2 days only. Those who do not come will be considered to have automatically forfeited. After sending the message to the group, Xia Yunqian selected several modules and headed out. The module for his girlfriend must be personally delivered. Hey Xiyue, what are you up to? After finishing lunch, Xia Yunqian called Li Xiyue, having spent some time organizing the modules. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. On the other end of the phone, faint sounds of intimacy could be heard. Xiyue must be taking a nap. Are you resting? Then I'll come by later. No need, just come over now if you have something to do. Li Xiyue's prolonged tone was utterly charming. Hearing Li Xiyue say that, Xia Yunqian felt no embarrassment. If he didn't go over now, Xiyue might not be able to sleep. His electric scooter was exactly the same as Li Xiyue's, but he had chosen a bold pink color. After parking it at the bottom of Li Xiyue's dormitory, he greeted the dormitory manager before heading up. Li Xiyue and Xia Yunqian's dormitory couldn't be considered a conventional student dorm. It was more accurately a teacher's apartment. Although there was a distinction between genders, as long as he explained the situation clearly to the dormitory manager and made his identity known, there was no problem. Taking the key to Li Xiyue's room, Xia Yunqian naturally pulled out the slippers from the shoe cabinet at the door. Xia Yunqian walked towards Li Xiyue's room, knocked on the door, and without waiting for a response opened the door and entered her bedroom. Li Xiyue's room was decorated in deep blue with a starry sky. Stars and cosmic elements dominated the decor. The curtains were drawn tightly and Xia Yunqian turned on the room's light, adjusting it to a soft cool glow to prevent Li Xiyue from being blinded upon waking. Li Xiyue lay on her side, her sleepy gaze directed at Xia Yunqian with a cascade of beautiful long hair spilling beside her. Her loose loungewear hinted at the delicate skin beneath. A star projector on one side and scattered books beside her revealed her diligent nature. How could Xia Yunqian not be moved by such a serious yet unguarded Li Xiyue? Approaching the bedside, Li Xiyue struggled to sit up but then gave up. Xia Yunqian gently picked her up and helped her sit against the headboard. You're so tired yet not resting properly. I already said it's fine if I come later. Xia Yunqian poured a cup of warm water for Li Xiyue, knowing that someone just waking up would want something to drink. I was just trying not to bother you, so why did you come? Li Xiyue leaned against Xia Yunqian, her eyes still closed.
The research institute sent the modules over and I brought yours ahead after sorting them out.
Xia Yunqian playfully brushed Li Siyu's hair, which was exceptionally well maintained from her daily washes. You could have waited for me to get it myself, it's not like I don't want to go out. Li Siyu playfully chided Xia Yunqian, but the smile at the corner of her mouth revealed her happiness at his concern.
Being clingy has its time limits. Li Siyu was already quite sleepy, and although Xia Yunqian wanted to stay, he didn't want to disturb her too much.
Instead, he returned to his own dorm to continue sorting the modules.
Once each person's module was sorted, they could simply come and pick it up.
The next day at 8:30 in the morning, Xia Yunqian was still in bed, living the life of a shootin', dejected and filled with negative energy. The glaring sunlight streamed in through the door slowly, causing Xia Yunqian to open his eyes.
I remember closing the door last night.
Perhaps because Xia Yunqian was just too tired, he turned over and buried his head in the blanket, planning to catch a few more moments of sleep.
But get up, look at the time. Hearing that familiar yet slightly reproachful voice, Xia Yunqian's heart sank. Oh no, I've been caught staying up all night.
Xia Yunqian carefully turned back around, tentatively sticking his head out. He saw a petite girl holding 2 deep-fried dough sticks and a can of Wangzai milk puffed up and staring at him. Well, I said I had breakfast already and now I'm just trying to catch a few more ZS.
Do you believe me?
Xia Yunqian's explanation fell flat and Li Siyu just quietly watched him perform. Knowing he couldn't escape, Xia Yunqian reluctantly got up, still in his yellow rat pajamas. He thought there was no need to change since he was just staying home wearing 2 sets of pajamas until they wore out. Li Siyu was unfazed, placing the breakfast she brought for Xia Yunqian on the dining table outside the bedroom before sitting down nearby. Xia Yunqian tiptoed to wash up and then savored the breakfast the girl brought. The Wangzai milk was still warm, which pleased the boy immensely. They will come to pick up the modules later, you should have woken up earlier. Li Siyu took a yogurt from Xia Yunqian's fridge and started eating it with a spoon. With a deep-fried dough stick in one hand and Wangzai milk in the other, Xia Yunqian said while eating, "It's fine, I set the time late, there's no way I won't wake up." Li Siyu retorted, "But you can't stay up late every day." Clearly this shootin' had already made a habit of it. Xia Yunqian also wanted to improve his routine, but he felt it was a pity to miss out at midnight. After quickly finishing breakfast, Xia Yunqian sat beside Li Siyu and started playing on his phone, his eyes immediately glued to the screen. After Li Siyu finished her yogurt, she placed the empty cup on the table and wiped her mouth with a tissue. She hadn't cleaned it properly. Xia Yunqian noticed it was left just for him. Without hesitation, he picked up the spoon Li Siyu had left on the table and gently scraped the remaining bright white off her lips. It's much sweeter than what I got myself. Li Siyu unhappily snatched the spoon back from Xia Yunqian, tossing both it and the yogurt cup into the trash. After checking herself in the bathroom mirror to make sure she was clean, she stepped out.
Download CAD for me. Li Siyu took out a notebook from her bag, a large dark mass.
This weight clearly indicated high performance. CAD is a drawing software mainly used for engineering part drawings and is a course required for almost all engineering majors in university. However, Xia Yunqian did not understand why those studying Minecraft also needed to learn this program.
The official version requires payment, although both Xia Yunqian and Li Siyu were fully capable of bearing this cost. Yet Xia Yunqian still honestly looked for an installation package from Billy's Big Shots. It had become a habit.
The girl had also tried finding tutorials online to install it herself, but there were always small issues, so she decided to give up. Why not use it if she has a boyfriend? Xia Yunqian could understand, as he had also spent a lot of effort downloading various pirated software in the past. The girl being able to figure out a few on her own was already impressive. The two sat close together, but Xia Yunqian found it a bit of a pity that he couldn't use his hands freely.
At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xia Yunqian was still cuddling with Li Siyu when an untimely knock at the door interrupted them. Li Siyu, startled like a little cat, released Xia Yunqian's arm. She obediently sat to the side. Xia Yunqian reluctantly went to open the door. "I hope it's not someone looking for the modules." Opening the door, he was greeted by a tall beauty in a short skirt, her long black stockings hugging her curvy thighs. Her exquisite makeup was particularly eye-catching, and the ample cleavage she displayed was equally striking. Xia Yunqian asked Zhang Yutong crossly what she wanted. "Brother Yunqian, I've come to collect the module. I'm worried it'll get crowded later and you won't be able to handle everything." Zhang Yutong's smile seemed to stir the very strings of the heart. Yet Xia Yunqian remained stone-faced. "TCH. So what if you're tall?" he muttered inwardly, then strode into the living room and began rummaging through a pile of white plastic bags. "Not this one, not this one. Where did I put it?" Just as Xia Yunqian stood at a loss, Zhang Yutong's voice drifted in from outside. "Brother Yunqian, may I come in?" "No," Xia Yunqian replied without hesitation. After all, she'd be leaving soon, what difference would it make? Li Siyu handed Xia Yunqian a bag, and inside lay a slip of paper bearing Zhang Yutong's name.
Xia Yunqian snatched it up swiftly, then immediately passed the conspicuously unrefined bag to Jiang Yutong. Take out your badge, the module must be uploaded onto it under my direct supervision. I'll also verify your badge information and the entire process must be recorded on video. At the mention of video recording, Jiang Yutong's expression flickered subtly, her bright dewy eyes blinked playfully at Xia Yunqian. Brother Yunqian, may I stay and help after we're done? It's quite a burden for you to handle inspections and filming all by yourself. Indeed, it is rather cumbersome, one person truly can't manage it well alone, Xia Yunqian mused aloud. Jiang Yutong suppressed a triumphant grin, her strategy had unfolded far more smoothly than expected. Just as she prepared to press further, Xia Yunqian called out, "See you, come help me record this." Wait, so you two are already cohabiting as freshmen? Jiang Yutong stared incredulous as a young woman emerged from Xia Yunqian's apartment.
She knew Li Xiyue was Xia Yunqian's girlfriend and that their relationship was close.
But she hadn't imagined it would be this close. Who brings their girlfriend home during freshman year?
Jiang Yutong felt numb.
Her plan had been precisely timed early in university before their bond solidified.
She intended to turn Xia Yunqian into her devoted admirer.
University was the time to find an ATM. Xia Yunqian was an excellent candidate, someone bold enough to challenge professors yet still earn qualification. He clearly possessed exceptional skill and maintained direct contact with the research institute. His access to resources was undoubtedly vast, which explained why Jiang Yutong had moved so decisively. Even knowing he had a girlfriend, she felt no anxiety, her confidence in herself was absolute. That confidence soared to celestial heights the moment she saw Li Xiyue during the speech, a petite flat-chested girl who offered no physical comfort to her boyfriend, a mere schoolgirl utterly incomparable to herself. She towered over Li Xiyue in height and eclipsed her in figure. Jiang Yutong simply could not fathom how she might lose. In her view, theirs was merely high school romance. Once Xia Yunqian broadened his horizons at university and encountered superior alternatives, he would swiftly discard Li Xiyue for someone else. All she needed to do was offer a few modest favors and nurture an utterly devoted admirer. Yet now something felt distinctly off. They were cohabiting. Still, Jiang Yutong refused to yield. Her advantages dwarfed Li Xiyue's. Once Xia Yunqian experienced her merits firsthand, he would inevitably return to her. Of course, this existed only in Jiang Yutong's imagination. Hey, hand over your badge. Why are you standing there dazed? Xia Yunqian snapped impatiently. After all, it wasn't even time yet. Had Li Xiyue not arrived, he'd likely still be dozing in bed. Jiang Yutong hurriedly murmured "oh" and retrieved her badge from inside her blouse. Yes, from between her bosom. Xia Yunqian glanced at Li Xiyue, who stared at him in silent intensity, her gaze sharp and fierce. Xia Yunqian understood perfectly. Xiyue, you handle the verification. I'll set up a video folder first, makes later organization easier. A video folder on a phone. Pure fabrication. Li Xiyue accepted the badge, cross-referenced Jiang Yutong's details against the official registry, confirmed accuracy, and returned the badge. Jiang Yutong withdrew the module from its plastic bag, still baffled that such a precious item should be housed so casually. Uploading the module took mere seconds, just place it atop the badge. Done. You may leave. Without waiting for her response, Xia Yunqian shut the door firmly. Once the door clicked shut, Xia Yunqian took the verification chart from Li Xiyue's hands and set it aside carelessly, then gently lifted her into his arms. What are you doing? Li Xiyue wriggled faintly in his embrace, then with a soft sigh looped her arms around his neck and surrendered to his hold. They settled back onto the sofa. I didn't even acknowledge her, I made my refusal unmistakably clear. Li Xiyue let out a delicate dismissive hum. Why tell me? I'm not jealous. Even her haughty defiance was endearing. Xia Yunqian's new stature and build had long been Li Xiyue's insecurities. Though he'd reassured her countless times, he truly desired only her. Relax, I adore your petite frame, Xiyue. Every inch of you aligns perfectly with my deepest preferences. Truly. Pervert, she whispered softly, then turned her face away, though the subtle upward curve of her lips betrayed quiet delight. At 1030 a.m. team members began arriving steadily at Xia Yunqian's dormitory. Xia Yunqian treated punctual attendees with courtesy, inviting them directly inside to wait while he tidied up later. Xiyue, remember to rename the video files, use each person's name as the title. Li Xiyue nodded and continued filming Xia Yunqian. Xia Yunqian meticulously verified each participant's information, then handed them the corresponding plastic bag, instructing them to upload the module onto Li Xiyue's phone under his supervision. Everything proceeded methodically until inevitably a snag arose. Xia Yunqian, why doesn't my module include rapid synthesis? The speaker was another student from Bayou. Xia Yunqian scanned his profile, Suihao, graduate of Banan High School. He then reviewed Suihao's competition records. You can't even design a high-frequency circuit, what exactly do you expect?
Xia Yunqian retorted bluntly, truthfully.
Xia Yunqian's redstone technology assessment tested not only advanced modifications, but also foundational competence including high-frequency circuits.
High-frequency circuits were deceptively simple, two detectors facing each other sufficed.
But mastery demanded versatility. Zhang Wenhao had demonstrated 6 distinct configurations, enough for nearly any redstone apparatus. Sui Hao, however, had produced only 3 basic designs, none achieving peak frequency. His qualification stemmed solely from a high-tier contract signed with the university, contracts Xia Yunqian lacked authority to override. While he could disqualify those holding lower-tier agreements, some decisions lay beyond his reach.
His jurisdiction resided primarily with the research institute, not the admissions office whose staff he barely knew.
Ignoring Sui Hao's complaints, he handed over the module and called for the next candidate. In fact, the modules of the Redstone technology team members are quite good.
The synthesis table allows for quick organization and selection.
These 3 are modules that every member of the Redstone team possesses. The synthesis table, as the name implies, is a table that appears in the game showing the synthesis of each item, although you can exit the game to check it in the real world. However, it is still somewhat cumbersome, and the synthesis table makes things much more convenient. Especially for the Redstone team, which requires a lot of synthesis, frequently checking the synthesis table has become second nature.
The one-click organization feature is straightforward, simply making item organization easier. I must say it's impressive that Xia Yunqian could request this from the Research Institute. It's not an easy feat. The quick selection module facilitates retrieving items from chests.
Generally, taking items from a chest requires picking them one by one with a mouse. However, with quick selection you can take everything at once just by sliding the mouse. The members of the Redstone technology team only need to design the devices while the building team handles the construction. The fixed modules provided to the building team include collision box display, digging cooldown, and block information display.
A few have quick placement and some other features. Without exception, these modules assist in digging and placing items.
The modules for the combat team are even simpler, a mini-map, apple skin, and health display. They are essentially slaves to the system, doing a lot of work with rather basic modules. Yet even though these 3 modules are simple, they still amount to nearly 80000. Thus it is evident that the school has indeed invested heavily for this competition. However, according to news from the Research Institute, other universities are even more ruthless.
Huaqing University and Nanda have 4 projectors and 10 quick placement modules.
Xia Yunqian does not understand how they can afford so many modules. When he asked someone from the research site, it turned out that they have been at Huaqing from early childhood, Huaqing kindergarten, Huaqing elementary school, Huaqing middle school, Huaqing high school.
Their families are quite wealthy, and not all of these modules were provided by the school, many were already in their possession.
In addition to these placement-type modules, Huaqing also has quick mining, which automatically switches tools based on the blocks in front.
This is different from digging cooldown, which allows for immediate extraction of the next block after breaking one, eliminating the slight cooldown time.
Quick mining, on the other hand, automatically switches to the appropriate tool, saving significantly more time than the slight speed gain from digging cooldown.
Moreover, these 2 modules can be used simultaneously.
Xia Yunqian now feels that the conditions offered by Nanda were actually quite decent. His ranking is 3rd in Bayou City, but his competitors are the top scholars from provinces nationwide. They are gifted students who have been competing in various contests since childhood. They truly lack no talent. After reflecting on this, Xia Yunqian does not feel disheartened.
No matter how strong a person is, can they surpass a machine?
Xia Yunqian's strategy is to overwhelm them with a massive amount of resources.
Using not death totems, box by box, drinking potions like water, and eating golden apples as meals.
If all else fails, he will engage them in a castle defense battle focusing on resource development.
Xia Yunqian has never truly feared anyone. His peak was an 8 million monster spawning tower.
This spawning data surpasses the combined totals of the other 7 universities.
Therefore, even under conditions where modules and information are significantly lagging, Xia Yunqian remains unafraid.
The 8 School League is essentially a competition of the school's foundations. After all, what capabilities do first-year freshmen possess?
The vast majority of advanced technology has been passed down by upperclassmen.
Then the freshmen use projectors to create and achieve overwhelming results. One device can be passed down through 3 generations even as people leave, the devices remain.
The seniors from Bayou University have also left some resources.
Xia Yunqian discovered an optimized item sorting machine among them, which is significantly more useful than what he designed.
Thus he unceremoniously took it and projected it.
As for other devices, Xia Yunqian glanced around. Very few exceeded his own designs. The technology he mastered stands on the shoulders of all the redstone experts from both domestic and international circles in his past life. There were countless redstone technology tutorials online in his previous life, but here many machines are not publicly available. The distribution of modules has gone much smoother than Xia Yunqian anticipated. Aside from a few individuals causing trouble, there have been no major surprises. Everything was finished in the morning, so there was no need to find additional time later. Xia Yunqian sent the video and report to the research institute and began preparing for the competition.
This group of inexperienced newbies will not suffice on the field.
Xia Yunqian had the slaves from the research institute prepare some materials and planned to quickly train them later. Not to mention anything else, they at least need to understand when to do what. In other words, they must work continuously until the competition ends. The electric people are quite obsessed. Xia Yunqian believes this is somewhat inadequate exploitation. He even wants them to design some new gadgets before the competition. As the start of the semester approaches, the bewildered first-year students are being besieged by campus card issues.
They are constantly asking upperclassmen for directions, dining halls and dormitories.
Many upperclassmen take this opportunity to capitalize on the freshmen selling campus cards and old items. Meanwhile, Xia Yunqian and his team sit in a spacious conference room.
Listening to the principal's meaningless speech, Xia Yunqian can't help but feel a headache. However, Li Siyue and others listen seriously as if something monumental will happen if they miss out.
However, most of those words are quite useless in university joining groups. Applying for the party and awards must be done in advance. Afterward it will be very busy and they must not fail any courses while maintaining good grades.
If these demands do not exist, the main task in university is simply to survive. The instructor would be grateful for the student's safe return each time. This event is quite significant. Many leaders and teachers have come. The 8-school league is indeed too important. It directly influences the school's ranking and the central government's support for local policies. The reason Baiyu University was able to choose its faction in advance is entirely due to the efforts of previous upperclassmen.
They had been last for 3 consecutive years. Baiyu has truly grown weary of losing. Being last each time is extremely detrimental to the school's image and recruitment. This time Baiyu University can be said to be fighting with their backs against the wall. Otherwise they wouldn't have agreed to Xia Yunqian's unreasonable demands. They only hope that this distorted record can bring true hope to Baiyu University. Besides the modules assigned by Xia Yunqian, everyone also received recording modules provided by the school. These can record players' actions in the game and they operate in real time. Thus this competition will be broadcast live throughout. The enthusiasm is unprecedentedly high. Xia Yunqian organized the team members by number. With 30 individuals it was neither too many nor too few, but it was still challenging to memorize all their names in a short amount of time. It might have been manageable in high school, but now they were in university. Although Xia Yunqian desperately needed number 24 as the overall leader, he had to use number 1. However, number 24 was a familiar face, Zhang Wenhao, a capable dark slave from Redstone Technology.
Their game session began.
The 30 individuals appeared simultaneously in the swamp biome, their names changing to numbers 130 above their heads.
Their appearances varied as well. Follow the plan process. Numbers 310 will gather wood, numbers 1125 will clear the terrain, and numbers 2630 will look for food.
Since this was the beginning, everyone was a dark slave and their tasks were generally similar, all revolving around food and wood.
Xia Yunqian's plan was to hollow out the swamp, cutting down all the trees and clearing a flat area first.
As expected, with their numerical advantage, the swamp was quickly cleared by half and some food was easily planted by the riverside.
Of course, all the food by the riverside would eventually be cleared away.
Xia Yunqian had no interest in that food. Once they had wood, they needed to start mining, but initially there were no villagers to exploit. They had to return to the primitive way of mining.
They chose to find a cave, although they could dig explosion-proof trenches while mining, which would save time later.
However, Xia Yunqian considered that in the later stages efficiency would be boosted with 5+ urgency too, so there was no need to be so strict early on.
Digging trenches would actually slow down the mining process.
In the game, due to the large number of players, sleeping was not realistic. Xia Yunqian munched on baked potatoes, navigating the map chaotically. Finally he spotted 2 spiders and charged in with a stone axe, executing a jump attack.
Tisk, why am I always so unlucky?
He found 2 more spiders and obtained some strings. Then he returned to the base, took iron from the mineral chest and crafted scissors and a fishing hook. He filled 2 buckets with water and proceeded to apply the principles of block and positional theory. The line machine, utilizing the latest atomic reorganization technology, could continuously compress materials from the air into lines.
Of course, Xia Yunqian was just making this up.
He pulled the lever and a stream of lines surged forth. Instead of collecting, he immediately expanded production capacity with the freshly generated lines.
16-core line machine. With this output it should last indefinitely. Witnessing such a rudimentary yet incredibly useful device, everyone's eyes widened.
They had learned about this contraption from Xia Yunqian's plans, but seeing it in reality still surprised them. With a continuous supply of lines, it was time to find villagers.
In the swamp there were only 2 ways to find villagers. One was to transport villagers from elsewhere and the other was to rescue zombie villagers to turn them back into normal villagers following a process identical to generating electricity.
To quickly obtain zombie villagers, Xia Yunqian opted for a low-budget monster spawning tower. In reality, this contraption barely qualified as a tower. It was more like a spawning platform, but it was sufficient. Xia Yunqian constructed 8 spawning platforms, effectively gathering 2/3 of the team to work on this. Fortunately, hard work paid off. By the first night they had their first zombie villager. They directed the zombie villager to a designated location which also housed new dark slaves captured from the witch's hut. Player number 11 stood opposite the zombie while the witch randomly threw potions, including weakness potions. After the witch finished throwing weakness potions, both the zombie and the player received the weakness buff. Then they quickly fed the zombie villager a golden apple. Thus 28 minutes into the game, the Bayou University where Xia Yunqian was acquired its first villager. They obtained the second villager using the same method. With 2 villagers, the electricity generation could basically be set in motion. Xia Yunqian immediately assigned them the fisherman profession, though these 2 villagers were quite stubborn. They couldn't generate lines fast enough to trade for emeralds. But now Xia Yunqian was hesitant to take risks, saying, "My 2 treasures, you must survive well and reproduce quickly." Villagers reproduce at a rate of 1 per day, and Xia Yunqian prepared 5 gathering points for villagers. If they were all piled together, it would take up too much space and the low-budget iron machine might have issues. The low-budget iron machine remained as it was. Xia Yunqian even found an even more low-budget iron machine. It didn't use lava but instead trapped iron golems with blocks, which was indeed rudimentary. Even Xia Yunqian felt it was too basic. As long as there were villagers and water, early-stage iron freedom could be achieved. However, Xia Yunqian still chose his own low-budget iron machine. By concentrating the villagers together, there was a chance for iron golems to spawn randomly around them. Once they spawned, the iron golems would be drawn to the zombies above for aggression. They would then be funneled into the low-budget lava execution system designed by Xia Yunqian, achieving a low-budget iron machine with 300 efficiency per hour. He built 5 of these, sufficient for early use. With enough iron, it was time to create a stone generator. The advantages of having many people became immediately apparent. Someone had already opened the nether portal and there were no issues with lava or quartz. Sand could be easily found at the riverbed. With these resources, the stone generator could be easily assembled. They already had 58 villagers which would be used for reproduction, and the newly spawned villagers were ready to work. Xia Yunqian pulled the lever and the minecart pushed the villager inside, transporting them to the designated location. Ha! A child. Children can't work. Then Xia Yunqian used an enchanted diamond axe to swiftly kill the little villager and transported an adult villager over to assign a profession. Thus the villager trading post was activated and the black technology farm was about to commence. When asked what black technology was, Xia Yunqian replied, "My friend's surname is He." Neither the villagers nor the players could escape. In the previous hour everyone might have been amicable, even taking the time to fish. But now everyone had to hustle for Xia Yunqian. A continuous wave of trading with villagers without breaks every half an hour. Shifts naturally rotated to the enchanting class, as experience from villager trading couldn't be wasted. Others helped Xia Yunqian gather materials to build platforms. They checked the wiring and maintained the equipment, although there was still little to maintain at this stage. The villager trading post continued to grow and everyone equipped themselves with a full set of diamond tools. As for diamond armor, rest assured all participants in this competition were Xia Yunqian's dark slaves. At the boundary trading post, "Hey man, why are the tracks so cheap? And emeralds and ender pearls. You're selling them so cheaply." Xia Yunqian chose to directly crush the competition with pricing 1 diamond for a stack of tracks, 1 diamond for 64 ender pearls, and 1 diamond for 16 emeralds. A total of 900 diamonds was enough. He didn't want more, finding excess undesirable. In addition to diamonds, he also collected obsidian, sugar cane, honey blocks, and bamboo. Players within the game were having a blast, but outside in reality things were much more lively. It's unfair. They are exploiting game loopholes, they are cheating. In the real world the noise is overwhelming and the events derived from this grand competition are akin to a large-scale sports meet. Gambling, betting, merchandise, this competition is not merely a contest between schools, but it involves substantial interests. As soon as the competition began, its popularity skyrocketed to the top of the trending charts, with live viewership reaching millions. The participating institutions include Huaqing University, Southern University, Jianghai University, Donghai Transportation University, Fuhua University, Huazhong Redstone University, Huazhong University of Architecture, and Bayou University. The distribution of factions among the various universities varies drastically. Huaqing University, Snowfield, Southern University, Desert, Jianghai University, Coniferous Forest, Donghai Transportation University, Forest, Fuhua University, Grassland, Huazhong Redstone University, Tropical Grassland, Huazhong University of Architecture, Jungle, Bayou University, Swamp. The game has only been underway for 2 hours. Students from Bayou University have already achieved iron freedom, mineral freedom, rail freedom, food freedom, and more, while other schools are barely managing their food supplies. Large facilities have yet to commence. In the desert where Southern University is located, resources are scarce and they are still relying on small patches of dirt to grow trees. It is under these extremely unbalanced conditions that Bayou University, benefiting from both timing and location, has created two bug-like devices, the line brush and the rail brush. With the line brush, building materials and emeralds are readily available, leaving others feeling despondent.
Moreover, until now there has been no farm in my world capable of mass-producing lapis lazuli.
In such a major competition, the consumption of lapis lazuli is immensely significant, as maximizing everyone's enchantments requires incessant gambling on enchantments. The team led by Xia Yunqian is destined to have no competition keeping up with their development speed once they secure their second villager in the game. Although the noise outside the game is deafening, Bayou University has long been prepared with countermeasures. Did the MC deity say this is a bug? Has the MC deity intervened to stop this competition? If not, can we infer that this is not a bug nor a game exploit? We students merely discovered a game feature. How can that be considered a bug? You lack the ability to discover this feature and come here to complain about us. What skills do you have?
This statement left many online critics speechless. There's simply no arguing against this. A long time ago, during an 8-school league, a team used a frame duplication technique. In a short time they could duplicate any item that could fit into a frame.
The result of that match was that the MC observed the bug, and 15 minutes later the seed of that competition was permanently corrupted, necessitating a restart. Now so much time has passed, yet Xia Yunqian and his team are still exploiting the line brush. This sufficiently indicates that the MC deity acknowledges this game. While the line brush does disrupt balance, it hasn't reached a point where the game is unplayable. After all, it should have been eliminated 5 hours into Xia Yunqian's gameplay. The early game is indeed quite comfortable. After Bayou University's announcement, the event committee discussed and decided to continue the competition.
Indeed, since the MC deity did not intervene, we can only say that this feature is permissible.
However, the competition was paused for 15 minutes. This 15-minute interval allowed their students to learn about the line brush and the rail brush.
To be honest, this is certainly unfair to Bayou University.
Why should I pay for your ignorance regarding the feature I discovered?
The participants from Bayou University generally hold this view. Yet Xia Yunqian remains unfazed. Are you kidding me?
Do you think learning the line brush is that easy?
That thing encompasses knowledge of positioning, block theory, and theology.
But go ahead, explore with just an image or a video. If you figure it out, then you are truly impressive. It's worth noting that Xia Yunqian had to watch a 3-minute video 10 times to learn the line brush. He truly does not believe they can master it in such a short time. At most, they might manage to create the rail brush.
However, while the rail brush is indeed powerful for rail construction, its utility in this competition is quite limited. Other than facilitating hellish transportation, rails are only useful for transporting villagers.
Due to this pause, the event committee decided to extend the competition time by 5 hours. Thus, the total duration becomes 35 hours. This will somewhat affect everyone's plans. Xia Yunqian, on the other hand, expressed that more time is better.
The growth of survival electricity is not additive but exponential.
Once Xia Yunqian completed the villager trading post and gained initial capital accumulation, the subsequent development would be unstoppable.
Xia Yunqian successfully established the villager trading post and the iron brush.
They completed the villager trading post, and Xia Yunqian also set up a furnace group and a tree farm. They managed to set up the iron brush. Xia Yunqian further refined the industrial system, including a phantom squid farm, an obsidian farm, and a swamp monster tower. They are also refining their tree farm. The progress of the two will only widen the gap, meaning that the more time they have, the more complete Xia Yunqian's industrial system becomes. Before the industrial phase reaches its peak, the entire Bayou University will be in a state of full-fledged operation. Only with a sufficiently long duration can the gap be mitigated. A mere few hours of growth will not shrink the disparity.
Instead, it will create an even more formidable boss. After the students exit the game, they are left utterly speechless, as they are still dealing with food issues. Meanwhile, others have already taken off.
The students from Southern University are worse off, as they are facing a slight food shortage. However, it is not as dire as one might imagine, since the desert does have its specialties, sand and cacti. However, they are stuck in a difficult situation. Many want cacti, but the students from Southern University refuse to sell them.
They keep everyone hanging.
As a result, almost all students from various universities have shifted their strategies to secure their unique resources. If Xia Yunqian were aware of their strategy, he would surely laugh. What is survival electricity?
Xia Yunqian understands it as redstone circuits for survival, achieving automation of survival resources through game mechanics.
However, survival electricity is not only applicable to vanilla survival, it can also play a significant role in many mod packs. For instance, with a conversion table, as long as there is an iron brush, there will be a continuous flow of EMC value.
The most radiant aspect of survival electricity is in the Sky Islands.
An empty island devoid of trees can resolve resource and equipment issues using knowledge of survival electricity, ultimately defeating the Ender Dragon to complete the game. A simple sky island can accomplish all of this. Xia Yunqian, who possesses an entire swamp, would rather die headfirst against the chest of April than be choked by the enemy's resource blockade. Back in the game, everyone hurriedly began to imitate Xia Yunqian's line brush machine. After setting it up, just cut the line right. Among many universities, Fuhua University was the most proactive as they were situated on the plain and there was a village right in the cluster. They wanted to emulate Xia Yunqian's approach and follow the villagers' trading route. Others in the cluster were also eagerly trying to create this magical line brush machine. However, how could a line brush machine be so easy to make? Xia Yunqian's machine had 16 cores. A normal person would be lucky to manage a dual core. An ordinary line brush machine needs to consider blocks, positioning, orientation, and even metaphysics. But for the 16-core line brush machine, Xia Yunqian suggested that one must seek a good incense. Even in his past life, no one could accurately say how to perfectly create a line brush machine without errors. Everyone had their own opinions. To put it bluntly, it was inherently a bug, so how could one pray for it to work flawlessly? Fortunately, once it was successfully built, there would be no need for further maintenance or management. Among the 7 universities, only Jianghai University managed to create one. It was exactly like Xia Yunqian's, a 16-core line brush machine. Later, students from Nanda modified it based on Xia Yunqian's design, changing it from 16 cores to 8. Strangely enough, it worked as well. Other schools also managed to produce something similar, though it looked a bit odd. The rail brush machine was much simpler and basically every team made one. However, this also led to Xia Yunqian and his team's rails not selling well, resulting in a significant reduction in profits. While his teammates were anxious, Xia Yunqian remained calm, completing the initial accumulation of capital. For the rest, it was simply a matter of letting Tang Fei handle it. The villagers' trading post dealt with minerals, food, and some miscellaneous items. But relying solely on this was far from sufficient. Xia Yunqian's next step was to upgrade this makeshift iron brush machine. An output of 300 per hour was already completely inadequate. In industry, iron was of utmost importance. Xia Yunqian planned to construct both the swamp monster tower and the iron brush machine simultaneously. He projected the plan, and the construction team's professionals collaborated with the combat team's miscellaneous personnel to get to work. However, as they built, a serious issue arose. They ran out of building materials. Although there was a continuous supply of wool, it was flammable, and what if lightning struck? Wouldn't that be the end? Moreover, it could easily be destroyed by the enemy later on. But they had no stock of other materials, not even a few round stones. Suddenly, Xia Yunqian remembered that the red bricks from the mason's trade could be used. They looked good and were fire resistant. Thus, the personnel managing the villagers' trading post became even busier. The Enderman group was in a similar situation, as the iron brush machine required obsidian. What to do if there was no obsidian brush machine on site? They had to dismantle the Ender Dragon's pillars. Each school's end dimension was independent to avoid disputes over a single dragon egg. After much collaboration, the 36-core iron brush machine was finally completed. Meanwhile, good news arrived from the wandering merchant. At the very beginning of the game, Xia Yunqian had someone build a platform 50 blocks high in the air. This platform was specifically designated for spawning wandering merchants. Although wandering merchants were quite unreliable and often brought junk, they were still somewhat useful in this location, as they could provide blue ice cacti and, most importantly, coral fans. With the cacti, there was no longer a worry about being stifled by Nanda's people. Although cacti didn't hold much value for Xia Yunqian. Strictly speaking, only one type of crop farm was needed, and that was the sugarcane farm. Fireworks synthesis required paper, and paper required sugarcane. Since it was a large survival game with 30 people, the demand for fireworks would reach a terrifying number later on. Xia Yunqian chose the black-style sugarcane farm, which meant manual digging by laborers. There was no choice. Without enough iron and stones, there wouldn't be enough pistons. The fully automated sugarcane farm couldn't be started, so they had to rely on black technology. But one must admit, as long as it wasn't done by oneself, the effect was still the same. Just a bit less efficient. While work was bustling in the main world, the tasks in the nether were also proceeding in full swing. Xia Yunqian tasked them with only one thing: mining quartz. They needed to mine a lot of quartz. If asked what the most torturous task in survival was, Xia Yunqian would undoubtedly answer mining quartz. However, quartz was crucial. Without it, industry couldn't progress. To mass-produce quartz, they had to rely on the piglin trading post, which required a significant amount of gold ingots. Mass-producing gold ingots required efficient piglin farms, which in turn needed a large amount of obsidian and magma blocks. The obsidian farm could be managed by wither skeletons, of course, but they needed wither skeleton heads. As for magma blocks, if one didn't want to mine them manually, they would have to create a magma creature farm. In short, after layers of complexity, it turned out that the best method was still to mine quartz manually. Xia Yunqian had said more than once that this would be the last time he mined quartz.
Yet it always seemed to happen again and again. Unfortunately, to completely resolve the quartz issue, the required steps were simply too many.
Fortunately, there were many friends from the Black Clan here, saving Xia Yunqian a lot of trouble. In the main world, the Swamp 3 unknown composite monster tower was completed, and Xia Yunqian immediately arranged for a laborer to go and AFK. Of course, it was just a short break. After he had generated monsters for a while, he would switch shifts to let others rest as well. They couldn't just rest without working. With the slime balls, the monster tower was adequately supplied. Xia Yunqian's next choice was the shield tunneling machine. Arriving in the Nether, Xia Yunqian brought the redstone team to build this shield tunneling machine. The development history of the shield tunneling machine is quite inspiring. It evolved from an initial size of 13 wide and 6 high to 5 wide and 2 high. This took a total of 6 years. The shield tunneling machine is somewhat of a useless device. It is less effective than the World Devourer and the Triphase. It is less efficient than the villagers' trading post for mining and less effective than manual work for blasting debris. Thus, the position of the shield tunneling machine has always been rather odd. It is indeed a powerful machine, yet few people use it. Now, in a survival game with 30 people relying solely on manual blasting for debris, the efficiency was no longer sufficient. To satisfy the ancient debris needs of 30 people, it was time for the shield tunneling machine to make its appearance.
Xia Yunqian used the 6 wide and 2 high design created by the Great Fire Moon.
This was a new style architecture design. The classic shield tunneling machine's limit was 5 wide and 5 high, also a masterpiece by Fire Moon. Arriving in the Nether, he summoned his black friends, selected a favorable location, and began constructing the shield tunneling machine. The core of the shield tunneling machine is piston propulsion and TNT duplication.
Yes, it is indeed TNT duplication, showcasing how much vitality TNT duplication has brought to the industrial system of Minecraft.
He believed that the Minecraft deity would certainly be reluctant to fix this thing. With the first explosion of the shield tunneling machine, 18 machines were activated simultaneously. The shield tunneling machine only reveals its terrifying efficiency when deployed in large numbers.
3 personnel were assigned for management and collection of debris and quartz along the way.
Back in the main world, after extracting resources from 108 villagers, the 36-core dual-dimensional 18,000 output iron brush machine was finally completed.
From then on, all mineral resources at Bayou University would be automated. Are you saying diamonds are not feasible?
Please, aren't all the other universities staffed with laborers?
Xia Yunqian donned a full set of lower realm alloy gear, wielding fully equipped lower realm alloy equipment.
With a swift jump, the raider met its demise. Each main god of the various realms arranged for a raider outpost to facilitate players in farming the undying totem. It wouldn't do to have a grand final battle where your inventory is overflowing with undying totems while I have nothing. This attack tower does pose some trouble. The single-player attack tower Xia Yunqian previously created was simply not efficient enough. However, his understanding of the attack tower is also quite limited. What to do? Perhaps seek help from the Research Institute for improvements. Ultimately, under Xia Yunqian's persistent persuasion, the Research Institute temporarily halted its work on TNT duplication. They then turned their efforts to optimizing the attack tower, as many hands make light work. Although they did not possess a useful attack tower left behind by their predecessors, with Xia Yunqian's and the team's improvements, they managed to create a tower with an efficiency of 20,000. Of course, this efficiency is based on emeralds. Other efficiencies were not recorded, but it was barely enough to satisfy 30 people. Once completed, another new issue arose: there weren't enough chests. Indeed, the wood harvested from clearing out a section of the swamp had nearly been exhausted. The furnace assembly was just finished, but the hoppers consumed too much, leading to a surge in wood sales. The essential 3 items for generating electricity: the stone generator, iron generator, and tree farm. Lumber was indispensable. Without hesitation, Xia Yunqian adjusted the strategy, halting all construction-related activities to prioritize the tree farm. 15 people collaborated with Xia Yunqian in the main world to build the tree farm. 10 individuals went to the end to build a sand generator, leaving 5 behind. 2 were stationed at the attack tower, 2 were at a 3 unknown complex mob farm in the swamp. The last one went to the Nether to farm wither skeleton heads. The 30-person team mobilized with the first reports of success coming from the Nether. Within half an hour they had gathered 3 heads. Xia Yunqian cursed, why did it take him 2 hours to obtain a wither skeleton head? With the wither skeleton heads in hand, Xia Yunqian handed over his current tasks. He delegated the tree farm to others while he needed to make a trip to the end. He was genuinely worried they might damage the end portal, which would hinder the sand generator's construction. Although the Nether transportation system wasn't perfect, it was somewhat operational. Passing through the portal, he arrived at the bedrock layer, then ran towards the Nether portal leading to the end. Upon teleporting to the end portal frame, he was greeted by the familiar sight of mushrooms obstructing the portal frame. The sand generator is somewhat mystical, but it wouldn't explode. Just a few adjustments to the redstone wiring would suffice. Initiate startup. Xia Yunqian pulled the lever and the pistons continuously pushed sand into the end, thus the sand generator was completed. This sand generator was a modification Xia Yunqian designed himself in collaboration with an expert from the internet of 4GT sand generator. With a production rate of 200,000 per hour, it's quite impressive. However, this contraption requires suppressing the generation of obsidian platforms, meaning that when constructing the obsidian generator for Lao D, part of the sand generator would have to be dismantled. But that's not a major issue, high efficiency is sufficient. After arriving at the end, he began collecting and reserving space for the future black obsidian farm. Xia Yunqian then arrived at the home of the Ender Dragon, still employing the piston TNT method to break the bedrock. This also facilitated other team members in transporting shulker shells back. They had already begun searching for elytras. Originally, hunting for elytras was a torturous process, and now fulfilling the needs of 30 people made it exceedingly challenging. Xia Yunqian only assigned 4 people for the task, targeting only the elytras, hoping they would bring back good news soon. After 5 hours of game time, the fully automated tree farm was operational, a fully planted tree farm. It was completed. The highest yield came from jungle wood with an efficiency of 38,000, followed by cherry blossom trees at an efficiency of 18,000. However, Xia Yunqian decided to focus solely on the most efficient jungle wood. Then he equipped a quadruple-speed packing machine. It could handle 40,000 drops with ease. When Xia Yunqian turned to inspect the completed tree farm, he felt quite satisfied, at least it hadn't exploded. However, the packing machine was ready, but where were the bags? The shulker shells were still on their way from the end to the main world. The packing machine was still far from ready. Unable to do anything about it, Xia Yunqian had to let one person stand by at the drops channel. Even small modifications to a completed device could lead to major issues. To prevent errors, Xia Yunqian decided to implement some advanced technology. Having a person pick up the dropped items and place them in chests proved to be more efficient. It was certainly much faster than using hoppers. With the tree farm established, it was time to work on the shell farm, but despite Xia Yunqian's multiple reminders, the group searching for elytras still had not gathered enough. It seemed that progress on the outer islands of the end was not going smoothly. Meanwhile, he had to busy himself with the obsidian generator for Lao D. Lao D, I miss you. Lao D is in need of obsidian and beacons. A simple modification of the end's obsidian platform and obsidian generator is necessary, and most importantly, those 3 wither skeleton heads. The rest is manageable. Snow golems can be traded from other realms. What if they refuse? Haha, let's not forget about experience mending. Only the swamp realm has that. While each realm is equipped with multiple ancient cities containing plenty of experience mending and swift stealth, the power of the sentinels is not to be underestimated. Zhanghai University lost 2 people for this reason. Other teams have also suffered some losses. Only Bayu University, where Xia Yunqian is currently, has 0 member losses. Building the obsidian generator is not enough. The value of the Wither Lao D must be maximized. Naturally, the next step is to establish the Wither Rose Farm. Initially, the demand for obsidian was mostly concentrated on the iron generator. What if there was no Lao D back then? No worries, advanced technology will replace everything. While constructing the iron generator, Xia Yunqian directly took 5 people to the Ender Dragon's pillars, each armed with an efficiency 5 pickaxe for excavation. Originally, the Ender Dragon had taken my pillar. Now I am merely reclaiming what belongs to me. But with the Lao D brand obsidian generator in hand, operating at 30,000 efficiency, an hour of use will be more than enough for future needs. Provided nothing unexpected happens. After mining enough obsidian, Xia Yunqian led the group to set up a small obsidian tower above Lao D. Of course, the building materials were still iron blocks. Ever since the completion of the iron generator, all construction materials had been switched to iron blocks. Simple as the efficiency is high. The Wither Rose Farm was relatively simple. Xia Yunqian confidently entrusted it to his teammates. He also inquired about the group searching for elytras, but they still hadn't found enough. Unable to do anything else, Xia Yunqian had to let them return first, grab some fireworks, and then continue searching. Currently, they only had 7 elytras. They were still far from the target. Xia Yunqian took 3 elytras and applied Unbreaking 3 and Experience Mending. Now it was time to create the World Devourer. What does creating a world require? Piston slime blocks, redstone, nether quartz. These are too shallow. In the past, Xia Yunqian would have answered that a strong enough liver is needed. But now a group of black slaves is needed. Quick, dig for me. Everyone stop what they're doing and come over to dig the explosion-proof trench. Leave someone at the sand machine, convert it into an iron anvil machine, and keep working. Hurry up with the shadow shell farm. The demand for boxes is high. Build the synthesis station by the iron machine. I need a lot of anvils. This time Xia Yunqian chose an empty domain of 17 by 17 blocks. Each block measures 16 by 16 by 256. The main world where Xia Yunqian currently resides has a height of 68 blocks, with the lowest being 64 layers. In other words, they need to dig out 4 trenches, each containing 35904 blocks.
A total of about 143616 blocks need to be dug out. The reason it's approximately is that there are 5 layers of bedrock at the bottom, so this number may not be precise. For the anvils, around 160000 are needed, and the explosion-proof trench must be built a bit higher. One anvil requires 3 iron blocks and 4 iron ingots, which amounts to 31 iron. If all these anvils are synthesized, a total of 496000 iron ingots will be needed. What does that mean? Xia Yunqian's 36-core dual-dimension iron machine needs to work non-stop for 275 hours to synthesize them all. With 160000 anvils, even if you go into creative mode, it would be overwhelming. Fortunately, there is a magical sand machine that can directly convert sand into anvils. Thus, the number of anvils that originally required 10 days of waiting can be completed in just 1 hour with the sand machine. The premise for digging the explosion-proof trench is an efficient pickaxe and beacons. A fully equipped pickaxe has long been obtained, as for the beacons Xia Yunqian modified the wither skeleton farm in this version. The efficiency surged from a single dimension of 750 to a dual dimension of 2420. The structure remains the same and the area is also the same. The ground is still covered with railway tracks needed for the nether, only the single dimension has been transformed into a dual dimension, doubling the efficiency. Wither skeleton heads are now in surplus and the ends wither killer is running at high intensity. In just a few minutes 360 nether stars were produced. This device left everyone present dumbfounded. Some classmates were itching to end things and create one for themselves. With this thing producing 1 nether star a day makes going to school pointless. Lying down all day would be much better. But Xia Yunqian poured a bucket of cold water over that idea. Can you build a wither rose farm or a wither skeleton farm? Have you forgotten how torturous it is to lay railway tracks in the nether? Have you learned to deal with bedrock yet? Although mass-producing nether stars is simple, there are plenty of prerequisites. While not as infinite as mass-producing quartz, just laying the tracks can be torturous. Someone asked if it's possible to avoid using tracks, and Xia Yunqian would answer without hesitation that it certainly is. But can you bear having your efficiency halved? That would be like slashing a major artery. Calming down, Xia Yunqian urged them to keep working, having beacons. Urgency 2, speed 2, efficiency V. For the 4 explosion-proof trenches, if Xia Yunqian were to dig them alone, even using mods, it would take 2 hours for 1 trench. Now with 24 people cooperating, all 4 trenches were dug in just half an hour. At this moment, less than 8 hours had passed in the competition. This efficiency can only be described as astonishing, surpassing even capitalists and slaves. As of now, in the swamp biome where Xia Yunqian resides, the industrial system has already established a 36-core iron machine, 640 furnace assembly, 200000 efficiency stone machine, a versatile swamp 3 unknown monster tower, sand machine, iron track machine, wither rose farm, wither skeleton farm, wither obsidian machine, wither killer, fully automated tree farm, nether shield machine, villager, trading post and attack tower. But the most critical item, scaffolding, cannot be obtained. Without scaffolding, the shadow shell farm cannot be made, and thus there would be no boxes. This is a completely devastating blow to Xia Yunqian. Even without boxes it can still function normally, but the progress would definitely lag behind significantly. Xia Yunqian cannot accept such a situation. The group from Huazhong University of Architecture is stubbornly holding on to their bamboo. The key is that while he supplies bamboo to other schools, he refuses to give any to Xia Yunqian. Other schools have also joined in isolating Xia Yunqian, conducting transactions normally. But no matter the conditions, they refuse to part with the bamboo. Xia Yunqian also has a temper. He knows that other schools have been taking advantage of them. They always want something and expect to pay a high price for it, treating Xia Yunqian purely as a cash cow. Because the nether alloy upgrade template requires a large number of diamonds, they took the opportunity to inflate prices. 1 set of slime blocks for 1 diamond. This infuriated Xia Yunqian, leading him to cut off all transactions with them on the spot. But they remained undeterred, convinced they could consume Xia Yunqian. After all, coral fans, cacti, blue ice and bamboo are all absent in the swamp. Xia Yunqian indeed lacks bamboo, but he has long obtained coral fans, cacti and blue ice from the wandering merchant farm. However, Xia Yunqian cannot reveal this yet. He must continue to play alone. Big brother, we've given you so much, it's time for the bamboo right. 29 tossed 2 sets of iron blocks over and spoke over voice chat to the opposite side. The other side was students from Huazhong University of Architecture who had long decided to starve Xia Yunqian and his team. But Xia Yunqian's resources are indeed abundant. Their own farm's efficiency is far inferior to Xia Yunqian's. So they kept fishing, using Bayou University as their cash machine. Rest assured, we will definitely give it to you. You know our prison is currently building a giant forest castle. We're a bit short on wood, you understand, right? 29 quickly agreed. All right brother, we'll notify them to send it over, but please don't leave yet. However, the person on the other side turned around without any regard for 29's pleas. Blocking the 1 block of space used for trading, they left nonchalantly.
There are 4 public blocks at the border. Each team can dig or place blocks on these 4 public blocks. The students from Huazhong University of Architecture were quite aloof, leaving as they pleased. After they left, 29 shifted his gaze to the people from other schools.
Nan, can you give us bamboo?
Our prison said that as long as you can provide us bamboo, we will provide you with 60 books of experience repair. The students from Nanda turned around to refuse. This was a consensus among their 7 schools. They aimed to isolate Bayou University completely. 29 asked a few other schools, but they all remained silent. As time passed, only 29 from Bayou University was left in the trading post. Brothers, are you still there? My experience repair has arrived again. Do you want to trade? Hey, can someone respond to me? Silence, endless silence. The surroundings were empty except for 29 from Bayou University. After a while, 29 suddenly grimaced and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, finally fooled. Finally, I waited for this moment. 29 immediately poured a bucket of water on the block he was near. Looking at the bamboo in his hand, Xia Yunqian nodded in satisfaction as he operated his character. Good, I'll remember your performance this time and I will give higher scores in the upcoming evaluations. The competition is not just about participation, as the overall supervisor Xia Yunqian needs to monitor the students' behavior. At the end, scores will be assigned based on their performance in the game. His score accounts for 60% while the school's accounts for 40%. 29 squatted excitedly. So what's next? Are we still going to trade at the border? Xia Yunqian tossed the bamboo into the automatic bamboo farm and turned back to him, saying, forget it, next they will have to ask us. You should send someone there to take a look every day. But remember, just look, do not trade, do not talk, just take a glance. By the way, how many books of experience restoration have we given out? Other resources can be mass-produced later, but experience restoration is only available from their swamp. Currently we have given out 68 books, with Huazhong University of Architecture receiving the most, which is 17 books. Xia Yunqian calculated this number. Not bad, it's not a big issue. You should go to the warehouse and pick up a set of enchanted diamond tools and equipment. Then just go to the end to idle at the sand machine. I will call you later if there are other tasks. After finishing this big project, Xia Yunqian needed to think about how to take revenge. A group of black slaves dares to price me like this, let them know the power of monopoly. As for experience restoration, from now on you won't get a single book. However, before that, Xia Yunqian temporarily set up a synthesis station, converting all the bamboo into scaffolding. Perhaps considering this trading aspect, the MC Lord God left some margin for error for Xia Yunqian. Blocks can be placed in the border area, and the border area of Huazhong University of Architecture is a jungle derivative biome, a bamboo forest. Fishing in the bamboo forest water area has a chance to catch bamboo. As long as there's one bamboo, Xia Yunqian will never be short of bamboo again. The eagerly anticipated shulker farm can finally commence. Bamboo grows quickly theoretically as long as there is enough bone meal. The growth speed of this item is virtually limitless. Continuous stacking of machines is all that is needed. Xia Yunqian built a 5-core bamboo farm machine, completing the necessary scaffolding in just 10 minutes. He immediately called a few black slaves to transport the scaffolding to the location of the farm. They started assembling. The farm looked grand, but the difficulty was not very high. The actual core block count did not exceed 100, and with projections it was a piece of cake. In less than half an hour the shulker farm was completed. This farm operates at an efficiency of 4,300 per hour. What are the odds? It can provide 2,000 boxes in an hour or 35 boxes a minute. It looks efficient, but in reality it's quite average. Xia Yunqian has many other farms that outperform it. It's just a matter of time as long as it suffices. After hanging for just 5 minutes, Xia Yunqian immediately completed the packaging machine for the sand machine in the end. He filled it with boxes, completely dismantling the original collection device, resulting in a cleaner and more aesthetic setup with over 10 fewer containers. Besides the end, Xia Yunqian also connected the swamp withering skeleton farm, stone generator, iron generator, and the collection from the attack tower to the packaging machine. Next he collected the items, taking them box by box. Each person can take at least 27 boxes, with each box containing 27 slots. Therefore one person can carry 46656 items at once. If no row is reserved for tools, fireworks, or food, and purely acting as a transporter, one person can carry 62208 items at once. Xia Yunqian arranged for 4 people to sit at the quadruple speed anvil machine to start forging iron for the blast-proof trench. He led another group to begin constructing the World Eater's main body. The World Eater, which he had been longing for, could finally descend upon this world once again. In the game everything was smooth sailing for Xia Yunqian, but outside the game things were much more lively. Various related video marketing accounts were editing overnight. Just half an hour after Xia Yunqian finished building a machine, marketing accounts were already releasing edited explanations.
There are many advanced machines, but you can't rely solely on advanced ones. TNT duplication, a revolution of the times.
Shocking, college students actually do such unscrupulous things with the end portal.
Siege of the 7 schools. Progress of the shulker farm has stagnated.
Comparison between withering obsidian machines and manual digging. 10 nether stars in 1 second. Let's see if your archive has this kind of technology. The workload of 17 blocks 160000 iron ingots. Let's see what Xia Yunqian is really up to. In short, the live broadcast of Xia Yunqian's competition has nearly been over-edited by marketing accounts. At this time it was usually the 2 universities of Nanda and Huking dominating the headlines. They were also frequent guests of marketing accounts. But now the combined view count of edited videos from other universities doesn't even match the views of Xia Yunqian alone. In this fundamental equation of cutting trees, mining, and slaying dragons, someone has completely broken out of this process,
making significant reforms with remarkable results. It's no wonder everyone enjoys watching such videos. At this moment at Bayou University, Principal Chen, it's me, Oldly. Come have a meal when you have time. What's up? Oh, we at Beak University want to have a gathering with you. Look, you're in the southwest and we're up in the northeast. The 2 schools are separated but united in spirit. How auspicious. I don't have time, I need to take care of my cat which just gave birth. Alright, be sure to contact me when you have time. Chen Minghua, the current principal of Bayou University. He was leisurely sitting in the principal's office sipping tea with small bags that looked very expensive. Hello. Principal Li, what's up? Dinner. Not possible, I'm a bit busy lately. Xia Yunqian's dog is about to give birth and I need to take care of it. Don't worry, I will definitely contact you when I have time. After hanging up one call, another call came in and Chen Minghua was already smiling from ear to ear. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and sent another message. Public Relations Department, continue to push the flow and hire a few more marketing accounts. By the way, please submit the funding application to the higher-ups. Just say it's for investing in new industrial development. Bayou University was peaceful and even the forums were filled with praise for their alma mater. Major universities are now eager to flatter Bayou University and the situation in the game has begun to change. Bro, big brother, can you give me a moment? Can we continue our discussion? Really, our boss said 60 books of experience restoration plus 12 boxes of slime blocks are enough. This is true, trust us. The people from Huazhong University of Architecture were getting anxious as they found that the people from Bayou University really were ignoring them. Not only Huazhong University but all other universities had severed trade relations with Bayou University. The rapid development of the other 7 universities largely relied on Bayou University's surplus production. Now that Bayou University no longer shared its surplus, it was wasting it internally. They had no choice when they lacked wood. Xia Yunqian had wood. When they lacked stone, he had stone. Many things could be directly exchanged. Obsidian was also given freely, but now they had to go back and redevelop their farms. Among them, Huazhong University of Architecture was the most pained as they primarily focused on construction and had a very high demand for building materials. Although their own jungle could meet the demand, why not use a better ATM? This also delayed the opening of their farm, thinking they could rely on bamboo and eat off Xia Yunqian for a lifetime. 29 also went to the border to take a look and other universities were scrambling to get close to him. Seeing their humble appearance, 29 fiercely said, "Open your eyes and see who is in charge now." In the trading supplies of Bayou University there are ironwood, stones, glass and various raw materials. Among these, wood is the most troublesome. They do not have a tree farm, so the wood can only be manually dug after being hastened with bone meal. The universities in the southern desert region are the worst affected as they are already short on wood. The rapid development they currently enjoy is largely due to low-cost acquisitions from Xia Yunqian. However, now the people of Bayou University have stopped catering to him. That number 29, always wearing enchanted underworld alloy armor, flaunts his full set of gold equipment here. When hungry he eats golden carrots, when thirsty he drinks healing potions. He even occasionally shoots undead totems on the spot. Showing off wealth and extreme display of opulence, these things are abundant and he just enjoys playing with them. The school across the border has no way to deal with him. Even the previous blue ice bamboo could not pique Xia Yunqian's interest. Initially they thought he was playing hard to get, now they realize he truly has stopped catering to them. Entrusting survival to others is an extremely irrational act. If it were Xia Yunqian in the desert, he would have built that damn tree farm long ago, instead of thinking about cheap wood procurement. But now there are no options. The industrial progress of the Southern University is stagnant and they must restart the construction of infrastructure. This will likely take several hours. Other universities are also struggling. Although their resources are not as scarce as those of the Southern University, they do not have all the various farms that Xia Yunqian possesses. The coniferous forest people lack sand, while the Southern University, being in the desert, naturally has an abundance of sand.
Nevertheless, Shanghai University still chooses to purchase sand from Xia Yunqian. There's no other reason, it's extremely cheap. Xia Yunqian's purchasing requirements are minimal diamonds, enchanted golden apples, and a book of swiftness enchantment. However, he has only received about 350 diamonds so far, and this efficiency is simply abysmal. Those people are squeezing the prices too harshly. Previously, Xia Yunqian had no time to manage the mines, as perfecting the early industrial system was more important. However, once the explosion-proof trench was dug, everything changed. Above the designated location, rows of machines formed from green and gray loomed large. They hung suspended in the sky, proclaiming judgment to the gods. Xia Yunqian flew to the designated location with fireworks surrounded by towering iron walls. The World Devourer is prone to errors, and repairing this device is extremely troublesome. Therefore, before starting the machine, Xia Yunqian sincerely prayed to the gods, asking for protection for his machine not to break. With a lever pulled, the redstone circuitry activated, the TNT duplicator started, the pistons activated, and the nodelay system powered on. To reduce the probability of errors in the World Devourer, synchronizing their operations is the optimal solution. In Minecraft, redstone signal transmission has a delay, so building a nodelay railway chain and slime block nodelay device can solve these two issues. The nodelay railway system is too complicated, so Xia Yunqian chose a fixed mode for all survival players. He built a nodelay frame using slime blocks on the outside, then constructed the main body and flying part of the World Devourer within that frame. Once the device started, the pistons pushed the mechanism forward in the designated area. As it advanced, high-frequency redstone signals continuously triggered TNT duplication. TNT explosions destroyed everything on the surface. Upon reaching the other side, the interception mechanism activated simultaneously. It descended, and then the World Devourer returned to continue its bombardment. After reaching the other side, it descended again before returning. Back and forth, relying on a massive amount of TNT, it blew the entire world into a hollow space referred to as the vacant domain. This was the second moment of excitement for survival players. The world crumbled and all life perished. Under this bombardment, all that remained were the ruins. Except for Xia Yunqian, everyone else stood dumbfounded, watching the explosions unfold before them. This was the first time they realized that relying purely on human effort could achieve such a feat. These devices were built block by block by them. Only those who participated understood the shock of starting the machine. Outside, the popularity on major video websites skyrocketed. There was only one topic: the World Devourer. Bayou University attributed this machine to Xia Yunqian, but they only knew the name. As for why Xia Yunqian made this thing, no one else knew. Aside from him and the related personnel, no one was aware. Blowing up the vacant domain does not merely involve completing the World Devourer, it also requires timely clearing of lava and water in the mines and digging out obsidian and some minerals. These trivial matters surely involve advanced technology. With black slaves, am I not going to become a blank slate? Xia Yunqian himself then went to the Nether to prepare for the next grand project. What is needed in the late industrial phase? Redstone. That's still too shallow. Xia Yunqian is particularly annoyed by one thing: mining quartz. He took the Fortune 3 pickaxe to the Nether exhausted and mined a box of quartz before returning to the main world to make devices. Not long after, the quartz was used up again, so he went back to the Nether to mine quartz. It was quite torturous, very torturous. Hand mining quartz is a habit of exceedingly bad nature. Piglin trading activate. Squeezing. Aside from squeezing villagers, piglins can also be squeezed. However, squeezing piglins requires gold ingots and a lot of them. So how to quickly obtain a large number of gold ingots for piglin trading became a problem to solve. This issue can also be rephrased as: what kind of piglin tower can provide a large amount of gold ingots? If time and conditions permit, Xia Yunqian would definitely go to the world border to blow up the vacant domain to create a tens of millions level piglin tower. No doubt tens of millions level. This efficiency only exists in theory, as Xia Yunqian has yet to see anyone achieve it in his past life. I've heard that the Great Master Fire String Moon has already started constructing one, but before the master could finish, Xia Yunqian was taken away by Chicken Brother. Aside from that, the most efficient option is the Nether vacant domain, but Xia Yunqian truly does not want to build another World Devourer in the Nether. Cleaning the lava in the Nether can be deadly. The only remaining option is to stack Nether portal piglin towers. As the name suggests, it involves crazily stacking Nether portals, allowing piglins to be teleported away as soon as they spawn. This method is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the efficiency is still unsatisfactory. Xia Yunqian truly does not want to deal with this thing, but there really is no other good solution. He called for people to go to the end to bring back a pile of obsidian, not too much, just over 20 boxes, almost 45000 blocks of obsidian. All he can say is thank goodness for the Lao D brand obsidian machine, otherwise mining so much obsidian by hand would be deadly. With the obsidian, he just needs to find a barren wasteland in the Nether to mindlessly stack portals. After finishing this, he would return to the main world to sort and package. But these things also require a large amount of quartz to make detectors. If there is a next life, I hope redstone components no longer require quartz. The piglin, a creature adorned with golden gear, possesses an inexplicable obsession with gold. If you offer them gold, they will trade various items with you, but be cautious, angering them can have dire consequences. Their golden axes are not to be underestimated. Although a single piglin's trading speed is quite slow, there are methods to abstractly accelerate the process. Typically, the yield is increased by stacking the number of piglins. When the number of piglins reaches a certain level, their efficiency can astonishingly soar to 1.9 million. 1.9 million, what a probability! The efficiency of Xia Yunqian's 810 monster tower is only 3 million, and achieving an efficiency of 810 requires the utilization of TNT looting loading techniques. This method boosts efficiency by 2.5 times. Now a mere group of piglins can elevate the efficiency to 190. This includes 380000 blackstone, 380000 gravel, 300000 glowstone arrows, 180000 iron nuggets, 170000 soul sand, and 150000 nether bricks, along with 130000 nether quartz, 100000 string, 90000 leather, 6000 crying obsidian, 3000 fire charges, and 2000 ender pearls. Additionally, there are 1500 potions, 7000 splash potions, 6000 iron boots, and 4000 enchanted books.
Due to a minor fraction, the total comes to around
1.8 million, but with the additional minor fractions it's not far from 2 million. Among these, the precise output of nether quartz, which Xia Yunqian cares about the most, is 136000 per hour, equivalent to 1.2 boxes of quartz per minute, or 2100 quartz per minute. Recalling the torturous schedule of mining quartz, this is the device Xia Yunqian has dreamed of perfecting. The trading speed of piglins matches the consumption speed of gold ingots.
This piglin trading post consumes over 4 boxes of gold ingots every minute, roughly 120 gold ingots every second. Eating a golden apple in my world takes about a second.
The consumption speed of 15 people continuously eating golden apples is comparable to the rate at which this piglin trading post consumes gold ingots. One could say that without a certain financial foundation it is impossible to sustain this group of piglins.
Can Xia Yunqian sustain them?
Although he has a high efficiency with the piglin tower generating 390000 gold nuggets per hour sounds impressive, but when calculated it equates to just 22.5 boxes of gold ingots. This only suffices for 5.5 minutes of piglin trading. He is indeed begging them for assistance. Idling for an hour can sustain the process for just 5 minutes.
Xia Yunqian does not wish for it to be this way, but a more efficient piglin tower cannot rely solely on stacking.
It is essential to further accelerate monsters spawning in the nether's vacant areas. The problem is that Xia Yunqian has not even finished blowing up the vacant areas in the overworld, so how can he proceed to the nether? There's no choice but to make do. The issue of gold ingot supply has cut efficiency to 1/10, yet it can still yield about 210 quartz per minute. This efficiency may not be top-notch, but it suffices. Once the vacant areas are completed, he can make further improvements.
Returning to the nether bedrock layer, seeing the towering piglin tower, Xia Yunqian is filled with emotion. The piglin tower, known as the stacked piglin tower, has its peculiarities. The incessant stacking of portals is one reason, but the pursuit of efficiency is another. To achieve ultimate efficiency, the piglin players spare no effort. Stacking cores is the simplest and most straightforward method, as well as the easiest to master.
Building and placing is a testament to the journey of piglin players. Their hard work will ultimately transform into drops, rewarding those who challenge their limits. In the overworld, Xia Yunqian is creating a collection system for the piglin tower. As long as there is projection, the classification station and packaging machine are not troublesome. This synthesis station consists of 2 parts, one for crafting gold nuggets into gold ingots and the other for crafting gold ingots into gold blocks. The synthesis station is a simple device that Xia Yunqian has constructed countless times. But no more quartz. Indeed, the last mined quartz was depleted during the packing and classification of the piglin tower. If I have sinned, may the heavens punish me rather than denying me quartz at this moment. The piglin tower is activated, and as usual, one person is called to idle above the nether bedrock layer to spawn monsters. One person manages the execution and collection in the overworld. With gold ingots acquired, it's time to focus on the piglins. Capturing piglins must be done in the Crimson Forest, or else the spawn rate will be too slow. Arriving at the nether bedrock layer, he determines the location of the Crimson Forest and constructs a temporary spawning platform for piglins. The piglins continuously spawn, and Xia Yunqian uses minecarts to transport them to the warehouse in front of the nether portal. A total of 580 piglins were captured, with 260 on one side. He calls over a slave dressed in golden gear to stand between the 2 nether portals.
He constructs a shulker box unloader above the piglins. Returning to the overworld, he continues collecting, employing the most conventional water flow classification method.
Any surplus and useless drops are incinerated, leading to an efficiency of only 860000 outfitted with 16 packaging machines. The Piglin trading post is completed, marking the realization of automated survival resources. The construction of large-scale farms is no longer necessary. Xia Yunqian has completely transitioned past the mid-tier industrial phase. Arriving at the World Eater, he is fortunate to find the machinery still operating normally. An endless black hole in the world is truly awe-inspiring. Inside the hole, several tiny block people are busily running around. The World Eater was originally equipped with a drainage system, but constructing it is troublesome and it will have to be blown up later. Compared to high-tech, it lacks any cost-effectiveness. While clearing water, lava and obsidian, they are also mining diamonds. A team of 30 only requires diamonds for equipment and nether alloy upgrade templates. Diamond tools can simply be exchanged with the toolsmith, but equipment must be crafted by oneself and then enchanted. The nether alloy upgrade templates require diamonds for duplication. However, once the World Eater is activated, diamonds become plentiful. During the process of clearing the vacant areas, large amounts of minerals will be exposed, making diamond mining much easier. In the end, all personnel from Bayou University are wrapped in remnants, all equipped with complete nether alloy gear and tools. Roughly estimated, nearly 7,000 diamonds were consumed in total, ensuring that there are backups for equipment. It is certainly not wise to have just one set. It can be said that they are the richest in the entire map. No other school can accomplish having all personnel equipped with nether alloy gear. Not everyone can mine like Xia Yunqian using the World Eater. Other schools face particularly high time costs for mining, while Xia Yunqian has only mined once. He only had to mine once when the game just started out of necessity. With the villager trading post established, mineral freedom has been realized, and now Xia Yunqian's storage is nearly overflowing. To store resources, Xia Yunqian created 4 blocks for storage and equipped it with an automated item sorting machine. Simply dropping items in designated spots will automatically sort them into the correct chests. Then the items are packed and transported to the warehouse in boxes. The warehouse has also been classified since there are simply too many items. Brother Yunqian, what are you doing digging such a big pit? Jiang Yutong appeared out of nowhere, and Xia Yunqian recalled that he was under the jurisdiction of number 15. Could it be that the person in charge did not properly adhere to the Black Slave Code? Xia Yunqian was extremely busy at the moment, but it was still fine to spare a few words to respond to her. Building a monster spawning tower. He flew into the high sky with his sheath wings. After 6 hours of blasting, it's finally almost done. The massive abyss pit before him was close to reaching the bedrock layer. Xia Yunqian's next plan could then be realized. So, Brother Yunqian, may I use this pit? I want to build something. Without waiting for Jiang Yutong to continue, Xia Yunqian immediately interrupted her. Absolutely not, no one can touch this pit without my orders. Are you kidding? Did she not realize how long this vacant area had been blasted? To say the least, if someone were to destroy this vacant area, Xia Yunqian could explode on the spot. It's rare that the World Devourer didn't malfunction this time, and the drainage of the lava went smoothly. The large prison, the Swamp 3 unknown composite monster spawning tower, has encountered a problem. Come quickly and take a look. Amid the noisy voices, someone called for Xia Yunqian, who flew towards the designated place with fireworks in hand. Jiang Yutong also took some fireworks and flew towards the warehouse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, a massive pile of boxes reached the sky, and there were tens of thousands of funnels. The first thought that came to a casual observer's mind was how ugly it was with the boxes and funnels exposed. The color scheme was also unreasonable. Manager, I need 20 boxes of building materials, wood, sand and glass. The warehouse manager number 17 looked at the newcomer and inquired about the purpose as usual. What do you need these for? Have you applied to the large prison, and did the large prison approve it? The warehouse was Xia Yunqian's personal domain. For the monster spawning tower, you can freely use things from various farms. You can take as much as you want, but once the items enter the warehouse, they must be approved by me. This was Xia Yunqian's exact words. The warehouse ensured that Xia Yunqian could obtain enough materials promptly when he needed to construct devices without having to dawdle around idly. The items inside were strictly managed daily. Recalling the time when he built the Pigman Tower, someone had taken the obsidian to repair the Ender Dragon's pillars. He had said it was for the aesthetic of the end, and Xia Yunqian was almost furious back then. Not dismantling all the pillars of the Ender Dragon was already considered very merciful. Surprisingly, someone wanted to help him repair them. He could only temporarily convert the sand machine into a prison-style obsidian machine. After going back and forth, nearly half an hour was spent, and afterward Xia Yunqian publicly criticized the original warehouse manager and transferred him to another position. The current warehouse manager had clearly learned from the lessons of his predecessor, asking everyone what they were doing and whether they had submitted an application. He even needed to confirm with Xia Yunqian. Seeing how strict the warehouse manager was, Jiang Yutong also played a little trick. Brother Hua, I came here because the large prison told me to the large prison wants to build a roof in the vacant area.
I'm just here to help. You can ask Brother Yunqian if he wants to build a roof in the vacant area. Wu Hua, somewhat doubtful, sent a voice application to Xia Yunqian. Upon seeing the caller, Xia Yunqian quickly answered. Large prison, are we building a roof in the vacant area? Xia Yunqian replied like a machine, yes.
Then large prison, did you call someone to get the materials?
Xia Yunqian still replied, yes, I called Li Cua over.
Since the vacant area was almost finished blasting, the lighting suppression had to be done as well. So he called Li Cua to help gather the materials. Because this step was relatively important, Xia Yunqian wasn't quite at ease with others. The warehouse manager listened to Xia Yunqian and expressionless said to Zhang Yutong, the large prison indeed called someone, but he called his girlfriend, not you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yutong was stunned. He really did call someone. There was no choice but to pull out her charming skills. Brother Hua, please help me out. What I need is different from what Li Cua needs. They are building industrial things.
I just need some building materials. Sandstone can't be used for industrial buildings.
Wu Hua felt an itch in his heart upon hearing this voice. A big beauty talking to him like this made him feel a bit euphoric. He had been riding on the authority given by Xia Yunqian for a long time, and this life was indeed not bad. Now even the universally recognized beauty among the new students spoke to him like this. It was impossible for Wu Hua not to be moved. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhang Yutong continued to intensify her approach. Please help me out. I will treat you to dinner afterward. I'm mainly concerned that our base doesn't even have a matchbox. I want to make some buildings to add some life. Besides such a big pit, the large prison can't possibly use it all up. Wu Hua ultimately softened his heart and let go of Zhang Yutong, allowing her to enter the warehouse.
Thank you, Brother Hua, love you.
The only way to express love in the game was to squat repeatedly.
Wu Hua also responded to Zhang Yutong, watching her leave.
On the other side, Xia Yunqian said, large prison, I found the problem. The frequency was a bit too high. Just adjust the frequency. Xia Yunqian was constructing a massive object with the redstone group behind the warehouse. There were no building group members here, only those who understood redstone could come. The calibrator has been debugged.
Xia Yunqian was quickly placing blocks using the placement module while also improving the wiring. Alright, large prison, you can go do something else. We have enough people here.
Xia Yunqian was very satisfied with Zhang Wenhao's performance as he played a significant role in the debugging of the circuit. The members of the redstone group also contributed a lot. Xia Yunqian was very glad to have found a few helpers, otherwise he would have been debugging the circuit until he was exhausted. After a simple tidying up, Xia Yunqian prepared to return to the vacant area. However, an urgent message from Li Cua came through the voice channel. Yun, we're out of sandstone. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunqian felt as if the sky was falling. He quickly ran to the warehouse to see what had happened.
Wu Hua.
Where did my sandstone go?
Xia Yunqian stormed into the warehouse.
Wu Hua shrank back into a corner of the warehouse, afraid to speak. When he saw Li Cua come to ask for sandstone, he knew he was finished. He truly did not expect that the sandstone Zhang Yutong took was exactly what Xia Yunqian needed next.
You go work at the synthesis station. I don't want to see you for the rest of the time.
Learning from Wu Hua that it was Zhang Yutong who took the sandstone, Xia Yunqian was really about to explode. Why does this person always cause trouble? Xia Yunqian arrived at the center of the vacant area and immediately called for all work on site to stop.
Zhang Yutong, I XXXXX. Xia Yunqian rarely cursed, but that did not mean he lacked the capacity to do so.
In Baiyu, who among them had not been scolded since childhood?
Scolded by mothers in youth, by wives in adulthood, and even by daughters in old age.
Even stray dogs passing by were met with a sharp rebuke. When he saw Zhang Yutong erecting an unsightly little island upon his precious void domain, Xia Yunqian summoned her on the spot for interrogation.
What exactly are you trying to accomplish? How many times have I warned you not to touch my void domain?
Don't take it upon yourself to build anything. Do you treat my words as mere wind passing your ears? If you're so capable, why don't you build your own farm and develop resources independently? Why don't you devise a flawless strategy to lead everyone to victory in the competition? Should you truly secure our school's triumph, I'll utter not a word and serve you loyally without hesitation? But do you possess such ability?
Can you design complex machinery from scratch?
Zhang Yutong, after all, was merely a young woman. How could she withstand such harsh reprimand, especially delivered before so many witnesses? Soon muffled sobs echoed through the voice channel.
Enough, Lao De. The deed is done. Swift remediation is what matters now.
A group of boys stepped forward as peacemakers, but Xia Yunqian remained unmoved. Why should I bear the cost of her mistake?
I've warned her repeatedly not to touch the void domain, not to touch it at all. The warehouse materials are strictly off limits unless explicitly permitted.
If you crave farmland resources, go harvest them yourself.
If you seek drops, grind monsters via AFK farming.
There are no restrictions whatsoever on such farms or monster towers. No one will stop you from taking 100 boxes of undying totems. So why insist on tampering with the warehouse? Now we must grind sand anew to produce sandstone. Dispatch 2 people to the inn to repair the sand grinder and equip it with a quadruple-speed crafting station. Xia Yunqian gazed at the mere 2 boxes of sandstone remaining in his hands and sighed helplessly. His original plan had been to run both the bedrock breaking machine and the automatic floor stacking device simultaneously. This would have saved considerable time. Yet now confronted with barren resources and that unsightly island hovering over the void domain, he ordered Zhang Wenhao, construct a triphasic bomber. Obliterate Shirtuan and this unauthorized structure. I'll organize the materials for the bedrock breaker. Shirtuan was slated for demolition, but how? Certainly not by hand. Born of explosion, it would depart in explosion. The triphasic bomber had survived Shirtuan's overwhelming dominance precisely due to its agility, far more nimble than Shirtuan and requiring vastly fewer building materials. Once the massive void domain reconstruction was complete, attention would shift to bedrock itself, a substance far more oppressive than merely digging a pit demanding copious quantities of slime blocks. All of Xia Yunqian's slime blocks had already been consumed during Shirtuan's construction. By later stage development, even the triple composite swamp mob tower's output proved insufficient. Retrofitting on short notice was impossible, but the problem was negligible. That vast pit now served its purpose. The void domain's primary function had always been to reduce spawnable area, much like laying rail tracks in the nether. Its secondary function involved LC value, a metric directly tied to mob spawning rates wherein lower vertical layers yielded higher spawn frequencies. With such an expansive pit now available, Xia Yunqian promptly identified 3 slime chunks and hastily converted them into a temporary slime farm. Unquestionably, its efficiency dwarfed that of the triple composite swamp mob tower. Within minutes, sufficient slime blocks had been harvested. Next came bedrock, the once a mystical, awe-inspiring barrier for novice players, whose aura inevitably faded as skill matured. Bedrock first fell before Chuang Ji's ingenuity, then crumbled beneath countless bizarre mods. Today Xia Yunqian could effortlessly deploy half a dozen methods to shatter it. The most common was the zero-tick bedrock breaker, used to breach both the Nether's bedrock layer and the Ender Dragon's lair. Though effective, it shattered only 1 block per activation, utterly inadequate for a 1717 chunk expanse. Faced with such a colossal bedrock stratum, only heavy artillery would suffice. Xia Yunqian projected the blueprint for the zero-loss triphasic bedrock breaker and summoned Heinu. Construction was about to begin. This zero-loss triphasic bedrock breaker had been designed by the renowned master Hua Xianyue. Before its creation, dismantling an equivalent bedrock area demanded manually placing over 400,000 pistons. With this machine, however, only 12,000 pistons were required, dramatically reducing labor, material and temporal costs. Moreover, the machine supported multi-layered concurrent operation. Once the first unit advanced a set distance, the next layer could be constructed immediately, enabling 5 machines to operate simultaneously and dismantle 5 bedrock layers at peak efficiency. Is bedrock breaking grueling? Extremely so. Every facet of redstone engineering demands unyielding rigor, which is precisely why they called Xia Yunqian Lauda. Yet once those 5 bedrock layers collapsed, a colossal chasm would pierce the world, a yawning rift connecting directly to the void, whose sheer magnitude would defy imagination. With bedrock finally breached, welcome news arrived from the inn: sufficient sandstone had been gathered. Xia Yunqian deployed the triphasic bomber once more, to reduce those bedrock breakers to dust. Undeniably effective, albeit wasteful of materials which could not be recovered. Yet seasoned redstone engineers never hesitated to discard entire boxes without a trace of regret. At the zenith of mob farm efficiency stood the EOL light suppression tower. Its underlying principles eluded Xia Yunqian's full comprehension. He would need to consult the Institute's researchers for precise details. He knew only the procedure: lay a ceiling of sandstone at a precise location atop the void domain, then ascend to high altitude to construct the light suppression mechanism. Through a series of arcane, seemingly paradoxical techniques, the system suppressed world updates, locking ambient light permanently into absolute darkness. Even if the ceiling were dismantled and sunlight poured onto the site, illumination remained stubbornly fixed at 0. By the time the light suppression mechanism was fully operational, 20 in-game hours had elapsed. Fortunately, the tournament committee granted an additional 5 hours. Without this extension, completion would have been uncertain. With light suppression secured, only one ordeal remained: the ultimate torment, door stacking. This differed fundamentally from Pigman Tower door stacking, a mindless brute force replication of nether portals. Here Xia Yunqian steeled himself and opted instead for the door cutting technique. I've already built a light suppression mechanism. What harm could cutting a door possibly cause? Originally, Xia Yunqian had no intention of employing door cutting in his design. For the technique harbored numerous bugs. It relied on update suppression, conceptually akin to light suppression, though Xia Yunqian himself could not articulate its mechanics, only execute it. His initial design featured a 5.9 million efficiency boat suction mob farm, the undisputed pinnacle of its kind. Yet it suffered a critical flaw: sluggish performance against small zombies and zombie pigmen.
Door cutting bore no such limitation. Its efficiency unleashed without restraint, indeed it existed solely for mob farming. A 5.9 million output farm was more than sufficient. Its capacity even exceeded requirements by over 2 million. Yet Xia Yunqian remained dissatisfied. He knew intimately the agony of constructing such a farm. The projection printer mod alone had taken weeks to implement, only to fail catastrophically at the final stage. He longed to resurrect that unrealized glory. High above, Xia Yunqian held an undying totem in his left hand and fireworks in his right. The expressionless face of his blocky avatar betrayed nothing. Yet his voice crackling through the channel carried the unwavering resolve of youth. Cut the door. The cut gate, as the name suggests, is a portal to hell that has been sliced open. It is a product of a bug caused by the update suppressor. Previously, creating a cut gate was laborious and had an absurd failure rate. However, in later versions someone discovered the railway notebox cut gate method, which made this technology widely known. What has the cut gate brought us? The most obvious advantage is that it completely replaces the original ship's spawning towers, leaving no remnants. Besides spawning, the cut gate also greatly enhances efficiency in executions. With the mastery of this technique, the entire gate can be sliced even down to a thin single piece. This is the single block portal only found within the mod. A single block portal has no top or bottom, causing monsters to fall freely the moment they teleport. This reduces the time spent on collision compression, further enhancing efficiency. Additionally, the update suppressor has brought more than just the cut gate technology. It also includes virtual blocks and virtual items. In short, it is incredibly powerful. However, this technology was somewhat patched in the past life version 1.21. The reason is that redstone can no longer be placed on trapdoors, but the fundamental underlying code remains unaltered. Some big shots can still find alternative methods to continue using the cut gate. In this world created by the MC deity, the update suppressor has yet to appear. Xia Yunqian gambled that the MC deity would not pause the match to fix bugs. After all, they haven't fixed the spawning machines, so what's wrong with me creating an update suppressor? Moreover, even if they do fix it, they can't just eliminate me for finding something through my own efforts. At worst, I would just be rolled back to a previous save. Thinking of this, Xia Yunqian picked up the alloy pickaxe from the lower realms and gently dug at the bottom of the obsidian, muting the world to listen to the sound of the Hellgate shattering. The upper half of the Hellgate broke open, but there remained a layer of single portal piece below. Continuing to dig away another piece of obsidian, the lower portal also shattered, leaving only a solitary portal piece. The single block portal still retained the mysterious and serene glow of the Hellgate, with dark purple particle effects shimmering brilliantly. Once the single block gate was cut, Xia Yunqian immediately crafted a small suppressor beside it. This would help Xia Yunqian quickly cut gates, otherwise cutting each door one at a time would be exhausting no matter how many black slaves he had. In my previous life, using this kind of suppressor would cause the game to crash. It was quite torturous, but in this world created by the MC deity, no matter how much Xia Yunqian messed around, everything remained intact. In the past, after running the N's obsidian machine, I would forget to turn it off, and if it were in my previous life, the entire computer would freeze. The save file could have been corrupted. But here nothing happened. Even spawning tens of thousands of dropped items wouldn't cause any lag. One can only say that the MC deity is impressive. A total of 7,900 cuts are needed for the gates, cutting them into small pieces of 2 blocks each. Initially, Xia Yunqian also prepared a movable bud chain, allowing the suppressor to automatically advance with the cutting of the gate. This saved a lot of time. Each gate requires many cuts, and even after becoming proficient, the fastest Xia Yunqian could manage was 9 minutes per gate. And the total number of gates is 90. There will be deaths, there will definitely be deaths. But fortunately, Xia Yunqian had black slaves, and with the collective effort of 18 people, all the gates were cut down in just 1 hour. I must say this speed is much faster than when Xia Yunqian cut for 3 days alone. Once the gates were cut, it was time to dismantle the top, and all the sandstone used to block light had to be removed. With the light suppressor in place, removing the sandstone roof would not cause the Hellgate to emit light, thereby further enhancing the spawning efficiency. Xia Yunqian did not have the time to manually dismantle the roof made of hundreds of thousands of blocks. He was already exhausted from removing the sandstone while making the suppressor. Now this roof would naturally be entrusted to the all-powerful triphase bombing machine. While the triphase bombing machine worked, Xia Yunqian went to the hell to gather resources. With an efficiency of 8.1 million, who knows how many packing machines would be needed to gather all of it. The packing machine is useful, but if too many are stacked, they tend to lag. With 8.1 million drops, it certainly would not have been possible in my previous life, and the chicken brother would have sent him away even earlier. But now let the MC deity bear the burden. I might as well equip 16 packing machines, let them collect as much as they can, and the overflow can just be ignored. Having an abundance of resources is quite extravagant. Xia Yunqian's habit is to gather resources before executions, and this 8.1 million efficiency spawning tower is no exception. The execution method chosen is a weak-loading TNT looter that is widely spread online. The principle is to hold a looting 3 weapon in the right hand and a fire arrow bow in the left. This way the arrow shot from the left hand will carry the looting 3 effect. Shooting monsters with arrows is surely unreasonable. The arrows ignite the TNT, which is then pushed by pistons to a distance of 10 chunks. Those 2 chunks belong to the weak loading area. Weak loading chunks will calculate redstone machines but not the biological entities such as monsters. The previous wandering trader farm relied on this principle to keep wandering traders from disappearing. Thus when monsters teleport to hell they will be compressed into a lump and they will not move, allowing the TNT to kill hundreds of monsters in one blast. The machine itself has an efficiency of 3.2 million, and with the TNT looting it directly multiplies to 2.5, reaching an astonishing 8 million. The TNT looter requires a large amount of TNT and flint. TNT will blow up the portal, which necessitates timely ignition of the portal with flint. Theoretically, there is a certain delay from when the portal is destroyed to when it is reignited, and this delay may reduce the efficiency of the spawning tower. In reality, monster spawning in the main world also takes time, and before reaching the spawning limit the efficiency is always running at full capacity. As long as the main world spawning limit is not full, the efficiency will not decrease. This issue is not significant and its impact is minimal. As for the TNT consumed by the TNT looter compared to the gunpowder brought by the spawning tower, saying it is a drop in the bucket is not an exaggeration. The execution and collection on the hell side are about done. All that remains is the main world side. Among the monsters in the spawning tower there will also be zombie pigmen and baby zombies. These two will not be actively teleported away, so turtle eggs are needed. Turtle eggs are widely used in various spawning towers and their importance is self-evident. These greenskin torturing turtles spawn on the sandy beaches by the sea. Although Xia Yunqian's marshland has no sea, it does have a beachfront which is quite abstract. A turtle farm was built in the sky above the beachfront biome where seagrass is easily obtained and wandering traders sell it. Turtles are bred artificially to produce eggs which are then harvested with a precision collection pick. Returning to the main world, Xia Yunqian laid down the turtle eggs to attract zombies and pigmen to step on them, subsequently being teleported to hell. At last this currently world's most efficient spawning tower was finally completed. Back in hell, Xia Yunqian did not immediately activate the TNT looter. Instead he powered it on, directly calling for Wu Hua to stand at the main world AFK point. Why him? He had caused trouble while working as the warehouse manager, so this historic moment of witnessing would not include him. However, being a tool for the task, he still had some worth. As the sun set in the block world, the blue moon rose. Wu Hua arrived at the designated position while others gathered on the platform beside the hellgate. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly the hellgate burst open like it had been smeared with lubricant and hundreds of monsters surged forth from the portal. If one were standing below, the sight would be of a grand downpour of monsters. This rain obscured the empty skies of hell, veiling the horizon. The world was in turmoil. People witnessed the peak efficiency of the monster spawning tower for the first time. Monsters rained down from the sky and the dropped items scattered above the hellish bedrock while experience orbs surged like a tide. Xia Yunqian let Wu Hua leave the idle point first while he took care of the execution device himself. Once all the work was thoroughly completed, Wu Hua returned to the monster spawning platform. Before getting too close, monsters erupted forth. TNT ignited by the bow of looting 3 flew towards the horde of monsters. With a thunderous explosion, the sorter and packaging machine immediately began processing the massive flow of items. With an efficiency of 8.1 million in just 1 second, 2250 items dropped, forming 35 sets of drops. Simply based on the total number of drops, 1 box would be consumed every second. This speed was somewhat ridiculous. Among the drops, bones, arrows and gunpowder made up the bulk. Each of these 3 items accounted for around 2.5 million. Other rare drops also became cheap commodities. For instance, carrots and potatoes reached an efficiency of 3.566 per hour. You can't deny it, the efficiency is indeed not low. The efficiency of iron ingots also reached 3.330 per hour, easily surpassing the vast majority of iron spawning machines. In the face of absolute efficiency, even the diamond spawning monsters could be spawned at around 20 per hour. Xia Yunqian smiled at the sight of the hellgate before him. Without Brother Jis interference, it turns out I could indeed create this. This means that the previous tower of monster spawning was definitely not an issue. This record is still mine. Others were also rendered speechless by the scene before them. The number of monsters seen here in just a few seconds surpassed what they had encountered throughout the entire summer vacation. How to express surprise in the game? The only way was to jump repeatedly and punch with elbows. Meanwhile, the outside world was even more tumultuous. The grand competition of Xia Yunqian was being live-streamed in real time, with each school equipped with a streaming room.
The main live stream room showcased all 8 screens, garnering the highest viewership, allowing viewers to simultaneously watch 8 schools. What's not to enjoy?
However, at this moment the viewer count in the Bayou University live stream room suddenly skyrocketed.
The back-end data showed 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. The total viewership of other schools' live stream rooms combined did not surpass that of Bayou University's single live stream room.
Damn it, this kid Xia Yunqian lied to me saying the conditions weren't enough, he was just being lazy. My paper, my first place. Zhang Lei was quite upset.
Before the competition, the promises Xia Yunqian made were grand and enticing. The senior naturally accepted, but whenever he tried to push Xia Yunqian to advance the process, he was always met with various excuses.
But that was alright, once Xia Yunqian was done the record would eventually be his.
Now however, the monster spawning tower belonged to Xia Yunqian and the record was lost.
Quickly send out the previous paper, securing any advantage is crucial now. Zhang Lei understood the principle of the EOL light suppression monster spawning tower, but he couldn't replicate it himself.
Only Xia Yunqian could construct the cutting-edge light suppressor, meaning that without him nobody could build this monster spawning tower with an efficiency of
1 million.
Although Zhang Lei felt disheartened, he had managed to obtain quite a few valuable items from Xia Yunqian.
He had also published numerous papers on the MC Wiki.
The MC Wiki in this world was on par with renowned publications like Nature and Science.
Researchers were currently extremely busy.
Xia Yunqian's monster spawning tower generated tremendous traffic. How to capitalize on this wave of attention became the top priority for various universities and marketing accounts.
Naturally, Bayou University was the most favored. The moment Xia Yunqian's EOL monster spawning tower went live, the Research Institute published a detailed report on the 800 monster spawning tower. Although the principles and specific operational processes were not included, there were data points. The drop item data from the monster spawning tower intuitively reflected its high efficiency. Next came the analysis of this device.
While the specific principles were unclear, they could at least provide a general overview. With Xia Yunqian's previous groundwork, the Research Institute at Bayou University reaped significant gains during this traffic frenzy. If one were to ask which school had the loudest voice this school season, there was no need to think, it must be Bayou University. In the game in pure survival mode, the 1 million monster spawning tower should have been Xia Yunqian's last machine, but this was a competition. Xia Yunqian was preparing to step into a field he had never explored before, the latest age industrial system.
Indeed, even the
1 million efficiency monster spawning tower could not be considered latest age industrial,
because its essence was still a monster spawning tower, albeit with slightly higher efficiency. True latest age industrial achievement lies in the culmination of redstone technology.
It was a domain that Xia Yunqian had struggled to conquer, but thankfully there was research assistance.
Finally, he could implement a 20000 equivalent vector pearl cannon in survival mode. What is the limit of MC redstone?
Computers.
World Eater.
Too simplistic. In Xia Yunqian's eyes, while computers seemed impressive, their practical application in survival mode was nearly zero.
Latest age industry seeks functionality, lethality, and destructive power. TNT bombers, space-based dragon-slaying cannons, pearl retention devices, isolation zones. These are the things required in latest age industry. Xia Yunqian stood before a machine, one that was larger than any he had ever built before.
The complexity of the parts exceeded all limits. To be honest, Xia Yunqian lacked confidence in being able to craft such a device entirely by hand. His limit had been crafting a space-based dragon-slaying cannon, which was already the best he could achieve.
The vector pearl cannon before him, with a yield of 20000, could accurately pinpoint any coordinate within this game map. Any coordinate.
The precision was frightening, and constructing such a machine was also exceedingly challenging, with the materials being one aspect and the construction itself being another.
The principle of the pearl cannon is quite simple. TNT detonates and accelerates the ender pearl. Ordinary pearl cannons are simple. Xia Yunqian could craft one with his eyes closed. However, a truly effective pearl cannon cannot be crafted casually.
The vector pearl cannon could be considered a small-scale system. The system includes a selector, encoder, decoder, data upload, pearl cache, and pearl correction.
When Xia Yunqian first saw it, he nearly cursed.
The vector pearl cannon has a tutorial indeed, and there are experts who can build one entirely by hand.
Xia Yunqian had also watched that tutorial video, which was 10 hours long. What does that mean?
The average tutorial time for ordinary MC machines is generally under 10 minutes, while larger machines like World Eater can be completed in about an hour. And this vector pearl cannon required 10 hours just for the tutorial. To build it entirely by hand might take half a year. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Xia Yunqian indeed did not have that level of skill at present. However, not having that level of skill does not mean he can't build it. There are talented individuals at the Research Institute, and they collaborated with Xia Yunqian to update and iterate upon the existing pearl cannon. Thus they achieved this 20000 equivalent vector pearl cannon capable of exploding up to 20000 TNT simultaneously. Theoretically it could teleport 11000 blocks away in just 0.5 seconds. Is the calibration complete? Pearl retention is stable here. What's the status on your end? Xia Yunqian rarely oversaw an entire project personally, but the vector pearl cannon was an exception. Most other constructs were built from projections, simply summoning the architecture team to implement them. When manpower ran short, a few available members from the combat team were temporarily reassigned. Yet for these critical late-stage industrial facilities, Xia Yunqian dared not entrust them to anyone else. Projections were indeed available, but projections too could fail. In creative mode, such large-scale installations function flawlessly, identical in projection, identical in construction. But once deployed into survival mode, minor flaws inevitably emerged. And each flaw bred further complications, and as flaws accumulated, the cannon edged ever closer to catastrophic detonation. Xia Yunqian first encountered the pearl cannon while cross-server mingling. At the time, a domestic redstone engineering master had launched a dedicated server, and Xia Yunqian seized the chance to join. He happened to assist in constructing the vector pearl cannon. The young Xia Yunqian knew nothing of its mechanics, only how to place blocks precisely according to the projection. And the placement was flawless, yet inexplicably the cannon still detonated. The explosion was utter chaos. Thousands of TNT charges ignited simultaneously, reducing the entire apparatus to ash. And nearby structures sustained heavy damage, and the server itself nearly collapsed. What followed? Rebuild, of course. Before initiating any large-scale construction, backups were always secured. And otherwise repeated detonations would exhaust both material resources and patience. Recollecting components and reconstructing bases would be unbearable. After 3 painstaking rebuilds, the cannon finally operated stably. Now, moment of universal celebration. On its inaugural day it performed flawlessly, achieving precise spatial relocation without incident. Yet during operation the massive TNT detonation imposed overwhelming strain on the server, causing severe lag, freezing frames like a slideshow. And still functionality remained intact. On the second day, without modification, the cannon detonated again. And no one could determine the cause. Back to the last save it was. To ensure stability, Xia Yunqian summoned half the Redstone Technology Division from the Research Institute. And university students on the cusp of graduation proved exceptionally capable, eager, tireless, and endlessly adaptable. At last, the 6-layer safety system and 20,000 yield vector pearl cannon succeeded on its 314th live test in creative mode. With the vector pearl cannon operational, the orbital dragon-slaying cannon naturally followed. On-site, the overworked researchers were immediately pressed back into service. The Institute's researchers were hardly idle, they each had their own projects. Yet they remembered every opportunity they now held existed solely because of Xia Yunqian. So they stayed reluctant yet resigned. Well, we're already here. At hour 22 of gameplay, the vector pearl cannon was fully constructed. Xia Yunqian had begun its construction at hour 10, scattering every spare moment across its assembly. Let's conduct a test firing, and Xia Yunqian engaged the 60-year safety protocol, a precaution born of genuine fear. And should the machine detonate, the entire warehouse would be obliterated. For efficiency and speed, the vector pearl cannon was sited on flat terrain directly behind the warehouse, also the heart of Xia Yunqian's early industrial complex. Iron farms and villager trading posts thrived here. Detonation would stall sustainable development, but wouldn't render the game unplayable. Xia Yunqian had long stockpiled all resources needed for the final confrontation. Much of what filled the warehouse consisted of redundant surplus. Even if every facility were destroyed, he remained confident he could reconstruct them all within an hour. And thus power up the system. He retrieved an ender pearl and activated the coordinate marking redstone lamp. And instantly the machine roared to life with a thunderous resonant hum. And nothing compares to the soul-stirring symphony of piston actuators. At the trapdoor station he dropped in the ender pearl. It was instantly seized by pistons, shifted into position, and conveyed by transport mechanisms to its designated launch locus. Simultaneously the ender pearl correction system powered on. And finally, with a deep industrial boom signaling full system integration, TNT detonated. Xia Yunqian vanished, teleported 2600 blocks away, landing squarely at the bedrock boundary. This was achieved using only minimal charge yield. Remarkably, the entire activation sequence ran without a single frame of lag, a testament to Minecraft's divine engine performance. And having built it, Xia Yunqian refused to monopolize its thrill. Others eagerly lined up to experience it firsthand. The enslaved offenders, however, were denied this privilege. Xia Yunqian assigned them relentlessly monotonous high-intensity labor: item crafting, potion brewing, manual mob extermination, and cargo transport. Only when the border wall dissolved would they receive gear and be sent to engage in life-or-death duels against rival schools. And with the most formidable device resolved what remained: leisure. Projecting several auxiliary devices, Xia Yunqian ascended to the layer just above the Nether's bedrock ceiling. And truly remarkable, the Nether's infrastructure now rivals that of the overworld. Above the Nether raged perpetual activity, zombified piglins, guttural cries, iron golems, desperate struggles, and bees, working ceaselessly year-round. And Xia Yunqian had long regarded honeycomb farms as functionally obsolete, akin to turtle egg farms in utility. Honey blocks shared properties with slime blocks, one might even call them yellow slime blocks without exaggeration. And to Xia Yunqian's recollection, their sole practical use lay in honey block sugarcane farms. Yet due to chunk loading instability, such farms proved highly fragile. Nade discarded the concept early on, opting instead for primitive sensor-based automatic harvesting. Yield remained more than sufficient. And why build it at all? He couldn't recall, perhaps he'd simply spotted a bee nest and happened to hold a silk touch axe. He'd harvested it on impulse, and later upon entering the Nether assembled the farm just as casually. Knit consumed negligible time. And bees remain idle at night or during rain. But the Nether knows no weather, so its bees labor without rest, without reprieve. And from the chest he withdrew a bottle of honey. And speaking of honey, it is biologically speaking regurgitated nectar. Only worker bees performed nectar collection and honey production. And they transfer gathered nectar mouth to mouth into the mouths of other workers. This exchange repeats over 100 times. And worker bees are all female, but due to developmental constraints they never mature fully, unlike the queen. Thus one might poetically call them honeybee maidens, young, eternally undeveloped, perpetually maidenlike. No wonder honey tastes so sweet, each drop carries the essence of over 100 such maidens' nectar-laden saliva. Ha! And truly honey remains my greatest indulgence. The defense system, something Xia Yunqian had never heard of before. Does a lightning man really need defense? Shouldn't he be actively chasing the monsters? But my lord, times have changed. Without a decent defense system in the 8 Schools League, victory is not guaranteed. With an overwhelming number of undead totems supporting them, it is not an easy task to melee and kill players. Dismantling the opposing base blocks is even simpler. However, the hardness of the base blocks is extremely high. Even with a fully equipped lower realm alloy pickaxe, it takes at least 3 minutes to break through. Finding a safe and quick way to dig out the base has become one of the core aspects of this game. Correspondingly, building a complete defense facility to prevent base digging is also of utmost importance. Most schools choose to wrap their base blocks in layers and then install various defense facilities around them. Although simple and lacking in novelty, this approach is indeed quite practical. Xia Yunqian is different. He decided to employ some tricks. He placed the base block in the void. After blasting through 5 layers of bedrock in the empty realm, this world was directly connected to the void. The original empty realm consisted of 17 by 17 blocks. The monster spawning tower only used 10 by 16 blocks, leaving quite a bit of space empty. Such a good empty realm should not go to waste. Thus Xia Yunqian placed the base block at the lowest level of the empty realm, with the next layer being the void. Let you have a life to chase and no life to return. There were no other blocks, just one solitary block standing in the void. Apart from using elytra to fly up and dig, there was no other way. Attempting to bridge from the edge was also impossible. Xia Yunqian would assign personnel to watch the base block at all times. Even if a skilled player managed to fly up using elytra or an ender pearl, an ultimate trump card awaited the enemy. Heavenly-based Dragon Slayer Cannon. In my world there are the Great Prisoner and the Lesser Prisoner. The Great Prisoner is a defender. Without 10 totems he wouldn't dare confront this thing hidden. The Lesser Prisoner contributes his life to the lightning business, requiring obsidian and beacons. As for that useless creature, the Ender Dragon, is indeed of little use. It is easy to kill but offers low rewards. It is even less useful than zombies. At least zombies can drop spicy strips. Xia Yunqian quite liked eating spicy strips. They induce hunger, while his golden carrots were far from finished. Golden carrots are considered the top-tier food in Minecraft. The only drawback is that they are too perfect. Eating one can keep you satisfied for a long time, but what's the use of something you can't consume excessively? With spicy strips providing hunger buffs, Xia Yunqian could occasionally take out a golden carrot to eat. It must be said this is no different from the foolish son of a landlord. There certainly cannot be only one trick. Xia Yunqian also built some interception devices and defense towers around the warehouse. It's clear that once the boundary wall disappears, all bases will face a devastating bombardment. A TNT interceptor is still needed. An 8x frequency TNT launcher with a strike range of 270 degrees is barely sufficient for intercepting the front. One could only say it's a compromise. Xia Yunqian equipped 108 of these interceptors, placing them in various corners of the region. Constructing the defense towers was quite simple, just employing the most conventional skeleton towers. Stacking hundreds of small whites within a single block and applying lava for physical enchantment results in considerable lethality. Creatures will be pressed. Physically exceeding 24 entities in a single block will cause crush damage.
The solution is simple, just add a ladder allowing for infinite stacking of creatures.
Xia Yunqian plans to stack 300 small whites in each defense tower, constructing a total of 48 defense towers. These defense towers take up very little space, only needing 2 by 2 by 3 blocks.
As for where the small whites come from, modifying the monster spawning tower will suffice.
Turn off the TNT looter in the nether and set up a simple monster sorting device next to the nether portal. Transporting them via rails will do. Xia Yunqian's base is already littered with them. The lack of proper route planning earlier led to tracks being laid everywhere. However, there is an advantage. When new routes are needed, you can simply make minor adjustments to the old ones. The monster sorting still employs black technology, allowing a black slave to stand within the monster aggro range. Zombies and creepers will move towards players while the small whites will shoot arrows from a distance.
A super simple monster sorting machine using black technology is completed.
Seeing dozens of monsters rush towards players can be a bit intimidating, but it's not Xia Yunqian who has to be that black slave. There's no need to fear solitude. Once the monster sorting machine is ready, transporting the small whites becomes very simple.
A redstone clock will periodically push the small whites into a single block.
Using dispensers to place the small whites onto mine carts, they are then transported to the overworld via rails. In the overworld there is a reception system which of course still uses black technology. There's no need for additional redstone clocks, just let a black slave continuously pull levers. After the small whites are delivered to the designated location, a bucket of lava is poured on top, completing a fully automatic 360-degree flame-enhanced defense tower. Each defense tower has 300 small whites stacked. Even if you hold up a shield, it can instantly break your shield.
Moreover, this thing possesses stealth properties.
From a normal perspective, it simply appears to be a lava tower merely for decoration. But once you get close, you will experience what it means to be pierced by 1,000 arrows.
Although this machine is rudimentary and lacks technical prowess, it must be said it is indeed quite effective.
The construction of the heavenly-based Dragon Slayer cannon has also reached its final stages. Its attack range is only 1 block directly above the base block. Do not underestimate its small attack range. This thing can even turn your ashes to dust.
Xia Yunqian donned a set of nether alloy armor with no durability, fully protected, holding a totem with 27 more totems in his backpack.
Come shoot arrows, shoot arrows. Li Cus speechless drew the bow and shot. He did not understand why someone wanted to test the technology with their body.
And had to do it personally. Li Cus arrows hit the designated spot. The piston activated, the redstone circuit engaged, and TNT exploded and piled up.
In an instant, an animation of the undead totem flashed across Xia Yunqian's screen. At the same time, the durability of his nether alloy helmet and boots reached 0, exploding on the spot. Fortunately, I built a few blocks around, otherwise I would have been sent into the void. Xia Yunqian was quite satisfied with this power. At present, there should be no creature capable of surviving this arrow. Not even the lesser prisoner or the great prisoner could withstand it, let alone that useless dragon. It was originally prepared for it, but now it's being used to shoot at Steve. Before the battle, a mobilization process that every university goes through. Essentially, the chief organizer speaks to motivate everyone. Bayou University also arranged this process, but Xia Yunqian really couldn't do it. I treat them like black slaves, and now you want me to motivate them.
Or should I keep painting a big pie?
Considering her own situation, Xia Yunqian decided to give everyone the right to launch an attack. In hell, she prepared 30 large bombs made of 2,000 tons of TNT. Everyone has worked hard for so long, and it's almost time for the final battle.
Let's not say anything else, please enjoy some fireworks.
If Xia Yunqian's chicken brother could explode once more in place with 6,000 TNT explosions.
As for now, blast away. Fire arrows, redstone, flint and steel, whatever could ignite the TNT was used.
The explosion was a celebration for the electric people. The dance of TNT was the moonlight in their hearts.
Whoa!
The cheers at the scene were continuous, with everyone enjoying the revelry before the battle.
The current time is 23 hours and 50 minutes.
Due to the pause in the competition and the extended game time, the final PvP time has been adjusted to the 24th hour.
There are 10 minutes left until the boundary bedrock wall disappears. Come, it's time to vote. Who should we hit first?
Xia Yunqian spontaneously organized a vote to select one of the other 7 universities as the target.
Let's eliminate one team first. Different schools represent different resources.
Huaqing University, Golden Apple, Southern University, Golden Carrot, Jianghai University, Ender Pearl, Donghai University of Transportation, Tiantianfuo University, Fireworks, Huazhong University of Redstone, Immortal Totem, Huazhong University of Architecture, Redstone.
Everyone tossed various items into the funnel. Alright, Huazhong University of Architecture with 19 votes is elected. Let's target them first.
Zhanwen, how come with me to adjust the coordinates of the vector pearl cannon? Everyone knows about the boundary transaction. They are also clear about how Huazhong University of Architecture has disgusted them.
Now the deep-seated vendetta will be settled today.
The supplies everyone carried were quite fixed: 2 sets of ender pearls, 2 sets of golden apples, 2 sets of block placements, netherite pickaxes, swords, axes, shovels, and fully equipped bows. There were also healing potions, speed potions, invisibility potions, strength potions, elytras, and fireworks. The remaining backpack slots were filled with immortality totems, leaving 1 or 2 empty slots for ender chests. There were also some emergency supplies in the chests. As the countdown appeared before everyone, 21 members tossed ender pearls into the vector pearl cannon in preparation for launch. 7 players managed the retention room while Xia Yunqian observed from the sky-based dragon-slaying cannon. The retention room was located next to the warehouse with the vector pearl cannon behind it. The ender pearl retention technology was something every school and every competition would utilize. It was simply too powerful. The ender pearls thrown by players could be retained in place through certain methods, typically using bubble columns or honey blocks. Once someone needed to return, they would deactivate the retention device, allowing the ender pearls to drop, and the players would be immediately teleported back to the retention room. It was akin to a one-click return to the city, enabling resource replenishment before returning to the battlefield to launch attacks. Xia Yunqian naturally knew this technology. She also knew of a technique that allowed automatic return without needing management. This technology detected the number of totems in a player's inventory and automatically teleported the player back to the retention room when the count reached 0. The principle of this retention was item duplication, but the difficulty was too high. The automatic retention made by Xia Yunqian would have bugs. To ensure success, it was better to use black technology directly. In this war, the key to victory was to find the enemy's retention room and devise a way to destroy it. A high-precision redstone machine, even if slightly damaged, would largely cease to function. Not blowing the chamber would be considered a good thing. As long as it was destroyed, it would be nearly impossible to rebuild in a short time. The enemy would not give you the opportunity. Without your revival, I will seize the opportunity to take your life and beat you mercilessly. Not a moment of respite would be given. On the side of the vector pearl cannon, as soon as the boundary wall disappeared, 8 pillars of light shot into the sky. This light emanated from the base blocks, which had to be placed, and the light from the base blocks could not be obstructed. At a distance of 8,200 blocks, activate. The base block of Huazhong University of Architecture was bright green. Zhang Wenhao measured the distance and simply located the coordinates. The vector pearl cannon was activated. Thousands of TNT exploded simultaneously, accelerating the ender pearls to an unimaginable speed. This machine could potentially break the speed of light. Fortunately, this is a game, otherwise someone would have to crawl out from the ground. The sound of explosions echoed, and in an instant everyone present vanished. The base of Huazhong University of Architecture was a magnificent forest castle. The dome design lush greenery, serene and beautiful. The castle was large, containing all the various farms and industrial machines they needed. Iron farms, villager trading posts, slime farms, and various crop and animal farms were all present. The boss said to team up with other schools to besiege Baiyu University. Guess how long Baiyu University can hold out? Hold out. I estimate just half an hour. The people from Baiyu University are really disgusting. Relying on their experience to do whatever they want, but fortunately we have our specialties. Compared to them, they probably don't even have enough ender chests, haha. Su Chang from Huaqing University also went. You know Su Chang, right? Just recently ranked 7th in the Hunger Games competition held by the Penguin. A high school graduate has actually surpassed so many professional PvP players. His strength is simply unmatched. I estimate that Huaqing University will take first place again. Last time their TNT bomber took out 3 schools. This time there must be one of those. I just hope those projectiles won't land on us. Yes, Huaqing University is too advanced. The machines left by the seniors 3 years ago are still in use. Competing in accumulation can't be compared. By the way, did you place the wither? Why do I have a wither health bar above my head? No, right. Weren't we supposed to guard the base blocks? 2 block people looked at each other and suddenly they both realized something was off. The base blocks of Huazhong University of Architecture were surrounded by 35 by 35 by 35 obsidian, equipped with an arrow strike system and a detector sensing system. The most crucial point was that they had acquired an ancient guardian from other schools. The students of Baiyu University arrived and immediately suffered the effects of mining fatigue 3. Their obsidian fortress was not a pure obsidian fortress, it had lava inside. Moreover, when you mined a piece of obsidian, some layers underneath were equipped with lava and dispensers. Damage potion arrows immediately shot out. Damn it, number 27, hurry and save me. In an instant, number 27 returned to the pearl retention room. What happened? You came back so fast. We're counting down. Player number 8 was searching for totems and other items for number 27 while inquiring about the situation over in the jungle. What else? I was ambushed and almost died. Now I have only 4 totems left. Number 27 took out a golden apple and started munching, then drank the speed and strength potions again. By the way, prepare some prison buddies for me. Let them vent. Recently the prison buddies have had a tough time with us.
In an instant, number 8 disappeared standing before the pearl cannon.
Brother Wenhao, adjust the coordinates to 456 blocks northeast. This coordinate is more precise. Everyone is there. Zhang Wenhao immediately pulled the lever to start modifying the coordinates of the vector pearl cannon. Once number 27 returned to the battlefield.
Sister Prison, I brought the prison buddy, let's do it now.
Sister Prison is naturally Li Siyue, as they call Xia Yunqian prison. Master Li Siyue, who was also in prison like Xia Yunqian, naturally became Sister Prison. When Li Siyue saw the obsidian fortress, she thought of a countermeasure and immediately called for manpower to craft a wither shield machine. Number 27 placed the wither at the designated spot and the prison buddy shield machine was activated.
Meanwhile, the two people in the center of the obsidian fortress were trembling.
Brother, what should we do? The defensive devices are running out. One block person waved vigorously at another block person accompanied by squats and jumps.
What can I do?
I've already notified the boss to come 35 layers of obsidian, 20 of which are solid.
They should take about 5 minutes to mine. 5 minutes will be enough for the boss to return.
However, just after this sentence was finished.
Oh, hi prison buddy.
Li Siyue, leading a group of people with netherite swords, greeted them and the totems on the two quickly disappeared,
being teleported by the retention device.
Hurry and mine, I'll block the others. After Li Siyue finished speaking, she immediately flew out with her elytra to confront the enemy's reinforcing personnel.
Damn it, you Bayou University, shamelessly coming to demolish our house.
Li Siyue had no time for banter and began elbowing with her netherite sword. Bayou University was at a significant disadvantage with only about 16 people.
Among them, number 27 was desperately mining the base blocks underground with a pickaxe.
For safety, he also surrounded himself with obsidian, creating 3 layers. Other students from Bayou University stood around him, continuously helping to reinforce the obsidian fortress. Li Siyue had only 9 people beside her, quickly overwhelmed by the opponent, and was sent back to the retention room.
Not staying long in retention, she grabbed a dozen totems and rushed back to the battlefield.
While grabbing the totems, others in the retention room helped her throw experience bottles to repair equipment and tossed healing potions, speed potions, and strength potions. Splash potions have a shorter duration, but in this tense moment there was no time to worry about that.
Adjust the coordinates again, 12 blocks southwest.
Zhang Wenhao received the command and continued to adjust the vector pearl cannon. In an instant, Li Siyue returned to the battlefield just in time to interrupt an opponent digging obsidian with a sword.
Damn it, why did they come so fast?
Hurry up, dig faster. The people from Huazhong University of Architecture were clearly anxious. Although they had the numerical advantage, the opponent was not engaging them directly. They were merely preventing them from destroying the obsidian and killing number 27 inside. This was quite troublesome. Whenever someone from Huazhong University of Architecture mined obsidian, Li Siyue and her team rushed over to interrupt them.
As long as they could buy time, victory was certain for Bayou University.
The students from Huazhong University of Architecture also considered killing the outsiders first, but for some reason just seconds after taking down an opponent, the opposing side returned with a bunch of totems in full health. Ultimately, with the sound of breaking blocks, all the students from Huazhong University of Architecture were struck down by a lightning bolt, leaving only the poor drops of their former selves. Thus the first eliminated university was determined.
Among the 7-school alliance, everyone was wide-eyed.
Just moments ago they had been joking together and now they had lost a few members. The 7-school alliance, to put it nicely, was just a few people from each school going to scare Bayou University. But now the situation was that they had just gathered and prepared to set off and one Li's base was gone. Then what was there to fight for? Everyone returned to their own homes to find their mothers. The alliance was just a bunch of sand grains. Before Xia Yunqian even started targeting, they scattered on their own. However, there were still a few minor issues, specifically Huaqing and Southern University. These two top universities still maintained contact and acted together. Xia Yunqian didn't care about this. She sent people to check the situation at the boundary right from the start. Upon arrival, they discovered this small-scale alliance.
They didn't handle it immediately, trusting their makeshift defense system. Also, the flying machines in the sky.
By the time they had just assembled, Xia Yunqian had almost dug up the base blocks of Huazhong University of Architecture. The students from the alliance received urgent messages for help from home and rushed back immediately. But it was still too late. Therefore, the freshly assembled alliance witnessed the in-game notification of Huazhong University of Architecture's elimination. Externally, marketing accounts had been enjoying a thrill in recent days. They only needed to open their phone's screen recording and stream in Bayou University's live broadcast. Then go wash their feet, have a meal, and come back to put the recorded video into PR. A single cut could produce several videos, and Bayou University was filled with material. Some marketing accounts even cut several videos from Xia Yunqian's iron farm. Some accounts switched careers on the spot and started doing tutorials.
It's quite magical.
Though the 8-school league had high popularity and many marketing accounts participated before compared to the session, no league's popularity could match.
The revelry wasn't just among marketing accounts and major media outlets. Research institutes from various universities, central research institutes, and redstone technology workers from home and abroad.
These people welcomed a true spring.
Redstone technology had long been criticized for its practicality. Your machine is impressive and high-end, but what's the use if it can't be implemented in survival?
One can handcraft a binary computer in my world. Such a thing exists here. All the videos without exception praised and admired.
Then that was it.
This machine had no practical value, no capital would invest, and no school would engage in research and development.
The actual situation was quite abnormal.
What I need is a large number of nether stars, then use the money to buy a computer for myself. Not to play with this low-spec makeshift thing in the game. This is a reflection of people's perception of high-end redstone technology in my world, acknowledging its technical content while denying its existence.
However, now with the emergence of TNT duplication technology, it means that the redstone technology field will rejuvenate.
Ordinary people can now play with redstone and gain productive power.
This celebration is a celebration for everyone in the world. In any match there are winners and losers depending on time and order.
It is only natural that Huazhong University of Architecture faced elimination in the preliminary rounds as they spent a great deal of time constructing useless farms and buildings. The truly needed items were in short supply, so it was no wonder they were taken away by Xia Yunqian in one swift move. In the jungle forest, a tranquil home where humans and beings coexist in joy, to Xia Yunqian it was all reduced to a desolate gray. The obsessed electric man rejected all useless constructions, which also resulted in Xia Yunqian's base having no buildings whatsoever, only cold lifeless machines. The only structure that could be considered a building was the warehouse, though in reality it was just a matchbox with some interception facilities laid out outside.
Xia Yunqian's sense of aesthetics was warped in his eyes. The arrangement of redstone circuits represented the pinnacle of beauty.
Many machine circuits were exposed not due to convenience and repairs but rather a deliberate lack of decoration. At that moment the outside world was in an uproar, not because Xia Yunqian and his team had defeated Huazhong University of Architecture but due to the aftermath of the situation.
Generally, after dismantling the enemy's base blocks, one would conveniently loot their resources and then depart gracefully.
Xia Yunqian and his team, however, were different. With 3 triphase bombers covering an area of 10 by 10 blocks, everything was set to explode. As explosions were the favorite pastime of the new generation, Xia Yunqian certainly would not miss such an opportunity. He personally directed the obliteration of that grand forest fortress. No one loved explosions more than Xia Yunqian.
However, this also led to a polarized reputation for him online. Some praised him as a genius youth who single-handedly saved Bayou University from crisis.
Others called him a madman, claiming he understood nothing beyond efficiency and explosions.
Xia Yunqian didn't care.
I'm a college student. If you don't pay me, fine, but why come here to complain about my use of TNT?
Is this never ending?
He promptly operated another triphase bomber, sitting atop it admiring the shattered jungle.
What? Someone is raiding us. So soon.
Xia Yunqian suddenly received a notification that the boundaries detector had been triggered. To ensure the safety of his base, Xia Yunqian had covered the border with detectors. There were nearly 100,000 of them stretching across 30 blocks. Even if one threw an ender pearl, it could easily be detected. This alarm system would trigger if a detector was approached, and even if one tried to dig up a detector, it would still set off an alarm. Aside from having a relatively high delay, it had no drawbacks.
As for consumables,
with the Piglin Tower and Piglin Trading Post around, the lack of materials was never a flaw for the electric machines. There really are those not afraid of death. Too bad there's only one.
Let's use you to help me rack up some achievements with my dragon-slaying cannon.
My name is Zhang Pinghui from Jianghai University. Due to the early monopoly of Bayou University and their later inaction, several universities including mine temporarily formed a plan.
But this so-called plan was quite fake. What level was Bayou University? Last year they finished last right at their doorstep.
They had no shame left, yet they still participated in the league. Do they have the capability?
They don't. The so-called targeting was nothing more than a game between those two major universities, eliminating other universities first. They would take their time internally after that. Even though they knew Bayou University had line brushing machines and some strange new gadgets, the two major universities were not afraid. Last year Bayou was suppressed to the point they dared not even breathe. This year it might be a bit better, but not much.
Mainly their monopolies in trade have angered all other schools and the big shots were displeased.
Thus they thought of taking action against Bayou University first.
This was a common thought among them. It was natural for them to have such ideas, as they had not seen how Bayou University had developed in the game.
Ignorance breeds fearlessness. However, when Zhang Penghui crossed the boundary and arrived at the marsh where Bayou University was located, he was shocked. Where are your mountains? Didn't you Bayou like to build mountains? Why is it all flat this time? And what's with all these tracks on the ground? Though feeling regretful, Zhang Penghui did not linger and flew straight towards the base block of Bayou University. As he flew around the base block, the sight before him sent chills down his spine, making him instinctively take a few steps back. Before him lay a massive pit. If it were just an ordinary pit, it would be fine, but crucially this pit connected directly to the void. There was no base. Part of the pit was filled with nether portals, and upon closer inspection not a single one of those portals was intact. The base block was located in the southwestern part of the massive pit. The block emitted a dim green glow. Zhang Penghui was the vanguard of the alliance, mainly tasked with scouting Bayou University's defensive measures and the location of the base block. The void, an unfathomable existence in my world, evokes a suffocating fear of being engulfed in a pale nothingness. Reluctantly, Zhang Penghui took out a firework and soared towards the base block, but as he approached, a barrage of hundreds of rockets was immediately fired from the surrounding lava constructions. The undying totem flickered and Zhang Penghui quickly retreated. That was close, I almost bit the dust. This is way too far, it's unrealistic to build a path there. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Penghui took out an invisibility potion, drank it, removed his gear and flew towards the base block again. During this time the defensive towers did not continue their attacks. However, the 270-degree TNT interception device was still functioning. Zhang Penghui carefully avoided one TNT after another, and finally, after 10 minutes of intense flying, Zhang Penghui accurately landed on the base block. The first thing he did upon landing was to put on his alloy gear. But just as he finished equipping it, a massive explosion of TNT erupted. Intruder! Can you dodge the strike? Xia Yunqian stood high above, looking down at the tiny being below as the heavenly dragon-slaying cannon was activated. The arrow pierced the sky, striking Zhang Penghui squarely on the head. The undying totem flickered again and the alloy gear on him was left with only the chest plate intact. Quick, teleport me! Zhang Penghui immediately contacted his classmates in the stasis chamber. He had now fallen into the void. Although he took off using fireworks in time, he was still affected by the void's damage. Time was indeed running out. The void would devour everything, even if you had the undying totem. Zhanghai University lost one member. There was a consensus in this tournament that it was very difficult to kill someone due to the existence of the stasis chamber and the undying totem. Killing someone is a challenging task. And now, damn it, why is there even a void? Referee, they are cheating. Zhang Penghui returned to the real world, wanting to seek justice from the referee. But how could the referee influence the MC Lord God? Zhang Penghui's death was known to Zhanghai University. Upon learning that a team member had died and exited the game, they were all taken aback. Quickly, the immortality totem and the stasis chamber won't be able to save him. What exactly happened? The main base of Zhanghai University was a massive cube. Although their ecosystem was a coniferous forest, they cleared the entire area and constructed this cube-like structure which to Xia Yunqian resembled a tortoise shell. It covered basically everything they needed in terms of supplies as well as corresponding industries and farms. Xia Yunqian never really understood why so much time was spent on building the base. The base occupied a vast area and consumed a lot of materials. Apart from aesthetics, it served no real purpose. It was more wasteful than the dragon's waste. However, this was actually because Xia Yunqian hadn't experienced the previous 8 school league. At that time everyone was young without so much deception. They all developed together, promoted each other and exchanged techniques. There was plenty of spare time to utilize. One university had created a stunning aerial garden in the end. It received unanimous praise online. Afterward, every year the selection for the league's base architecture began. Marketing accounts hyped it up, raising everyone's expectations for the buildings. This also led to the current league, where everyone tried to make their bases look a bit nicer. They didn't want to be told later, "Oh, I know you, the one who built a matchbox in the league." Buildings. The most beautiful structures are only two. One is called the Void Domain and the other is a flat piece of land. In the game, each school sent a certain number of people to disturb and observe Bayou University. Among them, Nanda and Hucking even brought their flying machines to Bayou University's territory. The flying machines were all of the same style, simple pistons combined with launchers, the kind Xia Yunqian had learned to use in elementary school. They were easily intercepted and blown up by Xia Yunqian's TNT interception device. This single-direction TNT flying machine was low in power, had a low frequency, and was prone to malfunction. Xia Yunqian's was different. Come and try my self-designed 108-core independent World Devourer 8-core interception device. The World Devourer operated as a whole to prevent interference and errors between each other, and it was also convenient for mid-repair. However, this did not mean that the World Devourer couldn't operate independently. Generally, a World Devourer has more than 30 cores. Xia Yunqian's 108-core version could be said to have an exceptionally large kill radius. It covered 4 schools and began bombing from the border.
It utilized the most basic sensing device, meaning that when the boundary was detected to disappear, the machine would automatically activate. Then it would start indiscriminate bombardment. Without a return chain, this machine would fly straight across the map. Wherever it went, not a blade of grass would grow. A single World Devourer core is easy to destroy. Simply place a block to block it or directly dig out the components and it can be easily ruined. The key is that Xia Yunqian equipped it with interception devices. As the name suggests, it intercepts enemies and fires TNT at high frequency in all directions, exploding the air without damaging the ground. You may be fine on the ground, but once you approach the World Devourer core, the simultaneous explosion of 8 TNTs will show you what true explosions are. This device also has its drawbacks. The TNT consumption is too high. The World Devourer can replicate TNT, but the interception device cannot. It can only be manually loaded with TNT. It consumes 8 TNT per second. In 1 hour it consumes 28800 TNT. This consumption rate cannot be supported by that end-dimension sand machine. Fortunately, after the boundary was lifted, Xia Yunqian's fully automatic desert tunnel machine was activated. It hid below the boundary, sensing the disappearance of the boundary wall. It triggered automatically and began sand excavation. The efficiency was remarkable, theoretically reaching a maximum of 1.2 million per hour. The desert was covered in sand, so the efficiency was relatively high. With so much sand, transporting it with a packing machine was inconvenient, so they directly equipped a synthesis station. After stuffing the gunpowder, it directly outputs boxed TNT. Redstone technology requires players to be nearby to load it. Xia Yunqian had no time to call someone specifically to manage the sand stealing machine. So he built another portal loader every so often, making a total of 7. Just using them for now. With this machine, the efficiency still couldn't keep up with the production of the 8 million monster spawning towers. They were still short by half, which can only be said that the EOL light-suppressing monster towers were simply too powerful. It was not easy for people from other schools to enter Bayou University's territory. The TNT interception devices were everywhere, striking in a 270-degree range. The stacked small white defense towers could be destroyed in an instant if not careful. Although it was somewhat difficult to admit, there were indeed people who were taken down by Xia Yunqian's small white defense towers. According to the game prompts, it was Hucking University. This also drew bursts of laughter from netizens outside the game. Bro, we can't stop them. Their flying machines are too advanced and the interception devices have a kill radius that's too large. Hucking University Command Center Luoxian stood silently atop the dome as the sounds of explosions drew nearer. If we can't stop them, then don't go up, just make the TNT cannons. Just blow them up. Luoxian casually said, not taking this to heart. He believed that his only real opponent was Nanda. The other schools were merely supporting characters because based solely on player strength, Hucking could crush the others. Su Chang retreat for a bit. Handle Bayou University, they become a bit too arrogant lately. From the voice chat came Su Chang's impatient voice. Do they really need me to solve it? Can't you just call a few more people? I'm currently fighting over at Huazhong Redstone University. During the conversation, a death message appeared in the bottom left corner of the game screen. Xia Zinan from Huazhong Redstone University has died. The killer is Su Chang. Don't worry about that, just do as instructed. There will be plenty for you to kill later. In the blink of an eye, Su Chang returned to the stasis chamber, replenished his supplies and headed towards Bayou University's territory. Of course it wasn't by running, they also had pearl cannons, but these pearl cannons could only shoot in one direction. The launch distance was also fixed, significantly inferior to Xia Yunqian's vector pearl cannon. Su Chang threw in a pearl for launch, instantly arriving at the boundary between the two locations. A detector. Someone really made such a useless thing. Without caring about the detector's warnings, he directly stepped on the detector and entered Bayou University's territory. Xia Yunqian watched the various redstone lamps glowing brightly from the Dragon Slayer cannon in the sky. Interesting, they just barged in without any hint of caution. No matter who you are, those who dare to approach here will find they can never return. The sound of magma meeting water echoed as another defensive tower of Xia Yunqian was breached. There are really too many of these things, and those large machines are overwhelming. I don't have time to blow them up one by one. I can only mark the coordinates for now and call them to handle it later. Naturally, it was Su Chang from Hucking University who destroyed Xia Yunqian's defensive tower. To be honest, the PvP field experts are truly formidable. At first he approached the defensive tower unguarded just like everyone else. But the moment Xiao Bai shot an arrow, Su Chang heard the sound of skeletons. He immediately discerned that Xiao Bai was hidden within the magma and quickly built 2 blocks in front. This perfectly blocked the hundreds of fire arrows coming his way. Taking advantage of Xiao Bai losing its target, he pulled back a bit and built 2 more blocks, steadily advancing towards the defensive tower. Finally he doused the magma with water, encasing the entire defensive tower in stone, rendering it completely useless. Su Chang easily destroyed over a dozen defensive towers of Xia Yunqian.
He proceeded unobstructed towards the pillar of light at Xia Yunqian's base. Arriving at the edge of the vacant domain, the first sight of the gaping pit leading into the void made Su Cheng's pupils contract, but he was not deterred. He took out fireworks and flew towards the base block without hesitation. In the vast emptiness, others would retreat at a glance, but Su Cheng seemed completely unfazed. With a flap of his wings, Su Cheng landed precisely on the base block, succeeding in one attempt. However, before he could react, he started expanding the platform. An arrow fell from the sky and the undying totem flickered as the nether alloy armor shattered. The assailant fell into the void. Yet the response of a PvP field expert was nothing to scoff at. At the moment he was hit by the arrow, Su Cheng reacted, tossing an ender pearl towards the boundary's anvil wall. He pulled out fireworks and soared into the air, even drinking a healing potion mid-flight. He successfully killed from the void. Despite his armor being shattered, Su Cheng showed no intention of heading home. The ender pearl landed at the edge of the anvil wall. After teleporting, Su Cheng descended again, but during his fall he placed blocks beneath his feet to maintain his balance. He then took out the shulker box, equipped a new set of nether alloy armor, consumed an enchanted golden apple along with a bunch of buffs, and flew up towards the vacant domain. He had already noticed that someone was directly above the base block. If he didn't eliminate this person, the base block wouldn't be easily destroyed. Moreover, there was a devastating weapon above capable of instantly breaking through well-equipped golden armor, moving so fast that even he couldn't react in time. Oh ho, you dare to come here instead of fleeing. I truly don't believe my home ground can't handle you. Elbow. He then consumed a golden apple and drank a potion. As for why he didn't eat the enchanted golden apple, that item was inherently not mass-producible and the few available were mostly reserved for Li Siyue. He took up the fireworks and flew rapidly towards Su Cheng, who was hurrying towards Xia Yunqian. I can't let you destroy my dragon-slaying cannon. The area around the dragon-slaying cannon is also equipped with TNT interception devices, but Xia Yunqian still felt PvP was interesting and decided to take the field personally. As Su Cheng flew high into the sky, a magnificent building came into view. The long branches extending around resembled 4 steel wings, while the central conical structure looked like a charged laser cannon. The 4 wings were filled with a massive amount of TNT, enough to make anyone's heart race at first glance. Su Cheng flew beside the heavenly dragon-slaying cannon, surrounded by continuous explosions of TNT. Even with an ender pearl he could not fly past. At that moment a figure emerged from the TNT explosions. Xia Yunqian charged forward mindlessly with a nether alloy sword. In the meantime he drank a healing potion, as his interception devices genuinely inflicted pain. He couldn't withstand it himself. Seeing someone come out to challenge, Su Cheng did not linger in the air. Instead he quickly descended to the ground, which was his absolute domain. Xia Yunqian paid no mind to that and dropped vertically with the fireworks. Under the influence of his absolute enchanted gear, the fall damage was negligible. Seeing Xia Yunqian land, Su Cheng immediately charged forward with his sword. Xia Yunqian was caught off guard and received a jumping strike. But it mattered little. This league was different from the previous Hunger Games. In this competition there was an attack cooldown, meaning that continuous strikes dealt very low damage. One had to charge to unleash the weapon's maximum potential. He was not afraid of being continuously hit to death. Xia Yunqian took out a golden apple, while Su Cheng, after landing a strike, also consumed a golden apple without continuing the assault. After both finished eating, battle was on the verge of breaking out. Xia Yunqian advanced, leaping into the air ready to deliver a strike, but unexpectedly Su Cheng seized the initiative, attacking Xia Yunqian first. Before Xia Yunqian could react, he drew his bow and shot an arrow, hitting Xia Yunqian's body accurately. Then with an ender pearl, Xia Yunqian, having just been hit, received another jumping strike. Damn it, are you fighting so fiercely without regard for your life? At this moment Xia Yunqian finally reacted and began exchanging blows with Su Cheng. Overall Xia Yunqian was at a significant disadvantage. The undying totem flickered as Xia Yunqian used an ender pearl to create distance, taking out a golden apple to prepare for consumption. But Su Cheng was quicker, teleporting in front of Xia Yunqian and delivering another jumping strike. The undying totem flickered once more. Damn it, I'll fight you to the bitter end. I have plenty of totems if nothing else. Ignoring the potions, he relied on the extra health provided by the undying totem to engage Su Cheng hidden. However, the battle was quite brutal. Xia Yunqian lost 5 totems while Su Cheng only lost 1. This loss ratio was clearly not on the same level. How could Xia Yunqian tolerate such humiliation? But seeing that he only had 4 totems left, he suddenly felt that this humiliation wasn't such a big deal. Wife, save me. Teleport me away from the stasis room quickly. His teleportation was also managed by those in the stasis room. The moment they received the message, Xia Yunqian vanished. Teleportation is for kindness. Xia Yunqian could not bear to fight against distant friends, so he left the battleground. Restocking supplies is for righteousness. Xia Yunqian was unwilling to meet distant guests with this meager state. Summoning others is for courtesy. Leaving while the guests remained was rude.
buffing in advance is for wisdom to show that he was not incapable of standing and fighting and understood some tactics. Returning to the battlefield is for trust. He meant to keep his word and not leave them here, so he would return sooner.
Xia Yunqian possessed these 5 virtues. Truly a noble person.
Xia, you and I as husband and wife will act together. How can there be a general that can defeat us?
As soon as Xia Yunqian called for Li Siyue, she teleported in.
Now seeing Xia Yunqian return to the battlefield fully restored, Li Siyue was momentarily speechless and casually remarked, "Fighting like this right at the doorstep." Hearing this, Xia Yunqian seemed to have picked up on the keywords and said quite out of the blue, "Are you not ashamed?" Of course after saying it he regretted it, but still picked up his sword and followed Siyue forward. Su Chang was not afraid either, using the Ender Pearl and Bao to adjust his position, seizing the opportunity to consume a golden apple to restore his state. He was able to engage in a back and forth with both Li Siyue and Xia Yunqian. However, his supplies were ultimately limited and the totems were exhausted. Su Chang's figure vanished from the sight of the two. After the fight, what else was there to do but to engage in the post-match banter? "This won't do," he left after just a few hits. Back in the day, Li Siyue looked at the arrows sticking all over Xia Yunqian and couldn't help but mock him, smiling lightly. "Forget it, as long as he's happy." Returning to the stasis room to replenish his gear, preparing to attack the next school. After finishing the match against Huazhong University of Architecture, Baiyu University took some time to rest, securing a victory with overwhelming force. However, during the journey back they still lost 2 members. Xia Yunqian set the rule that if they had 3 totems left they should call for a teleport back home. However, members 17 and 19 insisted on pushing their limits, only calling for a teleport at the very last moment. There was nothing to be done. Human reflexes are limited and the 3 totems were meant to allow time for those in the stasis room to react. It was not meant to allow for your mistakes. Everyone, let's vote. Who should we target next? Lao Da, I want to go for Hucking. Lao Da, I figured out Nanda's format. This time we are guaranteed to win. The crowd exchanged comments, but ultimately it would be decided by the vote. Xia Yunqian opened the box to check the voting results. Fuhua University. This school had always had little presence. Despite its strong capabilities, it couldn't compete with Hucking and Nanda, and it was consistently ranked low compared to Baiyu. Its reputation was not particularly illustrious. Although I don't know the specifics, we should still check it out first. Zhang Wenhao adjusts the vector pearl cannon for the grassland system of Fuhua University. After their previous experience with Huazhong University of Architecture, everyone worked together more harmoniously. Zhang Wenhao quickly adjusted the landing point of the vector pearl cannon. With thousands of TNT explosions, the once bustling base was left with only a few people. Alright, I need to get back to the dragon-slaying cannon. This TNT interception device cannot be turned off, it can only reduce the frequency. Originally it was designed to have a wireless redstone signal. However, it was forgotten later on and there was no time to supplement it, so it was simply left as is. However, Xia Yunqian had a way to return. There were 2 people at the dragon-slaying cannon, Xia Yunqian and another member of the redstone team named Fu Lan. Although Fu Lan's strength was not very strong, he was diligent and Xia Yunqian arranged for him to manage the dragon-slaying cannon together with her. There was a hollow in the center of the dragon-slaying cannon from which Fu Lan lowered a bucket of water, allowing Xia Yunqian to swim up slowly along the flow. Once on the cannon, the water flow was retracted and the cannon returned to its indomitable form. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle team made their first move after landing to build a cannon in place. They decided to set up several triphase bombers first. Destroying the base was a necessity to avoid being caught in their various strange traps. Fuhua University's base was a massive aerial platform resembling a UFO. Its outer defensive facilities were quite simple, consisting of some TNT cannons. Li Siyue and her team easily destroyed these devices. However, upon entering the interior, the neatly arranged streets and grand urban architecture made one feel as if they were in a modern city. The attack team dispersed to launch a multi-angle assault. Suddenly a small yellow figure appeared in front of Li Siyue. Without hesitation, she grabbed her alloy sword and charged forward. "Which school are you from? It would be best if you leave immediately. We only want to remain here peacefully, but if you insist on attacking, we will retaliate immediately." This was a polite inquiry, but Li Siyue was not swayed. She did not respond and simply pursued the figure. "Are you from Baiyu University? All right, we understand." Upon getting closer, she saw the prefix of Li Siyue's name and the person instantly vanished, presumably returning to the stasis room. Li Siyue continued searching for enemies, but Xia Yunqian received bad news. Lauda Warehouse 4 has been destroyed. Lauda the Swamp Tricomposite Monster Spawning Tower has also been destroyed. Lauda, this is the stasis room. We are under TNT bombardment. Xia Yunqian was shocked upon hearing this. "Send me back to the stasis room. All members return immediately." Upon receiving the order, everyone quickly returned to defend, but the TNT bombardment showed no signs of stopping. One shot every 15 seconds, precise targeting. They are not simple opponents. Xia Yunqian analyzed the situation. What kind of machine can achieve such precise strikes? They destroyed my monster spawning tower with just 3 shots. Vector TNT launcher. No, if they had such a powerful weapon they would have already wiped out the city. Their TNT requires replenishment. They cannot sustain the bombardment indefinitely. Charging takes time and coordinates must be precise. Xia Yunqian suddenly had a thought. Orbital strike cannon. It can achieve precise strikes across the entire map, a devastating weapon. Its power is immense, but it requires charging and ammunition replenishment. Their TNT consumption should be at the level of 5,000 equivalents. There won't be too much sand in the grassland system, but it's uncertain whether they have reached a cooperation with Nanda. We must take precautions early. Bring out the quadruple speed anvil machine. 2/3 of the battle team members will lay anvils at the boundary. The remaining 1/3 will accompany me to lay anvils in front of the Vector Pearl Cannon and Warehouse 2. The people in the stasis room remain unchanged. Bayou University immediately became busy. There was no choice, as it seemed that Fuhua University's members were determined to fight to the end. They carried out bombardments every 15 seconds. Fortunately, their first attack was aimed at Xia Yunqian's warehouse. The stasis room and the Vector Pearl Cannon had defensive systems, but those systems were for TNT interception. Ordinary TNT interception posed no problem, but this was an orbital strike cannon. Unless upgraded to a 36-core TNT interception, it would definitely be breached by their attacks. Xia Yunqian took out the anvil machine and began laying anvils around important machinery. Lauda, the attack tower has been destroyed, but it wasn't completely obliterated and can be repaired later. Hearing this made Xia Yunqian increasingly anxious. Then come back first, let's secure the Vector Pearl Cannon. The 5 quadruple speed anvil machines quickly surrounded the entire Vector Pearl Cannon in less than 2 minutes. Looking at the intact Vector Pearl Cannon, Xia Yunqian could finally relax her tense heart. The laying of anvils at the boundary was also in full swing. With 12 quadruple speed anvils working simultaneously along with human cooperation, within 10 minutes a thick wall of anvils was laid along the boundary adjoining the grassland. With all this done, Fuhua University's orbital strike cannon could no longer inflict damage on Xia Yunqian's base. Every shot would hit the anvil wall, thus achieving physical interception. Fuhua University, quite impressive. Being able to implement an orbital strike cannon shows great strength. However, the operational difficulty of the orbital strike cannon is not much lower than that of the Vector Pearl Cannon. After building such a devastating weapon, do you still have time for anything else? The anvil wall could not completely intercept the orbital strike cannon, as they could still strike by adjusting the angle to bypass the wall. But in that case they could only hit a small area extending slightly beyond the boundary. That was a wasteland far from Xia Yunqian's warehouse or other important machinery. They posed no threat to Xia Yunqian's core industrial area. The anvil wall would affect the operation of the Vector Pearl Cannon, but the distance would not deviate too much. Xia Yunqian took out an ender pearl and personally tossed it into the Vector Pearl Cannon, gazing at the distant anvil wall. Now we should settle the score. The thunderous roar of the Vector Pearl Cannon echoed as Xia Yunqian and his team instantly materialized aboard the colossal UFO-shaped campus of Fuhua University. An airborne base. First, construct a world-swallowing device. No matter how grand the structure, under the world-swallowing device only ash remains. Fuhua University's strategy was one of entrenched defense, deter any assault with orbital strike cannons. Admittedly, the deterrent effect was formidable. Had Xia Yunqian not swiftly deployed anvils to reinforce their defenses, they might well have surrendered on the spot. Yet the orbital strike cannon was their sole formidable weapon. As Xia Yunqian's forces breached the perimeter, chaos erupted within Fuhua University's base. Has the reinforcement request to Huaqing University arrived yet? Standing at the center of the stasis chamber stood a red-haired man named Hu Chenyue, the overall director of the 8th University tournament hosted by Fuhua University. Relying on their orbital strike cannon, they had already repelled Huaqing University's advance and now wielded it as a threat. If aid did not arrive in time, they would force a mutual annihilation with Huaqing. Whenever attacked, they simply aimed the cannon at Huaqing. Huaqing's delegation quickly capitulated. The cannon's precision was unervingly high, and somehow they had acquired detailed maps of every rival university's farms and major facilities. Each shot inflicted catastrophic damage. Pragmatism defined wisdom. Huaqing had no desire to obliterate Fuhua, they sought only the championship. Brother, envoys are already en route, even teleporting via end pearls will take 2 or 3 minutes. Hu Chenyue clearly rejected this explanation. Then why did Bayou University arrive so swiftly? Can't you hear the TNT detonations outside? At this rate it won't be long before the blasts reach us. Our immediate priority is to expel them. Combat Division, fall in. Full deployment. Orbital Strike Division, fall in. Fire 2 rounds at Huaqing.
We're doomed anyway. Bayou University has built blast-resistant trenches we cannot penetrate. Can't we just strike Huaqing instead?
Even in death we'll drag one down with us.
Fuhua University never entertained cooperation with Huaqing. Everyone knew Huaqing's nature.
A merciless killer. All who allied with him inevitably met their end at his hands.
Fuhua's objective was simple. They lacked strength from the outset.
Few among them specialized in PvP combat. Their desperate gambit was to forge an orbital strike cannon for deterrence, and ultimately to perish gloriously against Huaqing.
That strategy was viable had they not encountered Xia Yunqian.
More precisely, had they not faced a master of redstone engineering capable of deploying tens of thousands of anvils to erect an impenetrable blast trench. The orbital strike cannon itself was nearly unstoppable, its targeting system extraordinarily advanced, effortlessly clearing obstacles.
But height posed an absolute limit. Brother, the cannon is locked onto Huaqing. We're loading now.
Hu Qianyue nodded grimly. Fire, drag Huaqing down with us.
As for Bayou, we'll concede this round. We're not incapable of graceful defeat. They deployed tens of thousands of anvils to build that blast trench. Let them win. It's only fair.
Bayou University's material output was legendary, common knowledge across all campuses. Though bitterly resentful, Fuhua's members could not fathom how Bayou had amassed such quantities of anvils, hundreds of thousands of iron ingots impossible to produce in such short time.
Alas, Hu Qianyue's questions would remain unanswered until he logged out. Xia Yunqian had no intention of explaining his iron anvil duplication rigs. 12 world-swallowing devices surged forward in linear non-returning demolition, zerolatency core-linked, each operating as a sovereign entity. Explosions reverberated without pause. Xia Yunqian led his team into brutal close-quarters combat against Fuhua's defenders, no artifice, only raw attrition, whose totems would deplete first, whose supplies would run dry. The outcome was unequivocal. Fuhua University suffered total defeat. Bayou University's siege lasted less than half an hour. The world-swallowing device breached Fuhua's stasis chamber, and one of Bayou's players promptly stuffed it with a massive charge of TNT. The entire chamber was obliterated. Bayou's forces relentlessly hunted down Fuhua's survivors. Once their totems expired, they retreated to the stasis chamber to replenish both health and totems. Then, using vector pearl cannons, they re-entered the battlefield, swiftly, seamlessly, resuming the slaughter. Deprived of their stasis chamber, Fuhua's numbers dwindled steadily until only Hu Qianyue remained clinging to life. You, how utterly vile you are.
Hu Qianyue stared at the ruins of his magnificent base reduced to rubble by Bayou's relentless bombardment. His heart wrenched like a blade, yet he stood powerless. His totems were exhausted, only his chestplate, forged from netherite alloy, remained intact.
Xia Yunqian approached slowly, blade drawn. This is a tournament.
No matter how splendid the architecture, it holds only aesthetic value. The airborne world-swallowing devices will erase everything on the ground without mercy.
Even if not I, then Huaqing or Nanjing University would level this place without hesitation.
We merely wield our cruelty more openly.
Xia Yunqian delivered a single decisive stroke, ending Hu Qianyue's life.
No mockery, no repeated healing potions to humiliate. A clean, dignified exit.
He turned, surveying the shattered cyber-urban skyline suspended in the sky, every surface scarred by TNT blasts.
Then Xia Yunqian made his way to the farthest rear of Fuhua's ruined base. Gazing upon the orbital strike cannon, rivaling even the vector pearl cannon in scale, he sighed deeply.
This cannon, I acknowledge its merit.
But your inefficient farms and poorly designed mob farms.
Spare me. The orbital strike cannon was the sole intact artifact left standing.
After the battle, Xia Yunqian ordered the mindless autonomous world-swallowing devices dismantled and preserved this cannon alone.
Its design shares the same lineage as the vector pearl cannon, yet TNT remains inferior to true black-tech mastery.
Human ingenuity ultimately surpasses even the destructive power of explosives. Divergent strategies yielded starkly divergent outcomes. Xia Yunqian's precision-engineered human-driven long-range strikes triumphed decisively over brute-force TNT barrages.
Xia Yunqian refused to let this cannon decay into obscurity.
He raised his pickaxe and activated the redstone circuits. It is time for rebirth. Or rather, iteration. Most members of the Redstone Division, except Zhang Wenhao, had gathered there, joining Xia Yunqian in the meticulous reconstruction of the orbital strike cannon. Others returned to the stasis chamber to recuperate and to purge intruders. During Xia Yunqian's assault, Bayou's own base had endured multiple breaches. Fortunately, their defensive towers and TNT interceptors had held in sufficient numbers, just barely sustaining until their triumphant return.
Meanwhile, at Huaqing University, Chief, the iron farming machine is destroyed.
All villagers are dead. Reconstruction is impossible. The raid towers are also damaged, but only superficially. They can be rebuilt. These reports landed in Luo Xian's hands.
His head bowed slightly, his eyes burning with unrestrained ferocity.
After Bayou University eliminated two other universities, good news also came from Nanda.
They dismantled the foundational block of Huazhong Hongsha University.
Now the game still has Huqing University, Nanfang University, Jianghai University, Donghai Transportation University, and Baoyu University remaining. The people of Baoyu University were stagnating indoors discussing their next plans. Should we continue the offensive or stabilize our development first?
Does anyone have a better plan?
Xia Yunqian inquired as the current situation had deviated from their initial plan. Originally they intended to hunker down and compare resource consumption with the opponents. However, due to the overwhelming power of the Vector Pearl Cannon, they shifted to a proactive offensive.
Lauda, how about we continue to develop? Let's create some black technology to boost the efficiency of those farms even further, suggested Zhang Wenhao, seemingly enjoying the pure construction and development.
Xia Yunqian was displeased upon hearing this, swinging his axe in discontent.
Do you really want me to sit in jail until I die? Black technology. I see you as black technology. The output of those things has long exceeded the limits.
Instead of stacking efficiency and sitting in jail, I might as well destroy a school and seize whatever they can use. Xia Yunqian was truly exhausted. They were all college students. How could they toil day and night like this? Although he was a stickler for efficiency, it had to be under the condition of maintaining mental and physical health.
It was wise to rest early now.
The people of Baoyu University remained laid back while Nanda and Huqing were engaged in a fierce battle, and the whereabouts of Donghai Transportation University were unknown. Jianghai University remained steadfast, having constructed a mysterious turtle shell base. Everyone was holed up inside with various traps set within the base. There were defenders. Whoever ventured in would face death. 2 of Xia Yunqian's party had fallen inside, and 1 person from Huqing also died there. Nanda, however, chose to retreat decisively, sensing the situation was unfavorable.
Shouldn't we find a way to break that turtle shell?
Xia Yunqian suggested, as they still had to engage in battle. With Huqing and Nanda currently preoccupied with causing trouble for Donghai Transportation University, it was the perfect time to resolve this turtle shell issue. To prevent Donghai Transportation University from collapsing under pressure and then being targeted by Huqing and Nanda. Just having Huqing and Nanda to deal with was manageable. What worried him were the backstabbers hiding behind those turtle shell defenders. Thus Xia Yunqian slammed the table and made a decision.
Let's go and take down Jianghai University.
With the target set, it was time to consider how to achieve it. The base of Jianghai University measured 160 by 160 by 160, equivalent to 10 blocks. It was noteworthy that the vacant area Xia Yunqian had blown up was only 17 blocks. Their turtle shell cubic design was exceptionally perfect. It was blast-proof and digging-proof. Even a shield tunneling machine was rendered ineffective against it. Inside, a thick blast-proof wall was formed by a plethora of anvils. Then there was an outer shell made of obsidian and other blocks. It was incredibly thick. If dug vertically, it would take at least 10 minutes. If it could be excavated in 10 minutes, that would still be acceptable. The key was that the turtle shell held secrets within.
Xia Yunqian knew that there were over 50 defenders inside.
This was merely the data currently known. The actual number was anyone's guess except for Jianghai University themselves. The high damage dealt by the defenders, the exhaustion from the ancient guardians digging.
Lava redstone devices, TNT explosions, witch swarms, piglin swarms, and lightning creeper swarms. It was evidently a terrifying monster farm. Human strength alone could not breach it, and even machines could not penetrate. Although the railgun had immense power, it could not withstand their blast-proof defenses.
Alternative methods had to be considered.
What should we do? If people and machines won't work, what else can we use? What about using Jailbrother?
A player suggested. After following Xia Yunqian for a long time, they had begun to disregard the risks of withers. In Xia Yunqian's eyes, the wither, a boss with high prestige in the original version, was merely an obsidian ATM and a beacon supplier.
No way the wither will run all over the place.
Their turtle shell is very deep. It's likely that before we have even broken through to the bottom, the wither will return to attack us. Previously, they could use Jailbrother against Huazhong Architectural University because their obsidian was not laid deeply, it was only a few layers. Using Jailbrother easily broke through, and once broken, it didn't matter if the wither flew around. But facing a 100-layer building, if the Jailbrother broke through a few layers and then came out to attack the players, it would not be fun. Jailbrother is good but a bit disobedient.
We need to think of something else that can be used.
This turtle shell was indeed hard enough. All Xia Yunqian could think of was to slowly wear it down.
To grind down its shell and crack the defense system inside one by one.
But that would incur too high a time cost, which would not be worth it. Is there something that is numerous, unafraid of death, and can effectively consume the defense system?
Numerous, unafraid of death, monsters, right?
Following this train of thought, a particularly irritating method surfaced in Xia Yunqian's mind.
8 million spawning towers, we can't just leave them alone in the late game.
In ancient times, Guerre, you flooded the 7 armies. Now I will create a zombie sea to stain the turtle shell with blood. Constructing a spawning tower nearby was unrealistic.
The vacant area, blowing one up would suffice. But how to transport his 8 million efficiency spawning towers to Xia University? Hell transportation, but mere hell transportation isn't enough, we need to connect the doors. Connecting doors was something the electrical guy never wished to encounter in his life. Connecting doors, as the name implies, involves linking hell portals. Originally Portal 1 would go to Portal 2 and Portal 2 would return to Portal 1. This is a very correct hell portal transport. In the case of connecting doors, Portal 1 goes to Portal 2, but Portal 2 does not return to Portal 1, instead it leads to Portal 3. This situation is connecting doors in hell. It's an extremely torturous existence during the construction of a dual-dimensional spawning tower.
If the doors connect incorrectly, one has to redesign the layout of the hell portals, increasing unnecessary engineering work. However, connecting doors is not without its benefits. Xia Yunqian's 36-core iron farm employs this technology. Iron golems spawn in the main world, are executed in hell, and their drops return to the main world. If there were no connecting doors, the drops would land on the iron golem spawning platform, leading to an inability to collect. With connecting doors, the drops emerge from another hell portal unobstructed by any barriers, making collection exceedingly simple. This means that as long as one skillfully utilizes connecting doors, they can transport monsters over 1,000 blocks. Without hesitation, Xia Yunqian called for people to start designing the interlinked hell portals.
Meanwhile, others went to collect turtle eggs and modify the current spawning towers.
To those inside the turtle shell, could you withstand this massive sea of zombies?
Efficient transportation in hell can greatly enhance the flow of traffic. Is there a way to travel faster than hellish transport?
Yes, extreme door-to-door visits. The monster's hatred for trampling turtle eggs is a block. With proper arrangements, a massive migration of monsters can be achieved in a short time. The monster spawning towers are approximately 5,000 blocks away from Xia University's turtle shell base. This distance of 5,000 blocks could kill a person. In hell it would still be 625 blocks, which is quite difficult. However, if hellish gates are skillfully utilized, this distance can be shortened by nearly 200 blocks.
Theoretically, in 5 minutes, monsters from Xia Yunqian's spawning towers could be transported to the turtle shell at Xia University.
Without delay, members of the Redstone group immediately began calculating the locations for building the Hellgates to achieve efficient connections. The principle of Hellgate connections is quite simple, involving only the generation principle of the Hellgates. In simple terms, 2 Hellgates within 128 blocks of the main world will trigger a connection.
Hell spans 16 blocks.
Therefore, the most efficient method is to have monsters transported from Hellgate number 1 to Main World Gate number 2.
Main World Gate number 2 sends monsters to Hellgate number 3.
After exiting Gate number 3, instead of being directly transported, monsters are lured a few steps towards another gate using turtle eggs to attract their hatred. By looping this operation, high-speed connections through the Hellgates can be achieved. The reason for leading the monsters a distance is that Xia Yunqian and the others are unable to calculate accurately.
In theory, monsters can be transported from gate number 1 all the way to the final gate. However, this requires extremely precise coordinates, and the arrangement of Hellgates cannot have any deviation.
Once an error occurs, the entire connection system might collapse and it would be unclear where the monsters were transmitted from and to. Using turtle eggs to lead the monsters to the next area and then replanning the gates there makes the task much easier.
This also allows for greater tolerance for errors.
It took 15 minutes to calculate the positions of the Hellgates, and building the monster passage and the Hellgates took another half hour. After 28 hours of gameplay, a grand migration feast of monsters began. Xia Yunqian sent people back to the vacant area's spawning platform as night descended. Inside Xia University's turtle shell, everyone was drinking and celebrating.
Brother Chu this time were in the clear, guaranteed to place in the top 3. The school will definitely reward us handsomely later.
Right, not to mention, even if Hucking and Nanda teamed up, they wouldn't be able to break our turtle shell.
Chu Han, munching on a golden apple, was quite satisfied with the current situation.
Donghai Transportation University is barely holding on, but Bayou University has some strength this time. They managed to take down 2 schools, but according to the intel,
they used high-precision pearl cannons for quick strikes. It's a war of attrition. I have to say, the resources in Shankakaka are indeed abundant. Their farm efficiency must be frighteningly high. But so what? We are right here. If you have the ability, come and fight us. We won't hide or run doing nothing but enjoying golden apples while waiting for them to kill each other. Once Hucking and Nanda wipe out Donghai Transportation University, the next target will be Bayou University.
I don't believe they would eliminate us first and then attack Bayou. If they want to break through our impregnable fortress, they better be prepared to lose everything. By the way, have those aircraft from Bayou University been dismantled? They've been bombarding our region since the boundary disappeared.
It's never ending. Upon hearing this, one of them stood up.
Brother Chu, those aircraft haven't been dealt with. I thought since we are hiding here, our turtle shell has explosion-proof capabilities, so we aren't afraid of the bombardment.
So I just left them alone.
Although it isn't ideal to have their aircraft continuously explode above, I thought since we are already hiding, why bother with that? The festivities continued. Fortunately, the music played on and the dancing resumed. Who is next after our campus bell finishes singing? Where's the performance schedule? Inside the turtle shell of Jianghai University, everyone was doing nothing but enjoying themselves, while inside the shell there were various farms and monster spawning towers. However, one issue was that there were too many defenders. They had captured a total of 150 defenders. This number directly disrupted the pseudo-peace in their area. It also caused their spawning towers to cease operations, but even if they were non-functional, it didn't matter. After all, the enemies couldn't break in. If they did, they would be prepared to die in various traps. The stagnation chamber was filled with revelry, but it wasn't so pleasant for those on patrol outside. They had to patrol along the safety routes designed within the turtle shell, checking whether the monsters were in their designated positions and whether the redstone trap devices were malfunctioning. Places breached by enemies were repaired promptly. Overall, it was very secure. This position was assigned to 3 people: an observer, a repairer, and an inspector. In the stagnation chamber, everyone was enjoying the elegant singing of Jianghai University's freshman bell. Suddenly a voice came that was extremely disruptive to the atmosphere. Brother Chu, it's bad. Bayou University is attacking again. This time they brought over a dozen people and their momentum is fierce. Chu Han impatiently shooed him away. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. As long as it's not Hucking and Nanda coming together, it doesn't matter who else comes. Continue with the music and the dance. Locked outside, the observer felt very wronged. His name was Su Zio. He had simply failed to flatter the teacher well during the election for the head administrator, resulting in this outcome. This turtle shell was actually his plan. Chu Han was his high school classmate. They both got into Jianghai University together, but after entering the university, the people around them had completely changed. The originally friendly Chu Han gradually became arrogant and conceited. In high school he would blush just talking to girls, yet now it was uncertain how many girls he had already pursued. The door had been locked and Su Zio had no mood to break it down to persuade them again. Originally this turtle shell plan could have contended for the top spot. With traps combined with their own equipment, it was easy to kill the opponents and inflict casualties. However, now the people inside the stagnation chamber were completely unconcerned, only thinking about maintaining their rank. The 3 students who were excluded from the group had only a tenuous relationship with Chu Han. It was precisely because of this that they were assigned to do such laborious tasks. Su Zio stepped out of the turtle shell, watching the Bayou University students engaging in some inexplicable activities. He didn't disturb them, simply observing quietly. Xia Yunqian noticed this person as well, seeing that Su Zio wasn't running away despite their numbers and not interfering piqued Xia Yunqian's interest. Prisoner, is there something you need? I'm about to break your turtle shell, aren't you going to report back? Su Zio let out a bitter laugh upon hearing Xia Yunqian's voice. Looking at the turtle shell he designed, he sighed. If you can break it, then go ahead, but it's not as simple as you think. Su Zio walked towards Xia Yunqian, beginning to examine their setup. It was quite simple, a hellgate with a few blocks of the shell shallowly dug out, revealing the passage inside. The turtle shell was not solid, more accurately the inside resembled a maze with paths leading in all directions. Through his conversation with Su Zio, Xia Yunqian learned what was going on. Waving his hand, prisoner, I'll break your shell for you. Those pleasure seekers will also receive some surprises from me. Hey people at the AFK spot, take your positions. Those at the Hellgate connection, get ready, we're starting. In the Heavenly Turtle Realm, the inspectors were walking through the passage as usual. When he reached the topmost layer of the passage, he thought, strange, why do I feel like I heard the sound of monsters? According to the rules, the spawning towers should have stopped working long ago. The inspector continued to walk, and around the corner a flash of green appeared. Oh Gene, Dark's mud duck. A creeper exploded and a totem flickered. Help me, I am an inspector, my totem is about to disappear, quickly send me back to the stasis room. No matter how the inspector pleaded through the voice, the stasis room remained unresponsive. All that could be heard was the commotion from the other side. The totem reset and Jianghai University had eliminated yet another player. Above the divine turtle at Bayou University, where Xia Yunqian was located, a small 5x5 hole was opened in the shell. Just below was the uppermost passage of the turtle shell. Xia Yunqian directly built the Hellgate above the hole so that any monsters emerging from the Hellgate would fall directly into the turtle shell. Then chaos ensued. Su Zio looked incredulously at the Hellgate before him, shocked not by the method but by the volume of monsters spawning. Their faction had long been pseudo-peaceful and normally no monsters would spawn at all. Yet the volume before him was astonishing, with several monsters emerging every second. This spawn rate was not high, it could even be considered quite low. The key issue was that the position was off. These monsters not spawned from their faction could only be coming from other areas. With thousands of blocks of distance, how could monsters make their way through so easily? Even if it was a hellish lure, it shouldn't be like this. At most a few dozen monsters would arrive and then it would stop, but the current situation was that this hellgate was continuously spawning monsters.
The efficiency had not decreased, something was wrong, it just didn't make sense.
In just a few minutes over 100 monsters had gathered inside the turtle shell.
There were small white zombies, creepers, and even pigmen.
These monsters rampaged within the shell, triggering trap after trap. From time to time the sound of explosions could be heard, whether from machines blowing up or creepers detonating. The monsters inside the shell were sheltered from the sun by the turtle shell overhead.
This realm had seemingly become a monster farm. Although Xia was amazed by the spawning rate, he was not overly concerned.
No matter how many monsters there were, as long as they didn't come out, these monsters had no aggro and would just run amok. They wouldn't necessarily trigger traps or consume defensive resources.
Of course Xia Yunqian had considered this, so.
Taigu, it's your turn to take the stage.
Xia Yunqian called out as he opened several more direct passages to the first layer elsewhere in the shell.
Then he frantically began constructing iron puppets inside. Although Xia Yunqian hadn't set up a pumpkin farm earlier, he took the opportunity to build a stacked pumpkin farm next to the warehouse while designing the monster migration route. With a yield of 30000 per hour, it wasn't high, but it was more than sufficient. Additionally, he equipped it with a black technology pumpkin carving machine where the output of carved pumpkins depended on the speed of the black technology. In the game, zombies don't run amok, but my iron brother was different. Once the iron puppet entered the turtle shell, it began to hunt the zombies within.
A clash between the two types of creatures was imminent. Iron puppets were notoriously aggressive.
At the sight of a zombie, they would rush over and smash it to death. Along the way, they inevitably triggered various traps.
Lauda, I've found their defenders group.
Besides the iron puppets and zombies, Xia Yunqian also dispatched people to patrol inside the turtle shell. It was quite a coincidence that someone accidentally stumbled into the second layer, the very layer where Xia Yunqian and his team had previously lost a member.
Xia Yunqian followed the instructions to arrive above the target and then began to dig.
After digging about a dozen blocks and enduring several sonic attacks, he finally broke through the turtle shell to reach the second layer. During this time, Xia Yunqian made several trips back to the stasis room, replenishing equipment and supplies before using the vector pearl cannon to rush back to the battlefield. Then he continued digging and dying, exchanging his totem for progress. Clearly, under Xia Yunqian's massive resource advantage, life was simply not important.
Having broken through the turtle shell, there were countless defenders below. With so many defenders, it was impossible to get in without dealing with them.
But if he let the iron puppets in, they would be quickly annihilated, and TNT was also prone to accidents. Blowing up the turtle shells from other areas, he feared that those defenders would rush out and take down Xia Yunqian and his team.
The defenders' long-range sonic attacks were quite painful as well.
There was no other choice, he could only slowly overwhelm them with numbers. The best method against the defenders was to use the Iron Brothers' black technology. By continuously supplying iron ingots to the iron puppets for healing, they would grind down the defenders. This method, while somewhat ugly, was actually quite effective in serious survival situations. The current situation definitely did not allow for humans to act as healers. Anyone who went down would immediately be lost. If they couldn't provide healing for the Iron Brother, then let the Iron Brother fill the gap with his life. In midair, Xia Yunqian temporarily designed a 3x speed iron puppet generator.
It could produce 3 iron puppets per second.
The machine was activated and a steady stream of iron puppets fell from the sky into the turtle shell.
They were immediately killed by the defenders below. However, it didn't matter, as long as the Iron Brother could last a second, it was a success.
The iron puppets continued to spawn and die, and eventually some iron puppets began to survive. After surviving for a second, they died, but this extended time meant that 3 more iron puppets came down. Finally, under the high-intensity operation of the 3x speed iron puppet generator for 5 minutes, the number of iron puppets inside the turtle shell gradually increased.
Iron Brother, don't.
Xia stared in shock at Xia Yunqian and the iron puppets below, shouting loudly. He then quietly moved a little farther away, afraid that if Xia Yunqian was displeased, he would throw him down to feed the defenders. Indeed, the life of the Iron Brother was not valued. But to be fair, the effect was impressive. The defenders inside the turtle shell were gradually unable to withstand the overwhelming assault of the massive iron puppet horde. They began to suffer chronic deaths. Xia genuinely admired Xia Yunqian's method. It wasn't very clever.
In fact, it was quite poor, generating 900 iron puppets in just 5 minutes. This consumed 32400 iron ingots.
Damn, it's more extravagant than a big shot. Who cares if you have a lot of iron using it like this? Indeed, having a lot of iron was impressive. Xia Yunqian's iron machine was always running, and with the Hellgate loader, the iron machine would never stop. With a yield of 1800001 to 2 iron puppets died every second in the iron machine.
Tisk, there are too many iron puppets below. I need to clean up a bit later.
The defenders had almost all died under the iron puppet horde, but so many iron puppets had filled the passage, making movement quite inconvenient. How could he solve this group of iron puppets?
Xia Yunqian chose to blow them up directly.
After all, the defenders were all dead and he was not worried about other monsters rushing out to threaten him. In the later stages, the only monsters that could threaten player survival were two. One was the defenders, which were truly unbeatable. The other was the piglin brutes, whose golden axes dealt significant damage.
However, piglins were much easier to deal with than defenders. He called for someone to take TNT into the hole to set up.
WC number 10, hurry up, I accidentally hit the Iron Brother. Of course there were dangers among the Iron Puppet Horde. If one wasn't careful, the Iron Brother would teach you why he was called brother.
Overall, the process of placing the TNT went quite smoothly. Next was the detonation.
This had to be done from a distance. Nearly 10 sets of TNT were placed inside, and when it exploded, nothing would be left. As the fuse was lit, the explosive sound echoed through the skies, scattering debris far and wide. The previously impenetrable defenses of the first two layers of the turtle shell became a joke at this moment. The explosive force of 10 TNT charges was immense, yet even so it failed to breach the turtle shell. Though its outer surface bore numerous fractured zones, the interior remained wholly intact.
Seeing the shell's condition and scathe after the blast, Su Ziyu strode confidently towards Xia Yunqian. See? My design excels at blast resistance. Even 100 TNT charges might not pierce it.
Indeed, Xia Yunqian murmured after a long silence.
This shell's blast resistance was not merely exceptional, it was miraculous. Even an inward-towered detonation left it virtually unharmed.
Not only was the interior undamaged, but external degradation remained minimal. Yet if mere hardness is all you offer, then this match is already over, and you must withdraw. Xia Yunqian reactivated the Hell Monster Migration, unleashing a ceaseless torrent of creatures plummeting from the sky.
Wait, hold on. The drop height is too great, they're all shattering on impact. Xia Yunqian hastily ordered Hell's technicians to dismantle the upper portal and install a new one at a lower optimal elevation. Monsters resumed pouring forth like an unbroken river.
Brother, seriously? Is your mob farm tower this powerful? Xia Yunqian smiled with quiet confidence. Setting aside all else, in mob farming architecture alone, no institution in the world could rival his.
Brother, may I inspect your monster transit system? Logically, long-distance migration should drastically reduce efficiency. Why are you sustaining 5 mobs per second? Xia Yunqian graciously ushered him through the Bayou University Hellgate. Each university maintains its own isolated hell dimension, otherwise remote interdimensional access would allow intruders to step directly into one's home. Through Bayou University's gate, Su Ziyu gazed upon the surreal scene before him, disbelief etched across his face. This was no ordinary nether. Beneath his feet stretched the indestructible bedrock layer. Above, a vast empty twilight hung motionless. Before him a straight corridor rose, precisely 2 blocks high, bounded by cubic walls. Within it, throngs of monsters streamed relentlessly in a single direction. Su Ziyu began to grasp why they obeyed so absolutely, yet he could not fathom why so many emerged continuously from the far end. Without returning to the overworld, Su Ziyu pressed onward into exploration, though he carried no armor or gear. A silent guardian shadowed him closely, ready to strike without hesitation should he attempt anything suspicious. Bayou University's surveillance team would cut him down instantly. He followed the migrating mob current backward along the corridor. At the corridor's terminus loomed a hellgate, spewing monsters at a staggering rate. A rough estimate suggested hundreds erupting every second. Beyond it rose a piglin tower piercing the heavens, so tall that standing beneath it he could not see its apex. Beside it stood clusters of piglins, and above them hovered a machine Su Ziyu recognized. A phantom box unloader. Once unloaded golden ingots spilled forth, landing upon piglins to initiate trade. Completed trades deposited supplies directly into players waiting within the portal. Because players and piglins were separated by the portal, traded goods were instantly teleported back to the overworld. These machines posed no engineering challenge, Su Ziyu could replicate them himself. What stunned him was their sheer scale and unimaginable output. Zhanghai University also possessed a piglin tower, but theirs operated at an efficiency of 70,000. That figure barely sufficed for crafting a single golden apple. Su Ziyu made a conservative count of the piglins present. He estimated Xia Yunqian's tower exceeded 200,000 in throughput. 200,000 was already absurd, yet in truth Xia Yunqian's piglin tower achieved 400,000 per hour. It utterly eclipsed every other university's tower. Following the mob migration route back to Zhanghai University's turtle shell, Su Ziyu watched helplessly as iron golems and monsters methodically dismantled his meticulously laid traps. Fatigue settled over him. The chasm between them was despair-inducing. If a piglin tower could reach such heights, what unspeakable efficiencies might his other structures possess? That central mob farm, 2 million. 3 million. He had seen the most efficient ever built 5 million, but only after dozens collaborated, stacking countless hellgates aboard ships. Hey Su Ziyu, any traps left? We've already breached 5 layers. Your witch sea has real bite, nearly cost us another senior commander.
From high above, Su Ziyu surveyed the ruined expanse of the Divine Turtle Realm. One final obstacle remains: a 108-core TNT barrage. Dig any deeper and proximity sensors will trigger, detonating all charges in Layer 6. Layer 6 contains 48 cores, each loaded with 108 TNT charges. This is their last stand, not perilous but theatrical, a grand blazing farewell. Better to self-destruct than be torn apart by others. Watching towers rise, watching them crumble. May I borrow a pickaxe? Without hesitation, Xia Yunqian tossed him his alloy pickaxe. Su Ziyu examined it, astonished. Every enchantment was maxed out. Could I have a plain diamond pickaxe instead? He returned the enchanted tool. Xia Yunqian had none on hand, but that posed no issue. Zhang Wenhao, send me a diamond pickaxe. Yes, unenchanted. Just the basic model. The Vector Pearl Cannon relayed the request, and in an instant Unit 29 materialized beside Xia Yunqian. He handed over an ordinary diamond pickaxe and vanished just as swiftly. Su Ziyu stared dumbfounded. Your reinforcements arrived that fast? Accepting the pickaxe, Su Ziyu walked silently toward the obsidian wall and without pause began to mine. Was this realm truly impregnable? Undeniably yes, even Xia Yunqian conceded they had found no better solution against the defenders. Direct assault was futile, a single wave would be obliterated by the defenders' overwhelming numbers. Lava offered no advantage, Su Ziyu had engineered lava containment systems and defenders could manually purge it. Truly nothing could penetrate this bastion, yet fate pitted them against Xia Yunqian, a master of relentless unyielding play. At a cost of 30,000 iron ingots he forced entry using iron golems. Su Ziyu knew this path existed, but never imagined any university could possess such staggering wealth. Wealth enough to sustain every other university on its own. Beneath Layer 6 lay the stasis chamber, a blast-hardened sanctuary. Its occupants would not perish immediately. Crack! Obsidian shattered, then 2 seconds later a blinding storm of TNT erupted skyward. Su Ziyu glanced back at Xia Yunqian, crouched low and waved, his expression seeming to ask, well, was my final detonation suitably spectacular? Had Xia Yunqian known, he might have laughed aloud. The yield of a single Vector Pearl cannon shot dwarfed it entirely. The Divine Turtle Realm lay in ruins, only the stasis chamber remained untouched. Xia Yunqian drew his bow. It was time to end the battle once and for all. Drawing a 100-cati bow with immense force, the arrow pierced through his own hand and embedded itself deep into the beam above. The stasis chamber was excavated by combat team members and Xia Yunqian seized the moment, loosing a single arrow. It missed, naturally. No rush. Close combat is where I truly excel. With effortless grace he sheathed the bow and charged forward, alloy sword in hand, delivering sharp elbow strikes. Without the stasis chamber, Jianghai University crumbled like a fragile cicada's wing, shattered at the slightest touch. Damn it, I knew Su Ziyu's plan would fail. Never imagined we'd be brought down by you. A disgrace indeed. Chu Han seethed at the catastrophic defeat, not least because his own tactical misjudgment had contributed heavily to the collapse. Yet he remained meticulously diligent in assigning blame, finding a convenient scapegoat without delay. Xia Yunqian gazed upon the stubborn block-like figure before him, not with fury but with quiet sorrow. He pitied Su Ziyu, such an elite subordinate, powerful, obedient, tirelessly diligent, wasted so carelessly. Xia Yunqian adored such talent. Every time he stalled on a complex redstone circuit, how desperately he wished for someone to step in and resolve it instantly. Every time he repeated the laborious process of assembling intricate devices, he longed for a loyal aide to shoulder the entire burden. And yet, this paragon of reliability was discarded. Would he, Xia Yunqian, have valued it any more? Would he merely have exploited it even more ruthlessly? Setting aside such whimsical musings, Xia Yunqian surged ahead alone and challenged Chu Han to single combat. Hold your positions. Per the code of the Great Sea Club, commanders duel commanders, lieutenants face lieutenants. Their highest authority still stands, so naturally I must confront him myself and strike him down. You need only cheer me on from the sidelines. I am destined to become the sovereign of electricity. With those words, Xia Yunqian hurled an ender pearl, teleporting straight onto Chu Han's face to initiate brutal melee combat. All around him rose fervent cries of encouragement. Lao Da. Cut him down. Jump slash now. Why won't Lao Da jump slash first? Does he not want to? Amidst cheers and skepticism alike, did Xia Yunqian truly not know that jump slashing dealt greater damage? He simply couldn't land it, the opponent always struck first. One swing from him met 3 from the enemy. Chu Han's gaze sharpened, seizing the opening. His alloy blade descended. Xia Yunqian's undying totem flared, shimmering with desperate light. Realizing he could not match Chu Han blow for blow, Xia Yunqian swiftly drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The arrow flew, yet Chu Han evaded it with a subtle sidestep. Then he lunged forward once more. Xia Yunqian immediately switched back to his sword, engaging in rapid grueling exchanges.
Yet he remained outmatched, every clash ending in his disadvantage. If one word described Xia Yunqian now, it was raging. Enough, I'll blow us both to oblivion.
Seeing no victory in swordplay or archery, Xia Yunqian abandoned restraint, drawing forth an ender crystal and pursuing Chu Han, relentlessly detonating it in pursuit. In theory, its maximum damage reached 96. To inflict full damage, the crystal must explode while occupying the exact same vertical position as the target, face-to-face at point-blank range.
Its damage mechanics were notoriously unforgiving. When placed one block above the player, a direct explosion could kill even an unarmored opponent outright. But if the crystal stood just one block away, even an unprotected player would survive unscathed. Yet raise the player to the same height as the crystal, and damage skyrocketed. Even standard netherite armor unenchanted offered no salvation. Within 4 blocks the blast would obliterate any foe at full health. Ender crystals could only be placed atop bedrock or obsidian. In PvP, mastery hinged on speed, laying obsidian first, then instantly mounting the crystal. Because the obsidian base elevated the crystal 1 block higher than ground level, skilled fighters timed their attacks to launch enemies upward, then detonated the crystal midair. This ensured the enemy occupied the same vertical plane as the crystal, receiving devastating damage, while the attacker positioned 1 block lower absorbed far less. In the legendary 2v2t server of his past life, Ender Crystal PvP burned fiercely. True masters of combat all wielded this technique with lethal precision. Yes, it carried risk, even backfiring upon the user, but once mastered it conferred absolute dominance in unknown duels. Thus Ender Crystal PvP was hailed as the most demanding and highest-ceiling combat discipline. Xia Yunqian knew the technique, but mastery eluded him. His lack of proficiency cost him dearly. Still, no matter. He held a final decisive trump: the overworld respawn anchor. The respawn anchor. Once charged with glowstone in the overworld, clicking it triggered a massive explosion. Its damage independent of charge count. 1 glowstone or 4 yielded identical devastation. Yet this blast shared a critical flaw: it mirrored the creeper's explosion, easily blocked. A single intervening block between the anchor and the target drastically reduced damage. Likewise, the same obstruction shielded against Ender Crystal blasts. But whereas the crystal traded his health for the enemy's, the respawn anchor was brutally direct: rush forward, place glowstone on the enemy's face, and detonate together. This was no contest of skill or agility. It was a raw battle of resources: golden apples, undying totems, the sheer volume of consumables one could afford to expend. I'll self-destruct with you, your totem shatters as mine does. We race to see whose runs out first. An utterly unreasonable, unrelenting tactic. Xia Yunqian's Ender Crystal PvP may have been abysmal, but the respawn anchor was his ultimate weapon. With enough totems he could bury any opponent in sheer attrition. Chu Han, sensing Xia Yunqian's suicidal aggression, attempted to disengage, teleporting away with an Ender Pearl to reposition. But Xia Yunqian granted no respite. Another pearl launched, landing beside him, and the respawn anchor slammed down instantly. 4 glowstones activated. The explosion erupted, both men's undying totems shattered in unison. Xia Yunqian smiled. A perfect one-for-one trade, and victory was assured. No one out-resourced him. Damn it, Xia Yunqian, you fight without honor. Swordplay is swordplay, why resort to suicide blasts? Chu Han's furious roar echoed across the ruins. Xia Yunqian paid no heed. Did you think I spent months hoarding resources just to play fair? You deserve to be blown apart by me. I enjoy fighting you this way. What of it? Go on to try blowing up with me if you dare. Childish. Perhaps. Effective. Utterly. At the terrible cost of 16 undying totems, Chu Han fell, defeated, broken, vanquished to the northwest. Xia Yunqian strode to the corpse's location and delivered a final mocking elbow strike into empty air. Effortless. Utterly effortless. Though victorious, his classmates reacted strangely. None dared meet his gaze directly. How shall I put this? Lauda, perhaps you should stay home from now on. Embarrassment, that's my department. Leave the Hansen humiliation to me. Upon hearing the evaluation of his PvP performance, Xia Yunqian's face darkened. So what if he was unskilled? Even the weakest could still be pulled back from the brink. During his battle with Chu Han, Xia Yunqian consumed a substantial quantity of resurrection anchors and glowstone. Glowstone mass production could be delegated to the village trading post. At expert level, priests could exchange 4 emeralds for 1 glowstone. As for weeping obsidian, only piglins accepted it in trade, on average acquiring 1 required expending 5.7375 gold ingots. Xia Yunqian's piglin door farm barely sufficed. Ender crystals meanwhile demanded ghast tears, harvested via a ghast farm. He had constructed that ghast farm earlier while passing through the Soul Sand Valley above the Nether's bedrock layer, a dual-dimension piglin door-style ghast farm operating on principles analogous to his piglin tower.
Back then he'd casually instructed several enslaved villagers to stack 8 layers, yielding roughly 2,000 gas tiers, a relatively modest output. Xia Yunqian himself possessed little practical experience with gas farms. Firstly, demand for gas tiers remained low. Ender crystals were typically reserved solely for reviving the Ender Dragon. Yet in every save file Xia Yunqian had dismantled the End Portal's bedrock platform, immediately rendering resurrection utterly futile. Thus when constructing the gas farm he relied purely on intuition, and fortunately the results proved satisfactory. For execution and collection he employed cactus-based elimination. Due to the ghast's large hitbox, the overworld nether portal required a 66 area. Boats and Gaokao were used for precise positioning, while surrounding blocks were placed externally to prevent ghasts from straying. Collection followed the standard waterflow method with basic item sorting implemented, but no autopacker was installed as output remained too low for such machinery. Even the few chests deployed rarely filled completely. With an autosort function, perhaps even manual sorting would become unnecessary. Once this Turtle's Hell defense was resolved, direct confrontation with the remaining 2 elite universities loomed. Unknown duels against Huqing and Nanjing universities were out of the question. Their strategic coordination was insidious. The moment boundary barriers dissolved, the 2 institutions instantly allied. They systematically eliminated rival schools first, then competed exclusively between themselves for first and second place, ensuring their perpetual dominance within the top 2 ranks. Their institutional rankings had long held those positions. During competitions they spared no measure, however distasteful, to safeguard their supremacy. The sole recourse against them lay in moral condemnation, for the Minecraft sovereign oversaw no such affairs. Through this tactic they had monopolized the top 2 spots for 5 consecutive years. Other universities remained helpless. A prior coalition of 6 elite institutions had attempted to besiege both Huqing and Nanjing, but collapsed spectacularly when Huazhong Architecture University accepted 3rd place and abruptly withdrew from the alliance. Worse still, it turned traitor, actively aiding its former adversaries. Among the 8 great universities, only Baiyu University and Huazhong Architecture ranked lowest. This rare opportunity to break into the top 3 was seized without hesitation, reducing the coalition from 6 versus 2 to 5 versus 3. Though numerical superiority persisted, one must acknowledge the caliber of students at Huqing and Nanjing. Provincial top-scoring scholars prodigies granted early admission, and affluent heirs raised within those hallowed halls. They dominated across all domains: modding, engineering, optimization. During this tournament Xia Yunqian observed Huqing University's universal item sorter compact by 1/3 and 20% faster than his own. Their algorithms and optimizations left him awestruck, yet he felt no despair. True cutting-edge technology indeed surpassed his capabilities. But Xia Yunqian's strength had never resided in technological supremacy, it lay in boundless resources. What use was a universal sorter if there were no items to sort? The only opponent who truly unsettled him was a master of energy storage. Yet in this world even basic power generation advanced sluggishly, let alone the grueling labor of storage specialization. A universal item sorter typically marked the pinnacle achievement of a seasoned energy storer, by which time they had long graduated from power generation. To Xia Yunqian therefore such a machine serves merely as ostentatious muscle flexing. He refused to believe Huqing housed any genuine energy storers. Based on his understanding of Huqing, even his rudimentary sorting warehouse outperformed their marvel, because at least his warehouse overflowed with goods. While certain high-end technologies lagged behind those 2 universities, Xia Yunqian's absolute advantage lay in fully automated resource acquisition for survival. Fuhua University had sacrificed every other advanced facility to construct a single orbital strike cannon. Huazhong Architecture University, obsessed with architectural grandeur, neglected even functional farms. Zhanghai University slashed all expenditures to build a Turtle's Hell fortress, yet possessed nothing else beyond it. They failed even to intercept Xia Yunqian's initial aircraft launch, and the TNT payload delivered fell short of firing a single pearl cannon. Xia Yunqian's most advanced redstone artillery was the vector pearl cannon, yielding up to 20,000 units of explosive force, followed by the orbital dragon-slaying cannon. The vector pearl cannon originated from the Research Institute, later refined and optimized by his team, though numerous imperfections remained. Baiyu University's cutting-edge technology inevitably paled beside those 2 global institutions. How could mountain-ringed Baiyu possibly rival world-class academies in depth and heritage? Huqing and Nanjing's projections undoubtedly featured superior redstone machines, capable of seamlessly replacing the vector pearl cannon or effortlessly obliterating Xia Yunqian's base. Yet even possessing such blueprints, could they actually fabricate them? This was precisely why Xia Yunqian felt no anxiety about technological subjugation. Mastery of divine weapons demands more than skill, it requires unwavering resolve and profound resource foundations. Projections remain mere phantoms, only abundant resources can unlock the full potential of supreme technology. Clearly Huqing and Nanjing lacked those conditions. Returning to his base, Xia Yunqian maintained all farms and upgraded his assault tower's efficiency to 40 million units. As detection redstone lamps flickered incessantly, the team knew they had arrived. The Allied forces marched relentlessly towards Xia Yunqian's biome. Every trap surrounding the perimeter was methodically dismantled, the fun tower extinguished by cascading buckets of water, the TNT interceptor torn down under direct assault. They've swapped Protection 4 for Blast Protection 4. Xia Yunqian watched Su Cheng soar skyward once more with Elytra, then dismantle the TNT interceptor amid 8 detonating charges, and understood instantly. To counter him, they had reconfigured their enchantments. Blast Protection, Projectile Protection, and Generic Protection could not coexist on a single set of armor. Only one could be applied per piece, except Fall Protection, which stacked uniquely on boots. The difference among these lay in damage mitigation ratios: Full Blast Protection 4 reduced explosion damage by up to 80%. Most opted for Standard Protection 4, offering 64% reduction across all damage types. Not the highest, but the most universally effective. Their ability to breach the TNT interceptor confirmed their gear had been re-enchanted. It was evident they had invested immense effort specifically to counter Xia Yunqian. The orbital dragon-slaying cannon is likely unusable now, we'll have to outlast them. Our greatest advantage remains our repair expertise. Xia Yunqian's squad numbered 24, the opposing coalition fielded 28 with additional members surely guarding their bases. Xia Yunqian retreated to the stasis chamber where 4 others awaited, one stationed at the orbital dragon-slaying cannon, another at the vector pearl cannon. Only 14 fighters entered the front lines. To ensure survival through this onslaught, Xia Yunqian dispatched 3 more to seek opportunistic strikes. Their mission: infiltrate and sabotage enemy bases, or at minimum sow chaos. This was no longer mere competition, it was existential. The enemy outnumbered them to tune, not the gravest concern. Far more critical was their utter inferiority in PvP combat prowess. Resource constraints had steered Huqing and Nanjing away from redstone engineering toward raw PvP dominance instead. Each member of their squads ranked among the world's elite fighters. Su Cheng could duel 2 opponents simultaneously without yielding and seize openings for lethal counters. Others, though marginally less formidable, remained exceptionally skilled. Though Xia Yunqian's selection process prioritized PvP aptitude, his recruits still lagged significantly. Our sole advantage lies in resources: delay them, deplete their supplies. If even one enemy retreats to their stasis chamber, we gain the crucial temporal edge to recover. Endure this assault and the counteroffensive begins. Li Siyue led her team to the vector pearl cannon and loaded ender pearls. Zhang Wenhao locked coordinates and pulled the lever: fire. Instantly 14 Bayou University students materialized on the battlefield. The enemy reacted with practiced nonchalance, the decisive clash erupted without delay. On the surface, Minecraft PvP appeared deceptively simple: 2 players trading sword strikes punctuated by sporadic arrows. In truth, explosions and ender pearls elevated combat to dazzling, disorienting heights. Li Siyue targeted an opponent's name and struck first, a leaping overhead slash. She secured the opening exchange. Su Cheng recoiled in pain, teleported away with an ender pearl, and began consuming enchanted golden apples and potions. Li Siyue followed with another ender pearl, but misjudged the landing point. Su Cheng successfully activated buffs and the two resumed fierce engagement. Li Siyue and Su Cheng were inherently mismatched in skill, and the allied forces played without honor. Nanjing University's famed red man joined the fray. Truly red, his skin his very essence, Shi Shaojun. He entered the battle alongside Su Cheng, encircling Li Siyue. "Step aside, this is my fight." Su Cheng roared angrily at Shi Shaojun, deeply resenting interference in his personal duels. "I want her head," Shi Shaojun retorted, grinning impudently. "From what I hear, she's Bayou's strongest fighter. So slaying her would mean annihilating Bayou University itself." With that, he lunged forward with his blade. Li Siyue sensed immediate peril, glancing at the number of totems in her inventory. She drew a deep breath, activated her resurrection anchor, and detonated. Knowing she couldn't withstand 2 elite duelists, she chose this life-for-life gambit, especially viable given their numerical superiority. Moreover, this was Xia Yunqian's most statistically successful strategy for PvP under numerical disadvantage, where opponents often chained relentless combos requiring 3 of his fighters to eliminate just one enemy. His resource advantage comfortably sustained such attrition. Yet the front line would inevitably advance. If they pushed deep enough to destroy his stasis chamber, all was lost. He must hold them beyond the perimeter. So long as the stasis chamber endured, victory belonged to Xia Yunqian. Experience repair, strictly rationed by him, was widely dismissed as superfluous in major battles. Indeed, past campaigns saw the allied universities crush rivals with overwhelming speed, armor durability scarcely diminished, sometimes requiring 0 repairs throughout an entire match. But this time they faced Xia Yunqian, the ultimate energy generation specialist who pushed resources to their absolute limits. Shatter their netherite armor sets, then our counteroffensive begins. How many full sets could the coalition possibly muster? 2. 3. Xia Yunqian flatly refused to believe they possessed 3 fully enchanted netherite sets. At most each carried 2 sets, perhaps elite fighters wielded an extra. Equipping 30 fighters with 2 netherite armor sets plus 1 netherite toolset demanded nearly 3,000 diamonds.
Mining that manually would take eons deploying massive excavation machinery like tunnel boring machines would squander precious resources. Thus endurance, until their netherite armor shattered, guaranteed victory.
Indeed, Hawking and Nanjing had issued exactly 2 netherite sets per fighter and showed no concern over depletion or degradation. Their doctrine was war-sustained warfare, conquering neighboring schools, seizing their spoils.
Neighbors hoard grain, I stockpile weapons. Neighbors are my granary. This strategy had proven infallible until now.
The neighbors' vanished Xia Yunqian had eradicated 3 universities single-handedly. Annihilation alone might have been tolerable, but he also obliterated their bases entirely. When Hawking and Nanjing returned to the battlefield, they found nothing but ruins.
Even Huazhong Redstone University, their recent conquest, proved destitute, lacking even enchanted golden apples. That was bearable.
What stunned them most was launching a joint assault only to find no trace of Donghai Jiaotong University.
Instead, they suffered agonizing torment from its defensive systems, forcing them to pivot and target Baiyou University instead.
Donghai Jiaotong University still retained 28 active fighters. Frankly, they preferred avoiding Baiyou, whose fighters, though technically weak, proved maddeningly resilient.
Unkillable and reinforced with astonishing speed. Just as you drove them home 10 seconds later, they reappeared on the battlefield.
Baiyou students had been routed repeatedly when suddenly a cheer erupted.
An enemy has fallen. A lapse in timing.
This was a pivotal element in Xia Yunqian's plan. If the opponent suffered even a slight numerical deficit, it would provide the opening to expand his advantage. Like sending iron golems to break a defender, at first the constructs are instantly slaughtered, but if 1 or 2 survive, the rest becomes defenders dying within a flood of iron golems.
PvP worked the same way.
When the enemy lost numbers, one must rush to widen the lead. Returning from the base to the battlefield consumed precious minutes.
Xia Yunqian did not believe they could produce vector pearl cannons of his caliber. Indeed, the 2 Qingnan schools could not replicate Xia Yunqian's high-precision vector pearl cannon.
Yet they could field a stripped-down version. The pearl cannon prototype of the vector variant could only fire in a single direction.
Its accuracy was poor and its control limited. Besides Xia Yunqian's vector pearl cannon, an ordinary pearl cannon would be wiped out without a trace.
But apart from that flaw, the pearl cannon had nothing but advantages: low consumable cost, simple construction, easy maintenance. One could cobble a unit together in minutes. Xia Yunqian grew overconfident. He had underestimated the prodigies of the elite academies, presuming his inexhaustible resources allowed him free rein.
Reality handed him a cruel slap.
Nanda and Hua Cheng assembled an ultra-basic pearl cannon whose shots landed at a single point each time, albeit with significant deviation.
That, however, was enough. A journey that once took 5 minutes could now be traversed in 2.
The scant advantage Li Siyue and her comrades had painstakingly amassed evaporated. The Allied forces pressed steadily towards Xia Yunqian's stasis chamber with less than 200 blocks remaining. If those last 200 blocks were breached and the chamber detonated, the alliance would collapse in an instant, just as they planned. Amid the melee, a player, Don Elytra, launched a firework, knocked another player back into the stasis chamber, and took off immediately, heading straight for Xia Yunqian's stasis chamber. The stasis chamber was attached to the warehouse, surrounded by anvil walls for blast protection and TNT interceptors.
Numerous defense towers ringed the area as well.
But these were child's play. They might work once or twice, yet after repeated assaults the enemy understood the defenses. One by one those systems were dismantled.
Li Siyue noticed the enemy breaking through the encirclement.
She stopped trading blows with Su Chang and Shi Xiaoju and took to the sky and gave chase. But the 2 would not let her slip away easily. Arrows rained down and Li Siyue's undying totems were steadily depleted, forcing her back into the stasis chamber.
At her retreat, the other teammates began to collapse and flee in disorder.
Xia Yunqian steeled himself and pressed the mass return button. All Baiyou students were yanked back into the stasis chamber. They drew bows for a final desperate stand, and arrowstorms surged at the attackers, who raised shields and advanced deliberately. They had hoped the barrage of arrows would slow the enemy, but disaster struck the vector pearl cannons.
Louder, the pearl cannon has burst. Xia Yunqian turned in disbelief as tens of thousands of TNT detonations thundered. The stasis chamber's shell was quickly breached.
The attackers, seeing this, abandoned slow shield tactics and charged with fireworks blazing into the chamber.
Their aim was to eliminate every student of Baiyou University.
Torches reduced the anvil walls to ruin and the front was breached.
Su Chang reached the doorway first and smashed through with an axe.
But what filled his sight was not Xia Yunqian and his party scurrying in panic. The stasis chamber was empty. Only a notice board remained. Su Chang stepped forward to read it.
"Guan, please watch a display of fireworks." Su Chang turned back incredulously and produced a firework. "Run." But it was already too late. Can one outrun TNT?
Underground, within wall crevices at the heart of the warehouse around the vector pearl cannons, explosions roared. Time was short. Xia Yunqian had only allocated 50,000 units of TNT, and in return the allied forces howled as the undying totem shattered.
TNT alone would not suffice.
Xia Yunqian had modified the mob spawner tower in the overworld. He constructed a nether gate in the sky that linked to the 8 million mob tower. In the nether he set up a slowfall potion sprayer so that creatures teleported to the overworld sky would not die on impact. First the TNT detonated, then a rain of monsters fell. The sound of totems breaking echoed everywhere. When the rate of death outpaced the operators of the stasis chamber, true elimination followed. The two-school alliance, originally 28 strong, lost 3 fighting Li Cue.
2 unlucky souls died outright from the TNT blast. 6 more were slain by monsters. The game was over.
Su Cheng fled back to the stasis chamber in disgrace and hurriedly switched into another set of alloy gear.
Brother Cheng, it can't be repaired. That set is ruined. Su Cheng spun in anger to see a blocky figure by the anvil holding his shattered equipment. Trash.
Su Cheng cursed, still unsatisfied, jabbing the alloy sword with his elbow. But the competition had a teammate protection mechanic. No matter how he struck, it had no effect. Returning to Xia Yunqian's base with an ender pearl in hand, he found the TNT spent and most of the monsters vanished.
Damn it, you got away, but you can go, the base block cannot.
Su Cheng strapped on his elytra and flew toward the vacant region where the base block stood.
Once placed, a base block could not be mined without immediately losing the match. He rehearsed the strategy in midair. The moment I land, I'll build a block beside it and step on it. His dragon-slaying cannon only has a 1-block range, it shouldn't be a problem. The plan sounded perfect, but the instant Su Cheng touched down, a Shiguan Jianshi struck. The alloy set, already fragile, fractured again, and the undying totem wailed on. Can it be repaired? No.
Su Cheng returned home to where the dream had begun and began frantically rummaging through the chests.
Empty, empty, damn it, empty. Where is the totem? Where are the golden apples? Where are the people who were supposed to heal me? Anger, a tidal rage, made those around him edge away cautiously.
Suddenly Su Cheng spotted someone still wearing a full alloy set.
Hey, you give me your gear, I will personally gut Xia Yunqian.
Luo Xian's gaze was ice as he looked at the deranged Su Cheng.
What the hell are you barking about? Did I fail your mission? Did I not make the arrangements I promised?
You only know how to complain after a defeat, useless at everything. As he spoke, Luo Xian sprayed a bottle of harming potion at Su Cheng.
Stung by the effect, Su Cheng lifted his head to look at the man's name. Luo Xian.
How dare you talk like that, saying breaking the stasis chamber would be enough. I went in with nothing. What awaited me was tens of thousands of TNT detonations. Then hundreds of monsters came and tore us apart. Is this your so-called war of attrition? We're being toyed with and you still yap like a dog. You should have cooperated earlier to dig up the opposing base block and end it instead of wasting so much effort on annihilation. Now look, most of our people are dead, our equipment and supplies gone. The students at Bayou University are probably somewhere laughing at us. Tell me, aside from slacking at the base and spouting nonsense, what use are you? A quarrel erupted. The room at Hucking University was in chaos, with Su Cheng and Luo Xian refusing to back down.
Their argument was relentless.
At this moment another person entered from outside.
All right, enough shouting. What are you two acting like?
The people from Bayou University have fled, but can they escape the temple after running from the monk?
The base block is right there, can't we just deal with that dragon-slaying cannon? The one who entered was Li Buotao, the main head of Nanda.
He hurried over after hearing the situation from Shi Shaojun. You need to resolve your internal issues quickly. We at Nanda are still waiting over there. Hurry over, we need to discuss how to deal with that cannon.
Hearing this, Su Cheng and Luo Xian also stopped.
The two made their way to Xia Yunqian's base through the Pearl Cannon. Upon seeing the people from Hucking University gather, the two teams continued their grand march towards the base block of Bayou University. Along the way, various farms lay in ruins and what were once warehouses had turned to ashes. Some stubborn players rushed over to open chests, but inside were either trash or completely empty. Not even a single piece of iron was found. At Xia Yunqian's room. After 5,000 TNT exploded, a massive pit was formed, but its depth was only about 50 blocks. There was still quite a distance to the bedrock layer.
The two teams continued forward, passing the scrapped vector pearl cannon, and arrived at the void area.
Many people were seeing the void for the first time in survival.
Ethereal void-like. Do you see that base block? There's a sky-based dragon-slaying cannon on it. Don't think about confronting it, Hedon. Even if you have projectile protection, you won't withstand that arrow. Moreover, it can shatter your alloy equipment with a single shot. I lost 2 sets of alloy gear for that reason.
Su Cheng explained the situation of this dragon-slaying cannon, and it seemed the safest method was to slowly build a path 1 block at a time.
But would the people from Bayou University let you build in peace? As long as they dared to build, Xia Yunqian could appear before them in the blink of an eye, giving them a surprise. Can you fly to the side of that base block and place a block there instantly?
Li Buotao looked at Su Chang constantly waving his right hand.
No.
Su Chang replied decisively.
This cannon can only shoot one arrow at a time and it requires charging time. In reality, it can load multiple arrows which can be manually managed for preemptive strikes.
Multiple arrows do not fall simultaneously during that time gap. Xia Yunqian did not believe anyone could react in time. This also creates the illusion that the dragon-slaying cannon can fire continuously, but it was simply preemptively predicted by the person above. As soon as one steps on the base block, they would be immediately shot dead by a hail of arrows. Even if they missed, Xia Yunqian still had backup plans. If there's a totem, it could withstand a hit, but one could also fall into the void, leading to utter obliteration. The crowd looked at the base block, exchanging puzzled glances, unable to come up with a good solution.
Can we dismantle the dragon-slaying cannon above?
Luo Xian suddenly asked, but the response was still cold.
Impossible.
The interceptor of the cannon above is not the same inferior quality as the one below.
Its interception range is 360 degrees, firing 64 TNT per second. Ender pearls can't even get past. Even if you built your own TNT cannon, the TNT you launch would be intercepted before it even explodes. Someone seemed to have discovered a bright point. Then can't we just wait until all the TNT in that machine explodes?
The crowd looked at the student who had spoken so boldly, feeling both amused and a bit heartbroken and exhausted.
They can casually place 50000 TNT, let alone this dragon-slaying cannon. The amount of TNT inside will only be more. To be honest, they didn't quite understand why Bayou University could be so wealthy. 64 TNT per second, with each TNT requiring 5 gunpowder. This TNT interceptor consumes 1152000 gunpowder in an hour. Damn it, that's a million. Plus other industries also need TNT. Why haven't Xia Yunqian and the others collapsed?
How could they have so much gunpowder? Both universities found it utterly absurd. People can be wealthy, but they shouldn't be this rich. How can anyone still play? In fact, the TNT interceptor is not always operating at full efficiency. The people above conduct checks. Only when there are people will it operate at full efficiency. If there are none, 16 TNT is enough to intercept the ender pearls. A crowd stood at the blast-proof trench in the void area, staring blankly at each other. Some were so bored that they started parkour on a platform they built. Looking at the void beneath, Luo Xian suddenly had a bright idea. Su Chang, can you use your elytra to dive and place a block on the side of the base block?
Su Chang looked at Luo Xian as if he were an idiot. Are you serious? That's the void. If I place a block there, I would definitely fall into the void.
How can I guarantee I have enough hand speed to switch to fireworks and come back?
Can the teleportation from the room be accurate?
If I teleport too early, I won't have placed the block. If too late, I'll be gone.
If you want to die, go ahead, don't drag me into this.
Su Chang really didn't want to listen to Luo Xian. He had already lost 2 sets of gear and couldn't even repair them anymore. In contrast, Luo Xian had barely lost any health in this round.
Xia Yunqian even took to the field personally.
Just because Su Chang didn't want to try didn't mean others didn't.
Interesting, let me try. Hey, can you hear me from the room? Get ready to teleport me, it needs to be quick.
After greeting the room, Shi Shaojun took off with his elytra towards the void.
The small block was utterly lifeless and Shi Shaojun flew cautiously in the air. Damn, so close.
He nearly slid past the base block, quickly switching back to fireworks and pulling up vertically. Fortunately, he suffered no damage from the void.
Phew, let's try again.
In the air, Shi Shaojun turned around and charged towards the base block again, but such a tiny distance was not easy to control. There was no way Shi Shaojun ascended again, but accidentally flew over the base block. Suddenly thunder erupted and the totem of immortality flickered.
Quick! Teleport me back.
Luckily, being in the air gave Shi Shaojun enough time to react and not fall into the void directly. Back in the room, Shi Shaojun looked at the broken alloy set from the lower realm with deep regret. Damn it, my shoes and helmet are broken, but at least my pants and chest plate are still intact. Having returned to the battlefield, Shi Shaojun hesitated, genuinely afraid of accidentally dying in the void or being hit by another sky-based dragon-slaying cannon. But there was no choice, he couldn't just wait. If Xia Yunqian and the others got a chance to regroup, it would be even more troublesome. Taking a deep breath, Shi Shaojun grabbed his fireworks and charged towards the void once more.
So close, just a little more, I'm almost there.
Everyone watched the small figure flying below, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. Shi Shaojun drew closer to the base block, and beside it a brown dirt block became the second block in this void.
Cheers erupted, the anvil walls rejoiced at the arrival of a hero, and some even set off fireworks on the spot.
But suddenly the original dirt block exploded, leaving only a lonely base block in the void.
Meanwhile, in the game, Shi Xiaojun's death notification followed in quick succession.
Shi Shaojun left so decisively, so calmly. Was the person in the stasis chamber lost in thought?
Did Shi Shaojun let down his guard?
Indeed, there was a reason rooted in Shi Shaojun himself. When the soil was successfully placed, he had relaxed his vigilance. He allowed the void to continually engulf him. But when he noticed that the stasis chamber did not respond to him, he realized that something was wrong. The void would not reward challengers. It was an existence that could not be transgressed. Li Boteo's gaze turned icy as he repeatedly contacted the stasis chamber. The only response from the stasis chamber was two words: "Help me." There was no time to waste here. Li Botao immediately led his team to defend. But was this area one that he could come and go as he pleased?
Greetings, children, I'm back again. Did you miss me?
Li Botao naturally recognized the person before him. If the blocky figure could show expressions, Li Botao's face would surely be twisted in rage. Xia Yunqian, these three words were spat out through gritted teeth, hinting at his anger.
However, Xia Yunqian did not care about that. Lightly advancing let me demonstrate the might of my crossbow.
This time Xia Yunqian had learned to be clever. If I couldn't shoot straight with a bow, I had a crossbow.
If one arrow wouldn't do, I would shoot more as it was already loaded. Alright Xia Yunqian, you are ruthless. We are retreating.
Li Botao would certainly not confront Xia Yunqian hidden. They were lacking equipment and totems, and the most crucial stasis chamber had been destroyed. They could only survive for now and seek another opportunity. It wasn't that there hadn't been records of turning the tide in adverse situations before. Imagination was beautiful, but Xia Yunqian would not give him the chance.
Run. How could you outrun this Ender Pearl?
There were only 9 left from Nan University, while there were 13 on Xia Yunqian's side pursuing them.
Huaqing University naturally did not dare to obstruct them.
If they angered Baiyu University, it would become difficult if they took out Huaqing first. Without the stasis chamber and with confidence shattered, soon only the commander from Nan University was left.
This was reserved specifically for Xia Yunqian. Others feared that one misstep would lead to his death.
Xia Yunqian walked up to Li Botao, still adhering to the tradition of a 1v1 duel and the post-match cricket segment of the Ocean Club.
How about it?
Brother, your battle here was of no use at all. With no machines and no resources, we are as poor as can be.
Mockery full of mockery.
To be honest, Nan University had done well to develop from that initial desert stage to where they were now. They hadn't brought in any redstone technology people, and just placing blocks according to the projection was already impressive. Faced with Xia Yunqian's mockery, Li Botao remained unconvinced. You merely know some tricks relying on that damned line brush machine to achieve rapid development. What do you have that can compare to us? Such a powerless struggle. This was Xia Yunqian's most direct feeling. Go back and take a good look at the recordings. What I did and how much I achieved, someone will tell you. As for the tricks you speak of, I'm sorry, I know I was meant to win.
You don't know, and you deserve to lose to me.
Even if it were to happen again, the outcome would still not change. In fact, you might die in front of Huazhong University of Architecture. Xia Yunqian's operations, the constructions were all replicable, but the prerequisite for replication was that you had to know how. Even without anyone else and without any mods, relying only on time and effort, Xia Yunqian could build an identical base. He had once tried to generate power without any mods, literally meaning without any mods, no projections, no rapid placement. In that scenario, Xia Yunqian still managed to create all structures except for the orbital dragon-slaying cannon and vector pearl cannon. Iron farms, stone farms, sand farms, all necessary were present. The efficiency was slightly lower and many were replaced with inferior versions. Li Botao remained unconvinced.
Don't forget, you have already lost to us once.
Escaping in a sorry state is quite unsatisfactory, huh?
Without further explanation, Xia Yunqian swiftly ended Li Botao.
With your reliance on your predecessor's legacy, what right do you have to criticize me? I draw without leaving a plan. Why should I worry about minor setbacks?
Next, it's Waking's turn.
With a flash, Xia Yunqian returned to the stasis chamber, but this stasis chamber was very different from the one in the swamp. It was slightly smaller in scale, with a wasteland and a working vector pearl cannon on the left. On the other side was a TNT bomber, which was also a basic version.
The target was only the base block of Baiyu University.
The block that Shi Shaojun had just placed was immediately blown up because of this. It could also serve as a supplement for the dragon-slaying cannon that missed, and even if the dragon-slaying cannon missed, the TNT bombing was delayed and they had built the walls. Xia Yunqian also had a way, using human lives to create prison brothers. They would help guard the base block. That was the void, not the front line. Xia Yunqian did not believe they could return to the battlefield so quickly. Although the construction of the basic pearl cannon was simple, it still required time for testing its positioning. This was the ruins of Fuhua University. When he had destroyed Fuhua University, Xia Yunqian had not been willing to dismantle this orbital strike cannon. Instead, he had modified it into the vector pearl cannon 2.0. The structure of the orbital strike cannon was quite similar to that of the vector pearl cannon. Xia Yunqian spent an hour working with others to modify it. It was just not as effective as the previous version 1. 0. The yield was slightly smaller. The positioning had been fine before, but after the modification some minor issues arose. It became somewhat inaccurate, but it was still barely usable. The margin of error was within acceptable limits. It was just concerning that it might explode suddenly again. Meanwhile, he also built a stasis chamber for 0 beside it. Why 4? 0. Because Xia Yunqian had 2 more stasis chambers in the swamp. The resources in each stasis chamber were sufficient for Xia Yunqian and the others to last more than an hour of battle. This stasis chamber had slightly fewer resources as some supplies had not been transported in time. He simply designed a one-click return to base for everyone to escape, which is also why Xia Yunqian and the others were able to escape instantly from stasis chamber 1. 0. They had arranged for people to guard this stasis chamber from the very beginning. There were only a few hundred boxes of items carried manually, but it was enough to break through the now half-ruined Huaqing without any issues. As for the stasis chamber on the Nan University side, the previous $1 million shield machine brought unexpected surprises. It had opened a passage of over 1,000 blocks underground at Nan University. It was precisely because of this machine that Xia Yunqian had enough sand to make TNT. To be honest, even Xia Yunqian himself had not expected this shield machine to be so useful. Originally, such redstone machines would not load in areas without players. Once it didn't load, problems could easily arise due to block reasons or piston or block position reasons. In short, if no one was managing it, such large machines would likely break down. However, occasionally someone would pass by the shield machine. This caused the shield machine to remain in a loaded state. It continued to push towards the southern base, which maintained the characteristics of the desert university. 2 magnificent Sphinx statues sat in front of the pyramid. The interiors were hollow, clearly indicating weak defenses. Xia Yunqian only realized how weak the defenses of Nan University were after seeing this. A simple wave of TNT bombing destroyed their stasis chamber.
Coincidentally, their stasis chamber was located 10 levels underground.
The shield machine was arranged at 30 levels underground to avoid detection. As it pushed forward, it conveniently reached the entrance of their stasis chamber. Thus Xia Yunqian immediately called for people to bring a large amount of TNT to blow up their stasis chamber. It exploded instantly without any hesitation. With the stasis chamber destroyed, the people inside could not escape. They were already underground, leaving only a small path leading up. Caught between the two sides of Bayou University, they quickly fell apart. After the people in the stasis chamber died, they returned to stasis chamber 4. 0 and quickly reached the battlefield again with the Vector Pearl Cannon 2. 0. Although Xia Yunqian had also found the base block of Nan University, directly digging it out would eliminate the post-victory cricket segment. What to do after resolving the South University issue? Enjoy, of course. Xia Yunqian directly invaded the territory of Huaqing University and constructed a high-tech ice-making machine on the spot. Equipped with 8 black slaves, it refreshes 32 blocks simultaneously. The hourly output is 80000. This process can be described as the ultimate imprisonment, so much so that Xia Yunqian feared they might kill him upon exiting the game. Once the water freezes, the ice blocks are pushed to designated positions using pistons, then manually collected with precisely crafted pickaxes. The whole process is done manually, entirely natural and pollution-free. Xia Yunqian did not bother to clear out Huaqing University. They couldn't stir up any waves now anyway. With some minor issues arising from the strategy against Donghai Transportation University, it was better to enjoy a moment of leisure first. There are still a solid 4 hours left. Recently, Xia Yunqian has switched his axe for a rope, and whenever he sees someone slacking, he likes to elbow them with the rope. Why a rope? Because it resembles a farmer's whip. In this American nostalgia version, you start with 100 draws. Once the ice is made, it can be synthesized into floating ice, which can then be transformed into blue ice. The friction coefficients of these 3 types of ice decrease in order. Blue ice is typically used in the collection and classification stages for transporting items, allowing items to slide over it at remarkable speeds. Xia Yunqian also utilized this in his classification machine. The students of Huaqing University in the Snowy Plains did not trade blue ice with Xia Yunqian. However, the wandering merchants had some, though the output was particularly low, making it quite difficult to gather enough. Now that there is enough blue ice, it is time to enjoy. Let's have a grand ice sliding competition during this major event. It takes 81 blocks of ice to synthesize 1 blue ice. Xia Yunqian and his black slaves managed to mine around 1000 blocks after an hour. It's a small quantity but sufficient for short-distance boating. Next, it's time to call people to build the track. This is definitely not something Xia Yunqian would do himself. He has built countless things already, and now that Huaqing University is coiled up with no one causing trouble, it's time to relax. The game has progressed to the 32nd hour. Bayou University successfully constructed an ice track of about 300 blocks in the territory of Huaqing University.
On the ice track, Xia Yunqian stood in the middle. In front of him was an underworld alloy block which could be replaced by bedrock if necessary. A lever was placed on top to simulate a microphone. Good ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first Snowy Plains Cup Finals. I am the contestant, host, investor, and judge of this competition. Where are the fireworks and applause? As soon as the words were spoken, a large number of fireworks were launched from the surrounding launchers, dazzlingly bright. This round of the competition has concluded. The top two will earn a chance to challenge Luo Shen and Su Chang from Hucking University in a 1v1 duel. The third place will gain the right to personally mine the base blocks of Donghai Transportation University. Now let us gear up and set sail. Without waiting for others to react, he seized a cherry blossom wooden boat and set off. The cherry blossom saplings were also obtained through trade with wandering merchants. The others, realizing too late, cursed Xia Yunqian for lacking martial ethics and hurriedly boarded their boats to give chase. Bayou University now only had 18 members left, assigning those who had previously caused issues to monitor the base and the stagnant room. The rest all participated in this ice sliding competition. The boat slid rapidly over the blue ice. If one wasn't careful, they could easily veer off the track. The track was built in the sky, and going off meant elimination. All right ahead is a 180-degree turn. Watch how our host drifts around the corner. The posture is quite impressive. As for the others, oh no, a small bend has eliminated 4 participants. Is it really too difficult? Xia Yunqian directed and narrated while paddling the boat, thoroughly enjoying himself. The final sprint of the course is a diagonal ice slide of 1 block advance. The final segment of the section had a shortage of material, so Xia Yunqian decided to max out the difficulty, leaving only 1 block of ice. A moment's inattention could send one veering off the track. In the end, Xia Yunqian undoubtedly took first place. There was no other way. He had already run several laps before others even started. Moreover, starting early made it almost unforgivable not to win. Second place went to a student named Fu Lan, who was the second operator on Xia Yunqian's dragon-slaying cannon. When Xia Yunqian was absent, he was responsible for managing the affairs related to the dragon-slaying cannon. He was obedient, capable, and particularly hardworking. Alright Fu Lan, you can take this opportunity for a 1v1 against Su Chang. Everyone, let's celebrate with fireworks. In the game, clapping was impossible, so fireworks were considered a relatively high-level celebration. However, Fu Lan looked utterly confused. Ha! I'm fighting Su Chang, really? Third place was Zhang Wenhao, who had taken a rare break after operating the Vector Pearl Cannon for several hours. After a bit of casual entertainment, this competition should come to an end. Let's completely resolve Hucking University, then go deal with that turtle-shelled Donghai Transportation University. Since Hucking fled after their great defeat to Bayou University, Xia Yunqian easily located their base blocks. However, he chose not to destroy them immediately. That would be too boring. Instead, he gave them time to develop, since for this hour they could even steal from Xia Yunqian's warehouse. They couldn't develop beyond the current Bayou University. Zhang Wenhao confirmed the coordinates. Fire. Xia Yunqian had always known the location of Hucking University's personnel. They were all at the base of South University, claiming dominion over the area. The Vector Pearl Cannon 2.0 was activated and everyone instantly teleported to the desert. The people from Hucking University knew that a confrontation with Bayou University was inevitable. They did not hide or avoid it. Upon seeing an enemy, Su Chang with red eyes swung his sword at Xia Yunqian. Li Siyue, however, was quicker and interrupted Su Chang's attack. With so many people around, it wasn't yet time for a fair 1v1 or the post-match cricket segment. Xia Yunqian also stepped forward with his sword, elbowing whoever he could reach. 2 against 1, 3 against 1 were common occurrences. The mournful cries of the indestructible totem and the shattering of alloy armor echoed, despite Hucking University having developed for a while longer. The gap between them and Xia Yunqian was simply too great. In past PvP encounters, Xia Yunqian had been reluctant to consume enchanted golden apples, making do with ordinary golden apples. But this time he flaunted enchanted golden apples, demonstrating his wealth. Hucking University quickly fell apart. There was no choice, their equipment was already ruined. Their alloy suits had endured countless battles, and even using an anvil for repairs proved futile. There is a limit to how much an anvil can repair, and the experience required for repairing items accumulates significantly. Later on, it could require level 32 in one go. Xia Yunqian was not lacking in experience. His current level was 1086. The experience from the 800 monster-slaying towers was no joke. Just one absorption could yield dozens or even hundreds of levels, which was terrifying. But other schools were different. Extensive equipment repairs could not be met with the efficiency of ordinary monster-slaying towers. This led to the inevitable conclusion that without experience to repair this enchantment, their equipment would certainly be smashed by Xia Yunqian. Without their equipment, the advantage is mine. Luo Shen and Su Chang's companions fell one by one as Bayou University deliberately left the two of them. Now it's time for us to have a fair 1v1 duel. Xia Yunqian eagerly brandished his underworld alloy sword, swaying left and right, ready to begin elbowing.
Xia Yunqian, you're utterly shameless, relying solely on your teammates since you lack any real skill.
Luo Xian knew defeat was inevitable, yet the humiliation burned deep.
Upholding the creed of dying with honor, he instantly teleported to a great height using an ender pearl, intending to end his life by falling.
But Xia Yunqian would grant him no such chance.
The moment Luo Xian produced the ender pearl, someone doused him with a slow-falling potion.
Arg!
What disgrace! What utter disgrace! Luo Xian was nearly driven mad. He had after all been the province's top-scoring Gaokao examinee and later ascended to command this intercollegiate tournament through sheer merit.
Yet now he stood humiliated before students from Bayou University. Don't flush red. Don't overheat. Once you're red hot, the game loses its fun. Come on up to the arena, hurry it up.
We've still got another match waiting after this. How best to describe Luo Xian's state at that moment? His fury had surged past its limit, so furious in fact that rage itself flared anew. Clad in nothing but trousers, how could he possibly stand against Xia Yunqian, armored head Toto in legendary gear?
Brother, I surrender. Just stop them from tossing healing potions at me.
Luo Xian repeatedly elbowed the Bayou University students beside him, but they merely stood frozen, too afraid to react lest he take his own life on the spot.
Surrender. Surrender to silence. No, this is the hour for final defiant combat. Surrender is unthinkable.
With that, Xia Yunqian charged forward, striking Luo Xian 3 times with his blade, each blow precise, each fatal, until Luo Xian fell. Elsewhere, Su Cheng continued his dazzling display, despite being half-disabled, swinging his sword relentlessly at Fu Lan.
Fu Lan, a bright but unseasoned university student, spent his days studying redstone mechanisms, not PvP combat.
He merely swung his sword wildly at Su Cheng, who danced left and right, leaping midair to deliver devastating critical strikes again and again.
Then by sheer accident, Fu Lan landed a crooked slash. Su Cheng, already critically wounded, collapsed, his spirit extinguished in the northwest.
Thus the once unbeatable PvP tactics of both Huaqing University and Southern University were irrevocably shattered.
Only one team remained, elusive, unseen Donghai Jiaotong University. Without delay, Xia Yunqian led his squad toward Donghai Jiaotong University's territory.
What had once been a vast lush forest now lay barren, utterly deserted, not a soul in sight.
Yet their base block still pulsed with its signature yellow-green luminescence, submerged deep beneath water. More precisely, it rested within an immense cubic water column.
Spanning 25 chunks, covering 6400 blocks, and soaring 125 blocks high, the base block sat dead center inside this colossal aquatic cube. Were it ordinary water, one could simply swim straight down to the base block, effortlessly aided by underwater breathing potions or enchanted gear. But this was no ordinary column, it was a bubble column, the very kind used in soul sand elevators.
Its defining trait:
it violently propels anything within it upward, blasting players or objects skyward at breakneck speed.
At the column's apex, descent becomes impossible, you can only bounce endlessly atop the bubbles. Still, bubble columns possess boundaries. To descend, one need only leap sideways off the edge.
Standard bubble columns fall into 2 categories, those powered by soul sand, and those driven by magma blocks.
Their sole difference lies in direction, one thrusts players upward, the other downward. Yet both types share one non-negotiable requirement: a foundational block, either soul sand or magma block, must anchor the column at its lowest layer.
Herein lay the conundrum. Donghai Jiaotong University's titanic bubble column cube possessed no soul sand at its base.
How then could anyone possibly proceed?
The instant one entered the column, they'd be hurled skyward, flung upward with such velocity that swimming within it became utterly impossible.
This very obstacle had halted both elite universities before, leaving them stranded.
Yet they hadn't lacked solutions. One could methodically fill the column block by block until the bubble effect vanished. Then simply excavate the filled blocks to reach the base. But here lay the true challenge: 25 chunks, filling them entirely would take eons.
Even partial filling demanded 3 blockchai stacks laid across the entire span.
And to place each block, one must first sneak up to its position, yet the moment one approached, the column blasted them skyward.
How then could construction even begin? Another option existed: automated machinery, such as rudimentary piston-based builders, though these required constant repositioning and proved laborious. Luo Xian possessed blueprints for fully automated path builders, but lacked sufficient materials to construct one. Nor did he possess enough blocks to deploy it. That was precisely why the 2 leading universities abandoned Donghai Jiaotong University, opting instead to confront Bayou University first. Simply put, the endeavor demanded far too much time.
Approaching the bubble column, Xia Yunqian dug downward, past layers of earth and stone, until he struck bedrock.
There, at the absolute foundation, the column originated. No wonder their base stood empty. Bedrock.
Were it not bedrock, we might tunnel beneath the base block, bursting upward directly beneath it.
But bedrock. That changes everything.
Nearby students dismissed the dilemma lightly.
Lauda, don't you have that bedrock breaker machine? Break it out. Indeed, the design was identical to the famed void domain Xia bedrock breaker. They invested tremendous effort into this. I owe them at least the respect of honoring their ingenuity. Don't you agree, friends up there? Could they have vanished collectively into the nether? The end.
Such possibilities existed, but would render the contest dull and risk unforeseen complications. Xia Yunqian deduced instead that they detonated massive quantities of TNT to launch themselves skyward, then soared higher still using fireworks rockets. Sustained by slow-falling potions, they now drifted lazily in midair, awaiting the match's conclusion. For when time expired, all surviving teams would share first place. Donghai Jiaotong University's stratagem was undeniably brilliant. They couldn't possibly possess enough fireworks to ascend so high. No, they must be exploiting lag-induced delays. Upon entering the zone, Xia Yunqian spotted a machine, its surface layered with thousands of boats. He recognized it instantly. A near-identical contraption had been built overseas by Alphabet Brother in his prior life. By densely stacking boats within a confined area, the device induced severe game lag, allowing fireworks to travel impossibly far. Yet Xia Yunqian remained puzzled with Minecraft's Overlord God active. Why did such a trick still function? Perhaps the Overlord God held his own inscrutable intentions, or perhaps he simply hadn't noticed. Either way, they had ascended, and would likely remain aloft until the match ended. I've encountered only two variants of soul sandless bubble columns, one where the end portal frame displaces soul sand in the bedrock layer, and another powered by an update suppressor. Indeed, the update suppressor. A ubiquitous tool across Minecraft's ecosystem, renowned for yielding bizarre unexpected phenomena. This soul sandless column was almost certainly its creation. Xia Yunqian felt no astonishment. He himself had engineered the door-cutting mechanism. Crafting such a column was hardly extraordinary. To honor your ingenious exploration, I shall dismantle this bubble column, not with finesse, but with sheer unrelenting force. 25 chunks, 6400 blocks. Though filling just 3 layers would suffice to expose your base block, we still have 2 hours remaining. Let us fill them all. An immense undertaking, 25 chunks rising 125 blocks high, requiring exactly 800,000 blocks to fill completely. 800,000 blocks, where would they come from? How could they be stacked so swiftly? The figure sounded staggering, yet in truth it was manageable. A single stone generator yielded 200,000 blocks per hour. A sand generator matched that output. 800 mob farms produced 5 million bone meal, yielding roughly 270,000 bone blocks hourly. String generators, tree farms, all remained operational. Add in countless auxiliary systems and supply far exceeded demand. Not to mention the desert's premier tunnel boring machine. What is the simplest way to lay blocks? Quick placement. Easy placement. A printer. Even with the top-notch placement modules and projection printers, it will take an eternity to lay down these 800,000 blocks. Such a monotonous, tedious task certainly cannot be done manually. Xia Yunqian chose to continue using the flooring machine. He had used that thing directly on the empty domain to lay the top for illumination suppression. This machine, to be honest, isn't the most efficient, as it can't compete with the rapid placement of modules. However, it can stack. A flooring machine can lay about 6 blocks per second, which amounts to 20,000 blocks in an hour. Moreover, the designer of this machine is none other than Xia Yunqian. Why not use good things? Xia Yunqian directly called for people to start building the flooring machine. Due to its height, this flooring machine cannot be stacked layer upon layer. It needs to be spaced out by several layers, so Xia Yunqian chose to run 30 machines simultaneously. The efficiency of 30 machines is still too low, but they could set up another flooring machine on the opposite side. This would achieve a 2-way high-speed laying. Time for flooring material transportation, time to build subsequent machines. Theoretically, 1 hour is more than enough. Without further ado, he summoned everyone remaining and set up the projection for the flooring machine. Around this bubble column, one flooring machine after another rose from the ground. The replenishment device still used ice blue for transportation simply for its efficiency. The vast water cube was gradually covered by blocks which varied greatly. There were sand and gravel, wooden planks, wood, glass, sand, cobblestone, stone, bone blocks, emerald blocks, lapis lazuli blocks, and iron blocks. Except for the bottom layers being a dozen layers of sand, all other layers were filled with various blocks, appearing quite chaotic. However, this also proclaimed how successful Xia Yunqian's living electric system was. The mass production of materials brought robust strength enough to penetrate any university heaton and crush any defense system. The 34th flooring machine was completed. The floors of layers 1, 4, and 7 among the first 9 layers had already been laid. Just as they were about to dismantle the machines to continue building the flooring machines for the other layers. Should I set up a bug chain to allow the flooring machine to move automatically? After contemplating, Xia Yunqian felt this made perfect sense and immediately constructed a moving device for the flooring machine according to the projection. It was impossible to do it by hand. Making such things was quite troublesome and he didn't advocate for hardship.
Enjoying life was better.
After the flooring machine was created, it could automatically move to continue laying flooring on other layers. All that was needed was to add a replenishment device which significantly increased efficiency. In the end, it took 52 minutes to lay down 8,000,000 blocks. A massive item cube stood atop the bedrock layer,
deformed and peculiar.
However, the bubble column inside was completely covered, and after the blocks were dug out, only air remained.
Logically, one could simply dig straight down from the base blocks. But there's still an hour left, let's keep going. People can live without work, however one must always have something to do.
When Xia Yunqian took action, it was guaranteed to be worthwhile. The bottom dozen layers were sand, which is fluid, so
let's try unboxing. Unboxing is a ceremony when a new server device is powered on.
As the name suggests, it involves wrapping the device in blocks, and once everyone is present, all blocks are cleared at once to reveal the machine. Generally, package wrapping is done with sand as its properties make it easy to handle as a drop item. Xia Yunqian's large lump was also surrounded by a layer of sand as packaging.
The bottom layers of sand served as a base. Everyone prepare for unboxing. Pulling the lever.
The sand walls around collapsed, instantly revealing a cube mixed with various blocks inside. The sand at the bottom also crashed down, and the scene of hundreds of blocks falling simultaneously was quite spectacular. The sand fell quickly. After nearly 2 minutes, this grand bubble horizontal was completely reduced to the past. Although Donghai University of Transportation was timid in battle, avoided confrontation, and played some tricks, their tactics were undoubtedly the second most successful. They had worn down Nanda and Hucking.
Xia Yunqian did not know what kind of feelings they had in the sky.
Regretful. He felt that no one could produce so many blocks or complete such a massive workload. Grateful. Thankfully, they adopted this strategy, otherwise they would have been wiped out from the start. Xia Yunqian was not interested in knowing, but he acknowledged their efforts. A workload of 8,000,000 blocks, 24 hours from kelp to soul sand, plus the update suppressor. Xia Yunqian did not know how much he had been imprisoned, but he knew how imprisoned he felt when he cut doors. The update suppressor had many bugs and was prone to breakage, making it inconvenient to move.
Thanks to the bug chain and a small update suppressor, Xia Yunqian could skillfully and quickly cut doors. He did not know what Donghai University of Transportation's update suppressor was like, perhaps more efficient than his. But it surely wasn't that much better, so being able to complete this bubble water cube in such a short time was simply a miracle. However, this also doomed them to have no time to develop farms and technology. The kelp farm and slow-falling potion farm were probably their only farms. Some always think that filling the sea and digging the earth is a difficult task. But the living electric fellows can use machines to flip over massive mountains. The history of living electricity is long, so long that Xia Yunqian could not remember when it all began. In his childhood, without a computer, playing Minecraft box was where Xia Yunqian first encountered MC. He knew nothing about synthesis or construction, only how to hit various item blocks hard with his hands. Gradually he gained some survival knowledge, learned to synthesize, and could make a matchbox. With subsequent version updates, the Nether and End were introduced, further enriching the gameplay. He began attempting to fight dragons, and every time he accidentally died he would enable the creative mode, compensation mode. The classic quotes from that time are still fresh in his memory. "I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Where do you say this enchanted diamond sword came from? After I finish fighting the dragon, I'll go mining. It will eventually show up." Ignorant yet joyful until he later encountered redstone. The connection of circuits, the transmission of signals, the operation of various redstone components stirred the heartstrings of the youth. He still remembers his first redstone device. An automatic firing dispenser. He called it an automatic machine gun back then. Now it's referred to as a high-frequency redstone circuit. The area designated for the boat race was left for Zhang Wenhao to dismantle, but he generously invited everyone to join him in this final moment. As the light beam extinguished, the game exited and the spirits of the lower realm ceased their release. Everyone returned to reality. The bright incandescent light swept across Xia Yunqian's eyes, and 35 hours of intense effort had left everyone utterly exhausted. Outside the door, the media clamored in heated debate, while inside teachers and leaders praised endlessly. However, at this moment Xia Yunqian had no interest in these matters. Pulling Li Siyu's left hand, he rushed out of the crowd. "Xia Yunqian, I am a reporter from the Jinhua Evening News. May I invite you for an interview?" "I am a reporter from the Southwest Daily. I was here first." "I am from the Nanda Research Institute. Could I invite you for an academic exchange?" The crowd encircled the two, but thankfully a teacher from the school stepped in to resolve the immediate issue. The two hopped onto an electric bike, with Xia Yunqian taking the driver's seat. Li Siyue was incredibly fatigued, leaning limply against Xia Yunqian's back as he delivered her to her dormitory. "Go back and rest. Remember to eat something." Li Siyue nodded dazedly and softly replied to Xia Yunqian, "You too." Back in her own dorm, Xia Yunqian collapsed onto the bed.
This competition was more exhausting than the college entrance examination. Although it didn't last as long as the exam, the high-intensity work and design arrangements were a significant burden on everyone. Lying on the bed, the fatigued eyelids pressed down on the boy's eyes and he occasionally drifted into slumber. In my world there has always been an urban legend known as him, with many versions, among which the most well-known are the Creator God version and the Three Travelers version.
No dude, I was already asleep and could still wake up.
A lucid dream, as the name suggests, is being aware while dreaming. The body sleeps but the mind remains awake.
Xia Yunqian felt that everything around him was off.
His consciousness was awake, but this was not a normal world.
Instead, it was a block world, and moreover it was nighttime.
Looking at this strange yet familiar world, Xia Yunqian suddenly felt a chill on his back. He thought to himself that he had fallen into a deep sleep again. Wait, how can I be dead asleep and still feel cold?
Turning around, a green-brown figure startled Xia Yunqian. What the heck, Steve? No, it's him.
Xia Yunqian's first glance showed a standard Steve appearance, but when he saw the figure's eyes, those deep penetrating white eyes seemed to see through everything.
Him. You know my name.
He teleported right in front of Xia Yunqian, his face almost touching Xia Yunqian's. His voice was hoarse and deep, sending a jolt through Xia Yunqian's tense nerves. Startled by this sudden change, Xia Yunqian quickly leaned back.
I know Reborn, also known as him, but I don't know which version you are.
He took out a clock and adjusted its hands, and the night passed.
A bright white light appeared on the horizon. Version. What do you mean? Are there many versions of me? Watching the him in front of him teleport and occasionally pull out various odd items,
Xia Yunqian thought of a long sword appearing in his hand. It was wrapped in silver metal and the center was filled with material resembling the starry sky.
Oh, the sword of universal dominion, you really can summon it.
Him looked at the sword in the boy's hand with some trepidation, casually pulling out a shield that also had starry elements.
Xia Yunqian had never seen such a thing, so its defense must be considerable.
However, this was in the boy's dream, so he could do whatever he wanted. He swung the long sword a few times and had to admit it did look quite cool.
Let me first talk about several versions I know.
Putting away the long sword, Xia Yunqian took out a scroll and unfurled it in the air.
However, the scroll was blank, just mimicking the action.
The him I know first appeared in a game called Minecraft.
It is a game in the true sense of the word.
There was a player who claimed to have seen a character identical to Steve, except his eyes glowed white.
Just like your appearance.
Him listened intently, but he did not settle down, still rummaging through various items and arranging blocks. After that, the story of him began to spread and gradually became something like an urban legend. Among them, the most famous is the him and the pesky villagers. Then there were Notch and him, along with Steve, Alice and Brian, with Brian later transforming into him. In his past life, although the official update log for version 1.6 stated the removal of Reborn, this was merely a joke from Mojang Studios to the players. From start to finish, Mojang never acknowledged the existence of him, but they also did not prohibit players from discussing him. More often than not, him was treated as a character created by players through fan creations. Subsequently, stories about him proliferated, with various versions emerging. The vast majority of him appeared in the guise of a creator god. Him listened as Xia Yunqian recounted stories he had never heard before. While listening, he arranged blocks on the ground. During Xia Yunqian's narrative, he also observed him.
When encountering new things, the electric man would first eliminate it to study the dropped items, to see if it could be mass-produced. Then he would study its properties to determine if any peculiar qualities could be utilized to enhance efficiency in farming. Killing him was probably not a good idea. Even if he died, he might not drop anything. But what if he could be captured and made a servant?
Him could teleport and cause massive damage, and Xia Yunqian immediately thought of using him to optimize iron farms.
Currently, high-efficiency iron farms are all dual-dimensional. Executing in the main world is too slow and occupies the spawning limit.
Therefore, moving to the Nether for execution allows continuous high-efficiency production of iron golems without filling the spawning limit in the main world. With him, could his teleportation and instant kill replace the dual-dimensional spawning? Killing an iron golem as soon as it spawns is essentially the same as teleporting it to the Nether right after it spawns. After all, neither would fill the spawning limit. But how would collection work? Iron ingots might end up in the Nether. Should a collection device be built in the main world and another in the Nether? That seems feasible. Besides using him to transform the dual-dimensional iron farm into a single dimension, him might also replace the golem module. Xia Yunqian vaguely remembered that him had clones. Having clones equated to having labor, but was there a limit to this cloning mechanism?
Could a him clone farm be created?
Moreover, since him could optimize the gaming experience, his presence in this world made the game exceptionally smooth. It wouldn't matter if various machines were left on. After all, him would bear the pressure. Thus, having him meant a smoother gaming experience.
Wow, him could even serve as an optimization module.
If him had existed in my past life in Minecraft, he would surely have topped the optimization module rankings, while now would have to take a back seat. I just wonder if him could control the Ender Dragon. If he could ride the Ender Dragon, he could create a him Ender Dragon tunneling machine in the main world. This would be much more efficient than conventional tunneling machines and could easily carve out a vast cavern. As for making him fetch items for himself, that seems shallow. What's the point of having him fetch items for himself? Even if he could create items, could he do it faster than me? As Xia Yunqian shared the stories he knew about him, he pondered other uses for him, increasingly finding him quite handsome. By the time Xia Yunqian had finished recounting, the work in him's hands also came to a halt. Xia Yunqian naturally recognized the device he had placed. A basic TNT duplication unit. With a loud explosion, TNT began to explode continuously as him copied this device. Instantly across the entire continent, everything except for bedrock vanished. Your story is somewhat different from mine. I am called Reborn, also known as him. Here you can also call me another name, which is what you often refer to as MC God. I come from another world where everything is made of blocks, just like the game you play with the spirits of the lower realm. I am not the creator in terms of my work. I consider myself a guide for humanity. I guide them to survive, face crises, and invent and create. Xia Yunqian listened quietly, but suddenly a question surged in his mind. Why did you come to this world? Him paused for a moment before continuing. Our world faces many crises: the blood moon in the high sky, the mutation of zombies, the crisis of dragons, ice and fire. Various strange events occasionally descend upon our world. They often come with opportunities and dangers. Every time we overcome these events, it requires an extremely painful cost. Therefore, I devised a method to project our world here. Through the spirits of the lower realm, you can enter this projection. The resources inside are rewards for explorers, and I can also collect data from it to prepare for the dangers that will arise later. In our place, when events arrive, we do not choose to tackle them immediately. Rather, we project them to you as a form of a dungeon. There are no restrictions on the rewards within the dungeon. What is yours as long as you can obtain it. This method can solve the crises in our world and provide your world with a continuous stream of resources. I believe this is a good solution. The last event in our world was called the Great Change, and the next one is called Twilight Forest. In the midst of a shocking transformation, Xia Yunqian recognized that this integration package left no room for the survival of the players. With just a couple of machines, profits could multiply exponentially. However, under the constraints of surviving 100 days in this chaotic environment, one couldn't even hope for an initial capital accumulation. Finding sufficient food was a considerable challenge. There was simply no time to develop technology. The monsters within were terrifyingly powerful. Zombies could build and mine blocks. They were numerous, fast, and dealt high damage, causing instant demise if one wasn't careful. Xia Yunqian recalled watching a video online of a prominent player conquering the 100 days of chaos. Among them, a zombie wielding a lightning creeper left the deepest impression on him as it approached and unleashed a devastating explosion. The shock it brought was comparable to a standard bow hitting the maximum collision box and instantly killing a full health Ender Dragon. Who wouldn't be afraid of a lightning creeper capable of such instant explosions? Thus, during the last dungeon expedition, humanity suffered heavy losses. Very few managed to survive the 100 days, but fortunately, as long as he retained his initial survival file, he would not lose his eligibility to enter his world. Therefore, regardless of the difficulty of various dungeons, the best course of action was to try them first. Xia Yunqian knew that in the chaotic survival he would find it nearly impossible to make progress. A zombie capable of delivering 4 strikes per second could easily turn him into a mere mortal. However, if the next dungeon in this world was the Twilight Forest, then it would be a different story. The Twilight Forest, is it the one you can enter with just a circle of flowers and a diamond? Xia Yunqian inquired about the Twilight's details, confirming if the version was the same. He nodded and promptly produced a map of the Twilight Forest for himself. Upon opening the map, it resembled the Twilight he had encountered in his previous life, with even the boss names unchanged. I have another question. How did you find me? Xia Yunqian couldn't understand logically. He only needed to observe from the sidelines with no necessity to actively seek him out. His body lifted into the air and the surrounding void returned to its original form. He once again produced a TNT duplication device. It is not a product of this era. He then created a spawner machine and a sand generator, and finally Xia Yunqian's update suppressor. These should not exist, yet you discovered and successfully constructed them. I am curious about you and have developed an interest in your identity and knowledge. And I thank you for bringing new life to redstone in this world. The Twilight Forest dungeon will open in your world in October. Go and try exploring. The rewards for adventurers lie within, and I can lead our world's citizens to continue advancing. His figure gradually faded and Xia Yunqian hurriedly asked one last question. Will this thing be repaired? His ethereal voice echoed back. The spawner machine comes from the village and departs back to the village in your terms. It's called fixing bugs.
As for the others, you should attempt deeper explorations.
Xia Yunqian was not surprised by the repair of the spawner machine. A simple machine enabling the free exchange of fuel blocks and emeralds. It was originally an extremely unreasonable existence. Now that it has been repaired, it is only fitting. However, with only the TNT duplication remaining, the industrial constructions in Xia Yunqian's grasp still outpaced the world. The spawner machine made the concept of electricity known to many, significantly lowering the barriers to entry. Many players grew up with the spawner machine, including Xia Yunqian himself. Success came from the spawner machine, yet failure would not be attributed to it. The spawner machine acted as a mentor, guiding players to explore the initial electricity system. Even though the mentor was now gone and no longer provided convenience, people would continue to grow. From the initial spawner machine to iron and stone machines, and later to high-level monster towers. The spawner machine only participated in the initial few hours. Once the attack towers were established, the spawner machine largely faded from the scene. In this regard, the most important factor was not how much convenience the spawner machine provided, but rather how it introduced you to electricity. The spawner machine's significance lay in its ability to exchange emeralds at a low cost in the early stages. The naive boy excitedly exchanged lines with a fisherman for his first emerald. Afterward, the boy gradually grew, establishing one glorious structure after another on this block continent. The boy gazed at the village he once knew. The spawner machine remained unchanged, yet he no longer remembered the last time he activated it. Xia Yunqian was very grateful for the spawner machine. Without it, he would never have encountered electricity in his life. However, he would not rely on the spawner machine now. Trading emeralds for sticks, iron ingots, and stones. Xia Yunqian knew many cheap methods for trading emeralds. The protection of the mentor provided a sense of security. The grown-up boy could now create miracles again without the mentor's shelter. Time passes without detailed perception while one sleeps. Upon waking, Xia Yunqian felt as though it was a brief nap, yet in reality he had slept for nearly a day. Struggling to rise from bed, a thirst and hunger spread throughout his body. He instinctively reached for the phone beside his bed and felt a sense of relief upon seeing no messages from Xia. Supporting himself, he sat up and rushed to the bathroom for a water cycle. After drinking a cup of warm water, he returned to his bed. The originally empty bed now had a piece of red and black fabric lying on it. Xia Yunqian picked it up. Is this his cloak? This cloak resembled the one from his previous life in the village. Xia Yunqian tugged at it and it proved quite resilient. The materials used were quite generous. If the people from the laboratory find out about this item left by him, I fear I will have no peace here. Xia Yunqian carefully stored it in the cabinet. But what use is a cloak? I thought he would truly grant me a sort of universal dominion. That thing could even create in an instant. He rummaged through the cabinet and pulled out a pack of instant noodles regardless of the flavor. To a hungry person, any instant noodles would taste good. One pack wasn't enough, so Xia Yunqian prepared a second pack, this time being particular about the flavor and texture. He wouldn't allow his stomach to go unsatisfied. After eating, he went out and rode his electric bike to Li Siyu's dormitory. Many people greeted Xia Yunqian along the way. Lauda, I missed you, you finally woke up. Xia Yunqian politely responded, kids, I'm back. He gently opened Li Siyu's door and stealthily entered the young girl's bedroom. The girl's room had excellent light blocking, so as soon as Xia Yunqian opened the door, he quickly pulled his hand to prevent the brightness from waking her. Sitting at the girl's computer desk, Xia Yunqian took out his phone and began to play. Because the area around Li Siyu's computer desk had separate curtains, Xia Yunqian didn't have to worry about the light from his phone flashing into her eyes. Someone just waking up would always want someone to care for them. What should we do after the 8 school league is over? Enjoy ourselves. The two were in the cafeteria eating high-end braised chicken rice while scrolling through videos. Xia, your kill-death ratio is so high. Someone had compiled the players' kill counts from the league. Among them, Li Siyue topped the chart with 32 kills, while Su Cheng followed with 24, and Xia Yunqian achieved a commendable 7 kills through fair 1v1 duels. Although he couldn't quite remember who else he had killed. It's understandable that Li Siyue had such a high kill-death ratio. Her strength was impressive, combined with excellent equipment and numerous battles. Having a high kill-death ratio is normal, as Qingnan University hardly fought any battles at all. It was actually the team from Baiyu University, where Xia Yunqian was, that fought relentlessly. They annihilated a total of 6 teams. This statistic is remarkably explosive in the history of the 8 school league. Li Siyue didn't respond to Xia Yunqian's question about the kill-death ratio, but instead asked about something that both the online community and she herself were more concerned about. Do you know the line scraping machine is no longer usable? Many people are calling the line scraping machine a bug and they want to nullify your results. Xia Yunqian casually replied while having a bite of pork, let them say what they want, the competition is over and I've delivered the results the school wanted. Now let's just enjoy ourselves. Moreover, the school has already given us the rewards for first place, they can't just take it back, right? After the competition, those modules belonged to Xia Yunqian, and the school specially permitted her free access to the research institute. Everything left behind by the predecessors can also be freely viewed and used. In short, the school was still quite generous. Even if they had nothing with her current level of fame, she could always start a holy grail war. Hearing this, Li Siyue also felt relieved and continued to focus on her meal. The two of them seemed to be uninterested in worldly affairs, but online things were already heating up. Discussions about Xia Yunqian were fervent with a mix of insults and praise. However, most of the chatter revolved around the replicability of Xia Yunqian's machines. Anyone could see that Bai's victory relied heavily on overwhelming resources to crush everything. Before the competition, many had high hopes for the orbital strike cannon of Fuhua University. Its power was indeed immense, with a long range and the ability to pinpoint targets across the entire map. Initially, people believed no school would dare to attack Fuhua University right from the start. But Baiyu University produced tens of thousands of iron anvils to build explosive walls. Then came Zhanghai University's Divine Turtle World. Hundreds of defenders in this world were invincible. As a result, Xia Yunqian first unleashed thousands of zombies to destroy most of their traps. Then she employed an extremely unorthodox tactic using iron puppets in naval warfare. It turned out that this was the way to resolve things. It was outrageous. In the League, iron was generally considered sufficient. Later stages mainly involved competition between Totem's equipment and golden apples. Yet someone casually produced 30,000 iron to create a pile of iron puppets. How could they fight against that? Zhanghai University could only come out and resist a bit earlier, collaborating with Su Ziyu's design traps to die more slowly. If they remained reclusive, they would inevitably be blown up by Xia Yunqian. As for Donghai Transportation University, which had the most significant voting advantage, they were even more frustrated. Before the boundary disappeared, there was a large voting site online. It was about which school could achieve the final victory. Surprisingly, the first place was not Hucheng or Nan University but Donghai Transportation University. Everyone gasped in astonishment upon seeing their water cube strategy. Baiyu University ranked fourth, while previously they had been at the bottom in voting. This fourth place was attributed to Xia Yunqian's construction of various bizarre machines. They only knew that Xia Yunqian built many things, but they had no idea how efficient those machines truly were. If it weren't for the detailed efficiency report provided by Baiyu University's Research Institute after the competition, they might never have believed that someone could create a monster tower with an efficiency of 8 million. Netizens actually had a good eye. Donghai Transportation University did indeed perform well. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold out until the end, as Xia Yunqian's flooring machine made its appearance while constructing the monster tower's canopy. However, at that time no one took him seriously until the end, when dozens of flooring machines activated simultaneously. They forcibly filled the massive water cube to the brim, and not only that, but they also peeled away part of it. Students from Donghai Transportation University in the air could only watch helplessly as their baseplate blocks were overwhelmed by a group of attackers. Even using parachute potions for a rapid descent proved futile. Among them, only 5 had alloy armor, and they hadn't even enchanted it yet. To put it bluntly, with the equipment they had, Xia Yunqian could take on 3 of them. Some floated along watching their enemies perish one after another, while others drifted and found their own home destroyed. Post-competition discussions about Baiyu reached a peak, overshadowing the previous 2 big favorites, Hucheng and Nan University. After the 8th School League, the presidents of various universities gathered to chat and boast. It was essentially the victor's moment of showing off. Hey everyone, this won't do. How can I take the main seat? I'm younger and should sit down instead. Chen, you're overstepping there. We always take seats based on strength. You have educated good students and deserve this position. Educated? Where did that happen? Xia Yunqian hasn't even attended a class yet. This is just the adult world speaking nonsense. Oh, it's nothing. Mainly this child is ambitious and we merely provided a platform for him to showcase his talents. It was filled with sarcasm, as everyone present were leaders from various universities. Although they weren't directly in charge of admissions, the recent online opinions and information released by Baiyu University were well known. When their admissions office initially contacted Xia Yunqian, he proposed projection and rapid placement. Without exception, they all rejected it. This was quite normal. What university would dare to treat a student like that? Starting from enrollment, he was given top-tier artifacts right from the start. The school had funding from both central and local governments, but they couldn't risk such a gamble. However, the admissions office at Baiyu University was indeed remarkable. They were bold enough to take the plunge. It can only be said that their willingness to gamble meant that with the new things Xia Yunqian produced, the local government directly allocated 2 years' worth of funding. Other university presidents looked at the vividly expressive Chen and could only suppress their anger. If given another chance as admissions officers, they would not hesitate to refuse Xia Yunqian. This was the reward for the brave. The admissions office at Baiyu University saw something unusual in Xia Yunqian's results and chose to take a risk. They deserved to win and to laugh. Lao de kai kai lao lao wu wu.
Lao di gai gai gua gua he he. Lao de tian tai liang liang papa. School rich not afraid he he. Reporter suicide note exposure ho hu. School public relations bang bang he he.
In the group chat, Xia Yunqian followed her teammates in sharing memes.
These are common phrases university students used to plead with teachers for leniency during finals.
With everyone chiming in, it was a joyous scene. When it comes to grading, Xia Yunqian was rather lenient. Being a university student himself, he understood the difficulties they faced.
Sleeping in class, skipping easy courses and avoiding strict ones, students seek fun and fullness, and in the last 2 weeks it's all about pleading for leniency.
We're all university students, no one should make things difficult for anyone else.
Xia Yunqian gave himself a score of 100 and then gave Li Siyue a score of 99.
Next was Zhang Wenhao with 96 points and Fu Lan with 95. Scores decreased according to performance except for a few students with serious issues who received 60 points, the rest were all above 85. Xia Yunqian's score accounted for 60% while the teachers contributed 40%. So as long as the teacher gave more than 23 points, passing was assured and quite easy. 100 points means the teacher gives you 23 points, which translates to 9. 2 points plus Xia Yunqian's guaranteed 85, totaling 51 points.
Passing is a piece of cake.
As for the others who got 60, Xia Yunqian had already been very lenient. Whether they pass now depends on the teacher's willingness.
Kids, the results are out. Lao da, you'll check first. Don't. Lao da, I miss you.
Youth has no price. Deduct 1 to revive Lao da.
11,111. After sending the message, Xia Yunqian opened his computer. It was time to log in.
The other freshmen were still in military training. Official classes would start in 2 days. Xia Yunqian briefly glanced over the class schedule.
Modern history and national defense education are expected.
Other courses seemed more standard, like Redstone Signal Theory 3rd edition.
Redstone Components 4th edition.
Starting off with 2 relatively difficult courses.
Redstone signals are in some ways more troublesome than redstone components.
As long as you know how to use redstone components, it's fine, but redstone signals require a thorough understanding. Many machines in later industrial stages need a clear grasp of redstone signal strength. Whenever Xia Yunqian worked on it himself, he would always mix up the signal strengths. Being too fast or slow could lead to significant issues. In severe cases, it might even cause an explosion. A machine for classifying all items for energy storage should be simpler, but it's not much better. And as for energy storage, Xia Yunqian wants nothing to do with it in this lifetime. Generating energy is about developing resources. Energy storage, according to Xia Yunqian's understanding, is about organizing and storing resources. Those who generate energy can still have fun without energy storage. It just makes item storage a bit more troublesome. But energy storage players are truly masters. Storing requires resources. How can you store without anything? Generally, those who can handle energy storage must have decent energy generation skills.
Moreover, energy storage players are stronger not in technique but in perseverance.
Perseverance, working hard to the extreme, pushing themselves to the limit. Collecting with traditional machines has always been a troublesome task. Like building a stacked pigment tower, the hell part is simple, just stack doors. But the subsequent collection and packaging, each of these could take longer than stacking doors.
Not to mention adding another step for classification for energy storage players.
Xia Yunqian truly admires those who excel at energy storage.
Just collecting would exhaust him, let alone classifying. Moreover, classification isn't simply taking things out individually. Good classification generally goes hand in hand with collection.
Thinking about having to fill the collection device with various redstone components to achieve classification effects makes Xia Yunqian's scalp tingle. He unconsciously touched his liver. Phew, I'm still young, my liver should be fine. What's most important for university students?
Those adults would tell you it's the kidneys, but Xia Yunqian responsibly tells you.
During university, the liver is more important. At night, you and your dorm mates play games together, but someone can't keep up and needs to sleep. During finals, the group works on assignments together, but someone can't keep up and gives up.
As long as the liver doesn't fail, just push through, take care of it later. Hardening won't come late. If you die, deduct 1 to revive. That's how university life is. I shouldn't have any issues. The teacher shouldn't come looking for me to be a slave.
If they do, I'll push it to the research institute. I won't care, let loose, enjoy, play a couple of rounds first. Naturally, he started his favorite 2D shooter game. Paper Flying Princess Package Girl Outline Girl. I have a game on my computer that only updates its shop skins, and crucially it perfectly matches my gaming experience.
Not again, bro, another bug. No sound when shooting is one thing, but the map doesn't even show people.
Sure enough, you only realize you're playing a buggy game when you encounter various bugs. Halfway through, the score was 1-7, a huge deficit. Damn fishy dog, I can tell at a glance you're not this rank. Give me back my points, you've ruined my game.
Get lost, meow. Get lost, meow. Get lost, meow. Xia Yunqian looked at the messages in the public chat and heard a girl's voice in the game. The opposing team also reacted immediately.
You fishy young player, I'm obviously not this rank. I won't give you back your points. I just want to ruin your game now. It's my turn.
Get lost, meow. Get lost, meow. Get lost, meow. Get lost, meow.
Wait, do you really have female players on your team?
He posted his question in the public chat. The response to Xia Yunqian was, Kid, don't think about it, your team only has Xiao Nanliang.
Besides abstract, I can't think of another word to describe it. In the second half they were directly overwhelmed and taken out. The big shot on the other side dragged 4 and slaughtered them.
My big shot. I have no big shot.
After starting up he felt utterly defeated. Arriving at the new student military training area, Xia Yunqian sat under a tree with an ice pop. There were still quite a few seniors like him eating ice pops.
Indeed, watching new students train while eating ice pops is an old tradition.
Smiles don't just vanish, they merely shift from one person's face to another.
Unbeknownst to him, mealtime was approaching. Xia Yunqian realized too late, oh no.
Noticing something was off, he hurriedly took out the key to his electric bike. Military personnel, save me a meal, But the troops had already marched into the cafeteria. The electric bike could hardly navigate through the crowd, leaving him to watch as the military personnel rushed to the cafeteria one by one.
Sir. Please leave some for me. Seeing the road blocked, Xia Yunqian decisively parked the electric bike in the parking lot beside the building.
He started running towards the cafeteria. As a freshman during the school season, one might really end up without a meal if not careful. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the green-skinned army had completely surrounded it.
Xia Yunqian quickly scanned the code to take a tray.
The cafeteria is an intelligent dining hall with a high degree of automation capable of sensing the chip in the tray. The price is calculated based on the change in the weight of the food in the pot.
The cafeteria opens a blind box. I'll eat whatever the army leaves.
The signature dish of the cafeteria is lamb and braised pork, which is essentially braised meat with preserved vegetables. But by the time Xia Yunqian reached the pot, there was no meat left, not even any preserved vegetables. Seeing this, Xia Yunqian hurried towards the next pot he liked.
You have to leave me some fried sauce, right?
By the time it was Xia Yunqian's turn, a little was left, but it was just the skin.
Undeterred, the youth continued to search for food in the cafeteria.
But looking ahead, everywhere was filled with soldiers and the line was extremely long.
Xia Yunqian felt hopeless walking over with his empty tray.
Indeed, even seats were gone, all occupied by soldiers. Xia Yunqian looked towards the entrance where a group of older students had expressions of despair as they watched the situation in the cafeteria. Many chose to buy instant noodles from the supermarket next to the cafeteria to solve the problem. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the line in front of the pot had significantly reduced.
Xia Yunqian quickly approached with his tray. Wow, golden legend, the army left some tomato and egg.
He filled his tray with the dish that only had tomatoes and no eggs, then moved on to continue searching. Wait, is today's egg fried rice made with 1 egg for a whole pot of rice?
Where's my egg?
Did I pay for egg fried rice just to eat plain rice?
Shouldn't I at least get an egg to compensate?
There were fewer and fewer pots behind, and Xia Yunqian's tray still contained only a few pitiful vegetarian dishes. Sigh, there are only yellow beans left in the braised pork. He'll just take some braised pork soup. Carrying his tray, he wandered around and finally waited for a soldier to finish eating.
Xia Yunqian quickly sat down, fearing someone would snatch the spot away. After a shallow and unsatisfactory lunch, he placed the tray in the designated recycling area. The cafeteria automatically deducts payments, so Xia Yunqian didn't have to pay separately. Stepping out of the cafeteria, the sunlight outside was still glaring. A tall figure rushed in clumsily.
Senior Jiang. Zhang Lei also saw Xia Yunqian, but he was not in the mood to greet him now. He scanned the code, took a tray and rushed to the pot. The senior left and then returned looking dejected as he placed his plate down, standing next to Xia Yunqian at the entrance.
Lao Xia, your senior is hungry. Xia Yunqian put away his phone and looked up at the cafeteria ceiling. Oh senior, I'm also hungry, but I can't compete with the army. By the time the army finishes, there will be nothing left.
Also, why are you so late, senior? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei suddenly felt enraged. We had our last class in the experimental building this morning, the one all the way at the northern end of the campus. I rushed to the cafeteria right after the class, but during the freshman military training period, historically it's impossible to get a meal during meal times. So I can only come to the cafeteria and try my luck. The course schedule set by the Academic Affairs Office is really cursed. Having classes so far away during meal times, now it's fine, I can only buy a pack of instant noodles to make do.
By the way, what did you eat? Did you get anything good? Xia Yunqian took out his phone and skillfully ordered takeout for himself. How could I possibly compete with the army?
It's already good enough if I can pick up what they leave behind. Zhang Lei heavily placed his hand on Xia Yunqian's shoulder.
Lao Xia, you're not having an easy time either, but what about dinner? With us older students, the classes are all full and I guess we won't be able to get any food again. Xia Yunqian disdainfully moved Jiang Lei's hand off his shoulder. Senior, it's you, not me.
I just impulsively decided to come to the cafeteria during mealtime this morning. I can just come to the cafeteria earlier in the evening. I can grab something then, senior.
Besides, I'm a freshman, I don't have any classes now.
Jiang Lei looked confused.
So you're playing me like this, huh? What a dog.
Only then did Jiang Lei realize he had been played. The clown was actually himself.
Xia Yunqian didn't have any classes at all, he just needed to come a little earlier to grab a meal. Avoiding the peak military training hours, everything would be fine.
Throughout it all, the only ones who couldn't get meals were those older students who scheduled classes at mealtimes. Returning to the place where his electric bike was parked, he inserted the key and headed back to his dorm under the sun. Li Siyue rushed to consult about competitions being off campus. She could directly solve her meals outside. In truth, Xia Yunqian didn't want her to be so busy. She was only a freshman and many quality competitions were inaccessible to her. The ones she could sign up for now had relatively low value.
As for joining the student union, Xia Yunqian firmly opposed Li Siyue signing up. Not to mention the internal atmosphere of the student union, the fact that they occasionally use members as slaves was already a deal-breaker.
In his past life, his roommate was a member of the student union, attending various meetings every week.
He would check his phone from time to time for any missed notifications from the student union. No salary, nothing to learn, and still having to be a slave for them. Who would want to do that?
Whenever tasks arise on campus, they call on you for help and for announcements. The various activities are all filled with students hustling like slaves. To be honest, at least the slaves get meals. They just use people up and then discard them.
Worse than slaves.
Thus Xia Yunqian firmly opposed Li Siyue joining those miscellaneous organizations and suggested she just join some clubs for fun. Just honestly get through the freshman year, gradually take the exams needed for certification and learn what should be learned.
As a college student, just living well would make the instructor very happy.
Returning to the dorm, Xia Yunqian lay on his bed and the groups on his phone were mostly set to do not disturb. Since the beginning of school, he had already joined dozens of groups. Among those groups, 90% were completely useless freshman groups, hometown groups, class groups. In short, they were a hassle. Fortunately, once Do Not Disturb was turned on, the whole world became quiet. His phone rang. Xia Yunqian knew his takeout had arrived. The on-campus vendor arranged for delivery staff who could deliver directly to the dormitory building, which was quite convenient.
Xia Yunqian ordered a yellow braised chicken rice amidst this again.
Holding the container reminded him of the practical advice he used to give to students before the college entrance examination. With the college entrance examination approaching, here's some practical advice for the juniors. Don't wash your hair for the 3 days of the exam. It won't hurt your head while you're floating after the test.
Don't throw away the pen after the exam. It can be used until graduation in the 4th year.
For the next 14 days, don't eat that yellow braised chicken rice. Once in college, fried chicken, roast chicken, and all sorts of other dishes will make it taste like a weasel.
Remember, COS 90 should not be interpreted as CSGO. Don't just look at the school's name, check the school's location.
After changing phones, keep the old one. The university's learning app often requires signature assistance. After the exam, go buy a new phone or your parents might change their attitude later. All I can say is only those who have been to university truly understand that these are all truths. University life comes with its own peculiar set of unwritten rules. Never compete with upperclassmen for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. The dining hall boasts numerous food stalls, yet only a handful serve truly delicious meals. Sometimes securing even one that suits your taste proves genuinely difficult.
The campus also offers many avenues for self-cultivation and growth.
The research institute and competition team are out of the question. The student union, merely a gathering place for overworked students. Xia Yunqian, however, joined no formal organizations. Instead, he sought out several lively clubs to enjoy wholeheartedly.
Clubs are studentran with club leaders elected annually.
At their core, they bring together like-minded peers simply to play and share joy. Yes, just to play.
Wait, did you secretly stash another Zhangba again?
The dining hall is more than a place to eat. It doubles as a study space, a hub for multiplayer gaming, and even a battlefield for sanguisha.
Hey Xia Yunqian, you can't talk about me like that. You're the one who always draws Zhangba.
Before him stood Yu Xiaonan, a sophomore, along with 5 others, 7 players total, locked in an intense round of military sanguisha.
Me.
Why do I play Zhangba?
Because it's all I know.
Zhangba is a legendary skill-intensive general. Every card played demands careful deliberation, especially when both wine and ancient Ding saber rest in hand.
Our Zhangba players' CPUs are practically overheating.
Jie Su Sheng, nicknamed Zhangba, faces a notorious dilemma in the digital version whether to equip the saber before drinking wine or vice versa.
The consensus among players is clear: if the saber is revealed, equip first; if concealed, drink first, lest misordering allow opponents to slip away unscathed, robbing you of triumph.
But this was face-to-face play. Wine Ancient Ding Saber Attack. With lightning speed, Xia Yunqian laid his cards and instantly covered his next player's hand. Chao Chang's.
Unrivaled.
1,000 troops slain, a sovereign's head taken.
Ah, exhilarating. Satiated, I depart.
To fill the quiet stretches of university life, Xia Yunqian joined several delightfully unconventional clubs. The Sanguosha Club operates under the Chessboard Games Society, yet its prestige has long eclipsed that of its parent organization.
Where's Yuan Pai? Why hasn't he arrived yet?
Xia Yunqian scanned the room, no sign of that familiar figure.
Yuan Pai, the current administrator of the Sanguosha Club's WeChat group, earned his nickname from his obsessive devotion to playing Yuan Shao.
Forget him, he'll just start playing Divine Yuan the moment he shows up. All he ever does is shoot arrows again and again.
Just as their round ended, Yuan Pai, the group admin, arrived. Haha, made it. Look what I've brought.
Yuan Pai produced a plastic case.
Xia Yunqian took it, opened it, and peered inside.
Wait, seriously? You're suggesting we play this expansion? Sanguosha exists in 3 distinct editions, each varying wildly in character balance and power.
And the expansion Yuan Pai had brought.
It was nothing short of a confluence of every conceivable imbalance, a true netherworld compilation.
Gao de no.
1 Divine Zhangfei, Divine Machao, 1st Edition, Divine Lu Xin Yukai Wenji Pu Yuan Zhu Zhong Wei Xueling Yun Zhang Xin Zhou Xin Su Shao Wu Zhuge Liang Wu Lu Sun.
Brother Yuan Pai, what on earth did you pick? This is downright sinister. Even the Wumio series made the cut. Yuan Pai beamed proudly at Xia Yunqian. Little brother Shao, remember this, never mind, you won't.
What lies ahead is this Enborn, afflicted by greed, wrath, delusion, cruelty, and doubt, death, scourged, lashed, axed, scorched, boiled.
Enhove shake, Chilean mountains, rivers tremble, and armies rise beneath the primordial yellow sky.
Enjade sword raised 1,000 hosts, rebuked Nansa carp and lotus ponds, now a golden dragon soaring.
Endreams span 80,000 li and awake, a humble gourd in hand, harvesting autumn breezes.
And beneath thunderous siege engine, city walls crumble like clay, and Queen Mother feasts in the Jade Pond, King Mu rides his steed to greet celestial guests.
And fire trees bloom eastward, star rain unfurls radiant wings. And youth loves ascending towers, words poised yet left unspoken.
And pacifying 2 rivers, securing the tripartite realm, null but a dream in that thatched cottage where timeless brilliance still echoes.
And cold, chillingly cold. They felt as though they'd step.
Under Yuan Pai's insistent urging, the group reluctantly agreed to try this profoundly unbalanced expansion. Facetafe Sanguosha adheres strictly to one principle above all balance, otherwise drawing an overpowered netherworld character could end a match before it truly begins.
What would remain of anyone's enjoyment then?
Thus the expansions Xia Yunqian's circle usually played were carefully calibrated, no absolute netherworld characters capable of crushing opponents utterly.
One exception existed: deliberately constructed netherworld decks.
A member of the club owned such a deck, featuring scheming Chao Pai and Lu Yi, yet also including standard Huangdai. Truth be told, in Facetaface play, drawing both Divine Guijia and standard Huangdai presents a genuine dilemma. Who wouldn't adore a legendary general whose very first action might be to end their own turn and draw cards in self-destruction? Players drew their roles.
Whoa, I'm the ruler. Then I won't hold back.
Xia Yunqian casually drew 5 character cards, glanced once, and immediately chose his general.
This one, I only know this one, only this one, only this one.
Seeing Xia Yunqian's choice, Divine Ma Chao, founder of military Sanguosha, everyone relaxed.
Oh, never mind then.
The match officially began. Xia Yunqian seized control of the draw pile. Here we go, time to distribute horses. And he did, giving each player a horse, though the last 2 received none. The pile had run dry.
Since I'm playing this, let's honor tradition. He promptly removed 1 player from the game. Yuan Pai's playing 1st edition scheming Gan Ning, loves demolishing things.
Then you're it. Horse-enhanced attack, 2 strikes clean and decisive.
Yuan Pai exited the game.
Wait, attacking me right at the start.
I look so loyal, yet you strike anyway.
Xia Yunqian stared speechless. You're playing this, how could you possibly be loyal?
You're a precision demolition unit.
But Yuan Pai refused to engage.
A loyalist of such extraordinary individual prowess, you won't find another like me even with a lantern.
They flipped his roll card. True enough, he was loyalist.
What now?
Crushed outright by rebels.
Amidst the celestial clash between rebels, loyalists, and intriguers, hey Siua, what's up? What am I doing?
Playing Sanguosha with club friends. He switched on the camera, panning slowly around the room, capturing every face. Indeed, all male, so overwhelmingly yang in energy that even the netherworld generals seemed subdued.
Siua gave a brief glance, then shifted her lens.
I'm at a newly opened snack shop in the university town, people rave about it.
Any cravings? Li Siua out and about, decided to swing by and bring something back. Xia Yunqian scanned the display and instantly locked onto the outermost pastry. Please grab me some coconut sugar puff pastries. Xia replied with a soft then hung up. Xia Yunqian turned to his fellow players. What? Why are you staring at me like that?
You play sanguisha and yet you have a girlfriend.
And eat snacks.
Such decadence from a general, how shall the Han dynasty ever rise? Others joined the teasing.
Exactly.
General, sell your girlfriend live frugally, dine outdoors, save up for more expansion boxes to restore the Han. Sanguisha, a game that burns the liver, sparks electricity, saturates with tension, truly the birthright of the perpetually single.
Yet it isn't without merit girlfriends can rest easy knowing their boyfriends play sanguisha. First, his immediate circle consists entirely of men.
Second, sanguisha players are inherently studious, their game's name contains not one but two scholarly characters, san 3 linguistates, both evoking ink and learning. The first-year students have completed their military training and are ready to return to formal classes.
Not again, it's the learning platform again. Can't you use the rain classroom?
Xia Yunqian was attending the redstone signal class in lecture hall 1. Since it was the first class, the teacher didn't start with the lesson but instead talked about the composition of the scores, the difficulty level of the course, and the keys to passing. He instructed the students to join the learning platform and the teacher's class group.
Xia Yunqian was not fond of this learning platform. It was said to help with studying. To put it bluntly, it was just a tool for attendance. Generally, there were options for scanning QR codes, location-based attendance, and photo attendance, among others. The QR code for scanning had a time limit, refreshing every 10 seconds. It was certainly unrealistic to have a roommate take a photo and send it in the group for remote attendance, and the dorm video calls could barely manage. Location-based attendance was even more troublesome. It would check your current location, and if you were outside the designated range, you couldn't check in. Photo attendance generally required taking a picture of your face alongside the PPT projected by the teacher. In short, each option was worse than the last. The rain classroom was much better, just click in and it automatically marks you present without any bells and whistles. This is trust. Having been a university student, Xia Yunqian understood what attending classes was like. If someone could bring a book, they would have to be praised for their diligence. Learning in university cannot solely rely on teachers. The best way to learn is to enroll in Bilibili University. The teachers are kind, the resources are excellent, and the learning atmosphere is what a university student should experience. Zhang Wenhao and Xia Yunqian were in the same major, so naturally they ended up in the same class. Xia Yunqian lay on the desk playing with his phone, watching Zhang Wenhao attentively listening to the teacher discussing the keys to studying. How nice, I was just like that too, but after a month I became a slacker. After this lament, he continued to mess around on his phone. University students, once their eyes open, either eat or play. The teacher took a moment to sip water and Zhang Wenhao turned his head. Lao Xia, are you really not paying any attention? The teacher said this course has a failure rate of over 30. Zhang Wenhao said in a low voice, but his stature over 180 centimeters made his whisper seem out of place. Don't worry, just speed through it in the last 2 weeks. Right now it's all about enjoying oneself. By the time you figure out what to do in class, I will have been playing for a month. University life is always dull and boring, attending classes during the day, napping and gaming after class. At mealtime he would go to compete for food with the seniors. When there were no classes he would stay in the dorm and play, and when there were classes he would see if someone could help him sign in. Xia Yunqian initially planned to slack off with Li Xiyue, but seeing her serious demeanor he thought, forget it, let me bear the joys of decadence alone. Classes in university could be attended freely, teachers couldn't recognize everyone, so it was impossible to tell if someone was missing. Xia Yunqian had skipped his own classes a few times to sign in and then dash off to Li Xiyue's class. Since it was all about having fun, it was better to enjoy it next to his girlfriend. Most students in the Redstone Institute were boys, much like his previous life in the engineering major. The engineering specialty loved playing with the non-tome simulator, reminding him of his hometown. Xia Yunqian decided he would often visit Li Xiyue's classes. In late September, a notice suddenly appeared in the grade group. October Twilight Forest Dungeon Seminar, all students are required to participate. From teachers to students, as long as your initial survival file in Minecraft is still intact and you can enter the game, then you are required to attend this meeting. The school placed great importance on this meeting. Such big matters Xia Yunqian would still pay some attention to. However, his thoughts were somewhat different from others. Participating in the dungeons projected by him can yield all sorts of peculiar items, some valuable and some worthless. A dungeon can make many people rich overnight, but it can also yield nothing. For instance, during the last Crisis Event dungeon, many top players from home and abroad went and returned empty-handed. Although dying in the dungeon wouldn't affect one's initial survival file, it would impact one's mentality. Who can understand the despair of having a zombie charging at you with a lightning creeper? Moreover, they can dig through walls and build blocks, making survival uncertain.
The most crucial point was that there was nothing in there. The new items in the crisis event were pitifully few, mainly consisting of the original game set. Thus those who entered the dungeon back then were purely beaten up by zombies. Purely imprisoned. But this time the Twilight is different. Others may not know, but Xia Yunqian is aware. The Twilight Forest was once known alongside Ether and Heaven as one of the 3 major dimension modules. As a child he watched videos from content creators setting up the luminous stone doors only to end up watching water flow everywhere. Not a trace of Heaven could be found, and the disappointment from back then was still fresh in his memory. Now that he had the opportunity to explore the Twilight, Xia Yunqian wasn't as excited as he had imagined. Firstly, most of the monsters in the Twilight exist in the form of bosses. Once killed they are gone. Secondly, Xia Yunqian is a survival gamer. Survival gamers don't just charge at bosses with swords. He surely needed to research if there were any items that could be farmed there. In my past life the videos about the Twilight Forest were mostly from streamers and speedrun videos. Most of them added other mods like the Blades of Dawn and such. I really haven't seen any survival gamers do content on the Twilight without references. I can only research it myself. Let me think. The Minotaurs in the Twilight should be farmable. Once I set it up I'll take a leap and slice through a group of Minotaurs as the pure love warrior. What else can be farmed? Giants. Giants aren't bosses, so they should be farmable too. The spawning mechanism for giants seems a bit special. There must be a cloud 1 block wide under them. But I remember there are 2 types of clouds. I don't know if either type will do. Giants have low health, so if they die in the Twilight Forest they can only be in a single dimension. Killing them directly in lava won't work. The brightness is too high and affects efficiency. I'll use a water flow type mob farm to wash the giants down from the sky. Then I'll take care of them below and collect the loot. Once the giants are taken care of, I wonder if giant cobblestones and giant leaves can be mass-produced. I remember some versions allow that while others do not. I wonder if Him's version allows it. In the conference hall everyone was intently listening to the strategy tutorial for the Twilight Forest, thinking about how to better clear it and obtain loot. Only Xia Yunqian was contemplating how to wreak havoc on the monsters within the Twilight Forest. One cannot expect a survival gamer to speedrun after all. Time always passes quickly. A short nap in class is followed by mealtime, and after eating it's time to nap again in the afternoon. By nightfall one can be energized and ready to battle. There's a curse in the world of electric energy. Gaming players involved in it are likely to be single. If a person plays with electric energy, the first thought is that they are truly dedicated and skilled, and the second thought is that they must be single. Who else would spend over 10 hours a day gaming if not the single ones? Xia Yunqian reminisces about those tough days of grinding materials, building machines, grinding materials, and repairing machines. Forget about having a girlfriend, even his aesthetic sense is almost distorted. Fortunately, Xia Yunqian has relaxed now. He hasn't tended to his starting survival file in his world for quite a while. Occasionally helping out over there is all he does. I have no motivation today, I'll try harder tomorrow. In class, Xia Yunqian put down his backpack and leaned on his desk preparing to sleep. Beside him, Zhang Wenhao seemed to have caught Xia Yunqian's infection and also let himself go a bit. He was scrolling through his phone. Loud is still sleeping today. The national daybreak is coming soon and the Twilight Dungeon is about to open. Have you thought about what to do? Zhang Wenhao seemed a bit anxious. Without the invincible grinding machine he was going back to the old days of mining. What else can we do? Just find a village at the start and continue to exploit the villagers. Xia Yunqian didn't raise his head, responding weakly while lying on the desk. This dungeon with his projection can be played cooperatively, but due to the peculiar nature of the Twilight Forest most players choose to tackle it solo. The bosses are limited. Once defeated they are gone. Having too many players can actually be a disadvantage. Xia Yunqian on the other hand teamed up with Li Siyue to charge in directly since his goal was not those bosses. It would be a shame not to create something in the Twilight Forest. Electric energy players conquer the world. On October 5th, high school students had already returned to school for 2 days and college students were just about to return early to prepare for the Twilight Challenge. Of course it wasn't just college students. Most who qualified for MC would participate. As for how many could bring something back from it, that remained to be seen. The day before the Twilight opened, Xia Yunqian's loud to stand at attention. The chat group was still buzzing with activity. The original competition group was renamed by Xia Yunqian to the Hunger Games, transforming it into a large MC discussion group. However, every group's ultimate destination is Surtu. Lauda, I've measured the efficiency you wanted and sent it to you. What lively group members. Xia Yunqian had a machine that needed efficiency testing, but he lacked the module for measuring efficiency. What could he do? He found a slave in the group to restore the machine and manually test the efficiency. Such diligence, this is what a university student eager to improve looks like. After expressing some simple gratitude in the group, Xia Yunqian went to bed still wearing Lauda's clothes, which had accidentally gotten a bit of oil on them. Thus it naturally became Xia Yunqian's pajamas. At 10 in the morning the Twilight Forest opened on schedule and all players' badges would gain an additional save. Players can use their save independently or mix it with others. However, there's a distance requirement. 2 badges cannot be too far apart. The dormitory inspections are quite strict. Even in high-end dorms like Xia Yunqian's, it's not allowed for the opposite sex to stay overnight. So the two naturally booked a hotel again since the Twilight Forest has a time limit. The timing of this dungeon is not fixed. The previous sudden change allowed for 35 hours, while this time the Twilight only has a mere 25 hours. The two first entered their respective saves. No matter what, reclaiming their village was the top priority. Soon news came from Li Xiyu, and Xia Yunqian decisively exited his save and rushed to join Li Xiyu's save. Based on the coordinates provided by Li Xiyu, Xia Yunqian quickly arrived at the village.
This was a village in the plains biome, quite ordinary. What's wrong, buddy? The blacksmith shop is so poor with just 2 loaves of bread and 1 iron. Xia Yunqian wandered around the entire village taking all the work blocks. There was a cartography table, a brewing stand, and a composter, but this village was a bit too impoverished, mostly containing food, and he hardly saw any iron. Did you guys hide all the good stuff? Even occupying my village and taking the goods, being a slave, is an insult to you. The days of poverty must continue. It was still the same old routine, gathering all the villagers' beds to create a villager concentration camp. This village was not only poor but also had a less than ideal biome. In the plains biome, I remember that I need to switch to a coniferous forest map first and then switch to a swamp map over there. My initial save was in the acacia forest, which is the tropical grassland biome. There I can directly obtain the jungle map and subsequently the swamp map. In the plains biome, the jungle can only be slowly worked on later. First we need to focus on the swamp. Since the League MC's main god has fixed the grinding machine, making the early game much more challenging. But don't think that without the grinding machine electric energy players can't progress. Gathering villagers not only makes breeding easier but also serves as a 300 efficiency makeshift iron grinder for the early game. While Xia Yunqian was toiling in the village, Li Xiyu went mining. There was no choice, she had to go down as diamonds and redstone were both quite scarce. Without a continuous supply of emeralds, the early game was quite painful. She had to rely on exchanging sticks and iron with villagers to make use of the emeralds. She collected some sugar cane by the river and manually planted it at home. How primitive. When night falls, I'll find a zombie to get on the boat and make an iron grinder. Now let's deal with the weeds and illegal structures in the village first. She built a 3-block high platform and dealt with a white zombie. 3 iron, that's quite standard. I made an iron axe, but Xia Yunqian didn't throw away the original stone axe. If we talk about the most cost-effective equipment in MC, it must be the stone axe without a doubt. In the early game, 2 sticks and 3 cobblestones can yield a weapon with 9 damage, and a jump attack can deal 13 damage. It's worth noting that an unenchanted netherite sword only deals 8 damage. In the early game, a regular hit followed by a jump attack can take out an ordinary zombie with 20 health, while a typical creature with 10 health dies instantly from a jump attack. The key point is that the stone axe has an attack speed of 0.8 and the charge time is quite slow. However, Xia Yunqian believes this is not a drawback. The netherite sword has an attack speed of 1.6, making it feel light when fighting monsters. Using a stone axe, due to its longer charge time, the sensation of delivering a well-timed blow to a creature feels quite substantial. It gives one an overwhelming sense of strength. As night fell, Xia Yunqian lured zombies onto the boat with his flesh. Thus the makeshift iron grinder was completed using lava from the blacksmith shop. Although the early game difficulty increased significantly, it only added an extra 12 hours. How does a brushless wire generator initiate power generation? Mob farm tower. That's extremely labor-intensive, of little use early on though moderately viable in the mid-game. A conventional semi-automated tree farm yields an average of 1.5 emeralds per second. At first glance this efficiency seems acceptable, functional even. But those are wooden logs. What happens when the wood runs out? That would be my undoing. Moreover, such semi-automated farms demand copious bone meal and significant manual uptime. Superficially efficient yet practically unremarkable. If wood proves unsustainable, what about bamboo? For bamboo stalks and 2 wooden sticks. It takes 32 wooden sticks to craft a single emerald, whereas bamboo can be rapidly accelerated with bone meal, roughly 1 stalk per application. Indeed, a bamboo farm reduces time investment, no manual uptime required, only a nether portal loader suffices. Yet again, the bone meal. Where is it? A mob spawning stone farm requires redstone and rails. Rails are easily obtained from the nether. And redstone, however, must be mined by hand before villager trades become available, and whatever redstone we extract will inevitably be diverted elsewhere first. Stone farms, furnace arrays, there are many options. Yet none feel truly satisfying. Functional, yes, but elegant or efficient? Hardly. And bone meal at least could be supplied via a mossy bone meal generator.
Xia Yunqian knew of only two viable designs, one built by Uncle yielding 3200 bone meal per hour and another by Liang Yalu achieving 7400. Uncle's design was elegantly simple. Liang Yalu's boasted significantly higher output. Xia Yunqian wondered whether even more efficient variants existed. Others claimed stacking could boost performance, but instability often followed. He had never tested it himself. And crucially, moss blocks were required, yet without access to a lush cave that requirement became absurd. After discarding scheme after scheme, Xia Yunqian settled upon a final configuration: an 18 lava source stone farm generating 70000 stone per hour paired with a 128 furnace array. The 18 lava 70000 stone per hour stone farm was Xia Yunqian's first and longest-serving stone generator. Its sole drawback was the substantial lava requirement, otherwise it was flawless. Xia Yunqian held deep affection for this machine. And given a nether portal, he would always choose this design. Fully automated stone mass production at approximately 46000 per hour. And 12 stones per second. With stonemasons exchanging 20 stones for 1 emerald, this trading throughput already surpasses that of a single-core wire generator. This was Xia Yunqian's ultimate solution: mass-producing stone via stone farm and furnace array, then trading stone with stonemasons for emeralds. Mean theory hourly output reached 2300 emeralds. This yield was more than sufficient for early game needs. Power generation could finally commence. And to minimize time investment, Xia Yunqian instructed Xiyu to focus exclusively on redstone mining underground, collecting only 2 diamonds if encountered for an enchanting table. All other diamonds were to remain untouched until Fortune 3 became available. And meanwhile, Xia Yunqian began constructing the nether portal. Now nearby magma pool offered perfect placement, yet waiting for Xiyu to return with obsidian from the depths would waste too much time. He transported the magma to the village and poured the portal frame. Upon teleportation, he immediately harvested several quartz blocks. And their brilliant pearly luster was mesmerizing. Once enough quartz was gathered, he reconnected the magma source and returned to the overworld to collect remaining components for the stone farm. Note blocks, observers and sensors all demanded redstone. Yet Xiyu had not yet returned, leaving no choice but to seek villagers. I possess only 2 emeralds, so this is what poverty feels like. And he temporarily bred an armorer, exchanged wooden sticks for a few emeralds, then traded with a cleric for redstone. Now not only redstone, but wood itself is scarce, and with a sigh at life's relentless hardship, Xia Yunqian returned to assemble the stone farm. Waterlogged leaves, cobblestone generation, TNT duplication collection mechanism, and truly projection makes construction astonishingly swift. In his past life playing Twilight Forest, many mods proved incompatible, since Twilight Forest supported Forge almost exclusively. None exception existed, however. Version 1.19.2 reportedly offered a Fabric port. And for redstone engineering players, Forge and Fabric felt like entirely different games. Forge, a veteran optimization mod, ensured compatibility with large-scale mods Twilight Forest, Ice and Fire, immersive engineering and more. Yet it harbored a fatal flaw: extensive alterations to vanilla mechanics. And without vanilla features, what remained to play? Those features were the soul of the game. Thus redstone engineering players typically favored Fabric, and most lightweight mod packs adopted it as well. In his original world, Xia Yunqian would have needed to verify Forge compatibility for every mod. He vaguely recalled that the legendary fatigue-reducing mod, the projector printer, existed solely for Fabric. And here, however, reality diverged. The Minecraft Divine Architect miraculously ensured universal mod compatibility. Imagine traversing Twilight Forest with a World Eater mod crushing everything in its path. Now high fantasy realm of swords and sorcery suddenly inundated with industrial machinery and utter tonal collapse. If a mod functions, deploy it without hesitation. With stamina already strained, why endure manual tedium? And refusing usable mods would be tantamount to playing barebones. Clack piston extension and SSS TNT ignition and boom explosion and crack block break and whoa, this time it didn't detonate prematurely. Time for champagne. With the stone farm operational, the furnace array followed. And that rudimentary iron farm yielded far too little, and resources were insufficient to transport villagers for a high-efficiency alternative. Xia Yunqian still subsisted on bread. The villager internment camp remained unfed since inception, no offspring had emerged. And begin with a 64 furnace array, upgrade to 128 once hoppers suffice, later expand further to 320 if time permits. The stone farm was complete just as Xiyu returned bearing 2 stacks of redstone. And Xiyu, welcome home. You've nearly driven me destitute. Everyone else begins by exploring caves, yet you settle into a village and never leave. Xia Yunqian paid no mind to her reproach. He'd long abandoned dignity. As a university student, pride wouldn't fill his stomach. And with redstone secured, he turned next to building an iron rail farm and a non-fan non-sticky carpet duplicator. Such builds posed little challenge, with projection they were effortless. And while Xia Yunqian assembled machines, Xiyu harvested timber.
Collaboration dramatically accelerated progress.
And soon the 64 furnace array stood complete, though minor bugs arose from reserving space for future 128 furnace expansion.
Minor flaws, ultimately inconsequential. And at last, we have stone, and immediately 5 stonecutters were crafted.
And new server launched log in now for 100 free gacha pulls. Villagers, hurry and claim your accounts. And where did the 100 pulls come from?
Every wandering trader delivers 2 leads easily converted into gacha currency. Minecarts ferried villagers to the trading post.
And stonemasons required level 2 to exchange stone for emeralds, so 10 emeralds were first spent to elevate the stonemason's rank. 10 emeralds cost merely 40 wooden planks, yet Li Siyu's gaze upon Xia Yunqian grew distinctly unsettled. Gazing upon the first emerald acquired through stone trade, he murmured, "And it has returned, everything has returned."
The same sensation. The same scene.
Once upon a time in the realm of raw electricity, the combination of a wire brush machine and a fisherman yielded an endless stream of emeralds.
After 20 minutes of the game, one could start up in a village.
One could still start up at the same place, albeit at a slower pace, now taking nearly an hour. Moreover, the number of mining trips doubled from 1 to 2, which had a significant impact. Mining was originally a torturous task, and now it required 2 trips. The level 1 items sold by the stonecutter included red bricks, which could be combined into red brick blocks, creating a rather odd red and gray pattern. Yet without a wire brush machine to produce wool, this still counts as a decent building block. Unexpectedly, the once ignored stonecutter's value was on the rise. What should one do with emeralds?
Squeeze, continue to squeeze.
I have completed the primitive accumulation of capital, and it must surely lead to compounded profits. As night fell, the two did not immediately sleep on the luxurious bed in the open air.
"See, I have lured the zombie over. Have you dug the pit on your side?"
Xia replied to Xia Yunqian, and upon receiving the message, Xia Yunqian led the zombie into the luxurious private room in the villager trading area. Inside was a piston which could push the zombie up by 1 block, and above was a villager who had just come of age.
The villager discount machine. I never used to make this before.
Who needs emeralds when there are wire brush machines?
But now that's no longer the case.
Wire brush machines are easy to produce, but stones must be processed with stone machines to make cobblestones before smelting. Though the output is still decent, the key is that it truly consumes materials. It's not just the trading post that needs stones, they are required elsewhere too.
So Oldie, go easy on the pricing. The lever was pulled down and the villagers' screams echoed.
Soon after, a fresh zombie villager was born, ready to be harvested. The lever was pulled back and the zombie returned below to wait. To prevent the zombie from disappearing, a boat was used. The name tag was too expensive and one had to elevate the librarian to the highest level to trade. With a golden apple and a weakness potion, this villager soon looked at Xia Yunqian with gratitude. The surrounding villagers also cast appreciative and grateful glances.
"Sure, 14 stones for 1 emerald. It's just that you all aren't permanently discounted. You'll have to come back again after a while."
The villagers' price increase mechanism works such that when you attack a villager, they temporarily raise their prices, but after a while they will drop back down. On the other hand, the villagers' discount mechanism means that saved villagers will receive permanent discounts, while villagers within a certain range will have temporary discounts.
"Villagers will only remember your good deeds." In truth, I almost cried.
Remember my kindness and give me a good discount. Don't think that just because the price is lowered it'll go easy on you. If you don't perform well, you won't even get a luxury private room.
Capital is always cruel and its face is always ugly.
When starting out with nothing, one would plead, "Brother villager, have mercy and lower the price. Rest assured, how could I harm you?
Once I have money, I'll arrange a large private room for you."
However, when one truly has money, they would say, "If you don't comply, there are plenty of villagers. Lower the price before selling. Prioritize low prices, and those selling trash can go claim their 100 draws." Why are raw electricity players constantly criticized as inhumane?
The obsessive raw electricity players would do anything for efficiency.
Demolishing and slaughtering villages are minor matters. Repeatedly infecting and reviving a villager would be considered an extreme form of cruelty in ancient times. The raw electricity player acted swiftly. With startup capital in hand, it was time to initiate the cycle of extraction.
"Hand over your bread. I need it to continue breeding little villagers." Xia Yunqian raised 5 farmers exchanging bread daily to feed the villagers in the concentration camp.
They would engage in random hybrid breeding, and once they grew up they would be sent to work illegally. Because you didn't study well, those who don't study deserve to be captured and sent to the slave processing factory.
Oh, how did I miss a fool?
I didn't notice when I first came to the village, and now you're confusingly sent to the villager concentration camp.
What use is a fool? They can't bind a profession.
Saying this, they took a diamond axe and quickly dispatched the foolish villager.
"You mustn't corrupt the children. It affects the atmosphere of my concentration camp." Nearby, the iron golem of the beggar-style iron machine also looked towards Xia Yunqian.
But it was currently being continuously burned by lava.
"Why are you looking at me?"
Are you capable of building a high platform to kill me? Saying this, they went to the collection box below and grabbed a stack of small red flowers. They tossed them at the injured iron golem. Pick up the flowers, I command you to pick up the flowers. The sound of impact faded and the iron golem perished beneath the lava, dropping another small flower. In a couple of days I'll dismantle this iron machine and replace it with a new one. Clearly the 300 efficiency iron machine no longer satisfied Xia Yunqian. However, the immediate task was to first acquire a full set of diamond tools. Xia Yunqian traded with the villagers while Li Siyu headed to the enchanting table to enchant. You dare to sell a pickaxe with efficiency 1. Next. Saying this, they executed the toolsmith with 2 swift strikes of the axe and then fetched a new one from the villager concentration camp. 321. Barely usable, I suppose it's you. A diamond pickaxe with efficiency 3, durability 2 and luck 1 was considered decent for the early game. Familiar formulas, familiar processes. Soon the two possessed 2 sets of fully enchanted diamond tools. As for armor, it was time to mine. Li Siyu returned to the mine while Xia Yunqian built another stone generator. This stone generator served to replenish cobblestone production and prepare for the later acquisition of a giant pickaxe. Xia Yunqian's initial stone generator used waterlogged leaves for generation combined with airborne TNT duplication. This new stone generator was a piston-driven model. Once cobblestones are generated, they will automatically be pushed together by the piston. To mine stones in the early stage, one must activate the TNT duplication above. Later, when mining giant cobblestones, simply turn it off. While Li Siyu was busy mining, Xia Yunqian raised 2 cartographers exchanging for a map of the taiga biome. I hope the distance isn't far. In the past I would just exit the game and use software to find biomes. Now I have to resort to such a primitive method of using maps to locate them. I'm truly exhausted. After about 10 minutes of travel, they finally arrived at the biome, contemplating to place a portal to the nether for transportation to breed villagers of this biome as cartographers. This was to facilitate trading for the swamp biome map. As it turned out, oh perfect, there's a village that saves me the trouble of transporting villagers. Upon finding a taiga villager bound as a cartographer, they easily exchanged for the swamp biome map. Once the swamp is found, the early game is basically over. The remaining tasks involve preparing for twilight work. What should be done in the early stages of survival? Farm emeralds, mine iron and cobblestone, and fight monsters. In this twilight phase, Xia Yunqian is still following the same routine from before. However, many machine efficiencies have been drastically reduced. Originally, the iron machine in the initial production tier operated at 16 cores and 7,000 efficiency, but here it has been slashed to 4 cores and 1,800. The decaying skeleton farm is no longer operational, and the swamp monster towers and attack towers have all seen significant cuts. They are barely usable now. A few layers of pigment towers were hastily constructed with a production of 6,000, just enough to eat a golden apple. These things made Xia Yunqian lose interest, but there was no choice. After this save, it would be gone. Currently, the most crucial task is to strategize for twilight, ensuring that supplies are sufficient. Upon arriving in the lower realm, I found a nether fortress and simply farmed some blaze powder. Returning to the main world, I began searching for the end fortress. Speedrunning circles popularized the method of using 2 ender pearls for location, then heading straight to the lower realm. Xia Yunqian wasn't in the mood for that, even though it was simple knowledge of linear functions. However, from a visual estimate, the position would definitely be greatly off, the reason being the floating position of the ender pearls, which has a significant margin of error for human eyes. Software is needed for precise positioning. Without software assistance, it's best to travel the old-fashioned way. Upon reaching the end fortress, I lit the portal and immediately dismantled it to transform it into a sand farm. The efficiency here isn't top-notch, only managing 4,000. Armed with divine gear, I ventured into the end, still using beds to blow things up, not even bothering to collect dragon eggs. With the ender pearls, I headed towards the outer islands of the end, desperately searching for Elytra. Fortunately, luck was on my side as I found the end city quickly. Li Siyu took the lead, charging straight into the end city, where 2 shulkers awaited at the entrance beneath the city. She brandished her sword, ready to take them down. Siyu, wait, spare the shulkers. As is well known, transporting shulkers is a torturous process. They will constantly knock you back and float you away. You can't kill them, or you'll have to go back to the end city to transport them again. Yet at the foot of the end city, right at the entrance, there are conveniently 2 shulkers. These 2 shulkers seem to be prepared just for survival gamers. They are easy to transport and convenient for the route. If one gets knocked back and floated, a block will block the view. These 2 shulkers can truly be called treasures. Li Siyu sighed as she watched Xia Yunqian, who was waving his shield in front of the shulkers. Then she ran off to search for Elytra aboard a nearby end ship. Xia Yunqian took out some rails and began to pave the way. With you two, my twilight industry can finally kick off. I'm not sure what I can farm yet. Let's just give it a try for now. With the rail machine running, I wouldn't have to worry anymore. The long journey with the help of mods is quite efficient. Soon the rail line was constructed.
Using a minecart I transported the shulkers back to the main world to begin building a shulker farm. Bamboo obtained the Jungle Explorer map from the swamp cartographer.
Before long I found bamboo in the jungle. I built a bamboo farm right there in the swamp, and when bone meal ran low I went to the 3-in-1 composite monster tower to grab some. This time I used the uncle's design for the swamp monster tower. The armor stand clock is truly a genius design, far simpler than Xia Yunqian's previous version. As I finished gathering the needed scaffolding, Li Siyue also returned to the main world with 4 elytra. With elytra in hand it was time to start on the alloy set. The ancient debris was still blown up with TNT. Xia Yunqian chose to blast at the edge of the chunk, believing that efficiency might be slightly better.
With 5 sets of TNT a total of 96 ancient debris was mined, equaling 24 netherite ingots.
Because of the lessons learned from the previous survival run, this time Xia Yunqian and Li Siyue gathered plenty of diamonds before returning. Even after crafting the netherite set they still had over 40 left. This was to avoid running short of diamonds when crafting templates, leading to another awkward trip down the mines. 4 pieces of equipment: 2 netherite swords, 2 netherite pickaxes, a netherite axe, and a netherite shovel. As for the hoe, it can be disregarded. What if there are places later that require netherite ingots? After 8 hours of gameplay, Xia Yunqian had preliminarily completed the early industrial system. Grabbing boxes, totems of undying golden apples, gear, and various odds and ends, the two arrived at the village's trading post.
In a 2x2 range, plant some flora around it.
Just throw in a diamond at the end. The Twilight strategy teacher mentioned some things, though Xia Yunqian had no idea how they knew. Perhaps it was due to the tricks developed at the Research Institute. Regardless, it didn't affect Xia Yunqian much. He already knew about the Twilight and understood the correct sequence to clear it. Holding the iron golem flower, he constructed the Twilight Forest portal frame.
Xia Yunqian tossed down a diamond. A bolt of lightning struck down, transforming the original water into a portal akin to the Nether.
Looking at the portal before him, Xia Yunqian was filled with mixed emotions. He once fantasized about stepping into this Twilight continent, defeating the Naga, conquering the Hydra, reaching the highest city of Twilight. But it was too late to realize those childhood dreams after growing up.
There's no going back.
Li Siyue sensed something off in Xia Yunqian's tone and was about to ask for reassurance. But suddenly Xia Yunqian's tone shifted.
Why go back? Are you suggesting we play battle with the Wither again like before? Twilight lightning machine activate.
In the blink of an eye, Xia Yunqian removed the blocks above the Twilight portal. The original Twilight portal instantly shattered, reverting to the water. Next, Xia Yunqian built a small platform of 2x2 blocks, 2 blocks above the water, enclosing it with strange fences.
Then he laid down rails and brought over 8 villagers from the villager camp.
The 8 villagers jostled atop it, crowded and chaotic. Xia Yunqian replaced the dirt-planted flowers and tossed down a diamond, resulting in a loud explosion. All the villagers transformed into witches.
Haha, it worked. Lightning unaffected by weather conditions.
Indeed, going back is lonely now. Playing survival to squeeze resources is the right path. Li Siyue quietly moved a few steps away from Xia Yunqian. She thought that constantly infecting villagers and then saving them was the limit of Xia Yunqian's ambitions. However, this person was now using the Twilight portal to summon lightning to strike villagers, forcibly ushering in an era of artificial witches.
The trident enchanted with lightning can also work, but that requires stormy weather.
This can ignore weather conditions. The cost is a bit high as each use requires a diamond.
But does that matter?
It's just diamonds, there are plenty more to make endless resources. Looking at the masterpiece before him, Xia Yunqian laughed even louder. Then he shouted, "All of you go die.
Your death is worth a diamond."
After killing the witches and dismantling the platform, Xia Yunqian turned to Li Siyue.
Come on, Siyue, let's go to Twilight.
The previously brutal boy transformed into a cheerful young man in an instant. So striking at Twilight is striking with lightning. The creeper has a unique characteristic: when the lightning creeper explodes a monster, it will always drop the monster's head. The original lightning creeper cannot be mass-produced, it can only be obtained during thunderstorms using a lightning trident, and regular rainy days won't suffice. However, the bedrock version also has a feature where, with the help of a lightning rod and a lightning trident combined with pistons, one can achieve thunderous power.
As long as the thunderstorm does not end, one can continue to bombard.
But the probability of a thunderstorm is low, and the process of attracting creepers is time-consuming and inefficient.
Moreover, setting up a temporary creeper farm requires considering the roofing issue.
During a thunderstorm, if the monster is obstructed above me, it will not be able to attract lightning. However, in front of the Twilight lightning machine, the weather is inconsequential and block obstructions do not matter.
Even if I piled 10 layers of blocks above, the lightning could still be drawn.
Thus, just as I was about to enter the Twilight, Xia Yunqian changed her mind. "Siyue, you go ahead, I will go to the swamp and build something at the monster tower."
"Don't worry, you'll be there soon." Li Xia looked exasperated. Alright then, I'll first go through the boss workflow, you take your time. With that she jumped towards the twilight portal. Xia Yunqian quickly arrived at the swamp through the nether transport. First set up a creeper farm and then build a monster farm next to it. No need for slimes, just limit the height and spawn only zombies and skeletons. Soon a simple creeper farm was constructed where the creepers spawned high above would be washed down by a water clock. A water source was placed in the middle as a buffer to prevent creepers from falling to their deaths. Next to it was a zombie and skeleton farm also using a water clock to push the monsters down, but these two were positioned separately and did not overlap with the creepers' location. The platform was designed in a 2x2 area to ensure that the creepers could be struck by lightning. At the bottom, dispensers and sticky pistons were set up along with a low-frequency clock. The sticky piston pulled away the dirt block from the twilight portal, destroying the portal. Then it pushed the dirt back, and when the detector sensed the dirt in place, it activated the dispenser to shoot a small flower. The small flower was directly planted on the dirt. Next, another dispenser was activated to toss a diamond, activating the twilight portal. The lightning struck the creeper at the portal, transforming it into a lightning creeper. The lightning creeper was transported by minecart to the zombie and skeleton locations while the player sat in the minecart to attract the creeper's aggro, causing it to explode. A hopper was used for collection. Then under the clock's influence, the piston pulled the dirt back, destroying the twilight portal again. After that, the flower was pushed back in and the diamond was tossed to attract lightning. The frequency of the piston clock had to be low as there weren't many diamonds. The more creepers could be struck by lightning at once, the better. The player simply needed to sit in the looping minecart to attract the creeper's aggro and cause it to explode. Care had to be taken to prevent explosions from destroying all the blocks. However, there was still a small issue: the flowers below might get burned. So Xia Yunqian decided to go all out and equipped each position with an automatic flower planting machine. After all, with an iron farm would flowers be in short supply? Unexpectedly, the iron farm was still functioning and it was still producing. Thus Xia Yunqian sat on top in the minecart, attracting the lightning creepers' aggro and triggering explosions. Once the lightning creepers on the platform were exhausted, the low-frequency piston destroyed the portal, then pushed back the dirt, planted the flower in the dispenser, shot a diamond to activate the portal. Then another explosion occurred. It is noteworthy that a lightning creeper can only drop one head per explosion. Some say that detonating it at the edge of the chunk works, but in the previous life Xia Yunqian's version 1.22 did not allow that. So she simply opted to explode the lightning creepers one by one in batches, ensuring that each time a head would drop. Thus a makeshift fully automatic monster head farm in the twilight was completed. In the later stages, piglin heads and wither skeleton heads could also be farmed by visiting other areas. Having completed all this, it was time to enter the twilight. Why is the twilight forest called the twilight forest? Within it the sky is always gray and one cannot distinguish between day and night. Stars shine in the sky more alluring than the sun and moon. The ground glimmers with faint bioluminescence and time is frozen at the most romantic moment. Perhaps it was still morning and the sky had not fully awakened, or perhaps it was evening and the daylight was about to wane. Crossing through the twilight portal, there was a chest left behind by Li Xia. It was a magical map specially left for Xia Yunqian. At that time, unable to find a cave and desperately seeking torch berries, she had to borrow the magical map from Chuanggu. Later she realized that defeating druids could also yield torch berries. Picking up the map, she looked at the biomes and monster icons displayed on it. Xia Yunqian took out the fireworks and quickly flew towards Li Xia's location. Li Xia was at the Lich King's position, and when Xia Yunqian arrived, she had just defeated the Lich King. The Twilight Forest has a fixed boss sequence starting with the Naga followed by the Lich King. After that, one can choose to tackle one of the three areas: the Swamp, Dark Forest, or Ice Plains. The Twilight Forest also has achievement guidance. By following the achievement prompts, one can complete the vast majority of its content. This is the correct way to conquer the Twilight. If one insists on being reckless and going wherever they please, the consequences are dire: endless blizzards, corrosive acid rain, and raging flames. All this cruelty has been recorded by predecessors for future explorers. If one does not follow the prescribed order at the boundary of the fiery marsh, besides the barrier, blue goblins will spawn nearby. They hold an explorer's journal which documents the encounters of a predecessor at the boundary of the Twilight Barrier. A mere flame cannot deter adventurers like me. I have traversed through seas of fire and swum in oceans of lava. The burning air is indeed interesting, but ultimately not my match. What ultimately obstructs my progress is another protective charm, and this time the target seems to be the locals. Being prohibited from entering this area must be the territory of a monster so powerful that it instills fear in everyone. This is certainly not the first time I have encountered such protective charms. I am gradually beginning to unravel the mysteries behind them. The predecessor shared with the players arriving at the boundary how to break through. They must go to the underground maze and defeat a special minotaur. This minotaur is even stronger than ordinary ones and looks different. Its name later became widely known as Minotaur.
Players mastered the correct strategy for conquering the fiery marsh and learned that deep within the fiery marsh lies a powerful creature known as the Hydra. But what about that predecessor? The notes left behind perhaps prove that he has long since passed away. Xia Yunqian sighed at the ending of this story. It was not particularly thrilling.
Flames engulf the marsh. Outsiders will use explosions to break through everything.
In the twilight there aren't many creatures that pique Xia Yunqian's interest, but the Minotaur is one of them. Xia, you go battle the Ice Queen and the Phantom Knight while I take him on Unknown. The two separated at the edge of the flame marsh and Xia Yunqian ventured into the maze below the marsh searching for the boss Minotaur.
It was a gigantic red mushroom bull wielding a sharp battle axe.
Yet it was rather clumsy and would get stuck in its own room. The maze walls were incredibly hard. Even using an efficiency 5 alloy pickaxe would require some time to dig through. For such an obstacle, Xia Yunqian straightforwardly set up 4 shield machines.
A maze, huh? The walls are tough, so why not blow them all up? I need a lonely maze map.
The 4 shield machines activated, bombarding in all 4 directions at 360 degrees. In no time he found the well leading to the second layer of the maze.
Upon reaching the second layer, Xia Yunqian decided not to continue using the shield machines. He wouldn't want to accidentally blow up the treasure chests.
I remember the core of the maze map is often found in regular chests, no need to specifically destroy the maze itself. Holding a torch he advanced while various strange monsters appeared before Xia Yunqian.
If only I understood your characteristics better, I'd have to set up a farm for you all. Let you know what a bad day for a farmer feels like.
The maze had bedrock completely encased by the surrounding underground. The only methods Xia Yunqian could think of to increase monster spawn efficiency were 2. One was an empty area, but there was bedrock on both the first and second layers of the maze.
Just thinking about it made his head ache.
The other method was the old trick of laying down tracks, but considering the size and curves of this maze, he decided to be a bit kinder to himself. Minotaur, for now I'll spare your life as there's something more important to do. With 2 strikes of his alloy sword he killed the small Minotaur in front of him, but he was quite dissatisfied. Not a single one with a single strike, poor rating.
Continuing to explore the maze, he kept slashing at Minotaurs and opening chests. Is it this dark?
That's 5 chests already and not a single core of the maze map. Complaining about the unfairness of fate, but he still had to keep opening chests.
Lord Guan, I vow to turn over a new leaf and not exploit anyone. I'll dismantle the discount machine as soon as I get back. Just give me a core of the maze map, will you?
Upon opening a chest, perhaps the gods truly sensed Xia Yunqian's sincere prayers.
You finally arrived. I've been waiting in agony. I'll just place you in the end and prepare for some void trading. Let me think, which villager should I pull into the end?
I've decided it's the one who sells the cheapest goods.
As long as you can endure hardship, you'll have endless suffering.
In the blink of an eye he had vowed not to harm any villagers, yet after obtaining his items he instantly turned his back.
Why should I not exploit the villagers?
I can't do it myself, can I? Having acquired the most needed core of the maze map, Xia Yunqian arrived at the center of the second layer of the maze. As soon as he got close, a gigantic red mushroom Minotaur charged at Xia Yunqian. Oh, please don't charge at me, I am the pure love warrior. Hastily retreating outside the Minotaur's room, he wasn't sure if it was by design, but this Minotaur couldn't exit its own room. It would get stuck by the blocks above, allowing players to attack the Minotaur without taking damage.
So you're Minotaur, right?
You like bull people, huh? Do you see my dark alloy sword?
The pure love warrior is unharmed while dealing with the Minotaur.
Stuck in the room, the Minotaur was continuously attacked from outside and soon it fell to the ground.
Entering the Minotaur's room, he searched the chests inside.
You're truly poor who wants these basic items. However, I might keep your salad dressing, it could taste good. After finishing off the Minotaur, it would be time for the Hydra. When it came to the most impressive bosses from childhood in Minecraft, the Hydra undoubtedly stood out. Not to mention the Twilight Forest, dark and mysterious, and the Flame Marsh, whose names were quite grand.
A definite killer for elementary school students.
But looking back now, the Hydra doesn't actually have 9 heads. Initially it has only 3 heads. When one is cut off, 2 grow back. After cutting off 3 heads it ends up with 6 heads. Once you cut it more, it heads to its demise. Thus the Hydra can have a maximum of 6 heads plus the 3 previously severed heads, totaling 9 heads.
Hence it's called the Hydra.
In Xia Yunqian's childhood, the Hydra was far more impressive than the Ender Dragon. Bigger, stronger, and more mysterious than the Ender Dragon. But now how could someone like me who loves animals resort to hacking it to death?
Let's quickly whip up a ground-based dragon-slaying cannon.
The heavenly dragon-slaying cannon, a holy sword suspended in the skies, can defeat useless dragons with a single strike.
The ground-based dragon-slaying cannon, a name that rings out, is merely a TNT replica. Besides launching fireworks, perhaps it might actually be useful. Eating the Minotaur's salad dressing and munching on golden apples, he arrived at the center of the flame marsh. The three-headed Hydra lay still and serene. I like monsters like you who don't run around, just stay put and wait for me to send you some fireworks. In the high sky above the flame marsh, Xia Yunqian was constructing the TNT replica. This device could also be placed on the ground, but its visual effect wouldn't be as impressive. Thus Xia Yunqian chose to build it in the sky. To ensure that the entire Hydra's lair would be blown to pieces, he set up 48 TNT replication units. With preparations complete, Xia Yunqian inquired about Li Siyu's progress. Siyue, how much longer? I'm about to confront the Hydra. Li Siyue, wielding the nether alloy sword, effortlessly delivered the final blow.
Almost done. The Phantom Knight and the Ice Monster are taken care of, and it'll be over as soon as I grab their heads.
Speaking of heads, Xia Yunqian remembered the Minotaur's head in his backpack. The monster heads from the Twilight Forest were the same as the original and could be worn. Wow, I've become a Minotaur. After wearing it and feeling it was meaningless, he took it off and set it aside. 2 minutes later, Li Siyue arrived at the flame marsh, gazing at the sky filled with TNT replication units, feeling a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Haven't you always pursued efficiency? Why are you making TNT replicas to kill the Hydra today? If you were to hack it to death, you'd probably finish it off quickly. Indeed, if he were to hack it, the Hydra wouldn't stand a chance, but since he had made the effort to come to the Twilight, it would be a pity not to leave something behind. Don't worry about so much, let's start the bombardment.
Pulling the lever, the two stood on a distant platform, watching the TNT continuously fall from the sky. Under Xia Yunqian's carefully timed setup, the TNT did not fall simultaneously. From Li Siyue and Xia Yunqian's perspective, the TNT formed a perfect heart shape in the sky.
Hydra, just immediately become a part of our play. And you Minotaur, just watch from the side.
Placing the Minotaur on a distant shelf, the two quietly admired the fireworks. The Minotaur silently protested, wishing it could revive after watching a few ads and then take revenge on the couple in front of it.
The Hydra spat fireballs into the air, making the fireworks even more splendid.